Chapter 1. The window stood ajar, its sheer curtains dancing gracefully in the gentle caress of the night breeze, while moonlight bathed the wooden floorboards and white sheets in a silvery glow. A rich, intoxicating fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Leo opened his eyes to find himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a woman standing serenely by the window, prompting him to tilt his head slightly for a better view. The woman possessed a statuesque form, her curves enchanting, and her profile exquisitely chiseled. Her long, violet hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her porcelain skin appeared exceptionally delicate under the moonlight's embrace. As he beheld her flowing purple locks, a surge of blood rushed through Leo's veins, and hazy memories began to surface. This was a fantastical realm filled with swords and sorcery. The striking woman before him, who introduced herself as Roland, was a traveler. Having only arrived in this quaint town 3 days prior, her extraordinary beauty had captivated every soul who laid eyes upon her. Leo, on the other hand, was but an ordinary resident of the town, known as Leo, a solitary figure and an employee at the Flying Bird Tavern. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled leaving the tavern after his shift, only to lose consciousness soon after. Now, it seemed he had found himself in the luxurious suite where Roland was staying. Wait, a shift? No, he was not from this world. Ah, what a stroke of luck. Perhaps it was nothing to fret over. Having managed to sort through his thoughts, Leo slowly propped himself up, the covers sliding away to reveal his bare torso, clad only in a pair of shorts. Roland turned to him, her cherry-red lips curving into a slight smile, her violet eyes deep and mysterious, akin to an unfathomable ocean. Most strikingly, Leo could clearly see the grand waves undulating before him. "You're awake?" Her voice was elegant and alluring, sending shivers down his spine like an electric current. Leo was uncertain whether anything had transpired between them. However, if it had, he wondered if he could experience it once more. Roland smiled, offering him a stack of loosely bound manuscripts without any intention of elaboration. "This is your reward. I must take my leave." Reward? What exactly had he done? Puzzled, Leo accepted the manuscripts and began to peruse them. Wait a moment. What is it? Roland remained poised, betraying no hint of impatience. She appeared quite agreeable, so he ventured, "I cannot comprehend this." The Leo of this world was a pitiable illiterate. He could understand and speak, but was unable to read a single character. The Leo who had traversed from another realm was equally unfamiliar with these strange symbols. After a brief silence, Roland enunciated softly, language comprehension. Leo instantly realized that upon touching the manuscripts, he could now grasp their literal meanings. Magic? Sorcery? Extraordinary power? You have 3 hours. Roland provided a kind reminder as a 3-meter diameter magic circle materialized on the floor, adorned with intricate and vibrant patterns. Farewell. Before Leo could utter another word, Roland vanished amidst the radiance, and the magic circle dissipated along with her. Though he lamented not having arrived in this world sooner, he seized the opportunity to examine the manuscripts. From the last flickering teleportation spell, it was evident that Roland was a formidable sorceress, and the contents she provided likely pertained to magic potentially pivotal to his forthcoming circumstances. Yet, he had a mere 3 hours. Remarkably, he completed the entire reading in half an hour. As expected, it was indeed a manuscript on magic, succinctly outlining the principles of magic and mana, while documenting apprentice-level meditation techniques and 4 first-tier spells: Magic Trick, Electric Shock, Fire Arrow, and Illumination. Magic could be cast as long as sufficient mana was available to construct the spell model. Reciting incantations could enhance the success rate, but was not strictly necessary. Generally, an adult possessed enough mana to cast a single first-tier spell, with natural replenishment taking approximately 3 hours. Employing the meditation technique allowed one to absorb mana and elevate their mana capacity. One needed to cast 3 consecutive first-tier spells to be deemed a magic apprentice. Simultaneously, akin to a heads-up display, a translucent panel materialized before Leo. Roland's meditation technique, first tier, LV10100. Magic Trick First Tier, LV10100. Electric Shock First Tier, LV10100. Fire Arrow First Tier, LV10100. Illumination First Tier, LV10100. True to the expectations of those who had transmigrated, Leo discovered that he possessed a proficiency panel. Whether it was the simplicity of the first-tier spell models, mere geometric shapes, or the panel's impressive capabilities, he felt he was already capable of casting 4 types of magic. Placing his hand upon the sheets, he recited the incantation to ensure success. Illumination. Illumination, a spell that causes an object to emit bright light within a 5-meter radius while casting a faint glow beyond that range. The color of the light was at his discretion should he cast the spell again or perform an action to dispel it. The magic would cease. The entire room was awash in a brilliant purple luminescence, dreamlike and ethereal, shrouded in mystery and elegance. Regrettably, Roland had already departed otherwise. This enchanting light would have complemented her beautifully. With a sense of wistfulness, Leo snapped his fingers to dispel the magic, confirming his hypothesis. Illumination 3. Illumination First Tier, LV13100. It seemed that casting magic would indeed enhance his proficiency, raising the magic's level to LV2 would likely yield improved effects. Not wishing to squander the remaining 2.5 hours, Leo began utilizing language comprehension to study the text of the magic manuscript. After all, illiteracy was a rather daunting predicament. Receiving gifts of knowledge, yet being unable to comprehend them, was a disheartening reality. As he diligently examined the text, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the script was simply a variant of English. Thus, by converting the corresponding characters into English letters, he surmised he would be able to understand most of the words. 2.5 hours later, as the effects of language comprehension waned, Leo had managed to associate each letter with its corresponding symbol. Now, even without the spell, he could barely read the text. It appeared that learning English had proven useful. One never knew when it might come in handy, especially in a world such as this. Having accepted the gifts of fate, Leo began to survey his surroundings. Truly, the Flying Bird Tavern's luxury suite, priced at 1 gold coin per night, was splendid, featuring a plush carpet, a crystal chandelier, a pristine and soft mattress, and an elegantly arranged vanity. Upon reaching the mirror, Leo beheld a handsome young man with black hair and eyes, reminiscent of a youthful version of himself from 3 or 4 years prior. Not lingering too long, he exited the opulent room, intent on slipping back home unnoticed. As a newcomer, Leo lacked the boldness to attract attention, especially now that he possessed the magic manuscript and proficiency panel. Despite his reluctance to part with the softness and spaciousness of the bed, he certainly did not wish to emerge from Roland's room the following day, only to find himself the talk of the town. Shocking. The tavern's employee spends the night in Roland's room. Would undoubtedly evoke envy, jealousy, and even hostility from the townsmen. Such notoriety would hinder his quiet development. It would be foolish to squander a fortunate opportunity before he had even begun to grow. Considering the fate of those who awoke to find themselves in dungeons, enslaved, or possessed by malevolent deities, Leo, who had been granted a serendipitous start, was determined not to squander his hard-won advantages. The deep of night cloaked his departure perfectly, and he slipped out of the tavern without arousing suspicion. As he strolled through the streets, the cool evening breeze lifted his spirits. His rented lodgings were situated in the old town, a humble yet tidy abode with reasonable rent. Navigating through a labyrinth of alleys, Leo was just moments away from home when he spotted a man crouched furtively, a bulging sack slung over his shoulder, attempting to pick a lock. In no time, the door swung open and the bag-laden man slipped inside. It appeared he was a thief best to leave him be, for in this fantastical world, who knew if he could strike with deadly precision? Leo intended to wait for the thief to depart before returning home. Yet to his dismay, the thief emerged and proceeded to pry open the next door. Wait a moment, wasn't that his own house? Leo realized the thief had positioned himself before his neighbor's door. If he stole from the next house, he would be at Leo's doorstep. If memory served correctly, His entire fortune amounted to 7 silver coins and 3 copper coins, nestled securely within an unlocked crate. In this world, the abundance of gold, silver, and copper was striking. 1 gold coin equated to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 10 copper coins. To maintain a modest lifestyle, one would require approximately 1 silver coin per day. Should his wealth vanish, he would be forced to resort to begging. In an instant, Leo made a decision, whispering the incantation for Fire Arrow with a voice barely above a whisper. Ignis. Fire Arrow, a spell that hurls a flame at a creature or object within 15 meters. Should it strike, any flammable object would ignite. The lockpicking thief was struck by a flame hurled by Leo, letting out a piercing scream as the fabric of his garments ignited. In a state of sheer panic, he instinctively fled in the opposite direction of the flames, frantically beating at the fire, consuming him. Flame Arrow 3. Noticing that the thief was too preoccupied with his escape to offer any resistance, Leo quickly dashed back to his home, shedding his outer garments while ensuring the safety of 7 silver coins and 3 copper coins. A commotion erupted outside, prompting Leo to crack open the door and extend his head to assess the situation. The thief was rolling on the ground not far away, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him. His agonizing cries roused the sleeping residents, who began to gather around him. A kind-hearted middle-aged woman approached with a bucket of water, dousing the flames on the thief's body. However, he appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness, falling silent. Leo heard a noise and noticed a head peeking out from the opposite door, cautiously surveying the scene. Upon recollection, he recognized the head's owner as a soldier named Akin, whose wife was with child. Although Leo was acquainted with him, they were not particularly close. Sensing Akin's gaze upon him, Leo returned a look, and the soldier's face broke into a sly grin, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Leo, what transpired? I have just awakened as well." Akin? Leo had removed his outer garments precisely for this moment. Akin shrugged. "Well, I had hoped you might possess some insight." At that moment, a young woman's loud cry caught their attention as she raised her right hand high. "This man is a thief. He stole my ring." The thief's bulging sack fell to the ground, scattering silver coins, copper coins, and various trinkets, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "My necklace! That belongs to me." An enraged crowd began to rain blows upon the thief, fists and feet flying. It was unclear what the kind-hearted woman who had extinguished the flames had lost as she pounded the thief with her bucket, her eyes glistening with fury. "These damned thieves," Akin remarked, equally incensed. Curious, Leo inquired, "Is this thief part of an organization?" Throughout Shallow Water Town, any miscreant who dares to steal from our street is a member of the Droplet Familia band of scoundrels who spare not even the impoverished. Can it not be apprehended? They're like rats in the sewers, evading capture with remarkable skill. Even the Baron is powerless against them. Akin sighed. "The guards are coming." The young woman cried out again, and Leo observed her sprinting away with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. In a flash, the furious crowd dispersed, leaving the thief alone on the ground. Leo and Akin exchanged a glance, and in unison, they discreetly shut their doors. Once the guards arrived, the outside remained somewhat tumultuous. Back in his dilapidated abode, Leo found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he endeavored to meditate, seeking deep relaxation and focus, casting aside distractions, and gradually entering an ethereal state wherein he could sense the flow of magic around him. Maintaining this state, he began to absorb magical energy. Before long, his magical reserves were replenished, allowing him to unleash a first-tier spell once more, with a slight increase in his magical capacity compared to before his meditation. Concurrently, translucent text materialized before him. Roland's Meditation Technique 3. Leo wrapped his arms around his bent legs, curling his body, and silently recited the incantation, successfully casting Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation Effect 3. Instantly alters an object not exceeding 1/3 of a cubic meter, rendering it either clean or dirty. Prestidigitation 3. It seemed that he could cast spells without vocalizing. The incantation, silent recitation, worked perfectly well. After his refreshing bath, Leo felt invigorated, and the cacophony of the outside world had faded away. Lying on the firm bed, he couldn't help but reminisce about his family and friends. What would their reactions be upon seeing him in such a fragmented state? Was his arrival in this fantastical realm the result of some magical influence? Could he possibly return through magic? Perhaps if he learned the teleportation spell that Roland used, he might find a way back. Therefore, the immediate priority was to swiftly enhance his abilities through the proficiency panel and seek an opportunity to master such magic. With only a glimpse of this world's vastness, Leo succumbed to a deep slumber, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. When he awakened, daylight streamed through the window. He opened his mouth and cast a magic trick on himself, instantly cleansing his face and mouth. Magic trick one that he couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of this magic. Though a flicker of confusion crossed his mind, why did it only increase by one? Not dwelling on it further, he resolved to head to work. The remaining 7 silver coins would scarcely sustain him for a week. As he exited his home and approached the corner, Leo spotted a conspicuous notice plastered on the dilapidated wall. If you have been robbed, please claim your belongings at the guard station. This must be a follow-up on yesterday's theft. After the robbery, Leo had only left 3 copper coins in the crate, with the remaining 7 silver coins secured in his backpack. After all, the security measures of this old house were hardly trustworthy. Navigating through the bustling heart of Shallow Water Town, he arrived at the entrance of the Flying Bird Tavern. The imposing 4-story structure bore the appearance of a weathered castle wall, exuding an air of grandeur and solidity. The Flying Bird was the finest tavern in Shallow Water Town, where adventurers and travelers often gathered to drink and dine in the lively first-floor hall, while the upper 3 floors served as guest rooms. Just yesterday, he had awakened in one of the opulent rooms on the 4th floor. Upon entering the tavern, he found only a few patrons slumped over their tables in a drunken stupor, while those choosing to have breakfast were few and far between. It was usually closer to noon when the tavern began to buzz with activity. Approaching the bar, Leo noticed that the owner, Paul, was absent. Instead, his son, Martin, lounged behind the bar, awkwardly imitating his father's composed demeanor, which came off as somewhat ridiculous. Upon seeing Leo, Martin's expression darkened. "Leo, you're late." What's his problem? Is he taking issue with me?" Leo thought it was only just 9 o'clock, a time when the tavern was at its quietest. The owner had not imposed any strict requirement to arrive before 9, as long as the necessary cleaning and tasks were completed before noon. Thus, Martin's irritation seemed to stem from his own insecurities. Reflecting on it, Leo surmised that Martin's displeasure was rooted in jealousy. As they both served customers, Leo's good looks and politeness garnered him far more tips than Martin received. "So, what about it, Martin?" Leo's calm tone only served to further irritate Martin, who tilted his head back, as if his nostrils could speak. "So, your pay for this week will be halved at the owner's directive." Martin, Leo narrowed his eyes. Today was Thursday, and if his wages were to be slashed, it meant he had effectively worked 3 days for nothing and would have to labor another half day without pay. That amounted to a loss of 35 copper coins, a substantial portion of his living expenses for half a week. Leo had no desire to lead a life of wandering or begging in this world. "This is my decision, so it must be the owner's as well." Martin's displeasure was palpable. He was the tavern's master, and his commands were to be obeyed. "Where is the owner? I will personally confirm this with him." "There's no need for that. I have the final say." With a slight smirk, Leo glanced over Martin's shoulder at the burly man with a scruffy beard, holding a bottle of wine. "Is that so, Paul?" Martin turned to look, startled by the presence of his father, Dad. Paul ignored his son and beckoned Leo towards the back door. "Leo, come with me." As Leo approached Paul, he could hear Martin stammering behind him. Struggling to articulate some broken syllables at the back door of the tavern, Paul offered Leo a bottle. "Leo, care for a sip? Fine wine from the Klein Winery, 3 gold coins a bottle." Leo shook his head, politely declining. "No, thank you, boss. My tolerance is poor, and it would impede my work." Paul retracted his hand and tilted his head back to drink. "Even with your wages halved?" Leo remained composed. "Are you serious?" Paul chuckled, as if he had sensed something. "Has something happened to you?" Before Leo could respond, he continued. Never mind, I won't pry. Leo, I appreciate your work ethic, but I only have one son, and he has been without a mother since childhood. Thus, I'm afraid the flying bird can no longer employ you. This is compensation for you. As he spoke, Paul handed Leo a pouch of coins, patting him on the shoulder before turning back towards the tavern. Leo opened the pouch to find it contained 7 silver coins, effectively doubling his assets. He held no resentment towards Paul. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude. Paul had treated him well, raising his pay from 8 copper coins to 1 silver coin due to his industriousness. And he never took a cut of Leo's tips. He was a decent employer. Moreover, in a world that offered no severance pay, the compensation Paul provided to support his son was quite generous. He was a good father. Sadly, he had raised a son rife with jealousy. However, Leo now faced a daunting dilemma. It would be challenging to find another job that paid even a single silver coin per day. After all, there was no other tavern like the Flying Bird in Shallow Water Town. Although his assets had reached 14 silver coins and 3 copper coins, it would only suffice for a modest life for 2 weeks. The urgency of earning a living weighed heavily on his mind, for he was not accustomed to a life of deprivation or homelessness after having grown used to modern comforts. Originally, Leo had intended to accumulate magical energy at the Flying Bird Tavern, aspiring to become a magic apprentice capable of casting 3 zero-level spells before embarking on any adventures. However, his plans had been thwarted before they even began, thanks to Martin. Now, having lost his job, it seemed fitting to explore the perilous yet potentially rewarding path of adventuring, searching for opportunities to hone his skills. Nonetheless, the immediate concern was to satiate his hunger. He had yet to have breakfast. Spending 3 copper coins, Leo purchased a serving of mashed potatoes and settled on a bench in Shallow Water Square, watching the passers-by as he ate. The mashed potatoes were smooth and creamy, infused with a hint of black pepper and nutmeg, offering a pleasant taste, though the aroma was somewhat lacking. After a few bites, Leo muttered an incantation and cast a magic trick on the mashed potatoes. Magic trick effect 4. Instantly cools, warms, or flavors a non-living substance not exceeding 1/3 cubic meter. Taking another taste, it was reminiscent of KFC's offerings, truly delightful. Magic trick 3, another increase of 3, was at random between +1 and +3. Or was there a pattern? Pondering this, Leo quickly finished the mashed potatoes and glanced at the clock on the church beside Shallow Water Square. 9:33. Seated on the bench, he began to meditate to restore his magical energy. When he checked the clock again, it read 10:02. This meant he could recover enough energy for a 0-level spell in half an hour, which was 2.5 hours faster than natural recovery. Roland's meditation method 1. The meditation method also only increased by 1. Leo speculated that only the first time he cast a spell or released a new effect would yield a +3. Otherwise, it would consistently yield +1. Once his magical energy was restored, he made his way to the Adventurers Guild, gazing up at the grand 2-story building before him, memories flickering in his mind. The presence of magic and monsters had altered the order of this world. There were always those willing to become adventurers to hunt monsters, just as there were those in need of adventurers to do so. Much like banks connect borrowers and lenders, when the similar demands of numerous adventurers and clients accumulated, there arose a need for a professional intermediary to effectively match both parties. Thus, the Adventurers Guild was born. Returning to the present, Leo entered the bustling first-floor hall, where small clusters of adventurers gathered, boasting and sharing tales. He approached the far-right window, where no line formed, and was greeted by a sweet-faced girl whose name tag read Saida. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Saida inquired politely if one possesses a first-tier status. One can directly ascend to the rank of E-level adventurer and Oneed. Naturally, Leo, who is not even a magic apprentice at the moment, does not require such services. Very well, I shall register you as an F-level adventurer. Sita inquired a few basic details from Leo, collected a silver coin from him, and handed him a metal identity badge. "Mr. Leo, here is your adventurer's badge. Please take good care of it." "All right." Leo accepted it, noticing that it bore his name and rank, along with the emblem of the Adventurers Guild. "Would you like me to introduce some quests?" Sita asked eagerly. "Are there any quests suitable for beginners that require fire or lightning magic to resolve?" Leo lowered his voice as there were not many mages in the small town, and he wished to avoid drawing attention, especially at this time following Roland's recent disappearance. However, the swiftest way to enhance his own abilities would be to grind the proficiency of Thunderbolt or Fire Arrow, preferably through relevant quests. "You are a mage?" Sita inquired, visibly surprised, though she also lowered her voice and paused before asking, "Do you have any teammates? Or do you require one? For now, I prefer to act alone." "Then clearing slimes would be a suitable choice. It is an ideal starting point for your adventures, Mr. Leo." Sita, cautious that Leo might look down upon such a quest, carefully observed his expression and added, "Of course, there are stronger monsters as well." Leo interrupted her. "No need. Clearing slimes will suffice. Are slimes the weakest monsters?" "Indeed, and they're the easiest for you to deal with," seeing that he had taken her suggestion to heart. Sita beamed once more. "Did I ask there any relevant information about slimes?" In his previous life, some slimes served as experience fodder for protagonists, while others were immune to fire, lightning, and slashing, possessing corrosive acid capabilities. There were even perverted beings that had reincarnated as slimes. Leo was uncertain of the level of slimes in this world. If a single fire arrow or thunderbolt did not suffice and he faced a counterattack, it would be disastrous. Sita retrieved a guidebook, deftly flipped to a page, and pointed at a blue, translucent blob. "This is a slime. Gelatinous, able to move independently, with weak offensive capabilities. Its surface covered in mucus, soft and elastic. It possesses a strong resistance to slashing attacks, but is vulnerable to fire and lightning. Typically, one fire arrow or lightning spell can resolve it, making it perfect for you to tackle alone, Mr. Leo." Leo took careful note, somewhat astonished. "You are quite knowledgeable, Miss Sita." Sita blushed at the compliment and smiled bashfully. "You flatter me, Mr. Leo. Here is a quest to clear slimes along the roadside. You need to collect the slime gel that drops after defeating them. Each vial of slime gel is worth 3 copper coins, with no limit on quantity. Are you interested?" "Yes, I will accept this quest. That it indeed appear to be an easy, safe, and appropriate task. Please be careful, Mr. Leo, and I wish you a safe return." "Thank you." After departing from the Adventurers Guild, Leo commenced his journey into adventure. Following Sita's advice, he procured bread, water, a dagger, and glass vials for collecting slime gel, stowing them all in his backpack before exiting the town. Outside the city lay a broad trade route, flanked by plains. A gentle breeze caressed the grasslands, with butterflies fluttering in the low air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Leo began his search for slimes along the trade route. Soon he spotted a blue slime bouncing merrily in the middle of the road, just as depicted in the guide. Ensuring no one was around, Leo silently recited the incantation for Fire Arrow, Ignis. A flame shot forth from his hand, striking the slime with precision. Upon impact, the slime burst apart, its translucent gel splattering on the ground, leaving only a pool of gel in its wake. Fire Arrow 3. Leo approached, collecting the gel in a glass vial, puzzled. Why did I only gain 3 this time? He settled down on a grassy patch not far from the trade route to meditate and restore his mana. Occasionally, he sensed merchants passing by, yet none approached him. After half an hour, his mana was replenished and had even increased slightly to Roland's meditation. Leo resumed his search for slimes, this time discovering another one in the grasslands. With another fire arrow, the slime was struck but did not burst. Instead, it shrank significantly. Lying motionless on the ground, barely clinging to life, he picked up a stick from the ground and poked it twice. The slime shattered, revealing its gel. Fire Arrow 2. Could it be that the proficiency gain is related to the damage dealt? 3 for a kill, 2 for damage dealt. Then perhaps 1 for no damage? Having completed his meditation, Leo was determined not to waste any mana during the day. After all, a single low-tier spell at least yielded Fire Arrow 2 and 3 copper coins. He resolved to test whether casting spells without effect would yield 1 later that evening. Once again locating a slime, Leo wielded his makeshift wooden staff and recited the incantation, this time unleashing Thunderbolt. The lightning shot forth in a 12-meter arc towards its target. A bolt struck true, and the slime exploded upon impact. Why does it feel like Thunderbolt is slightly more powerful than Fire Arrow? Leo speculated that the slime's internal gel might possess some conductivity. Moreover, Although the speed of the lightning was nowhere near that of natural phenomena, it was still considerably swifter than fire arrow. Thunderbolt 3. That after collecting the slime gel, Leo consumed some bread and water before beginning his meditation. He had to admit that the 2 copper coin bread, meant to satisfy the hunger of the impoverished, was far from delicious as a modern man. He found that he needed water to help swallow it down. Nonetheless, Leo refused to waste any of the mana he had painstakingly restored over half an hour to flavor the bread. Resolutely determined to maximize his proficiency in attack magic, that he speculated that elevating his magic to a high level might result in a qualitative change in power. Thus, every drop of mana was precious. If he had a good haul today, he would buy more expensive bread tomorrow. After satisfying his hunger, Leo commenced his cycle of meditation and thunderbolt. For someone with a proficiency panel, it was a most logical choice to specialize in a single type of magic. Allowing for rapid leveling and enhancement of his abilities, that he chose Thunderbolt due to its higher damage output, ensuring a more consistent kill rate on slimes, thereby yielding more 3 gains rather than 2. Throughout the afternoon, Leo defeated 8 more slimes, 7 of which fell to a single strike of Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt 3x7, that only 1 slime was merely injured, and he dispatched it with a couple of pokes from his staff. Thunderbolt 2. Roland's meditation, low tier. LV1 17,100. Thunderbolt, low tier. LV1 26100. The sun had set, and the sky began to exhibit a mysterious blue hue as Leo set off back toward the town. The plains at night were far more perilous than during the day, with the potential for encounters with packs of werewolves and other monsters. Currently, Leo, who could only cast 1 spell, was ill-equipped to handle such foes and naturally sought to avoid confrontation. Due to the occasional incursions of monsters from the nearby Lost Forest, which threatened the town, Shallow Water Town was fortified with high walls and gates. Upon arriving at the town gate, thanks to the local noble Baron William's edict, Leo presented his adventurer's badge and was allowed to pass without paying a single copper coin in gate fees. Back at the Adventurers Guild, he returned to the same window on the far right, where Sita was still seated, and her face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. It was a sincere, pure smile of joy. Mr. Leo, how was your harvest? I defeated 11 slimes. Here is the gel. Leo handed her the vial filled with slime gel. Sita took the vial and said, "Please wait a moment while I verify this." She then stepped into the workshop behind her, returning approximately a minute later, holding a pouch of coins and an empty vial. Mr. Leo, here is your reward. 3 silver coins and 3 copper coins. Please keep it safe. The expenditure on food and water amounted to 6 copper coins, while a dagger cost 2 silver coins. The registration fee for adventurers was 1 silver coin, and a glass bottle also required 1 silver coin. Consequently, his wealth diminished by 1 silver coin and 3 copper coins. However, today's expenses included 4 silver coins that were predominantly one-time costs. Thus, Leo remained entirely unfazed and decided to indulge in a delightful meal. Miss Sida, might you recommend some delectable dishes? Delectable dishes. You say? Just take a left as you exit, and, after a short walk, you will come across a quaint establishment with the Signboard restaurant. Their bode fried rice is exquisite, especially the eggs, which are particularly fragrant. Sida enthusiastically recommended that I shall try it tonight. Until tomorrow, Miss Sida. Leo waved his farewell. Until tomorrow, Mr. Leo, Sida replied, her face radiating joy. Stepping out of the Adventurers Guild, Leo walked approximately 50 meters before spotting Bode Restaurant, which had a modest FA-ade. Upon entering, he found the place quite full, with a middle-aged couple managing it, the husband presiding over the kitchen while the wife handled the billing. Perusing the menu, Leo discovered that the Bode fried rice was the signature dish, priced at 1 silver coin. Having earned 3 silver coins and 3 copper coins today, Leo felt no pressure. "Good sir, what may I serve you?" "1 serving of Bode fried rice, please. Certainly not in less than 5 minutes." The Bode fried rice was presented, steaming hot, adorned with tomatoes and eggs, and exuding an enticing aroma. Leo took a bite and found the egg's flavor to be indeed delightful, compelling him to crave a second mouthful. This is what true food should taste like. What on earth was that dry, bland bread? In quick succession, he finished his meal and, satisfied with his now contented belly, felt a sense of happiness after settling the bill and stepping outside. He felt warm and comfortable, perfectly complemented by a refreshing evening breeze. Leo strolled around town to aid digestion and wandered into a secluded corner, where he slyly cast a shock spell. Shock 1 indeed. Casting a spell without impact only grants 1 point, while causing damage yields 2 points, and achieving a kill provides 3. Furthermore, the first release grants an additional 3 points, as does casting a new effect, such as when light emits a new glow or prestidigitation showcases a new effect. Having roughly grasped the proficiency rules, Leo felt invigorated. He spent 1 silver coin on a bell and meandered back home, casting prestidigitation 3 times to clean his bedding, himself, and his backpack before setting up the bell as a precaution against thieves and bandits, then retired for the night, although it was merely 9 o'clock. He found no one to play cards with and lacked any entertainment devices like smartphones or computers. The absence of the temptation to lie in bed, scrolling through a phone, made the night delightfully uneventful. Currently, his greatest pleasure lay in rapidly increasing his magical proficiency. Watching it gradually rise filled Leo with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation for leveling up. Shock was still 73 points away from reaching LV2. And with the current pace, he estimated he would need to eliminate about 24 slimes to achieve it within 2 days. Leo fell into a peaceful slumber, enjoying a tranquil night. The following day, Leo awoke to a sky still enveloped in a mysterious blue hue. It was only 5 o'clock. After freshening up, he ventured out to spend 1 silver coin on 2 soft loaves of white bread, casting prestidigitation to imbue the bread with a buttery flavor. With the addition of butter, he relished 1 loaf while saving the other for lunch. By 6 o'clock, Leo entered the freshly opened Adventurers Guild. At this hour, adventurers were scarce, typically setting off immediately after accepting quests, rendering the hall remarkably spacious. Saida was at the far right window and greeted Leo with a smile upon seeing him. "Good morning, Mr. Leo." "Good morning, Miss Saida." The quest for clearing slimes along the trade route remains at 3 copper coins per slime. "Would you like to continue with this quest?" "Yes." "Very well. You are registered. Wishing you a safe return." Saida beamed with genuine well-wishing. "Thank you." Leaving the Adventurers Guild, Leo was now quite familiar with the routine of by day's end. He had successfully dispatched 16 slimes, 2 of which he did not defeat with a single blow. Thus, Shock gained only 2 points. Roland S. Meditation Method, 0 level. LV1, 39100, Shock, 0 level. LV1, 73100. The progress was promising. It was likely the Shock would reach LV2 within another day. That evening, after delivering 16 portions of slime essence to Saida, Leo received 4 silver coins and 8 copper coins in return on the 3rd day. The slimes near the trade route began to dwindle. However, fortune smiled upon him as he dispatched 9 slimes in a row with Shock, successfully elevating it to LV2. Shock, 0 level. LV2, 0100. With this advancement, Leo gained deeper insights into the Shock spell, recognizing certain rough edges in the original spell model. After replenishing his magic power, he eagerly sought a slime for experimentation. Shocked that he continued to silently cast the spell, the output of magical energy remained unchanged. Yet the lines of the spell model shifted slightly, becoming smoother and more refined. Not only that, the speed of constructing the model also accelerated. A bolt of lightning, now more robust, struck the slime at a quicker pace, splattering blue goo everywhere. In simple terms, the upgraded Shock required less casting time while delivering greater power. Leo was currently unable to quantify the exact increase compared to before, but the next 3 slimes also fell in a single blow. Shock, 0 level. LV2, 12100. As the day concluded, Leo had vanquished a total of 13 slimes and earned 4 silver coins and 4 copper coins. Just as he pondered this, he received some unfortunate news. Mr. Leo, the slime clearing quest released by the Weiss Trading Company has been completed. You alone have fulfilled the task of clearing 40 slimes. Thus you will receive an additional 5 copper coins as a reward. However, there are currently no other slime clearing quests available. The Guild's buyback price for slime essence is set at 2 copper coins per portion, which will be adjusted starting tomorrow. Would you like me to introduce you to other monster clearing quests? They might be slightly more challenging than slimes, and no need. 2 copper coins per slime is acceptable. Though it was unfortunate that the trading company's quest had concluded, Leo was quite satisfied, having earned 12 silver coins solely from slaying slimes over the past 3 days, equivalent to 1 gold coin and 2 silver coins, along with an additional 5 copper coins. Even with slimes priced at 2 copper coins each, clearing 10 slimes daily would still yield 2 silver coins. With the savings he had on hand, Leo could comfortably afford good food and drink for the time being. Clearing slimes was both safe and an expedient way to boost proficiency, and he had no immediate inclination to tackle more troublesome monsters. Very well, if any new slime-clearing quests or other suitable tasks arise, I will notify you. Thank you, Miss Saida. You're welcome, Mr. Leo. Additionally, I have another matter to discuss. Your accumulated quest rewards have reached 1 gold coin, enabling you to enjoy a 10% discount on various equipment purchased at the guild. Should you require any gear, you may consider procuring it here. Saida produced a list of equipment, and Leo glanced over it, noting that the most basic cloth armor was priced at 5 silver coins, while leather armor cost 1 gold coin. With only 17 silver coins to his name, these prices exceeded half his savings. Accumulating to 1 gold coin for a 10% discount. What must one accumulate for an 80% discount? Discounts are universally cherished, and you are no exception, Mr. Leo. An 80% discount requires the accumulation of 10 gold coins, while a 70% discount necessitates 100 gold coins and so forth. I believe you can comprehend, Saida chuckled. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. Should I need anything, I will come to procure it. Until tomorrow, Miss Saida. Until tomorrow, Mr. Leo. In the ensuing 2 days, Leo began to seek out slimes on the grasslands. Even though the slimes near the trade route had been largely cleared, many remained scattered across the plains. On the 4th day, he eliminated 10 slimes, and on the 5th day, he dispatched 12, averaging an income of 2 silver coins and 2 copper coins per day, done on the afternoon of the 6th day. After meditating to restore his magic, he found that his meditation method had also leveled up. Roland S. Meditation Method, 0 level. LV2, 0-100. Similarly, Leo gained further insights into the meditation technique. Upon locating a slime and expending magic, he began to meditate, distinctly noticing an increase in the speed at which he absorbed magical energy. However, to ascertain the precise time, he would have to return to the town and rely on the church's clock for verification. As dusk approached, the spell Electric Shock similarly ascended to level 3. Electric Shock, 0 tier. LV3, 2100. Leo's comprehension and insight into Electric Shock had significantly deepened, revealing some discordant elements within the original spell model. After replenishing his magical energy, he wielded his rudimentary staff, essentially the original wooden rod, and unleashed Electric Shock upon an unsuspecting slime. The lines of the spell model became nearly flawless, and the construction speed accelerated. A bolt of lightning, now more robust, struck the slime with remarkable swiftness, causing it to explode, its viscous contents splattering everywhere. With the enhancement of Electric Shock to level 3, it was not only thicker, faster, and stronger, but its penetrating power had also improved, a noticeable enhancement compared to the transition from level 1 to level 2 before nightfall. Leo returned to the city, delivering 11 vials of liquid for the day, earning 2 silver coins and 2 copper coins. After spending 1 silver coin at the Bode restaurant for a lamb and potato dish, he sat on a bench at the shallow water square to assess the specific improvements brought about by his meditation technique. 25 minutes later, his magical energy was fully restored, whereas previously it took 30 minutes to recover the energy for a 0-tier spell. Using basic mathematics learned in the 2nd grade, it was evident that the speed of magical energy absorption through meditation had increased by 20 from level 1 to level 2. Thus, it could be reasonably inferred that the enhancement from level 2 to level 1 for other spells was also 20. With 6 days of continuous meditation, Leo's magical capacity had also broken through, allowing him to cast 2 0-tier spells consecutively. Everything was falling into place on the 7th day of his adventures. Leo lay in bed until 6 o'clock, arriving at the Adventurers Guild by 7. At this hour, the guild was considerably busier than when it opened at 6, with 4 adventurers already gathered at Saida's window on the far right. Despite the shorter queue, Leo chose to wait here. Drawn by Saida's professionalism, friendliness, and beauty, the adventurer at the front was completing a commission, while the man in second place wielding a large sword, was conversing with another man who had two long daggers sheathed at his waist. Standing beside a silent boy with a backpack, their conversation was boisterous, and even from a distance, Leo could clearly hear their dialogue. They appeared to be brothers. The man with the sword was named Mark, while the dagger-wielding one was named Saka, and they were animatedly discussing the vigor of women from the previous night. As their conversation progressed, they abruptly shifted topics to a woman named Roland, who had inexplicably vanished. If only we could present her to Uncle Fox, perhaps we would have the chance to enjoy ourselves, Saka remarked with a lewd grin. Indeed, that woman was truly remarkable. Her bosom, her dairy, her visage. Leo thought to himself. It had been some time since he felt such excitement. Mark gestured with his hands, laughing in a rather unsavory manner. Mark, you're impressive. I only had 2 rounds. Saka praised. Mark laughed heartily, patting Saka on the shoulder. Haha, Saka, you need to exercise more. Being young and unable to handle women is unacceptable. The 2 brothers, sharing such lewd dispositions, appeared as if they were cast from the same mold, and Leo observed them with disdain. The adventurer at the front completed his commission and departed, while the 2 brothers continued to laugh, their cacophony drowning out Sida's greetings. Unexpectedly, the boy in front of Leo turned and addressed Mark. Big brother Mark, it's our turn. The interruption caught Mark off guard. Huh? Brown, what's your hurry? The others can wait a moment longer. The boy named Brown closed his mouth. Mark, not wishing to lash out his own, turned to the counter, with Saka trailing behind. Brown remained stationary, and as the 2 approached the counter, he turned to Leo, bowed slightly, and murmured, apologies. As Leo momentarily pondered this, Brown quietly moved behind Saka. Meanwhile, Mark had lazily slapped a cleaning commission, one he had taken from the task board, onto the table, gruffly stating, "We want to accept this commission." Sida picked up the commission and examined it, her expression troubled. Mr. Mark, this is an E-tier cleaning commission, requiring the clearing of an entire goblin nest, which contains a first-tier goblin chief. You and your companions are all F-tier adventurers, and it may prove rather challenging. The guild does not recommend you take on such a commission. Mark slammed his hand on the counter. What do you mean? Just a bunch of green-skinned monkeys? Yesterday, the 3 of us dispatched over a dozen of them. What is there to fear? 3 brothers. Leo reasonably suspected that the silent boy was not the sibling of these 2 lewd characters. Sida was momentarily startled, but patiently explained, it is still advisable to choose a commission similar to yesterday's, where the scattered goblins in the jungle would be more manageable for your team. Mark appeared impatient. They're all just green-skinned monkeys. This commission offers 2 gold coins, of course. I choose to accept it. However, this commission might be slightly. Sida attempted to persuade him further, but Saka interrupted, grinning ominously. It seems this receptionist thinks we're merely novice adventurers. Mark slammed the counter once more. Yes, that's so. Do you know that Lord Fox is our uncle? How dare you look down on us? Do you disdain Lord Fox? Mark's voice echoed, silencing the surrounding crowd and drawing the attention of numerous adventurers who began to whisper amongst themselves. Fox? Is that the jeweler Fox? Probably. Be cautious. That Fox is no trifling character. Reputed to be quite formidable, it is said his wealth even surpasses that of the Baron IT. That moment, a sudden loud bang erupted from Mark, a sound that pierced the silence like fireworks in the night. The adventurers instinctively took a step back, and Leo retreated 3 paces amidst murmurs of speculation. That was Mark passing gas. That seems likely. Ha! Laughter erupted from the left side of the adventurer crowd. Mark himself was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, awkwardly turning to face the adventurers, attempting to defend himself loudly. Who's laughing? It wasn't me. But just then, 2 more sounds interrupted him. Puff. This time the sound was particularly muffled, resembling heavy drum beats, signaling an impending eruption of sorts. Indeed, an indescribable stench began to emanate from him. The crowd covered their mouths and noses, retreating in haste, leaving a wide berth around the Mark brothers. Leo had already distanced himself and noticed that Sida had taken refuge behind the workshop door. Mark continued to attempt an explanation, but his voice was now faint, filled with timidity and self-dashed out. It really wasn't me. However, he was swiftly betrayed by his own companion. Dude, What did you eat yesterday? That stench is unbearable. Ugh, Sokka, closest to him, had not covered his mouth in time and was overwhelmed by a wave of magical damage, unable to suppress his gagging. Mark instantly flushed crimson, every inch of exposed skin turning beet red, with veins standing out on his neck. This was the first time Leo had seen a human change color so rapidly, and he thought the term red fit Mark perfectly in such a scenario. Mark could no longer stay, snatching the commission and fleeing in disarray. Big brother, wait for me. Ugh, Brown, let us go. Sokka chased after him, followed closely by the silent boy Brown. Leo observed that this boy did not cover his nose, showing little expression, merely furrowing his brow, his gaze devoid of any emotion, resembling more a puppet than a living person. As Mark dashed out, the Adventurers Guild erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha! Mark just ran off after letting out 3 farts. This is hilarious. Ha ha! To fart and flee in public, Mark has truly shamed himself. What did that idiot eat? That fart was something else. It nearly killed me. Today's main attraction was none other than the flatulent Mark. It remains unclear who instigated the commotion, but the crowd began to chant the title of the perfect match. Mark reappeared at the entrance, momentarily silencing the Adventurers Hall. You bunch of novices, just wait for me to complete my level E quest. By then, you shall all kneel and call me Lord Mark. Laughter erupted once more in the hall, punctuated by occasional taunts of Mark the Braggart. Unable to withstand the ridicule, Mark turned and fled, plunging the hall back into a frenzy of laughter and synchronized shouts. After about a minute, the revelry began to subside, as the crowd rearranged itself in line, still animatedly discussing Mark the Braggart. It was likely that this amusing anecdote would find its way into every casual conversation in the days to come. Observing this spectacle, Leo felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his leading cry of Mark the Braggart. Before him, translucent text flickered. Prestidigitation X3. Indeed, the effect was conjured by Leo through the incantation of prestidigitation twice. The first instance of prestidigitation produced a cacophony of intermittent sounds, a loud pop followed by 2 pungent releases. The second instance generated the foulest odor Leo had ever encountered. Although the stench bore no toxic properties, it could inflict a significant blow to one's psyche. Undeniably, the impact was quite explosive. Leo's intentions were not to punish the wicked or to champion Roland and Sita. He simply harbored a disdain for the inept, insecure display of pounding tables, and thus decided to bestow Mark with a small token of his appreciation. Sita had returned to the counter and approached him again. Upon seeing Leo, her previously somber demeanor vanished, replaced by genuine surprise at the sight of an acquaintance. Good morning, Mr. Leo. It is a pleasure to see you. Gazing at the sincere smile adorning Miss Sita's face, Leo replied. Good morning, Miss Sita, he acknowledged, albeit reluctantly, that he had a slight connection to the situation. Merely a slight one. My apologies, Mr. Leo, but there are no slime-clearing quests today. However, there is a request to clear out the withered branch monsters, which would be quite suitable for you. Would you like me to provide some details? Sita earnestly recommended. Although Leo initially sought to safely hone his skills on slimes, he deemed it wise to heed Sita's professional guidance. What manner of creature is the withered branch monster? Sita happily retrieved a tome, flipping to a page and pointing to an illustration of a humanoid figure as she explained. The withered branch monster is a variant of the withered creature. When it moves, it gathers its branches together, transforming into a humanoid form with a head and limbs, though its speed is rather slow. She then gestured toward an image of a shrub, emphasizing it is crucial to note its mimetic state. When stationary, the withered branch monster closely resembles a common dead shrub. It takes root in areas suitable for camping and water collection, lying in wait to ambush anyone seeking to drink or rest. Lowering her voice, she added, however, it harbors a profound fear of fire and is easily ignited. A single fire arrow spell can deal with it. Lightning spells are somewhat less effective than fire, but they still yield satisfactory results against the withered branch monster. I recall that you excel in both fire and lightning magic, Mr. Leo, making this creature quite manageable for you. Sita's encyclopedic knowledge was commendable. Leo wished for such diligence to be universal. Surely no adventurer could find fault with such a considerate attendant. Mark, what does Mark the Braggart even amount to as an adventurer? Leo mused internally, his curiosity piqued. What is the nature of the quest? Exiting through the southern city gate and traveling south along the trade route for about half an hour. You will find a sizable lake on the right side of the road, known as Starmoon Lake. It is a common water source for merchants and travelers. Recently, a significant number of withered branch monsters have taken up residence there. They have not only attacked individuals fetching water, but have also begun to repel, poison, and even assimilate other normal plants. Consequently, a bounty of 4 copper coins has been placed on each withered branch monster. How can one discern ordinary dead shrubs from withered branch monsters? This is vital for ensuring the efficiency of my skill honing. If the monsters are too elusive, it could prove troublesome. In truth, dead shrubs are not particularly abundant, so generally speaking, about half of the dead shrubs are disguises for withered branch monsters. The simplest way to distinguish them is by examining the condition of the soil in which the dead shrubs are rooted. If the soil appears fresh and shows signs of disturbance, it indicates a withered branch monster. However, since Starmoon Lake previously lacked shrubbery, the withered branch monsters are quite conspicuous. Any shrub present will undoubtedly be a withered branch monster. After dispatching a withered branch monster, one can exchange its dark red core branches at the guild for 4 copper coins. What do you think, Mr. Leo? Sita provided a thorough introduction that I shall accept this quest. But should it prove challenging, I may revert to clearing slimes. Presently, Leo had no concerns regarding sustenance. His priority lay in honing his skills. Of course, your safety is paramount. The Starmoon Lake is not far from the outskirts of the Lost Forest, so it would be wise to return before sunset, Sita advised. Thank you for the reminder. Having concluded their discussion, Leo could not suppress his curiosity regarding Mark's behavior. Is it common to encounter such incidents today? Sita immediately understood his reference and explained with a wry smile, there are indeed quite a few hot-headed adventurers, but I have never encountered anyone like Mark and his brothers before. In fact, the 3 of them just registered as adventurers yesterday. With no experience and lacking even level 1 abilities, completing that quest would be quite a challenge for them. Level 1 goblin leaders can already organize ambushes and surprise attacks, especially in caves. It seemed that Mark and his brothers were truly unique, and Leo felt a pang of sympathy for Sita's unfortunate encounter. He then bid her farewell, wishing you a pleasant remainder of the day. I am off now. Goodbye, Miss Sita. Safe travels, Mr. Leo. Once outside the city, Leo settled on a patch of grass not far from the trade route to replenish his magical energy with a 0-level spell. The earlier 2 instances of prestidigitation had completely drained his mana, leaving him vulnerable in case of unforeseen circumstances. After half an hour of progressing along the trade route, Leo indeed spotted a sizable lake on the right, glistening under the sunlight, a sight he recognized as Starmoon Lake. That he did not rush, but instead sat cross-legged, spending an additional 20 minutes fully replenishing his mana to restore himself to peak condition. At that moment, a commotion caught his attention. Leo turned to see a trio, a tall warrior, a swordsman, and a female archer, engaged in combat with a humanoid withered branch monster. The towering warrior, shield in one hand and torch in the other, stood at the forefront, blocking the monster's piercing attacks while igniting the creature. The swordsman, wielding his sword with both hands, struck fiercely, severing several branches. Meanwhile, the female archer readied her bow from a distance, releasing an arrow during the brief intervals when the 2 were separated from the withered branch monster. Before long, the withered branch monster collapsed, its form scattering into branches, prompting cheers from the trio. Impressed by their coordination, Leo silently applauded while stealthily making his way toward the opposite side of the lake. This area, being closest to the trade route, was likely frequented by merchants and newly arrived adventurers seeking to clear out withered branch monsters. Much like this trio to avoid drawing attention, Leo opted to head toward the far side of Starmoon Lake, where he anticipated fewer passers-by. The tall warrior glanced up at Leo's retreating figure. "What's the matter, Henry?" the swordsman playfully inquired, twirling his sword. Henry averted his gaze and addressed his companions. "Nothing, Belle, Nina. Let us continue our search for the next withered branch monster. We shall rest once this torch is burned out." With that, he began to lead the way. The swordsman, Belle, excitedly followed, exclaiming, "Onward! Let's keep going!" Curious, the female archer, Nina, asked, "Why aren't we heading back in that direction, Henry?" Henry replied with a grin. There are other adventurers clearing out the withered branch monsters over there that we shan't compete. Instead, we shall focus on clearing this side. Leo circled around to the northern side of Starmoon Lake, feeling it was time to approach the shore in search for withered branch monsters. He soon stumbled upon a small patch of dead shrubs. Amidst the lush greenery surrounding Starmoon Lake, the withered branch monsters appeared as ink splotches on white paper, though it appeared to be an ordinary plant. It was strikingly incongruous and discordant. Leo cautiously approached, halting his steps at a suitable distance, silently reciting an incantation while brandishing his staff, instead of utilizing the more effective fire arrow against the withered twig monster. He opted to continue with Lightning Strike, that if Lightning Strike failed to deliver a swift kill, he would rather engage in slaying slimes. However, the level 3 Lightning Strike should suffice. Indeed, a bolt of lightning struck the desiccated shrub. The affected area visibly charred, causing the bush to disintegrate into countless twigs scattered upon the ground. As a single lightning strike proved effortlessly decisive, completing the quest against the twig monster seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Leo stepped forward to collect the dark red branches dropped by the creature, contemplating his next move. The twig monsters by the lake were not as dispersed as the slimes in the prairie. One could discover a twig monster within a couple of minutes, making this endeavor far more efficient than clearing slimes and potentially yielding a greater profit. Estimating around 16 twig monsters could be dealt with in a day. Netting an additional 4 silver coins, he settled cross-legged, regaining his magical energy. After 25 minutes, he began his search for the next twig monster. Suddenly, a muffled shout reached his ears. "Boss Mark, there's someone over there. Charge! Run towards him." The voice sounded familiar. That pest, Mark? Half an hour earlier at the outskirts of the Lost Forest, Sokka gazed apprehensively at the darkened cave before him. "Boss, isn't this cave a bit too low? Can you even maneuver in there?" Mark disdainfully spat, unsheathing his great sword. "Just a bunch of green-skinned monkeys. I could take them down with my bare hands. What is there to fear? Keep up. Let us make quick work of this in return for drinks and meat." With that, he boldly strode into the cave. "Wait for me, boss." Sokka, no longer hesitating, ignited the torch handed to him by Braun and hurried to catch up, while Braun silently trailed behind. Mark barreled through, knocking over numerous bottles and jars, the cave echoing with the clattering sounds. Soon, the trio arrived at a fork in the path, with 2 routes branching left and right. The left was narrow, while the right was considerably more spacious. Without pausing for a moment, Mark chose the more appealing right path without a second thought. "Boss," Sokka attempted to restrain him, but upon reflection, they deemed their strength sufficient against the small goblins, and he ultimately abandoned the idea. Following after him, merely 3 minutes into the right passage, a spear suddenly shot from behind, striking Sokka squarely in the right shoulder. "Boss, it's an ambush!" Sokka cried out in pain. Goblin war cries echoed around them, as a dozen or so diminutive green-skinned creatures surged forth from the shadows, their grotesque, green faces gleaming with excitement. Mark instinctively turned to look at Sokka, but a goblin concealed in the shadows lunged forward, prompting him to swiftly pivot back, swinging his great sword and cleaving one goblin in two. However, in his panic, he wielded the sword with excessive force, causing it to slam against the cave wall, sending a jolt through his hand and momentarily rendering him weak. In the next instant, 2 curved daggers struck his hands and legs, eliciting a pained grunt from Mark as his sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Just as he intended to retrieve it, a nimble goblin snatched the great sword and fled. "Hey, give that back! You beast! Return it!" Anger and desperation surged within Mark as he gave chase, only to find nearly 10 goblins brandishing knives, daggers, and clubs, glaring menacingly at him. Unarmed, he took a step forward, only to be met with 3 swift blows, forcing him to halt, uncertain of how to proceed. Watching the goblin with his beloved great sword bounce away, reveling in its prize while singing in the common tongue, "Your sword ours low, your sword belongs to us low," Mark felt a surge of adrenaline, instinctively charging at a goblin ahead, but the creature nimbly dodged, leaving Mark to absorb 6 or 7 strikes in return. His leather armor slashed open, blood seeping through the torn seams. The excruciating pain jolted him back to reality, and he turned to flee. The situation behind him was no better. Saka, with a spear lodged in his right shoulder, could not lift his arm, fighting with a dagger in his left hand. Braun held another dagger in the torch, but he too had been struck by 2 arrows from the goblins, blood flowing from his wounds. The two were struggling to cope while the goblin leader, spear in hand, awaited the next opportunity to strike. "Boss, what do we do?" Saka shouted anxiously. Mark realized that if he did not act decisively, he would be doomed to die here. With renewed determination, he seized a fallen wooden stick, swinging it vigorously while gritting his teeth and charging back the way they came. "Follow me." The goblins were intimidated by the fierce aura Mark displayed. No goblin dared confront the speeding juggernaut, scattering to the sides and creating an opening, though they did not cease their assault, leaving numerous wounds as the trio passed. Notably, the goblin leader hurled his spear, which struck Mark in the leg. Nevertheless, they had managed to break through the encirclement, allowing them to run forward. The goblin leader bellowed commands for his minions to pursue, after a grueling escape from the cave. The leader refused to relinquish his quarry and continued the relentless chase. The 3 bore more than 10 wounds each, blood pouring from their injuries as their stamina rapidly dwindled. Just as they exited the Lost Forest, Saka glanced back, spotting the goblin leader and his minions closing in ominously. "Boss, we can't keep this up. They're still on our tails. What can we do?" Mark replied, not daring to look back as he pressed on. "I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it." Saka hesitated. "Quit the chatter and speak up." Mark thought about punching him for wasting time if they weren't in such dire straits. "How about I give my dagger to Braun? He can use both hands now, just right for wielding my 2 daggers, buying us some time." Mark turned to Saka, then back to the pursuing goblins. Making a firm decision, "Saka, give the dagger to Braun." Braun silently accepted the dagger from Saka. "Braun, hold them off for 5 minutes, and I'll treat you to meat when we get back." Mark deliberately ignored the 20-plus goblins armed with knives, swords, bows, and spears trailing behind them, making a deceitful promise. Asking the boy to stall for 5 minutes was tantamount to sentencing him to death. Braun said nothing, merely stopping in his tracks, turning to ready the 2 daggers, expressionless as he faced the advancing goblin horde. Meanwhile, Mark and Saka continued their flight without a backward glance. The goblin leader, seeing one person stop with 2 daggers drawn, hesitated momentarily, bellowing in goblin tongue, causing the goblins to halt. However, in just 2 or 3 seconds, he orchestrated a plan, dispatching 10 goblins to surround the dagger-wielding warrior while he led the remaining forces to chase after the 2 unarmed fugitives. Surrounded by a full 10 goblins, Braun found himself powerless against the goblin leader's command. Any it though that may be the case, Saka remained a step behind Mark, never daring to run alongside him again. Soon, with keen eyes, Saka spotted an individual ahead and shouted, "Boss Mark, there's someone over there. Charge. Let us run towards him." Without a moment's hesitation, Mark changed his direction, with Saka closely trailing him. The 2, accompanied by the goblin brigade, stumbled and dashed towards Leo. When Leo saw Mark and Saka suddenly shouting and changing their course towards him, he was initially puzzled, but his face turned pale upon noticing the dozen goblins trailing behind them. He quickly ran perpendicularly to the direction from which Mark and Saka were approaching, attempting to evade their and the goblins' advancing path. Oh, his dismay. Mark and Saka simultaneously veered in the same direction. "This is bad. They're charging right at me." Leo attempted to outpace them, running in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, his untrained body, with underdeveloped thigh muscles, fell short. Even among commoners, he could barely keep up with the injured Mark and Saka. Panting heavily after just a short distance, realizing that the gap was rapidly closing, Leo halted by the lakeside to catch his breath and steady his racing heart. Given the circumstances, there was little else he could do. His stillness ignited joy in Mark and Saka. "Boss, that foolish boy has stopped. This weakling probably cannot run any longer. Let's overtake him in one breath. Hopefully, he can hold them off for a bit. And once we reach the trade route, we should be safe." The 2 surged forward at full speed, closing in on Leo. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, at a triumphant smile of success appeared on their faces. Just then, a thick bolt of lightning shot forth from the tip of Leo's raised staff, hurtling towards the 2 runners. AS is well known. Inertia is difficult to overcome, especially for Mark and Saka. who were severely injured and sprinting for their lives, believing salvation was within reach. Inertia is an ironclad law. Mark's wide eyes reflected the blinding flash of lightning, and instinctively, he attempted to move his body. But in the next instant, he lost consciousness. Sokka, shielded by Mark, was unaware of the impending danger and met his demise. Even the goblin leader, who was closest to them, was struck by the tail end of the lightning, yelping in pain. The shock, amplified by the laws of inertia, sent their charred bodies tumbling to the ground before Leo, lying prostrate as if in reverent submission. Sokka's head had inadvertently lodged in Mark's groin, aligning them in a straight line. The goblin leader, meanwhile, lost his balance and skidded to a halt at a distance. I see you are respectful. I did not expect such deference to the extent of this grand display, particularly with Sokka, who, even in death, seemed to bow in homage, surely indicating utmost reverence towards him. Leo, feeling quite gratified, gazed at the slightly stiff goblin leader, gently swaying his staff as if in a relaxed manner. The goblin leader, still dazed from the shock, quickly regained his senses and began shouting in a tongue Leo could not comprehend, attempting to flee, prompting the surrounding goblins to retreat as well. Stop. Otherwise, you will be the next to die. Leo bellowed, uncertain whether the goblins understood his words, but attempting to test the waters nonetheless. The goblin leader hesitated, glancing at the mysterious magician's wand, seemingly envisioning another bolt of lightning. Involuntarily trembling, he ultimately halted, raising his hands and shouting, "Bulia! No, we mean to surrender." He cast a sycophantic smile towards Leo. As Leo rummaged through Mark and Sokka's pockets, he inquired, "Do you want the equipment on their bodies?" We want it. The goblin leader's selfish greed prompted an immediate response, devoid of contemplation. "What is your name?" Leo asked the leader. "Great magician, we are called Glong," the goblin leader replied without blinking. Fixated on the two corpses, Glong, you were never meant to receive their equipment. However, I admire your spirit and have decided to reward you with my spoils. What do you think? We are overjoyed, extremely delighted. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed magician. Glong nodded vigorously. Leo retrieved a total of 9 silver coins and 15 copper coins from Mark and Sokka, internally scoffing at these two paupers, and pocketed the coins. I'll give you their equipment, and just the leather armor alone is worth 2 gold coins. Glong, you can trade your cloth armor for it. Thank you so much, great magician. Do you require anything from us? Glong felt elated, believing he was on the verge of fainting from happiness, eager to repay the favor for being spared and gifted spoils. If I need something, I will let you know, Glong. I know how to find you. Leo replied with a mysterious smile. Of course, the great magician knows everything. Glong nodded repeatedly. All right, Glong, instruct your subordinates to collect your reward. Leo stepped back a few paces and commanded. Yes, my lord, Glong exclaimed, visibly excited as he hurriedly directed his minions to carry away the bodies. Leo then engaged Glong in casual conversation. Glong, how is your usual fare? Glong cracked a wide grin, his long tongue licking around his menacing teeth. Great magician, we eat quite well, enjoying meat daily. Thanks to you. We shall feast today. Oh, is 2 humans considered a feast? Leo asked casually. Glong displayed a wicked smile. Indeed, this is enough to feed all my brothers. That's reassuring. Your subordinates have been running and fighting all day. They must be famished and deserve a hearty meal that if the opportunity arises, in a while, I, Hani, will treat you all to a real feast. Glong's mouth watered at the thought, wondering what Hani would prepare. Surely it must be elves. Elves are indeed a grand feast. The goblins erupted in cheers, chanting Hani's name in jubilant unison. Leo felt quite satisfied. 1 day's worth of food would suffice, and after that, there would be nothing left but bones, thereby absolving him of any responsibility. He had no desire to become entangled with such troublesome individuals as Mark and Sokka. On one hand, Mark was the most talked-about newcomer in all of Chanshui Town. Anything associated with him would undoubtedly attract attention. But on the other hand, if that rumored wealthy baron, Fox, had any connection to Mark and Sokka, discovering his actions would likely result in dire consequences. His current magical abilities were insufficient to withstand such repercussions. Thus, Leo harbored no thoughts about their equipment, and opted to instruct the goblins to dispose of the bodies. It would be best if all blame fell upon the goblins. Moreover, extending a favor to Glong might prove advantageous. Once he had nearly cleared the slimes, the goblins could bolster their skills. Deceiving the goblins would forever be devoid of consequence. Leo watched with satisfaction as the goblins lifted Mark and Sokka. Wait a moment. The numbers don't add up. That aren't Mark and Sokka brothers. Where's Brown? Leo, having committed his first act of magical homicide, though devoid of bloodshed and against those who sought to harm him, felt a twinge of nervousness, not to mention the presence of over a dozen goblins nearby. Should they lose their wits and charge at him, a single electric shock would leave him powerless, forcing him to leap into the lake to escape. Thus, he had not considered Brown. Now that he had intimidated the goblin leader and stabilized the situation, he recalled the peculiar young boy among the trio of brothers. What had become of that boy who had been carrying a bag? Had he already perished? It is likely that the situation has turned dire. Leo harbored little hope. The youth, though peculiar, appeared to be unarmed. Glan had previously been immersed in the joy of a bountiful harvest, completely forgetting the figure who had intercepted them wielding twin daggers, along with his remaining 10 subordinates. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Glan finally realized whom the esteemed wizard was referring to. Lord Hani, are you speaking of the warrior with the 2 daggers? He has been surrounded by my subordinates. He is probably already subdued. Contemplating the man's terrifying aura, Glan felt uncertain. Where was he surrounded? At the edge of the Lost Forest. Lord Hani, I am somewhat concerned and wish to take a look, Glan replied, his tone tinged with urgency. Let us go. You shall lead the way, and we shall investigate together. Now that the formidable image of a powerful wizard had been established, there could be no display of fear. One must exude unwavering confidence. Besides, he still had a shock spell at his disposal, and as long as he kept a watchful eye on Glan, he would be safe. Additionally, Leo found himself quite curious about the warrior wielding the twin daggers. Casting a glance at Sokka's empty dagger sheath, he recalled Brown's unusual behavior, and some conjectures began to form in his mind. He was eager to ascertain whether Brown could survive. If he did, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. After all, Brown, who seemed less than human, was the most normal among the 3 brothers, fundamentally distinct from his siblings, as Leo passed by the very withered branch monster he had slain initially. He tossed the remnants into the river and followed the goblin troop. That in just 5 minutes, Leo and the goblins arrived at the outskirts of the Lost Forest, where they beheld the gruesome battlefield between Brown and the goblins. Brown lay motionless on the grass, yet his 2 daggers. A week has elapsed since Roland's departure, and having executed a double kill with a single thunderbolt, he no longer fears revealing a fraction of his prowess in front of a select few. The young man, drenched in sweat, turned to the source of the voice and encountered a handsome stranger who appeared quite amiable. Thus he confidently inquired, Are you an adventurer? If possible, could you assist me in dealing with this slime? It has latched onto the wheels of my cart, rendering it immobile. That I am willing to offer 3 copper coins as compensation. For the first time, Leo produced his adventurer's emblem and displayed it. I am indeed an adventurer. Kindly step aside. The young man complied, retreating obediently. Leo muttered an incantation, and with a single thunderbolt, the slime burst apart, leaving a charred ring upon the brown dirt road. Startled by the immense power, the young man reacted only after the dust settled. You are a magician. On the same day, he had been regarded as a magician by both a solitary individual and a goblin, despite the fact that his magical capacity was only sufficient to cast 2 novice spells, hardly qualifying him as a magic apprentice, let alone a magician. The only commendable aspect was the considerable power of Thunderbolt. With a wry smile, Leo advanced to collect the slime residue. I cannot claim the title of magician. I merely possess some magical abilities that my name is Leo. May I inquire as to your name? Brother Leo, I am Tors. Here are the 3 copper coins as promised. Are you heading back to Shallow Water Town? I would be glad to offer you a ride. The young man, Tors, extended his invitation with enthusiasm. Very well. Leo did not hesitate to accept, feeling rather fatigued today. A lift would be quite agreeable. The 2 boarded the cart and set off towards Shallow Water Town. As they traveled, Tors eagerly initiated conversation. Brother Leo, I am with the Vis Merchant Guild. Are you familiar with it? If you require any equipment, you may seek me out, although I do not sell equipment myself. I can procure significant discounts for you. The Vis Merchant Guild? Leo pondered, recalling the commission for slaying a slime for 3 copper coins, along with an additional 5 copper coins that I have a vague recollection of your guild's request for the extermination of slimes along the trade routes from a week ago. Indeed, encountering slimes on the road can be quite troublesome, as they constantly disrupt passage and waste time. Fortunately, an adventurer managed to eliminate 40 slimes in 3 days last week, so the trade routes near Shallow Water Town have seen a marked decrease in their numbers. Only 1 or 2 may be encountered occasionally, significantly improving the road conditions. Tor spoke with the rapid-fire enthusiasm of a machine gun, hardly pausing for breath. Curiously, Leo inquired, "You venture forth armed only with a dagger. Without hiring anyone, are you not concerned about bandits or slime attacks?" Tor shrugged and explained, "I merely travel to nearby villages around Shallow Water Town to sell essential goods. They are not worth much, and the distance is short, so I seldom encounter bandits. When I do meet slimes, they typically delay me for no more than an hour, posing little threat that a dagger for self-defense suffices, and if I find myself in a bind, I can always call upon passing adventurers for assistance. That I see that on which stretches of road do you encounter the most slimes?" Leo had only cleared about 2 kilometers north and south of the trade route. He had yet to venture further since the Vis Merchant Guild concluded their commission, likely believing the slime problem to be sufficiently addressed. Without adequate self-defense capabilities, he preferred not to stray too far from Shallow Water Town, choosing instead to eliminate slimes across the grasslands. That if he could ascertain the locations where slimes congregated, he might avoid the uncertainty of chance encounters in the grasslands. That Tor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Leo, are you interested in exterminating slimes? You, a magician of such remarkable skill, you are truly kind. Although the guild has not issued any commissions, I will find a way to compensate you. Your guild has indeed rewarded me previously." "Ah, could it be that Brother Leo is the adventurer who eradicated 40 slimes in 3 days? Oh, so it is you, Brother Leo. That explains everything. The townsfolk are all immensely grateful to you." Witnessing the array of emotions flit across Tor's face, from confusion to realization, culminating in boundless excitement, lightened Leo's mood considerably. Tor's retrieved a simple map, indicating 7 locations. "Brother Leo, I frequently encounter slimes in these 7 areas. There may be a slime gathering point nearby." Leo silently noted the locations. 3 to the north. 4 to the south. As he lacked a map on hand, he inquired, "Would you be willing to sell me this map?" "How much do you ask?" Tor's promptly handed over the map. "No need for payment. Brother Leo, this rudimentary map holds little value. It is yours to keep. Consider it part of your reward for the commission. Eliminating a few more slimes would be a tremendous help to me." Little did Tor's know that Leo had already dispatched 73 slimes within a mere 6 days. Seeing the sincerity in Tor's demeanor, Leo accepted without demur. "I shall gladly accept in a couple of days. I will explore these locations." Unbeknownst to them, Shallow Water Town was now drawing near. The 2 parted ways at the city gate. Tor's returned to the Vis Merchant Guild's outpost, while Leo proceeded to the Adventurers Guild to submit his commission. "Brother Leo, should you require any equipment, feel free to visit me at the Vis Merchant Guild's outpost. We would be more than happy to welcome you." Tor's enthusiasm was palpable. "Very well. Goodbye, Brother Leo." Tors waved energetically in farewell. "Farewell, Tors." Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Leo was greeted by Saida, who beamed upon seeing him. "Mr. Leo, you have returned quite early today. How was your haul?" "Not too shabby. Thank you for your recommendation. Please continue to refer me for similar commissions in the future." Leo presented the core branch of the withered twig monster to Saida. Saida beamed with a sense of accomplishment as she took the branch into the workshop, returning shortly with a pouch of coins. "Here is your reward, 5 silver coins and 6 copper coins. Please accept it." "Thank you." Leo accepted the pouch and casually inquired, "By the way, how was your day?" "Thanks to you, I had a splendid day," Saida replied, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, that's so. I am glad to hear it. Until tomorrow, Miss Saida." "Until tomorrow, Mr. Leo." Saida watched Leo's retreating figure with a smile, lingering until he vanished at the guild's entrance, her smile unwavering. After departing the Adventurers Guild, Leo made his customary visit to the Bode restaurant, where he indulged in a black pepper steak seasoned with magic trick, costing him 1 silver coin and 2 copper coins. With his earnings from the withered twig monster totaling 5 silver coins and 6 copper coins, alongside 9 silver coins and 15 copper coins sponsored by Mark and Saka, his daily income reached a remarkable 16 silver coins. His assets had doubled once more, now amounting to a commendable 33 silver coins, allowing him to dine at the Bode restaurant without a hint of financial strain. One could say that ancient wisdom had not deceived him. The riches gained through nefarious means. Having finished his meal, Leo stepped outside, reflecting on his fortune, when he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, the very head that resided across from his own. Eldon seemed to have just concluded a meal with colleagues. Upon dispersing, he spotted Leo alone and hurried over, greeting him warmly. "Hey, is that not Leo? What a coincidence. You are here too. We should head back together." Leo saw no reason to decline, recognizing the benefits of fostering good relations with the town guards. "Let us go." "Oh, I am utterly exhausted from a long day's work." Eldon stretched his limbs dramatically and casually remarked, "Leo, do you still recall that thief? The one we witnessed being burned?" "I do remember. Did he perish?" Leo was genuinely curious about the fate of that thief, who had collapsed motionless on the ground. A single fire arrow should not have been fatal, yet there had been no further news beyond a wanted poster. However, this lack of information was also due to his infrequent visits to taverns. Following his dismissal, he had not returned to the Flying Bird Tavern, the largest information hub in Shallow Water Town. Of course, it was also the place where the most boastful tales were spun. He simply found it difficult to confront Martin's insufferable face, especially in front of his former employer, Paul, which left Leo feeling somewhat disheartened. He did not die, but he is nearly there. You must recall my mentioning the Raindrop family? He was an outer member of that family. After enduring severe interrogation, he even divulged the identity of his superior. A first-tier thief that IT took us an entire week to apprehend that first-tier thief, Eldon recounted, his excitement tinged with fatigue. Being a guard is no easy task, Leo remarked. Indeed, had I known, I would have become an adventurer instead. Being a guard comes with low pay, strict regulations, and superiors who treat you as less than human, merely using you as a beast of burden. Aiden seethed with indignation. However, Leo was perplexed. Shouldn't such information be kept strictly confidential? Does it really concern me that this commoner is involved? Not at all, for this piece of news was relayed to me by someone else. Aiden displayed a nonchalant demeanor. "Ah?" Leo exclaimed in astonishment. "Didn't you spend an entire week apprehending a first-tier thief? The guards captured him. Since I'm also a guard, it is indeed our accomplishment, no doubt about it." Leo was momentarily speechless, yet still confused. As a fellow guard, shouldn't you maintain confidentiality regarding such news? Aiden remained indifferent. "Any information that reaches me has likely already spread like wildfire in Shallow Water Town. Just a while ago at the tavern, I overheard 3 tables discussing IT. In my view, it's a deliberate tactic by those guards to intimidate the Water Drop family, simultaneously rallying public morale while exposing their vulnerabilities and warning them to refrain from any underhanded actions." "Oh, if that's the case, then the first-tier thief was probably captured a few days ago. They must have conducted most of the necessary interrogations, which explains why the news was released today." Leo pondered thoughtfully that it's likely that the first-tier thief is already a key member of the Water Drop family. Such news cannot be concealed for long. "Leo, you indeed pique my interest. I recall you worked at the Flying Bird Tavern. But it's been quite some time since I last saw you. Where are you employed now?" Aiden inquired curiously that I was dismissed by my employer and am currently working as an adventurer, taking on small commissions to make ends meet. Leo replied somewhat helplessly, "An adventurer. Huh. I never expected you would become one. But you're still young, so it's not a bad choice," Aiden remarked with mild surprise. Noticing the odd tone in Aiden's voice, Leo asked, "Is there something wrong with being an adventurer?" "Leo, do you know the greatest difference between being a guard and an adventurer?" "What is it?" "Freedom. Adventurers enjoy an abundance of freedom." Aiden smiled but quickly shifted his tone to a serious one. However, Leo, as you know, everything comes at a price. The cost of an adventurer's freedom is the absence of a guaranteed income. You must rely on completing commissions to earn a living. Most commissions issued by the Adventurers Guild require venturing outside the city to battle monsters, where one could easily meet their demise with a death rate significantly higher than that of guards. Guards, on the other hand, merely need to train and patrol, maintaining order within the city, and when monsters approach, they can defend themselves using the city walls. They are spared from daily battles with monsters and the uncertainty of whether tomorrow will bring misfortune, allowing them to earn a livable income. This is why I chose to become a guard. Leo rolled his eyes. Didn't you just say if I had known, I would have become an adventurer? Oh, that was just idle boasting, a mere way to pass the time with you. The two halted at their respective doorsteps, and Aiden earnestly patted Leo on the shoulder, saying, I hope there will never come a day when I see your name on the list of the deceased. Take care, Leo. With that, he turned and entered his home. Leo returned to his own abode, utilizing a magical trick to cleanse himself before lying down. Remembering the tragic fate of the Mark brothers, he realized that adventuring indeed carried its risks. However, a significant part of their misfortune stemmed from their own arrogance and folly. Following Sita's advice, and starting with slimes, he had encountered little danger since then. The greatest peril had come from those two rascals. He was different from Aiden and the others. Not only had he mastered meditation and 4 types of magic, but he also possessed a proficiency panel, allowing him to reap triple rewards for defeating monsters. While Capital was willing to risk execution for a profit of 300, Leo was naturally willing to take a slight risk for thrice the proficiency. Moreover, what is the pinnacle of magic? Burning mountains and boiling seas. Stopping time, granting wishes? With a proficiency panel, he might just have the chance to experience the wonders of the highest realm of magic. He couldn't help but wonder where Roland, the kind soul who gifted him the magic manuscript, had teleported to. He truly wished to thank her in person if the opportunity arose. The next morning, at 6:03, Leo arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Good morning, Mr. Leo. Sita's warm greeting and sweet smile felt familiar to him. Good morning, Miss Sita. The commission for clearing the withered branch monsters has not yet concluded. Would you like to continue with it? Yes. Yesterday, Leo had only cleared about 1/8 of Star Moon Lake's shoreline. And today he hoped to eliminate quite a few more withered branch monsters. Have you seen Mark and his companions yesterday? No, what happened to them? Leo feigned surprise. He had been attentively observing his surroundings at the time and hadn't seen anyone pass by. Clearly, no one had witnessed his actions. Mark and his companions did not return yesterday. An adventurer discovered numerous bloodstains near the edge of the Lost Forest by Star Moon Lake, alarmingly close to their commission site. I suspect Mark and his companions have been defeated by goblins. It would be wise for you to clear the withered branch monsters on the side closer to the trade route. Avoiding the lake on the Lost Forest side for safety, Sita reasoned logically and professionally. Unfortunately, she could not fathom that it was Leo who had dealt with Mark and that he had intimidated the goblins. It was he who had spent the entire day on the opposite side of the lake, clearing withered branch monsters without any disturbances. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Miss Sita, I will take care. Mr. Leo, I wish you a safe return. Returning to Star Moon Lake, Leo had deliberately chosen a new location, steering clear of the northern side of the lake where Mark and Sokka had perished, and moved to the western side to clear the withered branch monsters, directly across from the trade route. Arriving at the point where he had left off yesterday, approximately the southwestern corner of Star Moon Lake, he commenced today's clearing. Electrocute was just 41 proficiency points shy of leveling up to LV4. Clearing 14 withered branch monsters would suffice for the upgrade. If all went well, he could achieve this today, and he was curious to see how much more powerful it would become in the afternoon. After one withered branch monster was reduced to splinters by Electrocute, the spell leveled up to 4. Electrocute, 0 tier. LV4, 1100. Monster, quite peculiar. Leo thought the spell model of Electrocute appeared rather strange. There shouldn't be a triangle here, and a circle should be added there. Once he replenished his magic, he eagerly sought out a withered branch monster to test his newly upgraded Electrocute. He subtly altered some of the shapes, making the spell model more aesthetically pleasing and harmonious, while still retaining its simplicity. However, it was noticeably different from before. The output of magic remained unchanged, but the casting time had slightly decreased. As he infused his magic, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the staff in Leo's hand. striking the withered branch monster with tremendous force, causing it to disintegrate, charred remnants spreading across the ground. Electrocute 3, the increase in power, was far more substantial than the transition from LV2 to LV3. It felt as though the power of Electrocute LV4 had completely doubled compared to its initial LV1 form. Leo was thoroughly satisfied with this overwhelming power, but even more thrilling was the realization that LV4 was not the limit. Electrocute could continue to upgrade. With LV4 being this formidable, he could only imagine how much more powerful it could become with another level. After clearing 2 more withered branch monsters and glancing at the fiery clouds on the horizon, Leo cheerfully made his way home. To his surprise, within just a few minutes, he encountered the trio he had seen upon arriving at Star Moon Lake, engaged in battle with a withered branch monster. Their coordination remained impeccable, and soon the withered branch monster was vanquished. Henry, wielding a shield, turned to look at Leo in high spirits. Leo waved at him and continued on his way, to which Henry responded with a nod. Though a slight furrow of concern crossed his brow. Observing Henry's serious expression, the archer Nina inserted her recovered arrows into her quiver and inquired, "Is something wrong with that person, Brother Henry? Do you remember how we changed directions yesterday morning? At that time, I saw him heading back toward our original route. I didn't expect to encounter him here today. Could it be that he isn't here to clear the withered branch monsters?" Henry mused with suspicion that is it possible he has cleared the withered branch monsters all the way to this point? Nina speculated. Nonchalantly, Belle remarked, "Nina, what are you joking about? He would have had to clear more than half of Star Moon Lake to get here. The 3 of us have barely cleared a quarter. How could he possibly have accomplished so much on his own?" Henry made a decisive resolution. There is no benefit in further discussion. We shall proceed in the direction from whence he came, and the setting sun reminds us that it is time to return to Shallow Water Town once we have confirmed our findings. Henry led the way, with the 2 companions following closely behind. Before long, they stumbled upon shattered branches and a scorched patch of earth. How could this be? Such devastation! Belle exclaimed in astonishment that Henry's brow relaxed, and upon seeing the charred ground, a reassuring smile graced his lips. "Let us return to Shallow Water Town." Nina, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Shall we not investigate whether he has cleared a significant portion of Star Moon Lake?" With an amused smile, Henry replied, "That is unnecessary. He is quite the formidable adventurer, and it is evident that he has dealt with the withered branch monster, which is sufficient." Nina pressed further, "Is he stronger than you, Brother Henry?" After a moment's contemplation, Henry confidently affirmed, "Indeed, he is stronger than I." Observing Nina deep in thought, Belle jested, "Nina, surely Henry is being modest. After all, he is trained earnestly under the paladin and is likely superior to this adventurer." "No, I speak sincerely. He is indeed stronger than me." "What? Henry, are you serious? This individual is that impressive. We must find a way to recruit him into our team." Meanwhile, the distant figure of Leo did not encounter a carriage and snare by slimes today. Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased, and as he gazed at the evening glow, he scarcely noticed the passage of time until he arrived at Shallow Water Town, the Adventurers Guild. Saida smiled warmly at Leo from behind the counter. "Mr. Leo, it appears you have had a fruitful day." Leo rubbed his face sheepishly. "Is it that obvious?" Saida chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is quite apparent." Leo presented 17 core branches to Saida and received 6 silver coins and 8 copper coins in return. A considerable sum that brought his total assets to nearly 4 gold coins, more than 5 times his initial amount. After settling the payment, Saida brought up the matter of the Mark brothers. "Mr. Leo, today adventurers returned with news that Mark and Saka have been slain by goblins, while Brown is currently missing. Their uncle, Fox, has placed a bounty of 3 gold coins for the extermination of the goblin nest, in addition to the original bounty of 2 gold coins, totaling 5 gold coins. Would you be interested? I can assist you in finding reliable companions." The reward for the commission was indeed substantial. Yet who was Fox? The legendary jeweler famed for his wealth surpassing that of a baron. It seemed peculiar that Fox, having lost 2 nephews, would not seek vengeance personally, opting instead to offer a mere 3 gold coins as a bounty, an amount that barely covered Leo's food expenses for half a month. Likely enough for the jeweler to sustain himself for merely 3 days. Such a wealthy merchant would undoubtedly surround himself with skilled individuals. Sending just a couple of experts would likely obliterate the goblin nest in mere moments. It appeared that Fox and the Mark brothers were not particularly close, which put Leo's mind at ease. Thus, the likelihood of his own reckoning seemed rather low. Is it not possible to clear a goblin nest alone? Leo inquired, curiosity piqued. I would advise you to engage in the extermination of the goblin nest at least 5 times before attempting to clear it alone. The goblin chief is exceedingly cunning and will set various traps within the cave, employing every means at his disposal. Without relevant experience in such exterminations, it is exceedingly easy to fall victim to their schemes. Life is precious, Mr. Leo. Sida's tone was notably grave. Leo felt fortunate indeed, having encountered that fellow Grang on the plains, who had fortuitously been frightened away. Rest assured, Sida, I shall not act recklessly. I merely wish to have the freedom to operate alone for a time, that I am simply curious about the dangers associated with goblin nests. If not for the generous reward for clearing the withered branch monster, I would still be occupied with slimes. He had no interest in tantalizing yet perilous commissions. For now, he wished to vanquish the charming slimes and level up his electroshock spell while accumulating magical energy. In recent days, he had nearly amassed enough magical energy to unleash 2.5 first-tier spells, and conservatively estimating, within 3 days, he would be capable of casting 3 first-tier spells consecutively, thereby becoming a magic apprentice. Furthermore, 3 days would suffice for electric shock to attain another level, and he was certain that the increase in power would not disappoint him. As for the 5 gold coins, he would leave that fortune to a kindred spirit. He wondered whether Grang, that timid fellow, could successfully evade the frenzy surrounding the 5 gold coins. That Grang's strength was not as feeble as it appeared. Leo's LV3 electric shock had merely inflicted light wounds, seemingly not hindering his mobility. However, the goblin's propensity to bully the weak compelled Grang to seek immediate escape. Additionally, as the home field advantage allowed him to command his subordinates to employ various underhanded tactics, this commission might not be easily completed. Sida suddenly realized that Leo was indeed a cautious and steady individual. She then smiled sheepishly, playfully sticking out her pink tongue. I apologize, Mr. Leo. I became a bit overly excited. You were certainly not reckless. It's all right. You were merely acting out of goodwill to warn me. For now, I shall continue to clear the withered branch monsters, as they are easier to handle alone, without much thought given to the communal creatures. Understood. Should any similar commissions for clearing withered branch monsters arise, I will inform you at once. Thank you for your assistance. That it is no trouble at all. Mr. Leo, it is my duty. If all receptionists in the world were akin to Sida, how fortunate the adventurers would be. With such a delightful yet unrealistic thought, Leo took his leave. Until tomorrow, Miss Sida. Until tomorrow. Mr. Leo. On the morning of the 10th day since Leo arrived in this fantastical world, he checked his progress. Electric shock, first tier, LV4, 52,100, observing that he was merely 48 points away from leveling up. He resolved to eliminate 16 slimes today to elevate electric shock to LV5. Once more, he returned to the stone windmill at the small hill, entering a meditative state to replenish his magical energy. Just as he prepared to unleash his abilities, he overheard a man and woman conversing within the windmill. Darling, how are you enjoying the game? Is it exhilarating? A raspy male voice emerged. Oh dear, I feel somewhat dissatisfied. Came a somewhat sharp female voice in response. Leo felt a flush of embarrassment. He had assumed the windmill was empty, just as he was about to excuse himself from overhearing their conversation. The dialogue continued. The candle has burned out, my dear. Let us venture in a town to procure another. The round trip will be swift. After all, those 2 cannot escape, so let them rest a while longer. We mustn't exhaust them all at once. They should at least endure for another 3 hours. It was still that female voice, yet the content of the conversation sent a shiver down Leo's spine. Candle wax? 2 cannot escape? Exhaust? 3 hours? Is that what I think it means? Darling, why don't you go by it yourself? That woman below won't last much longer. I must seize the opportunity and return once more. The raspy male voice replied. Come now. How cruel-hearted you are. Very well. I shall go alone. As the door creaked open, Leo caught a glimpse of a woman with short brown hair. From her silhouette, she appeared to be an ordinary commoner. However, the pipe she held between her lips shimmered with a peculiar light in the sunlight. Watching her depart, Leo found himself momentarily hesitant. The true strength of this pair was unknown, and acting recklessly could lead to danger. Yet, as a normal human, it was difficult to remain indifferent, especially with a certain level of power at his disposal. Should he sprint back to the Adventurers Guild to issue a commission? How long would it take for someone to respond? The lucrative bounty for the Grand Nest subjugation was still posted on the board, valued at 5 gold coins. Would seeking the guard's assistance be prudent? He was unfamiliar with most of them. Would they take him seriously if he spoke up? How long would convincing them to bring help take? Leo only knew one seasoned figure, Eldon, but there was no guarantee of his reliability, and he had no idea where to find him. If what the man said was true, the woman trapped inside might soon be at her limit, and that raspy-voiced man intended to return by the time Leo fetched help. The imprisoned woman would likely be beyond saving. From the context of their conversation, it seemed their strength was not formidable. Otherwise, slaying slimes would not require several strikes. Based on Leo's 10 days of adventuring, a first-tier fighter could likely dispatch a slime with a single blow. Moreover, since the two had separated, there was an opportunity for him to take them down one by one. The journey to Shallow Water Town would require 30 minutes, and considering shopping time, it would total around 35 to 45 minutes. If the woman took longer than 40 minutes to return, Leo would have ample time to meditate and recover his magic, allowing him to cast lightning up to 4 times. However, action was imperative. Every second delayed increased the danger. Soon, he resolved to step out from behind the windmill, holding a dagger in his left hand and raising a wooden staff in his right, gently pushing the wooden door. Though there was some risk, it remained within tolerable limits. Despite not being a magic apprentice, Leo decided to intervene, attempting to rescue 2 unfortunate souls who might not see the sun again today. The wooden door was locked, refusing to budge. Now, fate would have to take its course. Leo knocked on the door and then stepped back 5 paces, holding his staff aloft. After a moment, the door opened halfway, revealing a brooding man with an exposed torso. T2 held a pipe, his raspy voice tinged with impatience. "Chloe, have you forgotten your wallet again?" It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Indeed, performing good deeds often brought good luck. A flash of lightning swiftly darted across the bag filled with provisions and candles, striking the upper part of the woman's collarbone with precision, leaving that area charred and blackened. As Chloe barely comprehended the unfolding events. Her consciousness severed, and her body collapsed heavily onto the ground, scattering various items from the bag into the air, which then tumbled down, with candles rolling to her feet. She had irrevocably lost the opportunity to use a candle. The electric shock, coupled with the circumstances, rendered everything remarkably smooth. Indeed, a surprise attack, or rather, an initial strike, proved to be the most effective means of neutralizing the enemy's combat capability. That Leo's prepared second electric shock spell found no utility. As the spell model dissipated and his magical energy returned to tranquility, he produced the key he had retrieved from the brooding man and inserted it into the lock. He needed to ascertain the fate of the 2 unfortunate souls. He hoped they were still alive. Upon opening the door, Leo stepped inside, the space proving to be quite cramped and covered in dust in numerous places. Sunlight streamed through the open wooden door, illuminating countless motes of dust that danced in the brilliant light, while the gloomy man lay sprawled to one side. The 2 captives were trapped underground. Leo glanced around and quickly spotted a protruding wooden plank, which he lifted to reveal a stone staircase beneath. That he descended the stairs, the scene of the basement unfolding before him. But on the left stood an altar stained with dark red blood, encircled by a ring of stone, upon which skulls adorned with dripping blood were carved. To the right lay a disheveled man and woman with black hair, both evidently tormented beyond recognition. Observing the distinctly malevolent altar and the harrowing state of the 2 individuals, Leo could not help but reflect on the fact that those wretched cultists had indeed not erred in their actions. He noticed the black-haired man, bound to a bed, struggling and emitting muffled sounds, prompting him to approach and remove the cloth obstructing his mouth. "Are you here to rescue us? There are 2 cultists. Have you dealt with them both? My wife is on the brink of death." Please, I implore you to save her. I will do anything." The black-haired man, Alan, spoke rapidly. Leo first severed the ropes binding Alan's limbs, then walked toward the black-haired woman while replying, "I have indeed come to rescue you. And the two cultists you mentioned have already been dealt with. My name is Leo. I ask yours?" He tore a piece of cloth and laid it on the ground, carefully cutting the ropes binding the black-haired woman before gently placing her upon the cloth and wrapping her in it. Despite this, many of her whip marks continued to ooze blood, causing Leo to curse those wretched beasts in his heart. "Alan, my lord, I am Alan, and this is my wife, Heidi," the black-haired man replied with reverence. Leo lifted the black-haired woman, Heidi, and inquired, "Alan, can you still hold on?" Alan struggled to prop himself up, but could manage little more than that, his eyes filled with anguish as he gazed at his wife. "I am fine. You need not worry about me. Just ensure my wife reaches the town of Shallow Water for treatment as swiftly as possible, and I will compensate you afterward, though in pain." The black-haired man insisted that Leo prioritize his wife. "Heidi, no problem, but I must forewarn you that I can only guarantee a prompt arrival in Shallow Water. Whether she can be saved is beyond my capacity to determine." Just as Leo prepared to carry the black-haired woman back to Shallow Water, footsteps echoed from the staircase, numerous in number. Leo felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Could it be the cultists' accomplices? In his haste to rescue, he had left the two corpses unattended. Had they been discovered? How could the cultists' allies arrive so quickly? His magical power could only unleash one electric shock. That wasn't said that doing good deeds would bring fortune. Gently setting Heidi down, Leo grasped his wooden staff and dagger anew. He had to annihilate the enemies with a single electric shock. He had but one chance in this fantastical world imbued with extraordinary magic. Leo, unable to cast electric shock, was akin to a fish on the chopping block, his combat prowess likely no greater than that of the black-haired man beside him. Despair flickered in Alan's eyes. It had been quite some time since the benefactor had dispatched the two cultists, and facing a throng of adversaries would likely prove insurmountable. If you find yourself unable to assist, Alan hesitated, but ultimately forced the words from his throat. "Then please, just kill us." Just as Alan was sinking back into despair, Leo began to construct the spell model. When the newcomers revealed themselves, to the forefront was a familiar shield and a long sword, wielded by a tall warrior, flanked by a swordsman and a female archer. Was this not the well-coordinated trio? They must be adventurers. How could they possibly be here? They hardly seemed like cultists, as Leo pondered this. Henry, with a serious expression, surveyed the surroundings, quickly grasping the situation, visibly relieved as he lowered his shield and spoke, "Sir, my name is Henry, a knight attendant of the Church of the Sun and Radiance. May I inquire if these two have been abducted by cultists?" Before Leo could respond, Alan, filled with renewed hope, eagerly nodded. "Yes, this benefactor saved us, and he is preparing to take my wife to Shallow Water for treatment." Noticing the lingering wariness in Leo's gaze, Henry produced the holy emblem of the sun and radiance, presenting it to Leo. The emblem featured a white background, with a golden sun at its center, surrounded by golden lines symbolizing rays of light. The design of this emblem bore a striking resemblance to the one Leo frequently consulted for the time at the church to his surprise. This golden-haired warrior was a knight of the realm of light, which alleviated Leo's concerns. The deity of the sun and radiance was a symbol of light. Knights who worshipped him were generally adherents of justice and seekers of light, unlikely to become cultists. Henry flashed a warm smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, his handsome visage naturally eliciting goodwill. "I possess the ability of holy healing and can assist this lady. Allow me to treat her." Leo glanced at Alan, who nodded in agreement, and he stepped back a few paces. Henry approached Heidi, setting aside his shield and sword, placing his hands gently upon her whip-marked body while reciting the incantation. Holy healing. Divine light radiated from Henry's hands, illuminating the black-haired woman, ceasing the flow of blood from her wounds and gradually mending them. Leo watched in astonishment at this miraculous scene, relaxing his grip on the dagger and staff. After approximately 15 seconds, the light from Henry's hands dissipated, his complexion slightly pale. "I can only do so much for now. However, the lady's condition is stabilized, and we must transport her to the Church of St. Anto in Shallow Water for further treatment." He then introduced the swordsman and the female archer. This is Belle and Nina. May I ask how you three are called? Leo noticed the excitement in Belle's gaze directed at him, while Nina appeared curiously intrigued. Seeing Alan's tear-filled eyes as he gazed at his wife, unable to utter a word, Leo spoke up. I am Leo. This is Mr. Allen and his wife, Mrs. Heidi. Mrs. Heidi requires urgent medical attention, and Mr. Allen, you do as well. Time is of the essence. Let us return to shallow water at once. Allen wiped away the tears pooling in his eyes, composed himself, and nodded with a choked voice. All right. Henry softly apologized to Heidi. Pardon me, before lifting her and directing his companions, Belle, carry Mr. Allen. We must hasten back to shallow water. Nina, keep watch here and prevent anyone from approaching. The malevolent altar in the basement still required attention. After delivering the injured pair, he would need to return. Understood. Belle hoisted Allen onto his back, but his eyes remained fixated on Leo with an unsettling excitement that made Leo feel a bit uneasy. Allen winced as his injuries were touched, emitting a cry of pain. Henry expressed his apologies. My apologies, Mr. Allen. My healing energy has been fully expended, and I cannot provide further holy healing. You will be all right. Please endure for now, and I will seek the priest at the church to assist you once we reach town. Allen gritted his teeth. I am fine. The group proceeded to return to shallow water. Henry, how did you manage to track us down to the basement? Leo found it rather peculiar that Henry's adventure party entered the basement almost simultaneously with him, and he inquired about it. Henry's gaze sharpened slightly. We heard a crackling sound of electricity and came to investigate, only to discover two individuals lying on the ground. Initially, we suspected foul play, but upon entering the basement, we realized they were devotees of the god of murder. That moment, Allen, filled with agitation, interjected. They claimed to be followers of the god of murder, Bazel, as they tormented us with whips and flames. They chanted, Bazel awaits you, Bazel embraces you. None can escape Bazel's embrace. Allen clutched his head in anguish, tightly shutting his eyes. Belle leaned slightly forward to prevent him from collapsing. Henry felt a twinge of regret. I apologize. Mr. Allen, I should not have brought this up. Allen opened his eyes, filled with hatred. It's all right. I actually wish to learn more about this faith, so please enlighten me. Leo, too, was intrigued as he possessed no knowledge about this deity. Henry sighed and began to explain about the god of murder. Bazel, the god of murder, is a deity of the realm of death, whose holy symbol is a skull surrounded by droplets of blood. This pattern can be found on the altar in the basement. The faith of the god of murder is a powerful one, revered by countless assassins, violent mercenaries, and other demonic cruel killers. His tone then shifted. Overtaken by anger, the worship practices of the followers of the god of murder are profoundly twisted. They are addicted to killing, dedicating each murder to their deity. Furthermore, Bazel demands that his devotees offer up 3 deaths as sacrifices each month. Thus, for the followers of the god of murder, murder is not merely a pathological amusement, but a wicked mission. A.S. Henry recounted this. The group arrived at the Church of the Sun and Radiance deity in Shallow Water Town. St. Anto Church, the church, predominantly white, featured smooth lines, with a towering bell tower and a semicircular dome beneath its apex, followed by square clock faces on each side. The white dials displayed black hands that slowly turned, marking the rise and fall of Shallow Water Town. Henry led the way inside, seeking out a middle-aged priest clad in white robes, adorned with the insignia of the Sun and Radiance deity. He respectfully addressed him. Lord Victor, this Lady Heidi and Mr. Allen have been kidnapped and tortured by the followers of the god of murder, suffering grave injuries. I kindly request your assistance in healing them. Those Bazel worshippers? No problem. Leave it to me, Priest Victor replied, placing his hand upon Lady Heidi's and reciting an incantation. Healing spell that a radiant light emanated from his hand, enveloping Lady Heidi. Countless whip marks melted away as if snow met the sun. After about 10 seconds, the light faded, and the scars on Lady Heidi's body were nearly non-existent. This the divine magic bestowed upon the priest by the deity? How remarkable! Leo mused inwardly as he witnessed the spectacle. Victor then applied the same treatment to Allen, whose myriad injuries visibly healed, allowing him to move freely once more. Mia, Please escort Lady Heidi and Mr. Allen to rest, Victor instructed, turning to give the command. Understood, Mia, whose ample figure could hardly be concealed by her voluminous black nun's robes, replied as she led the two away. Victor's gaze followed Mia's departing figure, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Had he not been drooling? Henry felt compelled to intervene. Lord Victor. Victor remained undeterred, though his gaze was still fixated elsewhere. Henry had to raise his voice slightly. Lord Victor, there are outsiders present. Please be mindful of your image. Oh, Henry, were you calling me? My apologies, I was lost in contemplation of sacred philosophical matter and momentarily distracted, Victor replied, appearing as if he had just awakened from a trance that a sacred philosophical matter. Indeed, it was evident he had been fixated on the voluptuous nun. What a lecherous priest this middle-aged man turned out to be, Leo thought disdainfully. Victor turned to Henry, smiling broadly. Henry, well done. Have all the Bazel worshippers been vanquished by you? It seems you are on the brink of being officially promoted to paladin. Henry quickly waved his hands, gesturing towards Leo. No, no, no. It was His Excellency Leo who defeated the followers of the god of murder and rescued them. I merely happened upon the scene and assisted in healing Lady Heidi, though. Victor shifted his gaze to Leo, a heartfelt smile gracing his features. Mr. Leo, thank you for your noble and courageous actions. You have earned the friendship of St. Anto Church. Leo extended his hand to shake Victor's. It is my honor, Mr. Victor. Lord Victor, is my master present? Henry inquired. He is not here. He is likely enjoying a drink at the Bird Tavern. You might try your luck there. Victor casually remarked. Goodness, this Victor is quite the lecherous priest. Surely Henry's master must be a paladin, which makes him a drunken paladin. This Eternal Radiance Church, even a legitimate institution. How liberal can they be? Leo merely sought a strong ally to lean on in this perilous, monster-ridden fantasy world, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Well, if he is not here, then so be it. Henry resigned himself. What's wrong, Henry? Victor inquired. Lord Victor, the altar of the god of murder has yet to be destroyed. I have stationed members of my party to guard it. However, delay could lead to unforeseen changes, and I must return promptly. Would you care to accompany me? At Henry's invitation, Victor instantly turned towards Mia, shouting and directing her. Mia, how could you place Lady Heidi in such a position? Release her. Let me take care of it. He then rushed towards Mia and Heidi, leaving behind a light-hearted comment. Henry, I have other matters to attend to. You all carry on. Leo was left momentarily dumbfounded, retracting his application for membership. Henry sighed, as if he had anticipated this scenario. Gathering scattered items. Your Excellency Leo, Bell, let us depart. As they exited the church, Bell could no longer contain himself and blurted out what he had been holding back the entire journey. Leo, join our party. We happen to be in need of a magician, and with your addition, we may very well ascend to E rank. Without hesitation, Leo declined. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intentions of joining a party. At present, he could only cast 2 spells in succession, and doing so required 50 minutes of meditation. The proficiency panel demanded he continuously cast spells, resulting in a longer rest period than the time spent hunting monsters. It was hardly feasible to expect 3 individuals to accompany him during his meditations. Furthermore, lacking a sense of security, he never emptied his magical reserves. Casting a spell necessitated immediate meditation to refill, making him an undesirable magician for any party. Besides, what was the benefit of reaching E rank? E rank quests would pit him against first-tier monsters. How perilous! Leo presently wished only to confront the adorable, minimally skilled slime. Bell attempted to persuade him further, but he was promptly silenced by Henry covering his mouth, who smiled at Leo. Very well, Your Excellency Leo, but should you ever consider forming a party, please keep us in mind. Our team would always welcome a virtuous and powerful adventurer like yourself. Certainly, Leo readily agreed that if he were to form a party, this group seemed quite commendable, with a harmonious atmosphere and excellent synergy. Bell continued to make muffled sounds, trying to pry Henry's hand away from his mouth. Henry fixed his gaze on Bell, admonishing him. Your Excellency Leo has already agreed to consider our party. You must not bring this up again. If you agree, I shall release my hold. Bell's eyes widened in defiance. but under Henry's piercing gaze, he ultimately relented, nodding in resignation. "Are you certain?" "I am about to let go." Henry confirmed once more. Bell nodded again. Henry truly let go. A silence lingered for 3 seconds. "Leo, our team is indeed exceptional. Henry is remarkably reliable. My swordsmanship is unparalleled. And Nina, well, Nina is quite decent looking." Without warning, Henry delivered a swift kick to Bell's backside, sending him tumbling into the dirt. Henry, with an impassive expression, strode past the prostrate Bell, who lay with his rear end in the air. Leo followed suit, inquiring, "Mr. Henry, isn't it rather callous to leave Bell abandoned by the roadside?" "No need to worry about him. Bell won't quiet down unless he receives a few kicks. He'll catch up shortly," Henry replied calmly. The camaraderie among the team members was indeed commendable. It was no wonder their cooperation was so seamless. Leo mused silently. If given the chance, collaborating with them would surely be quite entertaining. Upon returning to the stone windmill, Nina emerged from her hiding place behind the windmill. "Henry, no one approached," she reported. "Thank you for your efforts, Nina." Upon spotting the disheveled Bell, Nina couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Bell, you've been beaten up again." "Haha." Then, resting her chin on her hand, she began to speculate. "Let me guess, you were hoping to invite Mr. Leo to join our team for a beating?" Bell, looking defiant, retorted, "Yes, I wanted Leo to join our team." "What's wrong with that? Why does Henry always kick me?" As Henry cast a sidelong glance, Bell raised his hands in surrender. "I was wrong. I was wrong." The moment Henry's gaze shifted away, Bell began to grumble again. "Having Leo in our team would be fantastic. With such a powerful mage behind us, we'd never have to worry about lacking firepower." Leo noticed Henry's smile, warm yet oddly unsettling. "Nina, do you know how Bell invited Lord Leo?" Nina felt a sense of foreboding, her smile fading. Before she could voice her concern, Henry continued. He said, "Our team is really great. Henry is reliable. My swordsmanship is top-notch. And Nina, well, Nina is decent looking." He actually said that. Nina had to be said. Henry's imitation was strikingly accurate, his tone nearly indistinguishable from Bell's. So much so that Leo felt as if Bell himself were speaking, despite the considerable difference in their voices. Bell's expression shifted, and he turned to flee. Nina's face flushed with anger as she glanced at Leo, her cheeks growing even redder. "Bell, I'm going to kill you," she declared, transforming into a gust of wind as she pursued him. Leo observed as she caught up to Bell, mounting him and delivering a flurry of punches, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your team's bond is truly remarkable." Henry sighed. "My Lord Leo, I apologize for the spectacle. However, they were never suited for the task of cleansing the altar. Let us depart." "Very well." The two returned to the basement. Of course, this time Leo did not forget to pocket the coins from the two murder cultists. Previously, it had been inappropriate to collect them. Once, he was hurriedly restoring his magical power. Another time, he was rushing to save someone. And the last time, he was returning an injured person to Shallow Water Town. Now that the situation was suitable, he naturally took action. And, as is well known, knights are upright. Thus, Henry averted his gaze. After collecting the coins, Leo also picked up a peculiar pipe emitting an odd sheen from one of the two cultists. Examining it closely, his dismay. The pipe appeared to be made of bone. A sense of foreboding washed over Leo as he handed the ominous man's pipe to Henry. "Mr. Henry, is this made of human bone?" Henry took it, scrutinizing it carefully. "Indeed, it appears to be human bone," he remarked. Suddenly his demeanor turned grave as he uttered chilling words. "A child's leg bone, a child's leg bone." After a brief moment of shock, Leo bent down and forcefully inserted the cultist Chloe's pipe into her throat. You enjoy smoking. Here, smoke to your heart's content." Observing this, Henry mimicked him, inserting the ominous man's pipe into his throat as well. The two stood up and exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken bond deepening. Returning to the basement, the first order of business was to deal with the foreboding evil altar. Henry drew his longsword, evenly dousing it with holy water before striking the skull patterns on the stone ring with fierce determination. After a dozen strikes, the stone ring shattered, and the sir, even if he refrains from working for an entire month, he need not worry about sustenance. Indeed, adventure proves to be a perilous yet swift path to wealth. Furthermore, His magical prowess is nearing the ability to consecutively unleash 3 zero-tier spells, AKT that time. Leo will achieve the status of a magical apprentice. His meditation technique is also on the brink of ascending to the next level, the Roland's meditation technique. 0-tier. LV2, 83,100. Tomorrow, the prospect of achieving 2 upgrades and 1 accomplishment all at once looms on the horizon, potentially leading to a significant leap in his abilities. With such delightful anticipation, Leo drifted into slumber. The following day, Leo arrived at the second gathering place for slimes marked by tolls. This locale was a meadow, where the likelihood of danger was considerably diminished. As expected, his venture unfolded rather smoothly. With scarcely any encounters with other monsters, he spotted a flock of goats, but chose not to disturb them. Both parties coexisted peacefully in the afternoon. As the 8th slime burst, Leo's proficiency panel experienced an unprecedented transformation. Electric Shock 3 Electric Shock 0-tier, LV5 1st tier, Lightning Arc, LV3 0-1-0-0-0. However, the last line remained in a transparent state. This upgrade was markedly different. Initially, after Electric Shock reached LV5, the proficiency behind it vanished. It seemed that Electric Shock had reached its limit, unable to ascend further. Now, Leo could perceive the excellence of the LV4 spell model of Electric Shock. It was far from perfect, lacking a certain exquisite ingenuity. In other words, it was devoid of some non-human, transcendent thought. To invigorate his mind and let his thoughts leap, Leo endeavored to reconstruct the spell model of Electric Shock, discovering how unconventional and rebellious such a model could be. He began to seek out slimes, yearning to express this extraordinarily peculiar yet irresistibly enchanting thought, birthing something marvelous into the world. Soon, he spotted a bouncy blue orb. Leo raised his wooden staff, muttering the incantation, sketching bizarre yet harmonious lines, and completed the construction of the unconventional spell model. Electric Shock, that a robust bolt of lightning mercilessly struck the unsuspecting blue orb. Leo only witnessed droplets of water splatter. The charred ground lay barren, devoid of any remnants. Where's my slime essence? Where did my 2 copper coins worth of slime essence vanish to? Despite meticulously searching, the ground remained charred, with no trace of the slime essence to be found. Leo reluctantly conceded, feeling a tinge of sorrow over the 2 copper coins lost, yet he was far more elated. The power of LV5 Electric Shock was truly astounding, but a single shock left the slime utterly obliterated. Leo sensed that the power of LV5 Electric Shock had already surpassed that of an ordinary 1st-tier spell. Though unable to upgrade it further, he felt no regret. After reaching LV5, the 0-tier spell Electric Shock inexplicably granted him mastery over the 1st-tier spell Lightning Arc. Knowledge related to Lightning Arc began to materialize in his mind. Moreover, this Lightning Arc was not at the initial LV1 he had learned when studying 0-tier spells, but had directly advanced to LV3. Based on the previous panel's patterns, ascending from LV1 to LV3 required a substantial 2,000 proficiency points, which he had entirely bypassed. This indicated that he had defeated 667 more slimes. There were scarcely 300 slimes around the vicinity of Shallow Watertown. Leo surmised that mastering LV5 Electric Shock had endowed him with a solid foundation for Lightning Arc, which naturally resulted in the emergence of LV3 Lightning Arc. Regrettably, he could not utilize Lightning Arc in the short term. Even though the panel displayed the 1st-tier spell, and he had indeed grasped the spell model for Lightning Arc, both the illusory transparent state of Lightning Arc on the panel and his intuitive warnings indicated that he could not fully unleash Lightning Arc. Leo vaguely recalled a mention or two in the magical manuscript provided by Roland. Thus, he retrieved the manuscript and scrutinized it once more. 3 minutes later, an epiphany struck him that it turned out that his current magical power was insufficient. 1st-tier spells required a 1st-tier magician to wield, and as he was not yet a magical apprentice, he could not cast them. The absorption of magical energy subtly strengthens the body, while the frequent use of magic enhances the body's adaptation to spell models. Generally, one must accumulate enough magical energy to cast 10 consecutive 0-tier spells to properly master the spell model of a 1st-tier magic, ensuring that the magical energy does not become chaotic, thus successfully releasing a 1st-tier spell. Clearly, Leo, not even a magical apprentice, did not meet the criteria. It seemed he needed to rapidly build up his magical energy, striving to become a first-tier magician as soon as possible. After replenishing his magical energy, Leo sought out slimes once more, opting not to use the extreme electric shock, but rather to revert to the initial attack spell he had first unleashed, the fire arrow. He whispered the incantation and lifted his original wooden staff. Ignis, a blaze shot forth, striking the slime, which visibly shrank in size, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet still clinging to life. Fire arrow 2. The reason he had not practiced fire arrow before was due to its inefficiency in defeating slimes compared to electric shock, and that remained true. Moreover, fire arrow now paled in comparison to electric shock. Clearly, despite both being zero-tier spells, they were no longer of the same caliber. With a sigh, Leo approached and prodded the scorched slime with his original wooden staff. The severely wounded slime split open, revealing the essence within, and Leo collected 2 copper coins into his glass vial. Perhaps there was merit in its weaker power? Thus, he set fire to around 4 more slimes, finally sensing that his magical energy had matured enough to consecutively unleash 3 zero-tier spells. On the 11th day of his journey in this world, Leo officially became a proud magical apprentice. This was a tangible step toward becoming a first-tier magician, and he felt a sense of eager anticipation. He looked forward to the day he would become a first-tier magician and cast Lightning Arc, to gradually grow stronger and learn teleportation magic from Roland, and to ascend to the pinnacle of magic. Under a sky reminiscent of shattered gold, after incinerating 3 more slimes, Leo emerged from meditation, opening his eyes. Roland's meditation technique, 1 Roland's meditation technique, 0 tier, LV3, 0-100. It was reasonable to expect that the speed of magical energy recovery would undoubtedly accelerate. However, the precise enhancement would only be revealed upon returning to Shallow Water Town and observing the clock tower of the St. Anto Church. Among the 8 fire arrows, 3 had failed to deliver a fatal blow. Fire arrow 2 by 3, fire arrow 3 by 5, fire arrow, 0 tier, LV1, 301-0. It was passable, yet Leo now employed fire arrow primarily to enhance his meditation and adapt to the spell model, hastening his journey to become a first-tier magician, which inadvertently also served to train fire arrow. Moreover, reaching LV2 with fire arrow should ensure a guaranteed kill. Having successfully reassured himself, he glanced at the sky. Realizing it was nearly time to return to Shallow Water Town, the Adventurers Guild, Saida greeted Leo with a smile. Mr. Leo, it seems you had another fruitful day today. Leo handed over the glass vial containing 16 portions of slime essence to Saida, receiving 3 silver coins and 2 copper coins in exchange. His assets had reached 55 silver coins, and in a buoyant mood, with a flourish befitting the mastery of magic, he declared, "Miss Saida, let me see the equipment list." "Of course," Saida replied with a cheerful smile, retrieving the equipment list. Leo first directed his gaze towards the magical section. Laughably, with 5.5 gold coins, there was nothing he could not afford. It's time to consider expanding one's repository of magic. Frost Ray, level 0, 5 gold coins. Flame Arrow, level 0, 5 gold coins. Light Spell, level 0, 5 gold coins. Blade Barrier, level 0, 5 gold coins. Friendship Spell, level 0, 5 gold coins. Mage Hand, level 0, 5 gold coins, even with a discount of 10%. Leo could only afford a single spell. The value of Roland's magical manuscripts continues to rise. Among the defensive spells of level 0, there exists only one, Blade Barrier, which merely enhances resistance to blunt, piercing, and slashing damage, rendering it quite limited in its applications. With his current mastery of electric shock and the ability to utilize Flame Arrow, there is no immediate need for him to acquire more spells. Glancing at the 5 gold coin price tag, Leo made a decisive choice that he turned his attention to the staff. A mere conduit for guiding spell models and enhancing casting success rates was priced at 3 gold coins. However, it held no utility for him, as he had never failed in casting a spell. Leo opted to craft the staff using his own rudimentary methods, starting with a simple wooden stick. He completely dismissed the idea of purchasing magical accessories for the time being. They were exorbitantly priced and offered minimal assistance that in that case, he resolved to equip himself but a glance revealed that standard cloth armor cost 5 silver coins, a basic leather armor 1 gold coin, while a superior leather armor was priced at 4 gold coins. Leo pointed toward the superior leather armor and inquired of Saida, "Miss Saida, what do you think of my purchasing this leather armor?" Given the matter pertained to his safety, he was certainly willing to invest. Saida examined the armor, tapping her finger against her lips thoughtfully. "Mr. Leo, you lack any form of protection in intense combat. It is indeed quite easy to sustain injuries. This leather armor features specially treated hardened leather for the chest and shoulders, capable of fully safeguarding against goblin arrows and curved blades, while the rest remains sufficiently lightweight and flexible. For you, Mr. Leo, acquiring this leather armor is an excellent choice. Then I shall take this leather armor." "Very well, Mr. Leo, please follow me." Saida led Leo to the second floor, stopping in front of a door and knocking gently. "Please enter." Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a smiling middle-aged man with golden hair seated behind a counter. "Lord Mill, this is Mr. Leo, who wishes to purchase the superior leather armor and is entitled to a 10% discount." Saida said respectfully that, "Ah, I see." Mill gestured to the sofa opposite him. "Mr. Leo, please take a seat while I fetch the armor." "Just a moment." Leo settled onto the sofa, while Saida stood patiently nearby. Despite Mill's cheerful demeanor, Leo sensed an inexplicable unease in both his tone and expression. He feared the man might be quite formidable. After all, why wouldn't the Waterdrop family simply procure their supplies directly from the Adventurers Guild? Shortly after Mill entered the room behind him, he emerged holding a finely crafted piece of leather armor and presented it to Leo. "Mr. Leo, here is the superior leather armor you requested. Feel free to inspect it." Leo accepted it, scrutinizing the armor closely, especially the chest piece, which was remarkably sturdy and devoid of flaws. He placed the pouch of coins he had previously counted onto the table. "Mr. Mill, here are 36 silver coins." Mill picked up the pouch and gave it a slight shake, revealing a genuine smile. 36 silver coins. All in order. We look forward to your next visit." After exiting the room, Saida kindly inquired, "Mr. Leo, would you like to don the leather armor immediately?" "Of course, this way." Pleased that as a person with less than 2 gold coins in current funds, he did not possess the luxury of flaunting 4 gold coins in public. Saida guided Leo to a changing room, where he donned the leather armor before putting on his clothing. Although it felt a touch heavy, a profound sense of security enveloped him. He felt an inexplicable urge to engage in close combat with goblins. Shaking his head, he forcefully dismissed such foolish thoughts. After changing into the leather armor, Leo parted ways with Saida at the stairwell on the first floor. "Until tomorrow, Miss Saida." "Until tomorrow, Mr. Leo." Upon leaving the Adventurers Guild, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. This marked Leo's first rainy day since arriving in this world. As mealtime approached, he visited the Bode restaurant, spending 1 silver coin on a leg of lamb with potatoes, seasoning it with minor allusion to add a hint of cumin and spice, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Taking a hearty bite, the juices burst forth on his palate, each mouthful proving exceptionally satisfying. Contentedly sated, Leo sat on a bench in the shallow water square, breathing in the fresh air amidst the drizzle, and entered a meditative state. In merely 20 minutes, the magical energy for a level 0 spell was fully restored. A reduction of 10 minutes compared to when he was at level 1. Utilizing the basic arithmetic learned in the 2nd grade, it became evident that Roland's meditation technique improved the rate of magical absorption by 50% from level 1 to level 3. Thus, it could be reasonably inferred that the enhancement from magical level 3 to level 1 was also around 50%. With this conclusion in mind, Leo strolled through the gentle rain, embarking on his journey home. This path had become quite familiar after 11 days of traversing it. However, today felt slightly different. As he walked through an alleyway, a man clad in leather armor emerged from around the corner, grinning widely and cracking his knuckles. Instinctively, Leo turned to glance behind him, discovering a gaunt man brandishing a dagger, blocking his way. The man in leather armor approached with an arrogant smile, as if victory was assured. "Kid, be smart and hand over your equipment and silver coins. Do that, and you might avoid a beating. It seemed he had become a target. But why? Was it because he had made a purchase on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild?" Today had been quite unique, and this was the only notable event T.O. think he had been so cautious yet still found himself targeted. This was his first experience with robbery. However, what sort of individuals were these? Robbing anyone without fear of repercussions? Who gave them the audacity to attempt to rob him? Observing Leo's silence as he merely retrieved a wooden stick and an ordinary dagger, the man in leather armor approached. Laughing heartily, "Kid, don't be scared. We only rob. We don't kill. Just put down your weapon and hand over your belongings, and we won't harm you." Leo regarded this statement with skepticism, seeing the young man before him unwilling to lower his weapon. The man's smile twisted into a menacing grimace. "Kid, if you refuse to recognize the situation, don't blame us for being ruthless." In the next instant, the man in leather armor surged forward, quickly entering a sprint and charging at Leo. The scene was grand. The rain was disrupted, and water puddles splashed up in a flurry. Yet, Leo did not even glance at the approaching figure, who appeared fast and intimidating. Instead, he stood his ground, murmuring an incantation, and raised his hand to cast electric shock that a vibrant bolt of lightning struck the gaunt man, who had stealthily crept within approximately 15 meters of Leo. The gaunt man convulsed violently, involuntarily emitting a series of sounds before collapsing, crashing into a puddle and splashing water everywhere, lying motionless, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this spectacle, the man in leather armor was paralyzed with fear, abruptly transitioning from sprint to a desperate slide. Kneeling before Leo with his hands on the ground, bowing his head, "My lord, I was wrong. Please spare my life." The absurdity of the scene evoked an unexpected humor, reminiscent of a previous encounter. The man in leather armor seemed to merge with the image of some green-skinned creature. However, Leo felt a twinge of confusion. He had deliberately used the weaker level 3 electric shock, yet had rendered the man unconscious. Could he be feigning? What an impressive performance it would be. Glancing at the rain-soaked figure, he pondered. Could it be that the damp conditions enhanced the shock's damage? Perhaps the natural conductivity of water played a role. Noticing Leo's silence, the kneeling man in leather armor cautiously raised his head and tentatively asked, "My lord?" Leo smiled. "If I heard correctly, you referred to me as grandfather a moment ago." The man in leather armor froze for a moment before hastily nodding. "Yes, I did call you grandfather. You are our esteemed grandfather. And you, my lord, possess great mercy. Please spare your humble grandchildren. How did you come to target me?" Leo inquired of Leo, raised his wooden staff, directing it towards the man clad in leather armor. The latter, catching a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, trembled slightly. "My lord, we noticed you purchasing items on the second floor of the guild, and you appear to be a person of considerable depth and mystery. Typically, my brother and I can handle such individuals with ease, yet we never anticipated encountering someone like you." The young man before him possessed nothing but a single wooden stick and an utterly unremarkable dagger, presenting himself as a seemingly easy target. How could they have stumbled upon such a formidable opponent? The leather-clad man was utterly perplexed. This was, in fact, due to Leo's cautious concealment of his superior leather armor beneath his clothing. Had the leather-clad man seen Leo adorned in high-quality armor, he would have certainly reconsidered his stance. "You claim that such individuals are easily dealt with." Leo reiterated each word with deliberate precision, drawing a conclusion that it appears you are habitual offenders. No wonder you are so adept. You employ the tactic of drawing attention while your accomplice strikes from the shadows. The leather-clad man stiffened momentarily, forcing a sheepish smile. "Your keen insight is commendable. My lord D, of those you rob remain compliant and silent. Surely they do not refrain from informing the guards or the Adventurers Guild." The leather-clad man grew increasingly uncomfortable. Well, Yusim, you're reluctant to speak?" Leo raised his hand once more, a surge of magical energy seemingly ready to be unleashed. Beads of sweat mingled with raindrops on the leather-clad man's brow as he exclaimed, "I will tell you. Typically, we follow them back home, and they are too frightened to report us to the guards. Oh, you resort to threatening their families, do you? Quite clever." Leo remarked with a wry smile. "Have you ever resorted to murder?" The leather-clad man hastily waved his hands up. No, my lord, we would never dare to take a life." "You had better not," Leo commanded, refusing to relent. "Now, lift your companion, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters." Leo instructed the leather-clad man to carry the unconscious, emaciated figure on the ground. Proceed to the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild functioned as a semi-official organization, deeply intertwined with the local guards and responsible for a portion of order maintenance. Given that these two targeted members of the guild, bringing them there was undoubtedly prudent. The leather-clad man chuckled awkwardly to "My lord, is that really appropriate?" Leo waved his staff lightly, speaking with a nonchalant air. "What's this? Do you wish to experience a severe reprimand, perhaps to emit the same scent as your companion?" The leather-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord, I will go. I will head to the Adventurers Guild. Remember, no funny business, or would you like to test whether your tricks are quicker than my lightning?" Leo delivered a calm threat. The leather-clad man forced a smile that "I wouldn't dare, my lord." Thus the trio maintained their distance of about 5 meters, weaving through the crowd until they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Leo recounted the situation to the guards at the entrance, who proceeded to bind the leather-clad man. The leather-clad man's expression shifted multiple times, but recalling the faint scent of singed flesh emanating from his companion, he ultimately gave in, his face marked by despondency. The guards escorted the 3 of them to the 2nd floor, entering a familiar room. Behind the counter stood the ever-smiling middle-aged man with golden hair. "What a surprise to see you again so soon, Mr. Leo." "Indeed, Mr. Mill," Leo replied, summarizing the misdeeds of the leather-clad man and his accomplice. Upon hearing this, Mill's smile faded, his eyes narrowing, exuding an icy demeanor as he instructed the guild guard, "Caden, take these 2 to the dungeon and notify the guards." After Caden led them away, Mill resumed his pleasant demeanor. "Mr. Leo, I had hoped for a surprise from you, but I never expected it to arrive so swiftly. I truly appreciate your efforts in delivering these 2 criminals to the guild. Adventurers like you are indeed a boon to us." He pondered for a moment. "The guild will consider this an accomplished bounty worth 4 gold coins. What do you think?" Having just received 3 gold coins and 6 silver coins, Leo felt quite pleased. "I appreciate your generosity. I have no objections, Mr. Mill." Mill presented a pouch of coins. "Here are your 4 gold coins. I will update you on the subsequent actions regarding the 2 criminals through Sidda." "That sounds splendid, Mr. Mill. May I also take a look at the equipment list?" Having reached a total of 6 gold coins, Leo found himself with purchasing power once more. "Of course," Mill replied, his smile deepening as he handed over the equipment list. Studying Leo intently, "Mr. Leo, I see you are a magician, equipped with armor, a staff, and a dagger. However, you lack long-range offensive capabilities. Should your magical energy be depleted, you would be forced into close combat, a situation that could prove quite detrimental." "Oh, Mr. Mill, do you have any recommendations?" Leo inquired, intrigued. Mill enthusiastically pointed to a crossbow. "This exquisite crossbow is quite remarkable. It is compact, easy to handle, and possesses considerable power. It would serve you well when you are out of magical energy or need to conserve it." "How much does it cost?" Leo was already swayed. "Only 5 gold coins, and it comes with 20 bolts valued at 5 silver coins. Mr. Leo can enjoy a 10% discount, bringing the total to merely 4 gold coins and 5 silver coins." Having just received 4 gold coins, Mill was now promoting a crossbow costing 4 gold coins and 5 silver coins. It seemed he was intent on draining Leo's purse. Truly, he was adept at selling equipment in the Adventurers Guild. The key point was that Leo genuinely required such a long-range offensive tool. The town of Shallow Water was rife with thieves from the Drip family and followers of the god of murder, and he could never be sure when he might cross paths with them. Despite the impressive power of Thunderbolt, which could be used only 3 times in succession, he still felt a sense of insecurity. With a crossbow in hand, he might not even need to use a second Thunderbolt when dispatching that sinister man devoted to the god of murder. A single shot from the crossbow would suffice. Sometimes a single Thunderbolt could be a lifesaver. "All right, I want an exquisite crossbow," Leo declared decisively. "A wise choice, Mr. Leo," Mill replied with a grin as he retrieved a gleaming crossbow and a quiver of bolts from a room behind him. "This is your crossbow. Feel free to inspect it." Noticing Leo's unfamiliarity with its use, Mill kindly offered a brief tutorial that was not difficult. Leo quickly grasped the technique and prepared to take his leave. "Farewell, Mr. Mill. Goodbye, Mr. Leo. I look forward to your next visit." Mill maintained his ever-pleasant demeanor on his journey home. Leo encountered no unforeseen events. The following morning, the sky remained draped in a fine mist of rain. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Siddha greeted Leo with surprise. "Good morning, Mr. Leo. It's raining today, and I thought you might not come." Leo chuckled. Point one cannot afford to be complacent, and the rain isn't too heavy. A hat solves the problem. After purchasing the exquisite leather armor and crossbow, Leo found himself left with only 14 silver coins. He felt as though he had returned to the very beginning, to the day he first stepped into the Adventurers Guild. He knew he had to work hard to earn money. However, compared to his earlier days, his current strength was in a league of its own. On rainy days like this, new requests are usually scarce. If you are clearing slimes, you can set off immediately and bring back the slime liquid when the weather clears, sparing you the trouble of back and forth trips. Siddha thoughtfully suggested. "I understand," Leo replied. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Siddha brought up the events of the previous night. To Mr. Leo, "Your capture of those two criminals was a tremendous help. They confessed to robbing numerous adventurers. The two adventurers I used to oversee were also victims of their theft. I have been puzzled as to why they suddenly stopped coming to the guild, only to learn yesterday that they had abandoned their adventurer pursuits after being robbed. Now that the criminals have been apprehended, I am relieved of a great worry." Siddha blinked her large eyes at Leo and bowed slightly. "Thank you immensely, Mr. Leo." Leo waved his hand with a smile. "It was nothing, truly. Have those two criminals ever committed murder? What will their fate be?" Siddha responded. "They will face long-term imprisonment. However, they have not committed murder, or else it would have been a swift execution. That it appears that showing some leniency was indeed the correct decision. Yet, the potency of the lightning combined with water may have surpassed their own expectations. Nevertheless, the absence of fatalities is a relief." After understanding the developments from last night, Leo bid farewell. "I set off. See you tomorrow, Miss Siddha." "Until tomorrow, Mr. Leo." Siddha smiled as she watched Leo step into the world of rain. Outside Shallow Water Town, on the prairie, Leo was almost shoving the flames in his hand into the mouth of a slime, yet the creature still did not burst. Fire Arrow 2. This marked the 6th slime he encountered today, and the 5th that had not been dispatched in a single blow. Fire Arrow 0 tier. LV1, 43,100. After a busy day, his proficiency increased by 13 points on a rainy day. Not only was it more challenging to eliminate slimes with a single strike using Fire Arrow, but they were also harder to locate, often taking a considerable amount of time to find a single moving one worth 2 proficiency points. Additionally, Leo had already cleared 23 slimes from the 2nd slime gathering spot, rendering it nearly devoid of creatures. That would suffice for today. Returning home without the need to hunt monsters allowed him to dedicate more time to meditation, enabling a swifter enhancement of his magical power. Apart from a lack of income, there were no drawbacks. Upon arriving home, Leo promptly dried his cloak using Magic Trick. Magic Trick 3. Magic Trick 0 tier. LV1, 71100. This could be considered another marvelous application of Magic Trick for cleaning. After replenishing his magical power, he cast a red light spell. Light 3. Light 0 tier. LV1, 6100. With these two spells being cast back and forth every 20 minutes, Leo found immense joy in the activity. The room was illuminated by a dazzling interplay of red and orange, orange and yellow, yellow and green, green and cyan, cyan and blue, blue and pinkish purple. Simultaneously, Leo performed a magic trick with a snap of his fingers. A candle ignited. Magic Trick Effect 2. Instantly ignite or extinguish a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. He also conjured the sun and the holy emblem of the god of light on the back of his hand, along with various designs like the national flag and the electric rat Pikachu. Magic Trick Effect 5. Create a splotch of color or a mark on an object, lasting for 1 hour. Or produce gold coins from thin air, transforming a copper coin flipped with his fingertips into gold. Magic Trick Effect 6. Create a non-magical trinket the size of a palm or an illusory image, lasting for 20 seconds. AS for transforming into a weapon. Leo had long since attempted it, only managing to conjure a poorly crafted, crude model of a gun that served no purpose whatsoever. Time passed swiftly. And soon it was evening, with Leo's proficiency in the two non-attack spells having undergone significant improvement. Magic Trick, 0 tier. LV2, 4,100. Light, 0 tier. LV1, 42,100. After Magic Trick reached LV2. The duration extended by 12 minutes, and both its effectiveness and casting range were enhanced. Leo could now stand slightly farther away when casting Stink Bomb. Meanwhile, his roll and meditation technique experienced a surge. Increasing by 31 proficiency points. Roll and meditation technique, 0 tier. LV3, 33100. It had truly been a fulfilling day. Leo lay down, content, and drifted into slumber on a rainy night. The hour was late. The streets were nearly deserted. Two figures shrouded in black cloaks lurked in the shadows of an alleyway, their faces obscured by wide hoods. It was difficult to discern their features from a distance, only a shadow visible beneath the hoods. If one approached closely enough, they might glimpse parts of their faces and overhear their conversation. Number 5. How much did that group of deranged assassins who worship Bazel offer our father to persuade him to deploy half of the family's first-tier members for this slaughter? A youthful voice inquired that a more mature voice, belonging to Number 5, replied, Number 11. Although I am unaware of the exact sum the followers of the god of murder provided, I do know that as long as it isn't too little, our father would be inclined to orchestrate this massacre. Why is that? The younger voice, 11, asked in confusion. Number 5 gestured to the ground beneath them. Look at which street we are on. Which one? Oh, the street where that rookie traitor, 13, got caught, 11 recalled. Indeed, our father suspects that the fire magic user who injured that traitor resides here. Number 5 elucidated. How can we be certain that the one who wielded fire magic is a mage apprentice? 11 questioned, perplexed. Number 5 rolled his eyes. Would a first-tier mage willingly live in a place like this? Besides, considering that even that traitor wasn't killed, calling him a mage apprentice might be an overestimation. He is likely just a wild mage with a bit of fire magic. Oh, no wonder our orders are to eliminate everyone on this street. It seems there is also a motive for avenging 13. 11 realized, soon, a new doubt arose in 11's mind. But doesn't that mean 13 is doomed? Number 5 explained, 13 is currently imprisoned in the dungeon. Our father has no opportunity to rescue him. Only by creating chaos will the Baron be provoked to that point. He may choose to execute publicly, thus providing us a chance to save 13 that I see. The conversation fell into silence, after a moment of boredom. 11 suddenly proposed an idea. Number 5, how about we hold a competition? A competition for what? Number 5 asked, intrigued. Why, to see who can kill the most, 11 replied matter-of-factly. What if we end up with the same number? Without hesitation, 11 answered. Then we'll see who earned more money. Deal. Shall we wager a gold coin? Number 5 readily agreed, adding a thrilling element to the contest. 11's excitement surged. Absolutely. Number 5 glanced at the distant church steeple and reminded. Time is running short, that I know. The two remained silently in the shadows, waiting as the black hands of the clock converged, pointing to the highest point on the white dial. The moment arrived. Action. Let the competition begin. 11 eagerly pulled out his tools and began to pick the lock. In an instant, the door swung open. Upon entering the room, he discovered a couple peacefully sleeping in bed, without a moment's hesitation. His dagger smoothly sliced through their throats. After rummaging through a wooden crate for coins and jewelry, he turned to leave. Behind him, blood flowed uncontrollably, quickly staining the sheets red. The couple lost their lives in silence. As 11 emerged, he found Number 5 had just exited as well. Noticing Number 5 signaling 3 with his fingers, 11 reluctantly showed 2, acknowledging his temporary setback. However, he remained confident that he would soon catch up. The two exchanged glances and headed toward the next house, tools in hand. They picked locks, opened doors, and killed, regardless of whether it was a man or woman, an elder or child, a worker or student, awake or asleep. In that moment, there was no distinction. Each was ruthlessly dispatched, their throats slit. In the past, he occasionally found himself compelled to take lives, yet never before had he done so with such unrestrained, thoughtless, and indiscriminate fervor. Counting on his fingers, he realized that today marked his 16th victim. Why now? He had surpassed the total number of lives he had claimed throughout his entire existence. He exited the room. Number 11 noticed number 5 across from him, a smirk creeping beneath the hood, signaling with a gesture that indicated 17, before disappearing into another chamber. It appeared that he had already outdone 11. Urgency gnawed at him. The wager of a single gold coin was trivial, but the stakes of claiming more lives were significant. After swiftly slitting the throats of 3 solitary dwellers, he found himself before number 5's door once more. With practiced ease, he produced his tools and deftly picked the lock, which yielded effortlessly. Everything remained as it had been before. AS-11 pushed the door open, eager to relish the thrill of the impending kill. A sudden chime of bells echoed through the dark night. Despite the rain outside, the sound resonated within the stillness of the empty room, rousing an individual who had not yet succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing the bells, Leo instantly sat upright. Yes, someone plagued by insecurity in this perilous and fantastical world. His sleep had always been light. He spotted an intruder clad in a black cloak, and without hesitation, unleashed his most potent spell, the ultimate lightning strike. Beneath the hood, a look of astonishment crossed the face of the cloaked figure. Entering the old district's dwellings had become second nature to 11, as familiar as eating or drinking. It was scarcely an exaggeration to call it home. Yet, after infiltrating so many of these dilapidated abodes, this was the first time he encountered a house rigged with a warning trap. It was also the first unforeseen circumstance of the night. But so what? In the face of absolute power disparity, what difference did it make whether one was awake or asleep? He had previously encountered individuals who were fully alert, yet they had been silenced without uttering a sound. In fact, being conscious might lead to a more agonizing demise. He vividly recalled the incredulous expression of the woman whose throat he had just cut. It was nothing short of exquisite. Perhaps the absence of a warning bell, allowing one to die unconsciously, might even be a blessing in disguise. With this thought in mind, 11 advanced as a first-tier thief, despite having only recently ascended to this rank 3 months prior. His skills were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. How could this young man, just awakening, raise his hand? Was he attempting to cast a spell? Could he be the apprentice who had injured the traitor? But what of it? With his prowess, dodging the magic would be a trivial matter. Moreover, he was confident he could sever the young man's head before he could even conjure his spell, in the unlikely event that he did endure a hit. What harm could it do? Just a mere first-tier spell would only inflict slight wounds at most. With this reasoning, 11 did not evade, intent on directly severing the head of the young man before him. Envisioning the exhilarating moment when the head would soar through the that instant, Leo's spell model was rapidly constructed, his mana infused, and the magic took form. 11 watched as a thick bolt of lightning surged towards him at astonishing speed. This apprentice was casting spells with remarkable swiftness. Instinctively, he veered to the left, only to be astonished by the sheer velocity of the lightning, and oh good, he couldn't evade it. A mere first-tier spell, as long as he avoided vital points, would only leave him with minor injuries. Surely, he could withstand it. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the lightning struck his right chest, coursing through his body, causing uncontrollable tremors, scattering his consciousness, and rendering him utterly paralyzed. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. How could it possess such power? His body was completely immobilized. Was this truly a magical apprentice? Was this a first-tier spell? With such strength, how could he reside here? What a cunning and despicable sorcerer! But it mattered not. He was merely temporarily incapacitated. He would recover in 3 seconds. This insidious mage would undoubtedly approach, and once he regained his strength, he would deliver a fatal blow. Lying on the ground, 11 ceased his convulsions, attempting to feign death in order to lower the young man's guard, planning to suddenly spring up with a blade to sever the throat of this treacherous sorcerer. Leo observed as the robust lightning struck the drenched, cloaked figure with incredible force. This was the first time the ultimate lightning strike had been unleashed upon a human, yielding astonishing results. The speed of the cloaked figure, though seemingly faster than an ordinary person, was insufficient to avoid the onslaught, and despite his desperate attempts to evade, he was struck. The electricity coursed through him, causing the cloaked figure to tremble violently, emitting raspy sounds from his throat before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The hood of the cloak fell away, revealing the entire head of a young man. though the cloaked figure lay still, appearing as if he had been dealt with. The air was tinged with the scent of charred flesh and singed hair. Yet Leo remained on high alert. He had no indicators of whether the threat had been neutralized. Who could say if this individual was truly dead? Immediately after casting a spell, Leo seized a nearby crossbow, aiming an arrow directly at the head of the cloaked figure. The shot was slightly off, skewing into the neck. 11, still recovering from the paralysis. Felt pain yet remained unable to move, incredulously roaring within. Why? I feigned death, and you still shot me with a crossbow? But it mattered not. Such wounds might still be survivable, having already fired one shot. Surely he wouldn't unleash a second, would he? Come closer, treacherous sorcerer. Your end is nigh. After releasing the first arrow, Leo neither approached nor relented, swiftly reloading and firing another arrow towards the head of the cloaked figure. 11 stared in disbelief as this cunning young man shot him not once, but prepared to fire again. Realization dawned upon him, and he desperately summoned his strength to move, yet his body remained weak and numb. Utterly unresponsive, despair filled his gaze as he watched the young man adeptly complete the loading process and release another bolt. The arrow slowly grew larger in his vision, ultimately consuming his entire sight. Confronting death directly, he finally severed himself from the euphoric thrill of slaughter, replaced instead with confusion and dread. This is what death feels like, so terrifying that 11's consciousness faded away. This time, Leo did not miss. The arrow struck true, embedding itself in the head of the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure emitted a gasp, trembling violently before falling still, blood oozing from the wound. Leo jumped back, but did not cease his reloading, firing 2 more arrows into the head of the cloaked figure, who remained utterly motionless, gazing at the 3 arrows embedded in the head and 1 in the neck of the cloaked figure. Leo's heart finally eased somewhat, but he refused to believe that such a person could still be alive. Yet why had this individual attempted to attack him? Did he have accomplices? Leo clutched his crossbow tightly, fixating on the slightly ajar door, beyond which the soft rain fell in the deep night. He feared another intruder might emerge. Could it be associates of the man in the leather armor? Or perhaps a retaliation from the Waterdrop family? Or vengeance from the followers of the god of murder? It could even be that the jeweler, Fox, had discovered his connection to the deaths of his nephews and sent someone to kill him. But wait, he had only been in this world for 12 days. He was merely an ordinary human. How could there be so many who wished to kill him? Leo had yet to find an answer, and seeing that no one else approached, he released a brief sigh of relief. Glancing at the bell that had proved so effective, he mused that this silver coin had indeed been well spent. Leo lit an oil lamp, cautiously advancing towards the fallen, cloaked figure, kicking him to lie on his back. The lifeless face, now staring wide-eyed at Leo, bore 3 arrows lodged in its head, pooling blood beneath it. It appeared he had died with his eyes open. Feeling around, he searched the body of the cloaked figure and discovered a complete set of lock-picking tools, a pouch of marbles, a bell, a fire starter, a water pouch, and a bulging coin purse. A thief. Was he affiliated with the Waterdrop family? Why would he attempt to attack him? Did he discover that Leo had used fire arrow to injure that thief? That seemed unlikely. It had been a full 12 days that, if retaliation was intended, it should have occurred long ago. Why wait until now? Leo was utterly perplexed as he picked up the dagger that had fallen beside him. This dagger was incomparably superior to his own ordinary one, which was worth merely 2 silver coins. Glinting ominously in the darkness, he slashed at the throat of the figure cloaked in black with minimal effort, and blood gushed forth from the wound. After wiping the blade on the cloak, Leo examined the dagger closely, discovering an inconspicuous droplet-shaped emblem engraved on the hilt, within which was inscribed the number 11. A droplet 11? At that moment, a woman's shrill scream pierced the air, a voice that seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Just as Leo's memories began to resurface, a furious roar erupted, akin to a lion's territory being encroached upon. Infused with boundless rage, Leo recognized this voice all too well. It was Eldon from across the way. Therefore, the scream had to belong to his pregnant wife, Isha. And what of the assailant? Without a moment's hesitation, Leo grasped his hand, crossbow, and dagger, Peering cautiously out from his home, he found the surroundings eerily silent and devoid of any presence before he stepped outside, plunging into the curtain of rain. Such a fortuitous timing for an attack could only mean it was the companion of Droplet 11, that, judging by the speed exhibited by Droplet 11 and the quality of his dagger, it was clear that his companion would not be weak. Once the companion realized that Droplet 11 had been slain, he would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. Leo was left with two choices. Either he could flee while Eldon distracted Droplet 11's companion, which might allow him a chance to escape. However, this would mean foregoing his two electroshocks, abandoning the chance to save a somewhat familiar person and a woman 6 months into her pregnancy. The echo of Eldon's admonition resonated in Leo's ears. Live well, Leo. As a normal human being, Leo could not stand idly by and watch such a tragedy unfold. Furthermore, if he fled, he might not even be able to remain in shallow Watertown, lest he face the endless pursuit of the Droplet family. Thus, only one path remained, to eliminate Droplet 11's companion. Leo approached Eldon's doorstep and cautiously observed the situation within through the slightly ajar door. Eldon stood protectively in front of his pregnant wife, fiercely wielding his long sword as he struggled to fend off the attacks of the cloaked figure. However, compared to the two daggers wielded by the assailant, Eldon appeared woefully inadequate. After just a few exchanges, he bore nearly 10 wounds, blood occasionally spurting forth. The two figures were perilously close, and Leo could not ensure a hit on the cloaked figure without risking harm to Eldon. He attempted to signal Eldon, but the latter was wholly consumed with defending against the cloaked figure, utterly oblivious to Leo's presence outside. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Leo began to construct a magical model, searching for an opportunity amidst the clash of blades. After Eldon suffered 6 more wounds, he altered his strategy, abandoning all defense, disregarding the 2 bloodied holes in his body, and forcefully swung his longsword in a half circle, attempting to trade injury for injury with the cloaked man. Unfortunately, the cloaked figure, having dodged the attack, nimbly leaped back, evading the blow. Despair flickered in Eldon's eyes. This assassin was too agile, and his skills were exceptionally refined. As a newly minted first-tier fighter, he was no match. Now was the moment. From his position behind the door, Leo finally found a prime opportunity. As the two combatants momentarily separated, he silently uttered the incantation and unleashed the spell he had prepared. Shock! The sound of electricity crackled within the room, and a bolt of lightning shot forth. The cloaked figure, already sensing the commotion outside, continued to retreat with the momentum of his jump. However, the lightning still grazed his right side, sending a wave of numbness coursing through him, causing his steps to falter. This was bad. The power of this spell was astonishing. A first-tier magic? How could such a formidable first-tier mage arrive so swiftly? Although he sensed someone approaching from outside, the magical energy was so faint that it posed no real threat. This sudden emergence of a first-tier warrior was indeed troublesome. It seemed that there would be no further opportunity for slaughter today. Retreat was his only option. Despite the paralysis coursing through him, his legs continued to move against his will, his once agile steps now clumsy. Leo would not let this chance slip away. He silently recited the incantation once more, reconstructing the magical model. Shock! Another robust bolt of lightning hurtled toward the cloaked figure. Caught off guard by the incoming lightning, the cloaked figure found it difficult to react. Years of combat experience had instilled a reflex to evade, yet his body refused to obey. Although he managed to avoid a fatal strike, he was nonetheless struck and collapsed to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. How could a first-tier spell be cast twice in such a short span of time? This was truly a dire situation. Was he to meet his end here today? No, there was still a chance. Young mages often underestimated the importance of striking a finishing blow, placing too much faith in the power of their spells. If he could just endure this period of paralysis. As Leo observed the cloaked figure convulsify, Leo closed his eyes and began to meditate. I have yet to comprehend why they would launch an attack against us. I am uncertain whether there are other foes lurking about. Why magical energy is depleted, and it will take 20 minutes to replenish. Aiden, I must rely on you to keep watch during this time. Without magic, Leo felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Should another water drop number appear, he would be left with only his hand crossbow for defense. This was a scenario he desperately wished to avoid. While he could manage to shoot at stationary targets, hitting a fast-moving first-tier thief was an entirely different matter. Aiden patted his chest, wincing in pain, yet resolutely declaring, "No problem, leave it to me." However, I suspect that now that we've made such a commotion without anyone arriving, we are unlikely to face further enemies. The guards will be here shortly, and if their accomplices return, they are merely walking into a trap. If that were indeed the case, it would be most fortunate. S. Leo resumed his meditation. Striving to regain the energy for a first-tier spell, an uproar erupted outside. The residents of the left of Aiden's home were awakened by the cacophony, rushing to their doors to investigate the commotion. Meanwhile, those to the right of Aiden's abode would forever miss this opportunity. I could see this moment. Neither Aiden nor Leo was aware of this grim reality. Aiden flung open the door, shouting, "There are assassins! Wake everyone and secure your doors. Remain inside and await the guards." After issuing his warning, he shut the door and sat down to tend his wounds. ISA assisted him, particularly with the injuries on his back that he could not reach. Before long, a squad of guards arrived, loudly ushering the remaining residents still on the street back into their homes. A knock resounded at the door. Leo opened his eyes and raised his crossbow. He had only partially regained the energy for a first-tier spell and could not yet conjure shock. "Aiden, are you still alive?" A deep, resonant voice inquired. Aiden visibly relaxed, noting Leo's wariness, and whispered, "It's Captain Kale. Do not worry. Everything is fine." Leo gradually lowered his left hand, still holding the crossbow. Aiden stepped forward to open the door, revealing a relieved smile. "Captain Kale, you have finally arrived. I thought I was a goner." Outside stood a burly man clad in a black cloak and polished chainmail, his brown hair framing a weathered face adorned with a scruffy beard. He gazed incredulously at Aiden, who was covered in injuries. "Aiden, who did this to you?" "Captain Kale, a first-tier thief from the Waterdrop family, broke in and attempted to kill me and my wife." "They've gone mad," Aiden exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. "A first-tier thief? How did you survive?" Kale inquired. "If I hadn't broken through to the first tier myself, I surely would never have seen you again," Aiden lamented, theatrically wiping away non-existent tears. "That you've achieved first-tier status? What on earth happened?" Kale frowned before pressing on with the most pressing question. "What a Waterdrop family thief. Which number was it? Did you chase them off?" "The first-tier thief from the Waterdrop family has been slain. It was number 5, Aiden declared proudly. "Impossible," Kale instinctively refuted, his tone resolute. "Even if you have become a first-tier, you would never be a match for number 5. Aiden gestured towards the 2 daggers he held and pointed to the figure draped in a black cloak lying inside the room. "Captain Kale, take a look at these 2 daggers. The person inside is number 5. Kale accepted the daggers, scrutinizing them carefully before glancing at the body of the cloaked figure with disbelief. Could it truly be number 5? Number 5 is dead. Accepting this reality, he heartily clapped Aiden on the shoulder. "Well done, lad. You've accomplished something remarkable. This time, you've made a significant contribution." Aiden chuckled. "Captain Kale, I never claimed that I was the one who killed number 5. He then gestured towards Leo, dramatically proclaiming, "Dun, dun, dun. The true hero is here. This brother Leo came to slay number 5 and save our lives. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing either me or ISA now." Kale regarded the silent young man beside him with newfound understanding, inclining his body slightly. "Mr. Leo, I am deeply grateful for your bravery. I shall report your deeds accurately." Aiden beamed with pride. "But that's not all. He also dealt with number 11. What?" Kale's weathered face displayed unmistakable shock. "Mr. Leo, you single-handedly dealt with both number 5 and number 11. Leo waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely luck. Number 5 was only defeated thanks to Aiden's distraction." Kale extended his hand. "I shall ensure Mr. Leo's accomplishments are duly noted. You shall receive ample rewards. It is my honor to meet you, and if time permits, I would be delighted to treat you to a drink." Leo shook Kale's hand, but quickly shook his head. "A drink is fine, but there is no need for any accolades. I prefer to remain low profile. Let the credit go to Aiden. He is the main contributor." He certainly did not wish to attract the attention of the Waterdrop family. Aiden vigorously shook his head in disagreement. No, no, no. Leo, you're the savior of both me and ISA. How could I steal your glory? This credit rightfully belongs to you. No, the primary credit lies with your distraction. No, no, no. The credit is due to your magic. As Leo and Aiden engaged in their spirited debate, no resolution emerged. After a brief stalemate, both turned in unison to Kale. It seems it was the valiant Captain Kale who arrived just in time to slay both number 5 and number 11, rescuing us 3 humble civilians from the clutches of the Waterdrop family thieves. Indeed. Kale looked taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I cannot claim Mr. Leo's glory. Since Mr. Leo prefers anonymity, let us say that a mysterious mage dealt with number 5 and number 11. However, I shall ensure that the rewards are delivered to Mr. Leo. What do you think? That sounds quite agreeable to that moment. The guard hurriedly arrived with urgent news, interrupting the trio's conversation. Captain Kale, a grave situation has arisen. Half the people on this street are dead. The residents on the right side of Aiden's home have all had their throats slit, with not a single survivor. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Both Leo and Aiden, as well as ISA, had believed that number 5 and number 11 had solely targeted them. They had never imagined that the two had gone on a frenzied rampage, slaughtering an entire street and encroaching upon their home. Kale initially shared this assumption, but disbelief soon morphed into unbridled fury as he pounded the wall in anger, shouting, "Damn it! Has the Waterdrop family gone mad? How dare they?" Leo immediately recalled the letter he had seized at the windmill 2 days prior, and spoke up. Captain Kale, it is possible that the Waterdrop family has formed some sort of alliance or deal with the cult of murder. Just 2 days ago, I discovered clues regarding their potential connection while accompanying Sir Henry, a knight attendant from the St. Anto Church. After striking the wall with his fist, Kale's rage began to subside, replaced by surprise that, it was you who rescued the couple from the cultists? Mr. Leo, please allow me to express my gratitude once again on behalf of Shallow Watertown and the deceased residents. For your tremendous contribution, he bowed deeply to Leo. You are their hero, and also the hero of Shallow Watertown. Leo quickly waved his hand in modesty that I do not consider myself a hero. What I did was merely an act of self-preservation. Leo forced a wry smile at being labeled a hero. What sort of hero was he? Just a perfectly ordinary human being. Kale managed a faint smile. At least in my eyes, you are a hero, and did you not also choose to eliminate the cultists? He then appeared somewhat sheepish. Mr. Leo, I sincerely apologize for the sudden emergence of so many victims. I must attend to my duties. Leo nodded that of course, the matters at hand are of greater importance. May the deceased find peace. I did not misjudge you. You truly are a kind soul. May the deceased rest in peace. Kyle instructed 2 soldiers to carry the corpses of number 5 and number 11 to the adjacent room. Initially, he intended to pass the coin pouch from number 5 to Leo, but Leo declined the offer. Instead, he handed over the pouch from number 11 to Kyle as well. The bulging pouch contained a plethora of jewelry, with coins being a secondary find. It was evident that these treasures were ill-gotten gains from the recently deceased neighbors. Each coin and every piece of jewelry was a testament to vibrant lives that had been extinguished. Leo found himself unable to bear such a heavy burden. Captain Kyle, let these belongings be returned to the residents. Whether as compensation or for burial, they may serve as a memento for their families. Respect filled Kyle's eyes. You are a true hero. Rest assured, I, Kyle, vow that no one shall disturb Mr. Leo again, unless they step over my lifeless body. No. Should there be enemies, please rouse me that I wish to contribute in any small way I can. Kyle solemnly bowed and took his leave, directing his subordinates to manage the victims. Naturally, Leo retrieved the 7 crossbow bolts lodged in number 5 and number 11's heads. Considering them valuable at nearly 2 silver coins, he returned to his quarters and entered a meditative state, seemingly touched by the events as he once again drifted into the sea of magical energy. Upon completion, he distinctly felt an increase in his magical prowess. Roland Meditation Technique 9. Roland Meditation Technique 0 level. LV3 41100. Utilizing Magic Trick. He cleansed the bloodstains and crossbow bolts left by number 11 before finally retiring for the night. Outside, the sounds of the guards remained incessantly busy. It seemed that the guards had their hands full. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness in a dimly lit corner of a tavern. A cloaked elder sat across from a young man with raven black hair. Waterdrop, it seems I was correct in seeking you out. I did not anticipate your subordinates to be so formidable, far superior to my own lackluster followers. The young man exclaimed with a tone of admiration. It is merely the result of years of dedicated effort. Hardly comparable to Lord Bloodshadow, the elder replied humbly. Haha, collaborating with you surely will not disappoint me. The timing is just right. I shall join the fray myself now. The young man, Bloodshadow, exclaimed as he downed the drink on the table, rose to his feet, licked his lips, and strode toward the tavern's entrance, caressing a pendant adorned with a skull encircled by drops of blood. The cloaked elder also stood, bowing slightly. Happy hunting, Lord Bloodshadow. The departing youth offered no reply or glance back, but simply waved his hand casually. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the tavern's threshold. The cloaked elder picked up his staff, donned his hat, and made his way to the tavern's back door. After a brief wait, two figures cloaked in black approached. Old man, number 3 and number 16 have completed their task, totaling 44 kills. Well done. Soon after, two more cloaked figures arrived. Old man, number 7 and number 10 have completed their task, totaling 42 kills. Not bad. Yet another figure appeared, this time only one cloaked individual. Old man, we killed 31. But encountered patrolling guards. Number 12 did not escape. The cloaked elder narrowed his eyes. No matter. 8. Such losses are acceptable. After a prolonged wait, the most anticipated number 5 and number 11 remained elusive. Losing only number 12 was manageable, but the absence of 5 and 11 indicated a significant blow to this operation. The cloaked elder grew increasingly anxious, unable to remain still. Number 3, number 7. Accompany me to the location of number 5's operation. The rest, conceal yourselves, understood, to the Baroness' estate. A knock echoed as a guard peered through a small window, apologetically informing the perspiring captain of guards. Frank, my lord, the Baron is asleep. If it is not an urgent matter, please return in the morning. Captain Frank gasped. It's crucial, exceedingly important. A grave incident has occurred in Shallow Water Town. Hurry, let me in. Rouse the Baron. The guard hesitated. But, Frank interrupted, there is no, but I take full responsibility for whatever has transpired. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the guard opened the door. Very well, I will escort you to the parlor. No need. I'm familiar with the area. Just go and inform him swiftly. It's an emergency. All right. The guard hurried inside to relay the message. 5 minutes later, in the parlor of the Baroness' estate. Frank, as the captain of the Shallow Water Town Guards, was met with the Baroness' admonition. You are acting in a most frantic manner. Regardless of what has transpired, one must maintain composure. The Baron emerged in his night clothes, yawning, a teacup in hand. Speak. What has happened? Frank's face was a mix of anxiety, anger, and disbelief. Chris, a disaster has struck. The Waterdrop family has gone on a rampage, conducting indiscriminate slaughter across 4 streets in the town. Preliminary estimates indicate a death toll of 150. What did you say? The Baron Chris's teacup fell from his grasp, shattering upon hitting the soft carpet, tea and shards scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Waterdrop, accompanied by number 3 and number 7, arrived at the scene of the operation on Zieging Street, where they could see guards bustling about from a distance. Number 3 could not help but point out, old man, those 2 corpses appear to be number 5 and number 11, along with Captain Kyle. Could it be he who took down number 5 and number 11? Number 7's eyes brimmed with hatred. Old man, let us go and eliminate these accursed guards. A glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes, after a lengthy hesitation, observing the gathering guards. The elder abandoned the thought of delivering a fatal blow to Kyle, as Kyle had predicted. Leo was indeed undisturbed that night. After tossing and turning, he fell into a deep sleep until dawn. The following morning, the rain had ceased, and the sun rose as usual. Leo stepped out of his home, traversing a somewhat silent street, the faint scent of blood still lingering in the air. He noticed a conspicuous notice on the old wall at the intersection. detailing the crimes committed by the Waterdrop family the previous night, that IT reported that they had cruelly murdered 157 residents of Shallow Watertown. Furthermore, the guards had killed 2 formal members of the Waterdrop family and captured one, along with another captured a week prior. Upon reading this, Leo was taken aback to discover that the 2 slain members had been his own doing. Wait a moment, could it be that the formerly captured member from a week ago was betrayed by the very thief who inflicted injuries upon him? The timing coincides with what I heard and mentioned. It seems I am indeed the nemesis of the Droplet family. With a slight chuckle in my heart, I continued to read on. The body of the slain formal member had already been nailed to a cross in the Shallow Water Square. Suspended there for 7 days, at dawn 7 days hence, a fire execution will be carried out for the formerly captured member number 13. The wanted poster for the Droplet family thieves offered a bounty of 3 gold coins for those unranked, 10 gold coins for first-tier formal members, and 50 gold coins for the second-tier family head, referred to as the Droplet. Following this were an extensive list of the criminal charges against the Droplet family. Truly a litany of sins on my way to the Adventurers Guild. Such notices were plastered everywhere. Moreover, it was evident that the patrolling soldiers on the streets had increased significantly. One could hardly walk down a street without encountering fully armed guards. The sound of metal boots striking the ground added an air of tension and oppression to the atmosphere. Passing through the Shallow Water Square, I could see 2 corpses prominently displayed upon crosses, surrounded by a contingent of soldiers and a gathering crowd. Approaching for a closer look, I confirmed it was indeed members number 5 and 11, their faces marked with bloodstains from crossbow bolts. And it seemed their bodies had been treated, as there was no foul odor wafting nearby. Leaving the square, I entered the Adventurers Guild. Upon seeing me, Saida exhibited a peculiar joy and relief. "Good morning, Mr. Rio." "Good morning, Miss Saida. Has anything happened today?" I sensed a hint of unusual emotion in Saida today, prompting my inquiry. Saida patted her chest, as if reassuring herself. "Mr. Rio, I saw the notice about the Droplet family this morning. I discovered they committed a massacre on your street. I was worried about your safety, but fortunately, Miss Saida, rest assured, I am unharmed. It is they who are in peril." Inwardly surprised, I remarked, "Miss Saida, you even remember where I live?" Saida's eyes flickered. "Indeed, it is my duty. Knowing you are safe puts my mind at ease." I thought to myself how professional Saida truly was, and then inquired, "Miss Saida, is there any commission for today?" "Mr. Rio, you must have seen the notice regarding the Droplet family. They are currently in need of personnel to patrol the streets, offering a reward of 3 silver coins for 8 hours. Would you be interested?" I shook my head. I needed to focus on enhancing my magical abilities and meditation techniques. Simply patrolling the streets would not provide me with opportunities to utilize my magic, making such a commission unsuitable for me. Saida seemed to anticipate my response, continuing, "Then there are no other suitable commissions for today. The town's focus is entirely on the matter of the Droplet family. However, 1 week from now, the execution of number 13 will take place, and at that time, adventurers will be needed to maintain vigilance around the guild and the execution site. The reward is also 3 silver coins for approximately 3 hours of work. What do you think? I shall take this commission. 3 hours for 3 silver coins is not a long time, and the reward is substantial, especially considering the heinous crimes committed by the Droplet family. The execution is bound to be heavily guarded, and if the Droplet family truly intends to intervene, their primary goal will be to rescue rather than a kill. That I do not mind lending a hand to complicate their plans. By then, I should be able to cast 4 0-tier spells consecutively. If this week goes smoothly, I might even manage to unleash 5 powerful lightning spells in succession, surely a grand gift for any potential thieves that may come. Very well, I shall confirm with you the day before the execution. Not a problem. I will continue to eliminate slimes. Farewell, Miss Saida. May you return safely, Mr. Rio." Exiting the Adventurers Guild, I left the town. This time, the inspection upon leaving was markedly different. The guards meticulously scrutinized my belongings, far more stringently than before. Additionally, 2 guards clad in black robes and polished chainmail, akin to Kevin, observed me with hawkish gazes, their presence exuding an aura distinctly superior to that of the others, likely higher-ranking officers. With such rigorous checks in place, the thieves of the Droplet family or followers of the god of murder must surely be trapped within the town. With eager anticipation, I unfurled the rudimentary map in my hands. Directing my gaze toward the third slime gathering site, the IT was a bit of a trek, requiring a walk of approximately 20 minutes, as indicated by the map, situated adjacent to some ruins. Upon arriving at the marked location, I found several crumbled ancient walls, surrounded by numerous bouncing slimes. I had become somewhat sensitive to the peculiar structures and ruins in the wilderness, and I mused, surely I shan't encounter cultists again. If I were to meet cultists once more, I might as well write a treatise entitled The Symbiosis of Slimes and Cultists. Cautiously, I circled the ancient walls twice, finding no suitable hiding spots, and finally relaxed. I silently recited my incantation and began to incinerate the slimes. Ignis. As dusk approached, after eliminating 20 slimes, my fire arrow spell reached level 2. Fire arrow tier. LV2 1100. I gained deeper insights and understanding regarding the fire arrow, recognizing the rough areas within the original spell model. Having undergone the experience once, I was no longer a stranger to this sensation, WY slightly adjusting the placement of the spell model's lines. I rendered it more rounded and fluid. Consequently, a larger flame struck the slime at a swifter pace, splattering blue goo everywhere. The single hit was all it took. Fire Arrow 3 with the enhanced power of the Fire Arrow. I should now be capable of dispatching a single slime with one shot. Roland's meditation technique, 0 tier. LV3, 64100. After replenishing my magical energy, I would also be able to upgrade my meditation method within 2 days. At that point, the speed of my magical recovery would undoubtedly accelerate further. Nodding in satisfaction, I returned to Shallow Water Town. The rigorous entry inspections and the ever-present patrolling guards remained unchanged. It seemed that tranquility would not return to Shallow Water Town in the near future. And the pivotal change hinged upon the impending execution in 7 days. Upon reaching the Adventurers Guild, I handed over 27 vials of slime essence collected over the past 2 days to Saida. After she presented me with 5 silver coins and 4 copper coins, she smiled and remarked, "Mr. Rio, you are becoming quite the expert in slime eradication. Your efficiency in clearing them is astounding. At this rate, you might single-handedly wipe out all the slimes around Shallow Water Town." Indeed, I had nearly cleared the slimes at the third gathering site, and there remained only 1 slime at the southernmost 4 sites, which were a 30-minute walk away, making them quite distant. During this time, I had encountered no slimes along the southern trade route. Counting the days, I realized that I had been in this world for 13 days, spending 11 of those days eradicating slimes, totaling 136 slimes eliminated. Oh no, I had inadvertently become a slime slayer. At the same time, Saida thoughtfully reminded me, "Mr. Rio, currently the dangers in the town are not limited to the Droplet family. It is suspected that followers of the god of murder are also spreading their faith, urging the residents of Shallow Water Town to offer coins. Please be cautious, and oh wonder the Droplet family committed such heinous acts. It seems the followers of the god of murder aim to instill fear of death and propagate their teachings. The combination of these 2 malevolent forces bodes ill. I also cautioned Saida. Miss Saida, you must also remain vigilant. Until tomorrow, such a valuable resource as Saida must not fall prey to those perverse individuals." Saida appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, but upon realizing it was Mr. Rio, she quickly composed herself, a sweet smile gracing her face as I turned to leave. "Until tomorrow, Mr. Rio." After dinner, I returned home and tidied up a bit. Just as I was preparing to retire for the night, a knock echoed through the house. This was the first time my door had been knocked upon. "Who is it?" "Rio, it is I, Iurden." Opening the door revealed a familiar face. Iurden held a plate in his right hand, upon which rested cinnamon rolls drizzled with icing. He smiled broadly. "Rio, these cinnamon rolls were made by Isha." Leo glanced back at his room and realized that he could scarcely muster 2 chairs, let alone a table. There was simply no space to entertain guests. Eldon, witnessing this scene, was somewhat speechless. "Leo, you are undeniably a powerful mage, yet your abode is so sparsely furnished. After all, this was merely a place for sleep." Leo's visits home had become solely about resting, and aside from making his bed a touch more comfortable, he had made no other arrangements. How about coming to my place? Eldon suggested. Sure, Leo replied. This was, in fact, Leo's first genuine visit to Eldon's home. They had a modest living room, tastefully adorned with a vibrant sense of life. After exchanging brief greetings with Isha, the three sat down to savor her freshly baked cinnamon rolls. The rolls were delightfully soft, sweet without being cloying, and Leo was pleasantly surprised by the rich flavor that danced on his palate. These are quite excellent, he remarked. Thank you, Isha replied with a gentle smile. Eldon beamed with pride, saying, Indeed, Isha's cinnamon rolls are unparalleled. It's been ages since I last indulged in them, and this time it's all thanks to you, Leo. Isha playfully swatted her husband's arm. The scene before them was warm, harmonious, and beautiful, a precious moment to behold. Leo indulged in 2 cinnamon rolls before pausing to inquire of Eldon, Eldon, how is your injury? I visited the church last night for a priest to treat me, and coupled with my recuperative ability, I am nearly fully healed now, Eldon said, showcasing the muscles in his arm. Recuperative ability? Leo asked, somewhat puzzled. Eldon explained, it's a skill that warriors awaken after breaking through to the first tier. When injured, they can heal themselves through recuperation. Please elaborate on the power system of your warriors, Leo requested. He was only familiar with the mage's hierarchy, where a mage capable of casting 3 level 0 spells was termed an apprentice, while those who could wield first-tier magic were known as first-tier mages, and so forth. His knowledge of warriors, or adventurers who relied on physical prowess, was quite limited, and with a first-tier warrior right beside him, it was an opportune moment to inquire. Eldon shared his insights. Warriors are the most diverse of professions. Anyone who depends on their physical prowess to fight can be called a warrior. Whether it's a rogue from the Waterdrop family or guards like Captain Kyle and myself, we all fall under this banner. Unlike mages, whose strength is entirely reliant on magic, warriors build their might through years of training and mastering various weapons such as swords and daggers. During this process, their magical energy naturally refines their bodies, enabling them to gradually grasp extraordinary power. As this magical refinement accumulates, it eventually leads to qualitative changes in strength, agility, and constitution, awakening extraordinary abilities like recuperation, which is one of the first transformations a warrior might experience. Historically, the most powerful and mysterious forces in the world have always been wielded by mages, including deities, most of whom are exceptionally strong or possess astonishing magic. Consequently, warriors who fight using their physical strength tend to align their power classifications with those of mages. A warrior's first transformation corresponds to a first-tier mage, and each subsequent transformation aligns with higher tiers of magic. First and second-tier mages are considered low-tier, while first and second-tier warriors are similarly classified. Third and fourth-tier mages are called mid-tier, fifth and sixth-tier mages are high-tier, and seventh-tier mages are known as epic mages, with warriors following suit. However, very few achieve the rank of epic warrior solely through physical strength, as the transformations become increasingly challenging. Most warriors, as they progress, often learn magic to compensate for their slowing advancement. Leo pondered. So, last night you completed your first transformation. Eldon chuckled. Indeed, upon witnessing an attempted assault on us to protect my beloved wife Isha and our unborn child, the accumulated refinement within me transformed in that moment of intense emotion, allowing me to break through to the first tier. Isha placed her hand over Eldon's, saying, "Oh, my love, you were incredibly brave last night." Leo deliberately ignored this tender exchange and speculated, the more intense the emotion, the higher the probability of achieving transformation. Yet, a warrior with rich experiences may find it challenging to summon such strong emotions later in their journey, making further transformations difficult, correct? Eldon shrugged. Who knows? I don't think that far ahead. My greatest dream is simply to grow old happily with Isha in this little town. Eldon and Isha gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their fingers intertwined. How many years have you trained? 9 years, Eldon replied. Instantly, Leo dismissed the thought of learning martial arts or swordplay from Eldon. Although he had used a crossbow and dagger before, his proficiency panel only recorded his magic skills. If he truly pursued training, would it not require another decade of arduous effort? He resolved to focus on honing his magic instead. With his understanding of the warrior's progression nearly complete, Leo could no longer endure the couple's affectionate atmosphere and decided to take his leave. It's getting late. I should be going. Eldon, Isha, thank you for your hospitality. The cinnamon rolls were delightful. Eldon sincerely replied, do visit us often, Leo. Life isn't just about adventure. Our door will always be open to you. Isha added with a gentle smile, yes, Leo, as long as you are in Shallow Water Town, I will bake sweets every week for you to enjoy. Eldon immediately chimed in playfully, please make sure to come every day. Leo, Isha lightly swatted her mischievous husband again. All right, goodbye, Eldon, Isha, Leo said with a smile. Farewell, Leo. Eldon and Isha embraced as they bid him farewell. Leo turned to head home, a smile lingering on his lips. Indeed, this was a precious and beautiful thing that should never be tarnished. The following morning, Leo rose a bit later than usual, arriving at the Adventurers Guild around 7 o'clock, only to find no quests available. The atmosphere in the town felt more oppressive than usual, with patrolling guards and adventurers filling the streets. Leo was even stopped by the guards for questioning before he was allowed to pass. The ominous cloud brought by the Waterdrop family still loomed over the residents of Shallow Water Town. Perhaps only after the execution in 6 days would the atmosphere begin to shift. Exiting the city gates, Leo made his way to the 4th slime gathering spot, the last one in the south. Now, his level 2 fire arrow could indeed deliver a lethal blow, and no longer did Leo need to foolishly poke the nearly defeated slimes with his basic wooden staff after casting fire arrow. After incinerating 22 slimes, the final slime gathering spot in the south was cleared. Roll in meditation. Level 0. LV3, 89100. Fire arrow. Level 0. LV2, 70100. His meditation technique was just a step away from reaching level 4. And Fire Arrow was poised for another upgrade the following day. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, Leo spotted familiar faces gathered in a corner. Paladin Henry, Swordsman Bell, Archer Nina, alongside Alan and Heidi. They seemed to be waiting for someone. Suddenly, Bell's gaze darted toward him, and he bounded over, waving enthusiastically. Leo glanced behind him, noticing no one, and finally confirmed they were indeed calling for him as he approached them. Leo, join us, Bell exclaimed excitedly. Paladin Henry gently thumped Bell on the head, prompting him to lower it. Nina, make him quiet, he said. All right, Brother Henry, Nina replied, leading Bell away for some playful banter. Henry greeted Leo with a smile before explaining their purpose for being there. Good evening. Leo, Mr. Allen and Ms. Heidi wish to personally thank you for saving their lives. That I inquired with Miss Sita at the guild reception, and she informed us you would typically return around this time. So we decided to wait for you. Leo cast a glance at Sita, who was peering out from behind the counter, attentively observing the situation. Upon meeting his gaze, she blinked her eyes and flashed him a thumbs-up gesture. My Lord Leo, I cannot express enough gratitude for your kindness. In that dreadful place, I was in such agony that I contemplated seeking release through death. Yet, to my astonishment, you rescued us. You have saved us. Alan bowed deeply, his voice choked with emotion, tears cascading onto the guild's floor. Heidi similarly bowed, tears streaming down her face. Why, Lord Leo, I am truly grateful to you. You brought my husband and me back from that hell. Leo, somewhat taken aback, lifted them both up. It is enough to be alive, just to be alive. Nevertheless, their tears continued to flow unabated. Leo then turned to Henry, who was watching the scene with a smile, and said, Knight, it is your turn to take action. True to Leo's expectations, Henry swiftly comforted the two newly converted believers with the teachings of the god of sun and radiance. Leo felt no surprise at Alan and Heidi joining the faith. After enduring such a tragic ordeal, their souls desperately sought refuge, and the god of sun and radiance was indeed a commendable choice. With his emotions somewhat steadied, Alan produced a coin pouch and handed it to Leo. My Lord Leo, this is your reward. Please do not think it too little. It is all I can muster for now, but we shall give you the rest once we have worked for a while. Although the pouch contained but 13 silver coins, Leo felt it inappropriate to accept money from these two pitiable souls. No, Alan, I am not in need of money. Keep it for yourselves, after having gone through such an ordeal. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend it. Alan insisted on giving it. Leo suddenly asked, Alan, do you have any change? Ah, yes, I do. Why? Before Alan could fully comprehend, Heidi had already produced a handful of copper coins and offered them to Leo. Leo took one coin from her hand and said, "Watch closely." He flicked the coin high into the air with his thumb, and it spun gracefully, reflecting a metallic sheen. The playful antics of Belle and Nina came to an abrupt halt, and all six present, along with Saida in the distance, were intensely curious about what Leo was about to do, their eyes following the spinning coin. As the coin reached its apex, it momentarily hung in the air. And in that instant, all seven could distinctly see it glistening with radiant golden light. Like some unknowable moment, the copper coin had transformed into a gold coin. When the coin descended, Leo caught it deftly, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger to show to Alan and Heidi. "Alan, Heidi, I have received your gold coins." Why, Lord Leo. The two immediately reddened at the eyes, on the verge of tears once more. Leo hastily interjected, "Henry, it's up to you now. I must go deliver the commission." He had to hurry. The current magic trick of transforming the coin into gold could only last for about 24 seconds. After half a minute, the coin would revert to its original form, and the magic would be revealed. Although at this point, no one would care whether the gold coin turned back into a copper one. Henry, immersed in the simple yet moving display, snapped back to reality upon being called, internally lamenting, "That Leo, showing off and then running off, leaving me with these tearful people." How infuriating. He consoled Alan and Heidi while a smile played on his lips. Belle's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Nina's gaze held a hint of admiration. The two followed Leo to the counter. Saida observed the scene, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "Mr. Leo, that was a splendid magic performance. Please do share such good deeds with me in the future. I am quite intrigued by your adventurous tales." Leo handed over 22 vials of slime essence to Saida, smiling as he replied, "The Adventurers Guild is bustling with people. My strength is not yet sufficient, so I prefer to keep a low profile." "That is certainly in line with Mr. Leo's character," Saida remarked with a smile as she took the slime essence into the workshop. Standing nearby, Belle was astonished. Big brother Leo, do you only clear slimes every day?" Leo naturally replied, "Indeed." Belle quickly began promoting his own team. "With such formidable magical prowess, it is a waste to only clear slimes. Join our team. We can hunt goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and wolf packs together." Seeing Belle's dangerously ambitious thoughts, Leo felt it was better to remain solo, though he was still somewhat puzzled. "Without me, your strength should be sufficient to tackle goblins. There seems to be no need to cling to me. With big brother Leo joining, we could even attempt to tackle that goblin den with a 5 gold bounty." At that moment, Saida stepped forward, handing Leo a pouch containing 4 silver coins and 4 copper coins, her tone serious. "Mr. Bell, I still advise you to start with simpler goblin dens. After all, that 5 gold bounty goblin den has already eliminated a 3-member adventurer team. And this commission has been posted for an entire week without completion, indicating its considerable difficulty. It requires careful consideration." Leo accepted the pouch, somewhat astonished. "Oh, Gron has not been dealt with yet?" Nina interjected, "Brother Henry would definitely not take on that commission." Belle had no retort, scratching his head in embarrassment. Saida turned to Leo, suggesting, "Mr. Leo, Henry's team will also participate in the execution watch 6 days from now. They work well together and possess decent strength. At that time, you might consider collaborating with them to explore the possibility of forming a party. Sometimes, relying on teammates is not a bad thing." Saida's expression was both earnest and concerned. Leo contemplated for a moment and concluded there was no harm in it. That commission could indeed benefit from collaboration. Belle, thrilled that Leo was finally willing to join the team, even if only temporarily, expressed heartfelt gratitude to Saida. "Saida, thank you. You are truly wonderful." Saida smiled gently. "Mr. Bell, please do your best not to trouble Mr. Leo. He is a rare and invaluable adventurer for the guild." Belle nodded repeatedly, while Nina regarded Saida with a look of curiosity. Like a tea that moment, Henry approached with Alan and Heidi, whose eyes were still red. "Leo, have you completed the commission? Today I'm treating. You should join us." "Sure." With someone treating, Leo, whose remaining funds totaled only 17 silver coins, readily agreed, turning to bid farewell to Saida. "See you tomorrow, Miss Saida." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Leo." Henry Belle and Nina also exchanged farewells with Saida, and the six exited the guild. The three members of Henry's team naturally took the lead, with Leo following behind. As they walked, Leo suddenly felt an uneasy premonition. Sure enough, Henry and the others led him directly into a four-story building that resembled a weathered city wall. Moving with familiar ease, Leo stopped before the imposing structure, gazing at the wooden sign of the Flying Bird Tavern. His thoughts began to drift. It had been 14 days since he left the Flying Bird Tavern, precisely 2 weeks. He had been avoiding the tavern all this time, only to find himself drawn back here after all. Henry noticed Leo lingering at the entrance and inquired, "What is wrong, Leo? Do you not like this tavern? We can go somewhere else." Leo smiled and followed suit. "It's fine, Henry. This one will do." Since Henry was treating, he had no objections to which tavern or restaurant they chose. He merely hoped to avoid encountering his former boss Paul's irritating son, Martin. Upon entering the tavern, the atmosphere was dimly lit and somewhat noisy, with a diverse array of adventurers chatting and boasting, occasionally punctuated by raucous laughter as someone downed their mug of ale with their feet propped on a chair. The six found a spot to settle, and soon a plump, cheerful blonde waitress approached. Leo had no recollection of her, but as long as she was not Martin, he was satisfied. Henry ordered with practiced ease, clearly accustomed to the Flying Bird Tavern. Before long, mugs of ale arrived at the table, and the group raised their glasses in a toast. Cheers! The 5 individuals indulged in hearty gulps of their drinks, while Leo took only a modest sip. The ale was fresh, yet far from delightful, with Leo deeming it merely average. Observing the little that had diminished in Leo's glass, Henry chuckled and inquired, "Leo, do you typically not frequent the Bird Tavern?" "Indeed, I seldom drink. I usually dine at the Bodhi restaurant," Leo replied. "Leo, you don't visit the Bird Tavern often? It's the most well-informed place in all of Shallow Water Town," exclaimed Belle, her surprise evident. "Well, what's the issue?" "An abundance of information often leads to confusion. Sometimes, a single erroneous piece of news can be fatal," Leo remarked, recalling the blurred memories of this place, which harbored individuals capable of transforming a 10-centimeter lizard into a 10-meter dragon. Nina and Belle seemed to resonate with this, nodding as they reminisced. Henry sighed, "Leo, you truly are a unique adventurer." Laughter erupted among the group as they raised their glasses once more. Soon, dishes such as sausages, stews, roasted beef bones, and pizza were served, and the group eagerly dug in. Leo sampled a bit and found the taste satisfactory. It was not vastly different from the Bodhi restaurant, though the lively atmosphere here was far more conducive to feasting and drinking. Belle and Nina devoured their meals ravenously, while Alan and Heidi nibbled delicately. After several rounds of drinks, everyone had eaten sufficiently and engaged in casual conversation. Henry cautioned Leo, Shallow Water Town has been rather unsettled lately. You must be cautious. Following the Water Drop family's massacre, the followers of the god of murder are becoming increasingly restless. Especially since you have slain 2 of their members, you ought to be on your guard." Leo inquired about the letter confiscated from the windmill's basement. "Henry, does this imply that the information recorded in that letter is accurate? I heard that the Water Drop family committed atrocities to enable the followers of the god of murder to spread their faith. Have they indeed formed a collaboration?" Henry's expression darkened. "Indeed. After the massacre, the faith of the god of murder has been surreptitiously disseminating in Shallow Water Town, fueled by the fear of death. Everyone's attention is focused on the Water Drop family, leaving little energy to address the followers of the god of murder. The church can only strive to suppress them." His gaze turned icy. "Moreover, just as we began investigating the Water Drop family and the followers of the god of murder, they moved first, which is not a good omen. Does this imply there's a traitor among us in Shallow Water Town?" Leo pondered as he bit into some beef, deep in thought. Cultists and thieving families had suddenly all become active, rendering Shallow Water Town perilous. He even contemplated whether he should simply leave Shallow Water Town and seek refuge in a tranquil little town for a time. But then he reconsidered. Perhaps the issue lay with him. In his hazy memories, Shallow Water Town had once been a peaceful and quiet place. Yet since his arrival, misfortunes had befallen him one after another. Following this line of thought, it wouldn't be surprising if he encountered a goblin army or a red dragon's breath on his way out of Shallow Water Town. He specifically confirmed with Henry, When did shallow water town start becoming unstable? Henry mused. It should have been around 2 weeks ago. We captured a peripheral member of the Waterdrop family, and he revealed the existence of the 13th. The followers of the god of murder began appearing around the same time point 4 days ago. You killed those 2 cultists, and that's when we discovered the potential connection between the followers of the god of murder and the Waterdrop family. We had just begun our investigation when they acted, and in such a frenzied manner. Then, a reminiscent look crossed his face. Prior to this, shallow water town had been calm for 3 years, with the Waterdrop family occasionally indulging in petty thievery. Overall, the town was in a state of peace. It seemed that the wheels of fate began to turn from the moment he arrived, coinciding with the injury of that peripheral member. Moreover, nearly everything Henry mentioned bore his mark. The peripheral member, the 2 cultists, and the massacre had all crossed his path. Was he truly this unlucky? No, surely there must be some malevolent deity at work in the shadows. Or perhaps his crossing into this world had intertwined with destiny in unforeseen ways that it was certainly not mere bad luck. Leo reassured himself of this notion. That moment, a rather discordant voice broke through. Oh, isn't that our little Leo, who got fired? Well, it seemed his luck was indeed rather poor. Seeing Martin's arrogant demeanor before him, Leo let out a resigned sigh. Noticing Leo's silence, Martin appeared dissatisfied and continued. Leo, why the silence? Have you really sunk so low as to mingle among adventurers now? Do your companions know that you couldn't even hold a job as a tavern attendant? Don't you feel a twinge of shame mingling with them? Since Leo showed no reaction, Alan and Heidi, who were seated beside him, suddenly realized that the Leo Martin referred to was none other than their savior, and they sprang to their feet in astonishment. Alan retorted, I don't know what facts you are referring to regarding Leo's time as a tavern attendant, but Mr. Leo single-handedly defeated the cultists and saved us. How dare you say otherwise? Heidi remained silent, but glared at Martin. Startled, Martin took a step back but quickly regained his composure. While Leo, instead of serving drinks at the tavern, you've turned to deception. Yet, it seems you're quite successful at it, at least more so than as a server. Having managed to deceive a whole crowd of followers who blindly support you. Cultists? Ha! If you could truly eliminate cultists, I might as well kill a red dragon. Across the table, Belle, Henry, and Nina, still in shock, finally comprehended that the Leo Martin disparaged was indeed the Leo before them. Belle shot up. Leo is the one who killed the cultists and saved this couple. Do you have a problem with that? Are you looking for trouble? And how dare you refer to him as Leo without respect? Mr. Leo is our savior. They echoed fervently. Alan and Heidi trembled with agitation. Henry quietly asked, Leo, what is the situation with this person? Do you have a grudge against him? 2 weeks ago, I was still working as a server at the Bird Tavern, and I had a bit of falling out with the owner's son. Martin, Leo admitted with a weary tone, pulling Alan and Heidi back down that there's no need to argue with him. Alan, Heidi, please sit down. Belle, you too. Leo wished to avoid creating conflicts at such a crucial moment and did not want to draw attention to himself. Besides, he had a decent rapport with Paul. Thus, he chose to dismiss Martin's barking, not wanting to engage with him further. Henry, however, found it hard to believe. You, a server, and you had a falling out with someone? Meanwhile, Martin laughed. What's the problem? There are plenty of problems. This Leo, just half a month ago, was a mere server here, and now he is transformed into a powerful adventurer who slays cultists and saves people. Use your minds for a moment. This is utterly unrealistic, or are you all just as inexperienced as he is, playing pretend in this adventurer's game? Then Martin cast a cold glare at Leo. I don't know if there's a credit thief among you, one who steals others' achievements for himself, hoodwinking everyone into a false sense of admiration. I think such a person is the true cultist. What did you say? Alan exclaimed. Mr. Leo is genuinely the one who killed the cultists and saved us. We still bear the scars left by those cultists. Do you want to see them? His agitation escalated, and he nearly lifted his shirt before Leo restrained him. There's no need, Alan. Even Henry could no longer tolerate it. He stood up, his face serious, and declared, Martin, Leo is a powerful adventurer, possessing a knightly integrity. The fact that he defeated the cultists and saved lives is indisputable and cannot be demeaned or slandered by you. I, Knight Henry, demand that you apologize to him immediately. Nina stood to support him. Indeed, Mr. Leo is strong and kind-hearted. What gives you the right to insult him? Belle, what are you doing? Put down your sword. Nina hurriedly intervened to stop Belle from drawing his sword, who glared angrily. Don't hold me back, Nina. I want to take a swing at this scoundrel, or I won't feel right. Under the unwavering gaze of 5 individuals, one of whom threatened to cleave him with a drawn sword, Martin instinctively took a step back. Yet his tongue remained unrestrained. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to resort to violence within the tavern? Do you dare to believe I could summon the guards to apprehend you? As the situation escalated, Leo resolved to swiftly resolve the conflict. He recited an incantation, constructing a model for his spell. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated in Martin's left ear. Startled by the unexpected sound, Martin faltered, collapsing to the ground in disarray, clutching his ear in distress. Leo rose leisurely and remarked, Martin, did you not proclaim your desire to slay the red dragon? If such a noise can terrify you, surely the roar of a dragon would compel you to kneel. Martin's complexion paled as he struggled to recover from the shock, rendered speechless. Leo understood all too well that engaging in discourse with someone like Martin was futile. They eschewed logic and reason, merely reiterating their shallow insights. Thus, he conjured another thunderous sound beside Martin's ear with a mere flick of his wrist, effortlessly shattering the fragile facade of such a person. Everything mirrored that fateful morning a week prior with Mark. Even their names bore a certain phonetic resemblance, prompting a reflection on the whims of destiny. The magic trick's sound did not carry far, failing to disturb the raucous tavern. Only those in close proximity observed the spectacle. Whispering amongst themselves, Paul, noticing the commotion, hurried over. Upon seeing Martin seated on the floor and Leo beside him, Paul had already pieced together the situation. He clasped his hands together and apologized with a smile. Has that rascal Martin provoked Leo? My sincerest apologies. You little brat, come here and apologize to Leo. Martin, just regaining composure, sat on the ground with a disgruntled expression. Dad. What do you mean I? Leo is a customer here at the Flying Bird, and you're merely the server. Paul pressed down on Martin's head, urging, apologize quickly. I'm sorry, Martin muttered reluctantly. Paul kicked Martin's backside. Louder. Martin leaned forward, his head bowing involuntarily, awkwardly supporting himself with his hands. I'm sorry. To be frightened and yet compelled to apologize to Leo. Martin's eyes sparkled with humiliation and resentment, though no one could see it except for the ground beneath him. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Today S-Bill is on me, and I assure you, you shall never encounter that scoundrel Martin again at the Flying Bird Tavern. Would that be acceptable? Paul glanced at Leo and Henry. He was familiar with the trio and understood who among them wielded influence. Without inquiring into the matter, Paul's earnest request for his son to apologize diffused much of the tension among the 6 individuals. They all turned their gazes to Leo, who acquiesced. Very well, let us consider this matter resolved. Truth be told, Leo found it impossible to harbor any animosity towards Paul, despite having such an insufferable son. The adage of loving the house but hating the rat seemed entirely ineffective in Paul's case. Thank you very much. Paul bowed and dragged Martin away, who was still struggling. Dad, what do you mean? Are you going to fire me? Dad, speak to me. Martin protested, his face a mask of defiance as Paul ushered him into a small room, where he retrieved a bottle of red wine. Martin, seething, exclaimed, Dad, why did you make me apologize without even asking me? Paul countered, what sort of character do you possess, and who exactly is Leo? Am I not aware? If you do not provoke him, would he come after you? I merely exposed that scoundrel Leo as a fraud, claiming to have vanquished cultists to save people. Such an obvious lie, and yet that group believes it. What a bunch of fools. Martin scoffed disdainfully. Paul took a sip of wine. Leo exterminated cultists to save lives. I must admit, I find that somewhat credible. Oh, you have any evidence of him being a fraud? Huh. Dad, you believe such an obvious lie. Leo was merely a common worker a fortnight ago. How could he possibly possess the strength to eliminate cultists in such a short span? Martin was incredulous. Paul did not respond, instead asking, do you know who associates with Leo? Who? Martin replied, skepticism etched on his face. Those who mingle with Leo are likely fledgling adventurers, he scoffed. Paul, exasperated, slapped Martin on the head. This is why I urge you to focus less on women. At this rate, you will ultimately bring about your own demise. Martin winced and rubbed his head. Dad, please don't hit me. Paul continued. That tall, blond youth is Henry, soon to be promoted to a paladin's squire. The one who threatened you with a sword is Bell. He too is just a step away from the first tier. Their party is arguably the strongest among the younger generation. While it is impressive to become a paladin, he hasn't achieved it yet, Martin retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Paul chuckled. His master is the drunken Eric, the second-tier paladin? Martin exclaimed in surprise. Paul took another sip of wine. Henry almost appears to hold Leo in high regard. It is no wonder he is a first-tier adventurer. Martin remained skeptical. How could that be? Wasn't he just an ordinary server before? How could he possibly advance a tier in just half a month? There is nothing impossible. The day Leo resigned, I noticed he was different, as if he had transformed. For your sake, I painstakingly ensured he left amicably, only for you to provoke him again while they were dining. For now, you shall focus on brewing. Paul sighed in exasperation. Dad, isn't that work suited for women? Martin immediately protested. Work suited for women? You might not even excel at that. Paul scoffed, turning to leave. That's final. The 6 individuals resumed their seats, and Henry, somewhat apologetic, remarked, I should have chosen a different establishment from the start. After all, Leo, you hesitated at the entrance. Leo waved his hand with a smile. Do not dwell on it. Henry, I find the Flying Bird Tavern to be quite a pleasant place, ideal for gatherings and drinks. The owner, Paul, is rather decent, and why issues with Martin are of a personal nature, and I'm already grateful for your support. Bell still bore a hint of resentment, while Nina soothed him. Alan and Heidi remained silent, and Henry felt a pang of guilt. Leo raised his glass. This meal is on me. I trust there are no objections? Henry, next time, you must truly treat us. Come now, everyone, cheers, Henry exclaimed, raising his glass in return. Cheers. The 6 glasses clinked together, producing a resonant sound. They all took generous sips, and Leo was no exception that a smile returned to his face. This time, the liquid seemed far less difficult to swallow. After a satisfying meal and drinks, the group parted ways, arranging their next gathering for the evening following the conclusion of the fire sentencing. 6 days hence, upon returning home, Leo could not cease pondering the rather unremarkable fortune that seemed to shadow him. An evil deity, transmigration, Roland, magic, what could it be? There was an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him. The following day, with 5 days remaining until the fire sentencing, Leo once again awoke late. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild around 7 o'clock, Saida greeted him with palpable excitement. Good morning, Mr. Leo. Leo was charmed by her smile. Returning it. Good morning, Miss Saida. What brings you such joy? Mr. Leo, we have a slime-clearing commission. The client is an elderly lady named Mary from Hungshi Village, who wishes for someone to rid her home of slimes. Offering 3 copper coins for each one, with an estimated 10 to clear, Saida exclaimed enthusiastically. Miss Saida, why do you seem even more elated than I? Leo chuckled. Because it's so rare to have a slime-clearing commission. Mr. Leo has been tirelessly clearing slimes, and yet I couldn't secure a commission for you. I feel rather guilty about it, Saida admitted, a hint of remorse on her face. Leo smiled reassuringly. Miss Saida, it is not your fault, but I did recommend Mr. Leo for the slime-clearing job, so I bear some responsibility, Saida insisted with conviction. Miss Saida, I appreciate your thoughtfulness towards me. Saida truly provided herself with considerable assistance. Had a different receptionist been present, Leo's journey as an adventurer might not have been as smooth as it is today. Saida smiled somewhat shyly and broached the subject of the commission. Mr. Leo, do you know the way to Hungshi Village? Yes, Leo replied, holding a simple map of Tours, which marked the surrounding villages. Grandma Mary lives in the northwest corner of Hungshi Village. It's quite easy to find. If you have trouble, just ask the villagers. Saida paused for a moment and continued. Mr. Leo, the form of remuneration for this commission is somewhat unique. For every slime you eliminate, Grandma Mary will pay you 1 copper coin. In the evening, when you bring back the slime essence to the guild, they will redeem it for 2 copper coins. Understood? I shall set off now. Miss Saida. Safe travels, Mr. Leo. Leo unfolded the map and discovered that Hungshi Village lay to the north. Approximately a 15-minute walk from the northern city gate. Exiting the heavily guarded northern gate, he soon arrived at Hungshi Village. It with a modest settlement, centered around a small marketplace, a quaint church, and a tavern. With the village extending outward in a circle of open farmland, where the villagers' homes were nearly all situated alongside the fields, he made his way to the northwest corner of Hungshi village. Leo inquired with two elderly individuals and easily located Grandma Mary's home. He politely knocked on the door. After a brief pause, just as he was about to knock again, the door creaked open. An elderly lady with a face lined with wrinkles and age spots appeared, stooped and hunched, her murky eyes scrutinizing Leo. Leo retrieved his adventurer's badge. Grandma Mary, I am an adventurer sent by the guild to clear the slimes. My name is Leo. Mary took the badge, scrutinizing it intently for a moment. Oh, young Leo, such a fine young man. Very well, please follow me. All right, Leo obediently followed behind Mary. Given her advanced age, she relied on a cane and walked exceedingly slowly, prompting Leo to unconsciously match her pace. In a short distance of about 500 meters, they took nearly 15 minutes, with silence enveloping them save for the sound of their footsteps. Finally, upon reaching the edge of the fields, Mary halted and, using her cane, pointed to the nearby hopping slimes. These are the ones. 1, 2, 9, 10. Please clear these 10 slimes and return to me. Leo counted and noted that there were actually 11 slimes. However, he refrained from commenting and simply replied, Understood. Mary then, with her cane, began to shuffle back toward her home. Leo quietly recited his incantations, ready to commence his task of incinerating the slimes. Ignis, a fireball struck a slime. Coinciding with the elimination of the 10 slimes, both Fire Arrow and Roland's meditation leveled up consecutively. Fire Arrow 3, Fire Arrow, level 0. LV 3, 0, 100. Roland's meditation 1, Roland's meditation, level 0. LV 4, 0, 100. Leo's comprehension and mastery of Fire Arrow had significantly deepened. With a slight adjustment, the lines of the spell model became nearly perfect. There was still one slime remaining, providing an opportunity to test its potency. Wielding his initial wooden staff, Leo whispered the incantation. Ignis, a larger fireball burst forth from the staff, accurately striking the unsuspecting slime. The slime exploded instantly, its watery essence vaporized by the intense heat, leaving only the slime essence and a small charged circle on the ground. Fire Arrow 3, the power increased considerably once more. According to his previous deductions from meditation, the power of LV3 Fire Arrow should be about 50% greater than that of LV1. Leo sat down to meditate, feeling the rate of magical energy absorption accelerate further. He would be able to time his return using the church, due to the unusually dense distribution of slimes in the area. The efficiency of clearing them was remarkably high. After eliminating the 11 slimes, it was just noon. After replenishing his magical energy, Leo had lunch but did not immediately seek out Grandma Mary to report the completion of the commission. Instead, he continued westward along the path he had taken. Indeed, he frequently encountered moving slimes. Marked with a 3-point proficiency, by dusk, Leo had cleared another 14 slimes, and within a kilometer radius of Grandma Mary's fields. Not a single living slime remained. He finally made his way back to Mary's residence. Fire Arrow, level 0. LV3, 42100. Roland's meditation, level 0. LV4, 14100. Standing at Grandma Mary's doorstep. Leo knocked once more. After a lengthy wait, the door creaked open at a leisurely pace. Grandma Mary, I have cleared the slimes. Here are 10 vials of essence, Leo said, showcasing the bottles in his hand. Mary's expression remained impassive. So slow? Wait a moment. I shall fetch the coin pouch. Leo stood quietly, watching her move slowly into the house and then slowly emerge, handing him the pouch. All right, young Leo, you may leave now. Mary had already begun to close the door. Leo quickly interjected, Wait, Grandma Mary, there seems to be an unusually high concentration of slimes near your fields. This is rather abnormal. I inquired with you, but you mentioned there haven't been any unusual occurrences? Mary pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. Very well. If any unusual events arise, please be sure to notify the village church or request the guild to send someone to investigate. Farewell, Grandma Mary. Understood. The door closed behind him. As Leo walked toward Shallow Water Town, he opened the pouch point 10 copper coins. No issue there. Just as he was about to place the coins in his backpack, his gaze suddenly sharpened. This coin? Among the coins Mary had given him, there was one that was clearly not a copper coin. Leo wiped the peculiar coin with his sleeve, and to his surprise, it emitted a brilliant golden sheen. It was a gold coin. Since he hadn't walked too far, Leo returned and knocked on the door once more. The door opened again, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. He thought he saw a glimmer in Grandma Mary's eyes upon seeing him. However, upon closer inspection, her expression remained as stoic as ever. Young Leo, do you have further business? Leo presented the gold coin to Mary. Grandma Mary, one of the copper coins you gave me was mixed with a gold coin. Perhaps it was a mistake? Here, I return this gold coin to you. Could you please give me a copper coin instead? He could not bring himself to keep the gold coin from an elderly woman who needed a cane to walk and could hardly distinguish between copper and gold coins. Mary accepted the gold coin without even a glance, stowing it away in her pocket, and produced a copper coin for Leo. No problem. Thank you, young Leo. Leo accepted the coin, noticing a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth beneath the wrinkles. But upon a closer look, it seemed to vanish. Farewell, Grandma Mary. Goodbye, young Leo. This time, the door did not close immediately. Mary watched Leo's retreating figure for a while before finally shutting the door behind her. Upon returning to Shallow Water Town, Leo entered the Adventurers Guild. Saida inquired curiously, Mr. Leo, how did it go? Was the commission successful? Very smoothly, though I have some concerns. There are an unusually high number of slimes near Grandma Mary's fields, almost to the point of being abnormal. I asked Grandma Mary about it, but she claimed nothing unusual has occurred. Leo produced the 25 vials of slime essence and handed them to Saida. All right, I will record this. The guild may send adventurers to investigate. Mr. Leo, you have cleared an impressive number of slimes today. Saida expressed her surprise at the quantity of essence. Leo chuckled. Grandma Mary requested the clearing of an area densely populated with slimes. So after completing the commission, I strolled around the vicinity and indeed discovered quite a few slimes. Now, all the slimes around there have been cleared. Then it seems Grandma Mary need not worry about slimes for the time being. Thanks to you, Mr. Leo, Saida said with a giggle, taking the essence of the workshop and returning with 5 silver coins. Leo accepted the coins and bid her farewell. See you tomorrow, Miss Saida. See you tomorrow, Mr. Leo. Shortly after Leo left, Henry, Belle, and Nina arrived at the guild. Was that Leo just now? Bale cast his gaze upon the retreating figure of Leo and seized Henry's arm, inquiring, shouldn't we simply ask Miss Saida to find out? Henry replied. Eagerly, Bale approached Saida's counter and asked, Saida, was that Leo just now? Indeed, Mr. Leo has just departed. She confirmed, I knew I wasn't mistaken. As Henry began to submit his commission, Bale opened up, Saida, do you realize how formidable Leo was yesterday? A single clap of thunder sent the provocateurs in his tavern sprawling to the ground. Saida appeared somewhat astonished. Mr. Leo can conjure thunder at will? Was it merely a sound of thunder? Mr. Bale, could you elaborate on yesterday's events for me? With an audience, Bale spoke at length. Saida, deep in thought, listened intently, her eyes growing brighter with each word. As was customary. After their meal, Leo settled on a bench in the shallow water square. Not far off, the corpses of numbers 5 and 11 remained nailed to the cross. 3 days had passed, yet they showed no signs of decay or odor, unchanged since 3 days prior. Moreover, the Waterdrop family had made no moves, neither attempting to reclaim the bodies nor engaging in murder or theft, as if they had vanished from Shallow Water Town. Strangely, the cult of the god of murder seemed to expand quietly after the massacre. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, Leo entered a state of meditation. This time, it took 15 minutes to replenish the magical energy for a first-tier spell. Recalling the mathematics learned in 2nd grade, it became evident that the rate of magical energy absorption in the Level 4 meditation technique was precisely double that of Level 1. This confirmed the previous feeling that lightning had indeed doubled in power upon reaching Level 4. Similarly, the amplification of magical power from Level 4 compared to Level 1 was roughly doubled. Furthermore, Leo's current magical energy was sufficient to cast 4 first-tier spells consecutively. if we consider the magical energy required for a single first-tier spell as 1 unit. Leo now possessed 4 units of standard magical energy, and replenishing 1 unit took merely 15 minutes. His approach to magic had transformed dramatically. He no longer hesitated as he once did. Initially, casting just 1 or 2 spells would leave him drained, requiring a lengthy half-hour to recover, each unit of magical energy needing to be meticulously rationed to the extent that he could scarcely afford to season his bread with magical tricks. Now, however, everything was vastly different. Satisfied, Leo made his way home. With a blink, a new day dawned. Upon entering the Adventurers Guild, Saida greeted him with unbridled enthusiasm. "Good morning, Mr. Leo." Surprised, Leo replied, "It seems fortune has smiled upon me once more. Could it be that there are slime-clearing commissions for 2 consecutive days?" He inquired, "Good morning, Miss Saida. Are there indeed slime-clearing commissions today?" Saida's smile remained undiminished. "None, I'm afraid, Mr. Leo." "Well, I shouldn't have expected too much from my luck," he conceded. "Then surely there must be some good news?" he speculated, noting her joyous demeanor. "Indeed, very good news." Saida suddenly posed a peculiar question. "Mr. Leo, you have mastered the magical trick first-tier spell, correct?" "Yes, what of it? Do you require something?" Just as Leo pondered why Saida was inquiring about this, and how she knew, she lowered her voice and continued, "Was it you who embarrassed Mark and came to my rescue?" Leo was taken aback, and Saida's expression quickly shifted to one of realization. "Yes, oh, it was you." With her discovery, Leo smiled and admitted, "You've caught me. You could have told me about such matters." Saida puffed out her cheeks. "How many more secrets are you keeping from me?" Leo scratched his head and chuckled. Not many. I just wanted to keep a low profile, Saida. After all, it's not exactly a noble tactic, but it's quite effective and has indeed helped me. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been able to express my gratitude." Saida placed her hands on her hips, pretending to be annoyed. "Mr. Leo, you always do good deeds quietly, forcing me to learn about your exploits from Bale and the others. It hardly seems fair to me." "Well, Saida, don't you think that the adventures recounted by others are the true adventures?" Saida's facade crumbled, and she smiled, asking, "Mr. Leo, do you already harbor aspirations of becoming a legendary adventurer?" No. I certainly do not." Leo hastily waved his hands, eager to shift the conversation away from this precarious topic. "Miss Saida, are there no other suitable commissions today?" Saida relented. "None that are suitable. I heard from Bale and the others that Mr. Leo has attained the level of a first-tier mage. Have you considered tackling stronger monsters? Mr. Leo, you could easily exterminate a goblin squad in the forest in truth, having only recently become a magic apprentice." Leo shook his head. "A merchant named Tors informed me of 7 slime gathering spots. I still have 3 left to clear, so I'll consider it afterward." Saida remarked, "Mr. Leo truly enjoys clearing slimes. After all, clearing slimes is safe and easy to— I must be off now. Miss Saida, wishing you a safe return." "Mr. Leo," after a pause, Saida added, "and thank you." Leo waved goodbye and left the Adventurers Guild under Saida's watchful smile. Exiting through the heavily guarded northern gate, he unfolded a simple map. The nearest slime gathering point to Shallow Water Town was located on a stretch of grassland. With few buildings nearby, Leo felt somewhat reassured. The sun dipped low in the sky as a fireball struck the slime. It exploded, leaving a charged circle in its wake, and Fire Arrow received yet another upgrade. Fire Arrow 3 Fire Arrow. First tier. LV4, 2100. A familiar sensation washed over him. Leo discerned an intriguing aspect of the Fire Arrow spell model. After subtly altering some shapes, the spell model appeared more visually pleasing and harmonious. Ignis, that a nascent fireball, emerged from the tip of his wooden staff, mercilessly engulfing the blue slime. The exploding goo evaporated instantly, and the grass beneath the slime turned to charred remains, with flames igniting in a surrounding circle. Fire Arrow 3 Leo stepped forward to extinguish the flames and collected the fallen slime gel, gazing at the vast expanse of scorched grass and marveling. Is this the power of the Fire Arrow after its doubling? After incinerating 4 more slimes, Leo surveyed the now desolate slime gathering point, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Fire Arrow, first tier, LV4, 17100. Roll and meditation technique. First tier, LV4 41100. Upon returning to shallow water town, Leo delivered the gel to the guild, dined, and returned home, only to hear a knock at the door once more. Who is it? Mr. Leo, it's Captain Kyle. Leo opened the door to find Captain Kyle clad in a black cloak and polished chainmail, standing outside. Looking somewhat puzzled, Captain Kyle, what brings you here at such a late hour? Kyle produced a pouch of coins. This is your reward for slaying numbers 5 and 11, totaling 30 gold coins. Leo was taken aback. He hadn't expected to receive a bounty after all this time, assuming he would never be eligible. Accepting the heavy pouch, he asked, shouldn't it be 20 gold coins? The additional 10 coins are for your actions in eliminating the 2 who were slaughtering the residents of Zijing Street and for returning their loot to us. We extend our extra gratitude for your bravery and kindness. Kyle gave a slight bow. Understood, Captain Kyle. Would you like to come in? Leo glanced around his sparsely furnished room and quickly revised his invitation. Shall we go to the Aiden household instead? Kyle chuckled. I wouldn't want to intrude. I have pressing matters to attend to. Once this busy period passes, I will certainly pay you a visit, Mr. Leo. Indeed, Captain Kyle. You must be quite occupied that I wish you success in eradicating the Waterdrop family. Farewell, Captain Kyle. Thank you for your kind words. Farewell, Mr. Leo. As Kyle departed, Leo closed the door and opened his pouch. Inside lay 30 gleaming gold coins. He tossed one coin into the air and caught it deftly, a smile breaking forth that he could not suppress. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. 30 gold coins were sufficient for the former Leo to live a year in idleness at home. Even now, with his modest daily expenses amounting to merely 2 silver coins, this sum would comfortably sustain him for half a year. This marked the greatest fortune Leo had acquired since arriving in this world. His assets surged to 32 gold coins and 4 silver coins, having earned in just half a month the annual wage of a tavern worker. Indeed, while adventure is fraught with peril, it can lead to swift riches, provided one possesses the requisite strength to back it up. Otherwise, he would have been a mere casualty of the 11th, having met his demise 5 days prior, leaving behind an inconsequential name amidst the protracted crimes of the Waterdrop family, and becoming just another backdrop in the town of shallow water. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Thus he lived while the 11th and 5th fell. The next day heralded 3 days until the day of the fire execution. At the Adventurers Guild, good morning, Mr. Leo. Good morning, Miss Saida. How much has the amount of my commission reward accumulated? Leo inquired eagerly, now emboldened by his newfound wealth, which fueled his desire and confidence to shop. IT has accumulated to 95 silver coins and 7 copper coins. Saida replied promptly. This meant he needed just 4 silver coins and 3 copper coins to enjoy a discount of 20%, and fortuitously, Fire Arrow was on the verge of upgrading, with a chance to accomplish both today. Fire Arrow, 0 tier, LV4, 17100. With the destruction of 28 more slimes, Fire Arrow would ascend to LV5. Racing between 2 slime gathering spots should suffice. Moreover, once Fire Arrow reached its maximum level in the 0 tier, he would no longer need to venture outside the city to search for monsters, but could instead focus on meditating to enhance his magical power while diligently mastering the remaining 2 functional spells. Electric Shock manifested as a linear bolt of lightning, inflicting damage upon foes aligned in a straight line. Fire Arrow, on the other hand, took the form of a spherical flame, causing damage within a spherical radius. With one dealing lightning damage and the other fire damage, these 2 attributes were more than adequate to confront the vast majority of adversaries. Therefore, Leo no longer lacked means to deal damage and did not require additional offensive spells. What mattered now was enhancing his magical power, the source of his magical might. Being limited to casting spells 4 times was still somewhat insufficient. He aspired to accumulate 10 standard magical powers in one go to directly ascend to the rank of first-tier mage. Thus, he could finally pursue the long-desired lightning arc today. He aimed to elevate Fire Arrow to its fullest potential. I am off to exterminate slimes. Farewell, Miss Saida. Wishing you a safe return, Mr. Leo. Upon leaving the Adventurers Guild, Leo hurried to the second slime gathering location in the north, a safe expanse of grassland. By afternoon, after incinerating 21 slimes, this gathering spot had been entirely cleared. Fire Arrow 0 tier, LV4, 80100. He only needed to eliminate 7 more slimes. So he hastened to the last marked slime gathering site. This location was a ruin, with dozens of crumbled walls and various wooden structures, faint traces of former dwellings still discernible. Leo cautiously circled the ruins. Observing that many slimes were active within, with only a few outside to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he refrained from stepping into the ruins and began to eliminate the few slimes outside. Finally, as the sky was draped in a mysterious blue, Leo incinerated the 7th slime of this gathering spot, marking his 236 slime elimination. Fire arrow leveled up. Fire arrow 3, fire arrow 0 tier. LV5 first tier, small fireball. LV3 01000. The final line remained transparent. The spell model for fire arrow had been reconstructed, transforming into something bizarre yet harmonious. Although Leo was eager to experiment with this unconventional spell model, the sun had already set, and night was approaching. With Shallow Water Town still over 20 minutes away, the team needed to return. Yet he felt no undue fear. He was no longer the inexperienced newcomer who had once struggled against packs of monsters. If Leo were to encounter a small goblin squad of 4 to 6 now, casting 2 electric shocks or fire arrows would likely wipe them out entirely. After walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted a man confronting a gray wolf in the distance. The road divided the man and the wolf, the man on the left and the wolf on the right. Leo hastened towards them, halting approximately 20 meters away, silently reciting the incantation. Electric shock that a linear bolt of lightning surged forth, piercing the wolf's left flank and leaving behind an unfathomably deep charred wound. The wolf fell rigidly to the ground without a sound. Utterly still, Leo approached slowly. The man, clad in a gray coat and blue trousers, also advanced towards him, trembling legs and rapid breaths, tears streaming from his eyes as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Oh my. Respected mage, thank you. You arrived just in time. Thank you." Leo halted 10 meters away, preventing the man from coming closer. "Hey, stay back. You're safe now. Collect yourself and return to town to be cautious, understand?" This was a particularly sensitive time. Who knew if this fellow was a thief in the Waterdrop family or a disciple of the god of murder in disguise? Leo dared not allow him to approach. Should he attempt to close the distance and ambush Leo, he might not have the chance to cast a spell. Seeing the man instinctively inching closer, Leo stepped back and raised his staff. "Stop. Do you understand what I'm saying? Stay back. Halt." The gray-clad man, still breathing rapidly, seemed to awaken from stupor, involuntarily raising his hands, large tears rolling down his cheeks. "Mage, I'm sorry, but I'm terrified. Could you escort me back to Shallow Water Town? I would be willing to pay you 5 copper coins as a reward." The distance to Shallow Water Town was now quite short, merely 10 minutes away. Surely he could manage to walk back alone. Realizing that the kind-hearted mage who had saved him consistently refused his offer, the man began to tremble, hastily adding, "Respected mage, I am not a thief or a cultist, merely an ordinary civilian. I went to Hungshi village to visit my mother and lost track of time." As he spoke, he produced a talisman bearing the sun and the deity of light's insignia, raising it high above his head. "I, Pierre, swear by the sun and the deity of light that I am absolutely just an ordinary civilian, with no connection whatsoever to those nefarious thieves and cultists." After swearing, Pierre looked at Leo with hopeful eyes. "What is your mother's name?" Leo inquired abruptly. "Eileen, my mother's name is Eileen," Pierre replied without hesitation. Finally relenting, Leo said, "Very well. Let us proceed, that I will follow behind you. You shall not be in danger." Pierre bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, respected mage. Thank you. May the gods bless you." Thus, Leo trailed Pierre at a distance of about 10 meters as they made their way towards Shallow Water Town. The journey unfolded without incident. Pierre did not turn back to stab him, nor did any accomplices leap from the underbrush to ambush them. The two arrived safely in Shallow Water Town, encountering no monsters or beasts along the way. Near the watchful gaze of the captain of the guards, Leo finally approached Pierre. "I apologize, Pierre, but given the recent surge of thieves and cultists in Shallow Water Town, I must remain vigilant during this sensitive time. I hope you can understand. I shall not accept your reward." Pierre, still holding out the 5 copper coins, looked both surprised and grateful. Respected mage, I am indeed aware of the situation. I am already immensely grateful that you saved me from the wolf. Let alone escorting me back. Having promised you a reward, I cannot go back on my word. Please accept it. Leo, unable to refuse, accepted the coins. Pierre revealed a sincere smile. Esteemed wizard, may the gods bless you. Farewell, farewell. Pierre got at the Adventurers Guild. Saida brought out a purse containing 5 silver coins and 6 copper coins. Mr. Leo, your commission reward has accumulated to 10 gold coins, allowing you to enjoy a 20% discount on equipment purchases at the guild. Miss Saida, do you have any recommendations for equipment? Leo had never doubted Saida's expertise. Saida tilted her head slightly, contemplating. Mr. Leo, you are already a first-tier mage, and you can actually apply to be promoted to an E-rank adventurer now. You already possess leather armor and a hand crossbow. However, it seems you lack a suitable staff. Noticing Saida's gaze directed at his initial wooden staff, Leo chuckled and shook his head. I am still merely a magic apprentice. Not yet strong enough to be an E-rank adventurer, and I have no particular need for a staff. Most staffs available at the Adventurers Guild in Shallow Water Town were intended to enhance casting success rates and assist in constructing spell models, which held no value for Leo. His spellcasting was remarkably stable, requiring no staff, and he had never failed in casting it. Mr. Leo, you are still a magic apprentice. Saida expressed surprise, and after a moment, she reminded him. You should be on the verge of advancing to a first-tier mage, right? Have you prepared any first-tier spells? Learning a first-tier spell entails quite a substantial cost. A sense of foreboding washed over Leo. How much does it cost to learn a first-tier spell? 20 gold coins. Saida smiled as she added. However, for you, Mr. Leo, it would only require 16 gold coins. This meant that he could barely afford to purchase 2 first-tier spells with the 30 gold coins he had just received. Akin to someone who momentarily felt like a millionaire only to realize that buying a house would still cost 5 million. A harsh reality for an ordinary worker. After taxes on the reward, he found himself unable to afford even a modest apartment. Such was the bitter taste of reality. Being a mage truly drained one's finances. Fortunately, he possessed 2 first-tier offensive spells, saving him 32 gold coins. The value of the 0-tier spells provided by Roland was still on the rise. Naturally, Leo, equipped with a proficiency panel, had considered acquiring numerous 0-tier spells to upgrade them to first-tier, thus avoiding the 4-fold expense of purchasing first-tier spells. However, he was already well-stocked on offensive spells, and the only 0-tier defensive spell he had was the significantly limited Blade Barrier. What Leo yearned for most, an arcane shield or protective field capable of defending against any attack, could only be realized with a first-tier spell. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned that idea, deciding instead to fully maximize the 4 spells he currently possessed before saving funds for a first-tier defensive spell. Leo continued to inquire, aside from staffs and spells. What else? Saida pondered. These should constitute the bulk of a mage's expenditures. I cannot think of anything else at the moment. However, you might consult Mr. Meyer. He should be able to offer you some advice. Allow me to take you to him. The two ascended to the 2nd floor, where Saida knocked on the door. Come in. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the familiar, smiling, golden-haired, middle-aged man. Meyer, good to see you again, Mr. Leo. Please take a seat. Leo settled onto the sofa, while Saida stood beside him and spoke. Lord Meyer, Mr. Leo is now entitled to a 20% discount and seeks advice on suitable equipment beyond staffs and spells. I still recommend that Mr. Leo prioritize purchasing spells, as first-tier spells are not inexpensive. Meyer reflected before adding, if you have any surplus funds, you might consider acquiring strong acid and marbles. He had collected a bag of marbles from number 11. But strong acid? Lord Meyer, could you show me the strong acid? Meyer chuckled, clearly impressed by Leo's financial capability, as he retrieved a bottle of strong acid from a nearby cabinet and placed it before Leo. Mr. Leo, you can either splash the strong acid on an opponent at close range or throw it to create an impact, causing damage that exceeds that of 0-tier spells. Even a first-tier rogue would certainly prefer to avoid such a substance. And it requires no magical energy to utilize. What do you think, Mr. Leo? What is the price? Originally priced at 5 gold coins per bottle, you only need to pay 4 gold coins, Meyer replied with a smile. I'll take a bottle. Leo readily produced the coins that it was prudent to keep such a life-saving item on hand for critical moments when his magical energy might run out. Meyer accepted the coin pouch and gestured toward the bottle of strong acid. It is now yours. Mr. Leo. S. Leo tucked away the strong acid and prepared to leave. Meyer cheerfully inquired, Mr. Leo, would you like to take a look at first-tier spells? Leo decisively stood and bid farewell. Not at the moment. Thank you, Lord Meyer. Until next time. Even if he were offered a first-tier spell, he could not yet utilize it. Lingering any longer would likely result in further depletion of his wallet. He would wait until he advanced to a first-tier mage to consider such spells. Farewell, Mr. Leo. I look forward to your next visit. Meyer smiled as he watched Leo depart. After leaving Meyer's room, Leo and Saida parted at the staircase on the first floor. See you tomorrow, Saida. No, I might take a day off tomorrow. I will come by the day after to confirm the Fire Execution Day's alert commission. So, see you the day after, Miss Saida. Leo reflected that the day after was indeed the day before the fire execution. Confirming his thoughts, tomorrow, Saida's farewell words caught in her throat, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes before she quickly regained her smile. I understand. See you the day after, Mr. Leo. Leo returned home, reclined on his bed, and gazed at a status panel that Roland's meditation method, 0 level. LV4, 74100, electric shock, 0 level. LV5 fire arrow, 0 level. LV5 prestidigitation, 0 level. LV2, 24100, light spell, 0 level. LV1, 42100, first level, arc of lightning. LV3, 01000, first level. Fireball, LV3, 01000. Both offensive spells had reached the maximum level of 0, and he planned to spend the entire day at home tomorrow, elevating Roland's meditation method to its full capacity while also enhancing prestidigitation. But he had no immediate use for light spell, yet the potential applications of prestidigitation were boundless, warranting his temporary focus on it. Moreover, Leo's magical power had surpassed 4.5 standard units, and he estimated that by tomorrow he would attain 5 standard units, enabling him to cast electric shock 5 times consecutively. He resolved to remain at home to meditate and accumulate magical energy, refraining from venturing out of the city until he ascended to the rank of first-level mage. After his promotion, he would diligently work on mastering the coveted arc of lightning. Content: Leo drifted into slumber. The following day, Leo ventured out only to procure food, and then returned home to experiment with various new effects of prestidigitation. Each cast of prestidigitation replenished his magical energy. Prestidigitation 3 Roland's meditation, Method 1. The 2 notifications cycled on his panel to BY afternoon, accompanied by a melody of sunny weather. Both prestidigitation and Roland's meditation method leveled up in succession. Prestidigitation 3 Prestidigitation, 0 level. LV3, 2100. The spell model for prestidigitation had become nearly flawless, with both its effects and duration significantly enhanced. However, it was evident that this was not the time to focus on prestidigitation. Roland's meditation method 1 Roland's meditation method, 0 level. LV5 first level. Meditation method. LV3, 01000. The first level meditation method remained in a transparent state, rendering it unusable. Similarly, the transparent states of arc of lightning and fireball had shown no change. Leo's previous dreams of a seamless transition to becoming a first-level mage had been dashed. It appeared that to ascend to that rank, he would need to accumulate 10 standard units of magical power. Additionally, the prefix of Roland had vanished, which he speculated might be a result of the evolution of the meditation method. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, Roland, I will forever remember your kindness. After reaching the maximum level of 0 for the meditation method, he could faintly sense the ebb and flow of magic around him without entering a meditative state. The higher the concentration of magic, the clearer Leo's perception became. He observed the clock tower of the distant church beginning to toll. Upon entering meditation this time, Leo once again felt as though he were immersed in a sea of magical energy, with the magic around him naturally converging towards him. While he could already sense the surroundings during meditation, his awareness had been greatly amplified upon entering the meditative state. After replenishing 1 standard unit of magical energy, He glanced at the clock. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed. Ultimately, from the mathematics he had learned in second grade, he deduced that the LV5 meditation method absorbed magical energy at 3 times the rate of LV1, and although the time taken to recover 1 standard unit of magical energy had only decreased by 5 minutes with each upgrade, the rate of magical absorption improved incrementally. The shorter the time, the more challenging it became to further reduce it, but a reduction of 5 minutes from 15 minutes was not the same as a reduction of 5 minutes from 30 minutes. In comparison to LV1, LV2 improved by 20, LV3 by 50, LV4 by 100, and LV5 by 200. The differences were glaringly apparent. Furthermore, it could be inferred that the effects of LV5 magic were approximately 3 times that of LV1. With this conclusion, Leo reveled in the exhilarating speed of magical absorption, continuing to oscillate between prestidigitation and meditation. 10 minutes translated to 3 points in prestidigitation proficiency. Watching his proficiency soar, Leo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, soon the various new effects of prestidigitation were exhausted, and casting it no longer yielded 3, but only 1. A day passed, and unbeknownst to him, his magical power had surpassed 5 standard units. Prestidigitation, 0 level. LV3, 74100. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Leo stepped out to purchase breakfast. Tomorrow marked the day of the execution. As he walked through the streets, he could distinctly sense a heavier atmosphere, with patrolling guards and adventurers hurrying about. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he found a much larger gathering of adventurers than usual, with discussions about the impending execution filling the air. Most adventurers had refrained from leaving the city, opting instead for patrol or alert assignments. Leo confirmed the details of the alert assignment for the following day with Saida, that he would be stationed alongside Henry, Belle, and Nina, assisting the guards at a road leading to the shallow water square. After purchasing bread, he returned home to continue amplifying his magical power, diligently working on prestidigitation. Even with a 1, the rate of proficiency gain remained remarkably swift. The day concluded, and, as anticipated, prestidigitation leveled up, and his proficiency surpassed the halfway mark. Prestidigitation, 0 level. LV4, 52100. In just 1 more day, prestidigitation would reach its maximum level, at which point he could begin working on light spell. Thus, another day passed uneventfully. Leo marked his 20th day in this world. The day of execution, at T4:30 in the morning, he awoke to find the sky still shrouded in darkness. That he used prestidigitation to cleanse his mouth and spent 10 minutes replenishing his magical energy. Leo stepped outside, traversing the silent half of Zijing Street, making his way towards Shallow Water Square. Shallow Water Square was the bustling heart of the town, the largest intersection in Shallow Water Town. Leo and Henry would be stationed along St. Anthony Avenue, extending north and south from this intersection, with a meeting time of 5 o'clock. Upon reaching St. Anthony Avenue, Leo bought 2 soft loaves of bread, using prestidigitation to season them into seaweed and meat floss bread, eating as he walked. After reaching LV4, the flavors he could create with prestidigitation were significantly better, nearly indistinguishable from the bread of his original world. Passing by St. Anthony's Church and arriving at Shallow Water Square, he saw the numbers 5 and 11 still hanging there, alongside a newly erected wooden cross. On the wooden cross hung a short-haired woman, her hair disheveled, eyes vacant, motionless in her grim fate. This short-haired woman was presumably the 13th victim. Surrounding the cross, the number of guards had doubled since the time when 5 and 11 were first crucified, their dark cloaks and silver-scaled armor creating a vast area of exclusion that a crowd had gathered outside, the majority consisting of relatives of the victims of the massacre, some mourning, others filled with rage, occasionally hurling stones and wooden planks at the 13th victim. Despite being struck, the 13th remained immobile, while the guarding soldiers maintained their stoic vigilance, merely prohibiting entry into the designated exclusion zone. Passing through Shallow Water Square and the Adventurers Guild, Leo arrived at the meeting point, glancing at the church clock tower. It was now 4:54. For minutes early to his surprise, while Henry and the others had yet to arrive, an unexpected figure awaited him there. The familiar face of Aiden was unmistakable. Aiden waved at Leo as he approached. "Leo, over here," Leo replied, What a coincidence, Aiden, you're responsible for this area too. Aiden chuckled. What a coincidence. I specifically inquired about your guard position. And it cost me 2 mugs of ale to find out. Huh. Leo gasped, astonished that 2 mugs of ale would cost 8 copper coins just to coordinate with him on duty. Aiden continued mysteriously. Haven't you noticed the increasingly ominous atmosphere lately? The water drop family has remained silent for a full 7 days, leaving 5 and 11 hanging on the cross for an entire week. If they were to act, it would undoubtedly be today. Aiden asserted confidently before instantly adopting a playful grin. The place I was originally stationed was filled with complete strangers. How could I trust other adventurers? It's definitely safest to stick with you. Leo, truly. Aiden was as resourceful as ever. Leo sighed in resignation, lamenting that, regrettably, your presence alongside me may not guarantee safety. Should the Raindrop family truly intend to abduct number 13, my luck might inadvertently lead us to cross paths with them. A confident Eldon responded with a smile. Leo, do you think I'm unaware of your prowess? Besides, I am at least a first-tier warrior. Together, we shall guard this area, and for everyone that approaches, we shall see them fall. I will first replenish my magical energy, Leo declared. Eldon paused. What magic did you employ so early in the morning? Flavoring magic to enhance the bread's taste. Tea that moment. Henry, Belle, and Nina also arrived. Leo, recognizing both sides, made brief introductions. Soon, the 5 of them had a rudimentary understanding of each other's combat styles and capabilities. After the introductions, Leo proposed, let us deliberate on strategies in the event that thieves do come our way. Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes collectively fixed upon Leo. Can anyone procure a few buckets of water? Regardless of whether it was the emaciated man who blocked the road or numbers 5 and 11. They were all, without exception, soaked. After being struck by the lightning, they were nearly incapacitated, losing their ability to move normally. Such adversaries would be easily dispatched, whether by Eldon, Henry, or Belle with a swift stroke, or by Nina with a well-aimed arrow to the head. Especially number 5, who, in an effort to avoid harming Eldon, had only been grazed by the first bolt of lightning, which should have resulted in a mere minor injury. Yet he had nearly lost all agility expected of a thief. That incident likely showcased the effect of the water upon him, that a clumsy thief is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Nina, slightly puzzled, inquired, what purpose does the water serve? Eldon recalled that rainy night and seemed to grasp the concept. Leo elucidated, you all must be aware that I excel in lightning magic. If our enemies are thoroughly drenched, my lightning spells could render a first-tier thief completely immobile. Even a mere brush would significantly diminish their agility. Henry expressed astonishment. One spell could incapacitate a first-tier thief. There is a strong possibility, Eldon asserted, thumping his chest. Acquiring a few buckets of water is a simple task. Leave it to me that I can douse them from a considerable distance. Being a first-tier warrior. Excellent. D. Oh, you have any marbles on you? Leo continued to inquire. Nina produced a pouch of marbles. I have some, but if it is a first-tier thief from the Raindrop family attacking, the effectiveness of the marbles may be minimal. Leo retrieved a pouch of marbles he had collected from number 11 and handed them to Nina, as long as we can somewhat restrict their movements and prolong their airborne state. Their agility advantage will be diminished in the air. Nina accepted the marbles and asked, all right, when should I release the marbles? At what distance? About 25 meters, he replied. No problem. I will handle it. Henry, Belle, if the attackers are unranked thieves, follow my magic lead, that if they are first-tier thieves, wait until I have incapacitated them before you strike. And if they're second-tier, such as that second-tier Raindrop, Belle queried, then we shall have to see if my magic proves effective. If not, we shall simply let him pass. We are but F-ranked adventurers, and the reward for our commission is merely 3 silver coins. There's no need to court death, Leo reasoned. Everyone nodded in agreement, including Eldon, who served as a guard. Eldon swiftly fetched 3 buckets of water, while Leo restored his magical energy. All were prepared, awaiting the moment of reckoning. With the notices documenting the crimes of the Raindrop family and the impending execution of number 13 plastered throughout the shallow water town, a crowd began to gather in the streets. As time passed, more and more people flocked to the east-west thoroughfare of St. Anto Avenue and Shallow Water Square, all heading towards the execution site. Discussions about the execution filled the air, Isn't that cursed member of the Raindrop family being executed today? Indeed, let us hurry to secure a better vantage point. My nephew was slain by those wretched scoundrels. I must witness that bastard's demise. Nearby, an elderly man, unaware of the events, inquired, Execution. Who is to be executed today? The two middle-aged men recounted the crimes of the Raindrop family, and upon hearing of the slaughter, the elder could no longer contain his outrage. Cursed be them. It was they who did this. Come, I shall accompany you. I want to witness these fiends descend into hell. Watching the three, a pair of middle-aged men and an elder, head towards the execution site, Leo felt a surge of emotion in that moment. They were friends and comrades. As the sky gradually brightened, heralding the dawn, the melodious chimes of the bell tower at St. Anto Church resounded. This ringing undoubtedly ignited the proceedings of the execution. At the execution ground in Shallow Water Square, as the guards proclaimed the crimes of number 13, the executioner prepared to ignite the flames in his grasp, and the crowd erupted in fervent cries. Burn her! Burn her! Burn those wretched beings! Those who had long concealed themselves in the shadows could no longer restrain their impulses. Suddenly, a frantic woman screamed, even in the open space encircled by the guards. His presence exudes a distinctive charisma that captures immediate attention. Originally, Chris was engaged in conversation with Victor, Fox, and others, while Frank, the chief of the guards in Shallow Water Town, and the captain of Baron Chris's personal bodyguard, stood vigilantly behind him. Suddenly, they witnessed a young man clad in a deep purple high priest's robe, with flowing black hair, brazenly committing murder amidst the crowd, laughing arrogantly and casting provocative glances in their direction. The son and the priest of the radiant god. Victor, along with the paladin Duncan, rushed out upon spotting the cultist, while a second-tier captain of the guards was dispatched by Frank. Truly, these followers of Bazel are a band of lunatics. Their arrival in Shallow Water Town has unleashed such chaos, disrupting the peace of this place. After cursing the followers of the god of murder, Chris warned Frank behind him. Frank, stay alert. The Bazel cultists are likely just a decoy. The Waterdrop family's rats are undoubtedly preparing to act. We must keep a close watch on number 13. Yes, my lord, Frank replied. Indeed, shortly after the three departed, thick smoke suddenly enveloped the scene, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Do not let anyone approach the execution site. Where are the mages? Clear the smoke, Chris commanded loudly. Individuals within the crowd began to surge against the guards' formation, some doing so deliberately, others swept along by the tide. In the midst of the thick smoke, gaps began to form in the guards' ranks. Official members of the Waterdrop family, blending into the crowd, swiftly donned cloaks, hoods, and masks, seizing the opportunity to forcefully breach the guards' blockade. One group charged towards the wooden execution platform, while another advanced towards Baron Chris. Upon seeing figures in black cloaks, shrouded in mystery, darting from all directions in an attempt to reach Chris, Fox, who had already reached Chris's side, shouted, "Assassins, protect the Baron." Chris had already drawn his longsword, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Do not concern yourselves with me. They cannot kill me. Surround number 13. Anyone who dares approach her shall be slain. Where are the mages? Quickly disperse the smoke. Noticing Fox was about to speak, Chris shot a fierce glare at the robust jeweler, who, despite being stronger than Chris, was exhibiting greater fear. Fox managed a sheepish grin and promptly fell silent, drawing a long sword that was even more ornate than Chris's, equally alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a sinister figure flickered through the smoke, skillfully maneuvering behind a first-tier guard captain, a dagger poised at the back of his head. The polished chainmail-clad captain had no time to react before a spurt of blood erupted from his head as he collapsed forward, his armor clattering against the ground with a resounding crash. A commotion erupted in the crowd. A second-tier assassin. The Waterdrop has appeared. Protect the Baron. Do not concern yourselves with me. Do not let anyone approach number 13. Despite Chris's fervent shouts, the guards found themselves instinctively gravitating towards him. Chris instinctively furrowed his brow and glanced at Fox, but Fox quickly shook his head. My lord, this time is not me calling out. Suddenly, through the swirling chaos of smoke, Frank's voice rang out. The Baron has been injured. Hurry to protect the Baron. Forget that damn number 13. The Baron is in danger. Frank, You see Chris standing unharmed with his sword raised. He intended to roar in anger, but realized something was amiss. This was not Frank, but an imposter. I am fine. Do not approach. Guard number 13. Their target is number 13. Not far away, another voice resembling Frank's called out. That is not me. I am here with number 13. Come to provide support. Only Frank understood that Chris could not possibly be killed, holding his ground with a few others beside number 13. However, many guards, drawn by the familiar voice of their captain, instinctively rushed towards Chris, leaving the defenses around number 13 alarmingly sparse. Frank's cries were abruptly interrupted as three cloaked figures targeted him, their movements agile, leading to a fierce confrontation. After fending off the initial wave of sharp attacks, he shouted, I have at least 3 first-tier thieves here. Hurry for support. Their target is not the Baron, but number 13. In the midst of the smoke, number 13's once vacant eyes flickered with movement, observing the chaos around her, a glimmer of hope igniting within. Hold on, a hoarse, aged voice echoed in her ear, so familiar it was almost comforting. In the next moment, hands pried her pinned limbs free, lifting her into their embrace. Although 4 wounds marked her body, number 13 regained her freedom. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up, exclaiming, Father! Run! The elderly man, referred to as Father, commanded the cloaked figures beside him, swiftly carrying number 13 away from the square while offering her words of comfort. You've endured so much. Number 13, choked with emotion, could not articulate her feelings, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, with their objective accomplished. All cloaked figures stirred up as much commotion as possible before scattering in all directions. The crowd fled amidst the smoke, screams and cries for help intermingling with roars and the clashing of metal, creating a chaotic tableau of fire and blade. All of this transpired in an instant. Once the smoke was dispersed by magic, only the remnants of chaos remained, alongside the scattering black cloaks. Although 2 cloaked figures and several civilians masquerading as Waterdrop family members lay slain on the ground. This was clearly not a result that would satisfy Chris. Pursue! Leave none of these damned fiends behind, Chris shouted, leading his bodyguard team in pursuit of the cloaked figure carrying number 13. Frank left behind some guards to maintain order at the scene, directing the remaining guards to pursue before personally leading a team in one direction. This was a chase that would determine life and death. Numbers 3, 6, 9, and 16 broke free from the guards' encirclement, violently cleaving through several civilians' heads as they sprinted, causing the crone number 6 wore an expression of astonishment, having initially assumed that the liquid was some perilous substance, perhaps oil or acid. He never imagined it was merely the simplest and most ordinary of waters. Number 3 glanced back at the pursuing guards and adventurers and made a decisive choice to accelerate past them, for they were but novices, with only one of them being a first-tier warrior. Beyond them lay the alley, where they would disperse as planned. The 4 figures cloaked in black hastened onward, charging directly towards Leo. Aldan's second bucket of water splashed out effortlessly once more. At that moment, Nina released the 2,000 marbles from her hands, scattering them before the black-cloaked figures. This time, the 4 figures did not attempt to evade. They burst through the curtain of water and beheld the marbles on the ground. Laughing derisively, a mere parlor trick, the 4 adeptly leapt into the air, the marbles beneath them having no bearing on their speed, as they always managed to find purchase amidst the myriad of rolling spheres. Leo had been waiting for this very moment, his spell model already meticulously constructed. Lightning striked at a robust bolt of lightning shot forth from the tip of his staff, first striking one of the black-cloaked figures at the forefront. The lightning did not falter, but continued along its original path, striking another black-cloaked figure who had fallen slightly behind. Just as number 6 broke through the curtain of water, the marbles scattered below prompted an instinctual leap. Although he reacted by attempting to evade upon seeing the lightning hurtling toward him, he could not move in time and was struck, absorbing the full force of the lightning strike. Number 6's companion. Number 16, shielded by the water curtain, and number 6, was even less likely to notice the rapidly approaching lightning, and before he could comprehend, he too was hit. The 2 black-cloaked figures fell from the air like mosquitoes struck by an electric swatter, landing with a thud, propelled forward by inertia across the marbles beneath them. the current entwined around their bodies. Despite their painful struggles and slight tremors, the power of the lightning rendered them incapable of resistance, leaving them temporarily paralyzed. Leo paid little mind to the outcome of the battle, swiftly reconstructing his spell model and adjusting his staff to target the black-cloaked figure that lagged behind. Numbers 3 and 9. While running, caught sight of the swiftly flying lightning spell, startled at the sight, and then noticed that numbers 6 and 16 had collapsed, struck in awe by the spell as, a first-tier spell? No, a first-tier spell could not achieve such potency. Surely, it must be a second-tier spell. Was there truly a second-tier mage in Shallow Water Town? The same thought echoed in their minds. However, they were granted no time to ponder. For Leo had already reconstructed his spell model once more. Lightning Strike, another robust bolt of lightning shot toward the black-cloaked figure. Despite number 9's desperate attempts to dodge, the marbles beneath him ultimately impeded his footing, causing him to hover momentarily in fear. His body, having only slightly shifted, was struck by the oncoming lightning spell, transforming him into the third large black mosquito to plummet to the ground, immobile, compared to number 9. Number 3 realized the dire situation much sooner and hastily veered aside. Attempting to circumvent the young mage from a distance, he had lost all desire to fight, with 3 companions already fallen. His only wish was to escape, preferably beyond the reach of the young lightning demon's attacks. Yet, with 3 black-cloaked figures down, Leo would not let this last one escape. He quickly reconstructed his spell model, aiming his staff at the final black-cloaked figure. Nina, having finished scattering the marbles, began to draw her bow. But before she could release an arrow, the 3 black-cloaked figures had already collapsed. Reluctantly, she directed her arrow unreservedly at the last black-cloaked figure. As number 3 dodged the arrow, he kept a vigilant eye on Leo's movements, resulting in him being struck by an arrow, though it only inflicted a minor wound that if given the choice. He would have preferred to be shot with 3 arrows than be struck by that lightning. Alas, just as number 3 passed by Leo, a robust bolt of lightning struck again. Though he evaded as best he could, the lightning struck his right arm, the current racing up his body and enveloping him in its grasp in that instant. Number 3 finally understood the purpose behind the first-tier warrior's water splashing. But it was already too late. Trouble. Number 3's legs were beginning to betray him, moving against his will. Each step was agonizingly laborious. He had scarcely encountered such a situation since advancing beyond the first tier. The rogue's greatest advantage, agility, had all but vanished. Yet, what plunged number 3 into deeper despair was that, despite his disordered steps, 3 arrows and a bolt of lightning were hurtling toward him, and it was the lightning that filled him with dread. This time, he did not escape the fate of being struck. His body went rigid, convulsing as he collapsed, his right hand tremblingly reaching toward the nearby alley, his eyes filled with longing and unyielding regret. Bell had already surged forward with enthusiasm as the 3B. There is no need for a back-and-forth battle of wits, nor for deadly duels illuminated by glinting blades. The high-end combat unfolds with an astonishing simplicity. Before the third large black mosquito descends, the trio appears momentarily dazed. Before they can fully comprehend the situation, 3 figures cloaked in black are effortlessly dispatched. This is undoubtedly the most effortless battle they have ever encountered. The 3 cast admiring glances towards Leo. Meanwhile, the unranked guards and adventurers arrive in small clusters, gazing in astonishment and reverence at the aftermath of this encounter. That moment, Bell's aura shifts dramatically, drawing the attention of everyone present. Almost everyone can sense that Bell's presence has sharpened, exuding a newfound danger as magical energy surges towards him. Has he broken through? Just as the crowd begins to process this revelation, Henry's aura also begins to transform, radiating a natural sense of the divine, with magical power flowing towards him as well. Another breakthrough? The lone first-tier adventurer can hardly contain his surprise and confusion. Voicing his thoughts aloud, is breaking through this simple? After all, he had toiled for a decade, battling a horde of goblins for half an hour, employing every means at his disposal to sever the head of their chief, only then achieving his first-tier status. Yet now, these 2 have directly ascended. Their skirmish barely lasted 30 seconds, and they seem to have emerged unscathed. A resounding victory. Is it truly possible to achieve a breakthrough so effortlessly? Yet observing the four distorted forms of first-tier rogues before him, it doesn't seem entirely implausible. Kyle chuckled as he patted the first-tier adventurer on the shoulder. Reed, you must understand, each individual is unique. As he spoke, Kyle glanced at Leo, adding, had it not been for Mr. Leo's contributions, the newly ascended Aldan and a squad of unranked adventurers could not have subdued these four cloaked figures. He then took a bite of the infamous blue cheese from Shallow Water Town. Hearing this, first-tier adventurer Reed followed Kyle's gaze towards Henry and Bell, nodding in agreement. Noticing that he had overlooked Leo, Kyle smiled but chose not to elaborate further. He understood that Mr. Leo, much like his magical prowess, preferred to remain understated. Meanwhile, a nearby guard captain, who had been running alongside Kyle, noticed a flash of lightning and gestured subtly towards the unassuming Leo, guarded by Aldan. Kyle nodded and whispered to this old comrade, Mr. Leo appreciates discretion. Numbers 5 and 11 are also his doing. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a silent understanding passing between them. Curiosity got the better of adventurer Reed, who stepped forward to pick up a fallen dagger. Exclaiming, this is number 9, the three guard captains approached as well. This is number 6, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Another guard captain, examining a dismembered black cloak, declared, this is number 16. Kyle stepped forward to collect the dagger beside the last black-cloaked figure, his expression growing serious. This is number 3. He turned to the unconscious figure beside him, commanding, secure the perimeter. Take them all to the church, especially this number 3. We must not allow him to perish. The guards promptly obeyed, their actions imbued with respect. The adventurers, watching Bell and Henry, were filled with admiration, envy, and longing. At a breakthrough following a fierce battle is a coveted aspiration for every adventurer, especially after vanquishing such notorious criminals. This tale is destined to be sung by tavern bards as a heroic saga. They began to gather around Henry and Bell, their praises unending. They actually killed number 3. Does anyone know who they are? They are part of Henry's squad, the knight attendant Henry, swordsman Bell, and archer Nina. They represent the strongest of the younger generation. Who didn't know? Wrong. They must be referred to as the Holy Knight Henry now. Oh, right. Who are that guard and the young man? I don't recognize them. That guard is Aldan, also a first-tier warrior, and no wonder they could capture 4 members of the Waterdrop family. This squad is truly formidable. Bell remained lost in the joy of his breakthrough, oblivious to the surrounding chatter. Observing the crowd's admiration directed towards him and Bell, Henry felt compelled to acknowledge the true hero behind their success. Just as he was about to credit Leo for the achievement, Leo placed a hand on Henry's shoulder. I seek no fame, knight. It is your moment to shine. Henry offered a wry smile as he watched Leo settle down to meditate. Aldan remained vigilant beside Leo. Faced with the accolades of the adventurers and the guards' admiring gazes, Henry and Bell were obliged to accept the recognition as a triumph of their 5-member squad, emphasizing that each member was indispensable. However, the adventurers' adulation remained firmly focused on the Holy Knight and swordsman who had achieved breakthroughs after the battle. Just as Bell emerged from his euphoria, he was taken aback to find the glory attributed solely to him and Henry. He opened his mouth to defend Leo's honor, but Nina whispered in his ear, reiterating Leo's words while adding, Bell, should Mr. Leo gain notoriety and his true strength become known, he would undoubtedly become the most sought-after adventurer in Shallow Water Town. It would be far more challenging to recruit him later. Bell suddenly grasped the situation, deciding to set aside his intentions to vindicate Leo and resolved to enlist him first instead. Nina, however, had her own motives. If Henry and Bell could ascend to the next tier by fighting alongside Mr. Leo, perhaps she too could achieve a breakthrough after a couple more collaborations. That a hopeful smile graced her face. The trio was enveloped by a throng of adventurers, showered with compliments, yet they occasionally cast glances towards Leo, never forgetting the true source of their success. Observing this, Aldan, stationed beside Leo, chuckled and whispered, Leo, who would have thought that you, the greatest benefactor, would go unnoticed? You forsake such an excellent chance for fame. This is a splendid opportunity to establish your name. Even I find it hard to resist the urge to step forward and bask in the accolades. Leo did not even open his eyes. Then you may certainly step forward. You are the only first-tier warrior in our squad. Aldan waved his hand dramatically, proclaiming, "Never mind, let the accolades be reserved for the youth that we, the older generation, must not encroach upon their territory. Wouldn't you agree, Leo? The only old man here is you. I am merely 18. Leo replied nonchalantly. After a long silence, Aldan smacked his thigh in realization. I nearly forgot. By the heavens, you were only 18. Had he not known Leo for some time, Aldan would never have believed that this young man before him was so young. After all, he had always treated Leo as a longtime friend. Meanwhile, the guards tended to the 3 incapacitated figures before they all proceeded to the St. Anto Church, with Leo and Aldan trailing behind. As they passed through Shallow Water Square, they found the church's priests and paladins already attending to the townsfolk who had been attacked. Victor, while administering healing, sighed heavily. Duncan, what are we to do? We've already failed to capture that damned priest Basil, and now this situation has arisen at the execution ground. Then why are you still gazing at me? Duncan replied without looking up. Focused on treating a girl with a thigh injury that there's no helping it. Charm is the primary motivation for a healer, Victor lamented. If only I were as handsome as you, I wouldn't be such a mess and still have girls interested in me. Victor stole a glance at the girl Duncan was treating, noting the pink bubbles forming in her eyes. Suddenly, Mia interjected. Lord Victor, if you were to put away that smirk and concentrate on your healing, you would attract just as many admirers. Victor was not unremarkable in appearance. However, the disingenuous smile he displayed upon encountering beautiful women was truly disconcerting. At that moment, that same unsightly grin reappeared on his face. Mia sighed and proceeded toward the next injured person. Duncan paid no heed to Victor, his expression impassive as he addressed the girl. You are fine now. With that, he turned and walked toward the next casualty. Thank you, noble knight, the girl said, her hands clasped before her chest, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, unable to stray even slightly. Once Victor had tended to his patient, he began to idly survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he caught sight of a throng of people approaching the Shallow Water Square, blinking in surprise. Duncan, it seems your apprentice is coming. Why is he surrounded by adventurers? After finishing with his patient, Duncan rose to look. Confirming Victor's observation, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Duncan spotted 3 people being carried by the guards and a corpse. He glanced back at his apprentice, who was indeed being swarmed by adventurers. An absurd thought crossed his mind. No way. Duncan hastened toward the scene, and Victor, realizing Duncan was departing, hurried after him. Duncan, wait for me. As Duncan approached the circle of adventurers surrounding Henry, he sensed that his apprentice had indeed broken through to the first tier. Yet, such a breakthrough could not account for this level of chaos. Feeling incredulous, he casually tapped a young adventurer brimming with excitement on the back. The young adventurer, who had been attempting to push his way inside, turned around, somewhat annoyed. What do you want? What has that lad done in there? Duncan inquired. Upon seeing the scruffy, bearded man before him, the young adventurer's irritation deepened. Hey, old man, why are you addressing my brother Henry so casually? He and his team defeated 4 first-tier thieves from the Raindrop family and then broke through to the first tier. Is that the trio? Duncan asked. Team must be. There was also the guard and the fellow beside him. He scratched his head, contemplating. The guard appeared to have just recently broken through to the first tier, while the person beside him seemed utterly ordinary. As his apprentice's mentor, Duncan was well aware of the strength of his team. How could they possibly have left 4 first-tier thieves behind? Or was it true that his apprentice was remarkably strong? How was he to know? Casting a skeptical glance around, his gaze finally landed on the young man walking alongside the first-tier guard. Observing the ordinary wooden staff he carried, Duncan dismissed the ludicrous notion that had just formed in his mind. That's impossible, he thought. Behind him, Victor chuckled mischievously. Uncle Duncan, your apprentice is quite extraordinary. The young adventurer, still unwilling to let Duncan off easily, retorted, Old man, you'd better show some respect for my brother Henry. He is the hero of this incident. At that moment, Henry noticed Duncan and Victor outside the crowd and called out, Master, Lord Victor, we've been looking for you. Henry parted the throng and made his way toward Duncan and Victor, waving to Captain Kyle as he did so. The young adventurer's face turned pale, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, stammering, "I am sorry. I didn't realize you were Brother Henry's master." He had heard that Brother Henry's master was a second-tier paladin, and the scruffy old man before him was indeed a second-tier paladin. The young adventurer was filled with trepidation, feeling a mix of confusion and fear. Duncan, however, paid no mind to this. Pulling Henry aside and gesturing toward the 3 people being carried, he asked quietly, "Did your team truly do this?" Henry replied in a hushed tone, "Of course not, that we merely dealt with the limbs and heads of the 4 thieves who were incapacitated by the electric shock. It was Leo who rendered them completely immobile." Giving us the opportunity, he gestured to Leo, who was lingering behind the main group, completely incapacitated by electricity. A second-tier mage, Duncan mused as he observed the ordinary wooden staff Leo carried, slipping into a state of self-doubt. He had long known that Henry and his companions were not capable of such a significant achievement. Despite his inner skepticism, he found it hard to believe that a first-tier guard would obediently follow a commoner. Yet upon hearing Henry explicitly state that it was that seemingly unremarkable individual wielding a mundane wooden staff who had felled 4 first-tier thieves with lightning magic, he was left questioning the very fabric of reality. Am I going mad? Or is the world insane? Fixating on Leo, Duncan found himself utterly baffled. Then he noticed something peculiar. Why, then, are the adventurers crowding around you and your teammates while Leo simply follows behind? Shouldn't this be his credit? Duncan pondered, perplexed. Henry let out a wry smile. Leo says he doesn't want to be famous. Doesn't want to be famous? Duncan replied incredulously, on this continent of what? Most individuals with extraordinary abilities yearn for fame, aspiring to become the protagonists of bardic tales. Henry and Duncan were no exceptions. Those who shunned the limelight were as rare as humble adventurers in taverns. Leo? That name sounds familiar. Victor interjected at some point. He had sidled closer, gazing at Leo with a grin. Henry followed their gaze and explained, "Lord Victor, you should remember the 2 Bazel cultists from 10 days ago. Leo was the one who killed them. He saved Alan and Heidi and uncovered the connection between the cult of the murder god and the Raindrop family." Victor recalled something and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, right, I remember now." So it was him. Henry's expression turned reverent. But Leo hasn't boasted about this at all. So, just like this time, almost no one knows he killed the cultists and saved people. In fact, he was even mistaken for a fraud by the staff at the Flying Bird Tavern. When Alan and Heidi wanted to reward him, he politely declined, accepting only a single copper coin. Leo doesn't seek fame or profit. He is the most genuine adventurer I have ever encountered. To me, he embodies the true spirit of knighthood. If he chose to become a paladin, he could likely rise through the ranks swiftly. Victor, grinning mischievously, teased, "More so than your master?" Henry remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Duncan disregarded his comment, puzzled. A single copper coin. Henry fell into reminiscence, as if the scene at the guild was replaying in his mind. Indeed, Leo accepted just 1 copper coin from Alan and Heidi, then magically transformed it into gold, saying, "I have received your gold coins." Alan and Heidi were so moved they cried. I was present and deeply shaken, feeling as though a hero from story had stepped into reality, igniting an impulse to follow him. Duncan was taken aback, as though he did all of this solely for his sense of justice and goodness. Henry replied resolutely, "I believe so." "Henry, why not simply recruit Leo into the church?" Victor suggested. Henry chuckled wryly. "Leo is a powerful mage. He may not wish to join the church." Leo noticed Henry, Victor, and the scruffy blonde man staring at him, and he surmised that this must be Henry's drunken paladin master. Nodding in acknowledgement to them, he approached. Victor beamed in response, while Duncan nodded back, unable to quell his curiosity as he continued. How many spells did Leo cast to incapacitate those 4? He cast a total of 4 spells. Henry replied that he used an ordinary wooden staff to cast 4 spells and brought down 4 first-tier thieves. Duncan gasped in astonishment. Henry speculated uncertainly. Leo is adept at concealing his magical aura and presence. He appears just like an ordinary person, that he dislikes drawing attention, so that staff might be a disguise. Duncan asserted firmly that is undoubtedly an ordinary wooden staff, not a magical item. Well, if you say it, ISNT. Then at ISNT, Henry replied without contradiction. Though his rational mind told him it was just an ordinary staff, his emotions insisted that Leo's staff could not be so mundane that, of course, there was another possibility. Leo was powerful enough that he did not require a staff at all. "Victor, don't you find this surprising?" Duncan gazed at the beaming Victor, who nonchalantly responded, "Surprised indeed. However, considering he has slain the cultists and the Waterdrop family's thieves, and is certified as a good man by Henry, he cannot be our enemy. Isn't that sufficient?" "That makes sense," Duncan conceded, easily swayed by his light-hearted demeanor. Kyle swiftly approached after arranging his subordinates and recounted the situation. "Lord Victor, Lord Duncan, Leo, and Henry have dispatched number 16, and they have also turned numbers 3, 6, and 9 into abominable creations." Kyle gestured towards the 4 individuals being carried by the soldiers. "Number 3? Duncan, already convinced, expressed a slight surprise. In contrast, Victor could not suppress his exclamation. "What? Those 3 living abominations are number 3, and 6 and 9 as well. Are you certain?" "It should be accurate. The code on the fallen dagger indicates it is indeed numbers 3, 6, and 9, although we handled them somewhat hastily. There remains a possibility of unforeseen complications. Initially, we intended to bring them to the church for your treatment. But since you are here, shall we treat them here or proceed to the church?" Victor promptly replied, "Take me to see them." The group arrived beside the 3 abominations, and Victor examined their wounds. Such brutality? Their skin is charred? Where is the dagger? Upon seeing their bodies, Victor immediately discerned that Henry's words were not mere fiction. Besides the scorched skin, they bore no other injuries, clearly indicating that their limbs had been severed immediately after being electrocuted. It appears that a formidable sorcerer has indeed emerged in Shallow Water Town. Kyle respectfully presented the dagger, which Victor inspected before handing it to Duncan. Duncan scanned both the abominations and the dagger, ultimately confirming it is undoubtedly numbers 3, 6, and 9 that his gaze towards Leo now brimmed with respect. Victor's smile deepened as he cast a healing spell upon the 3, soon ceasing his effort. "This suffices. They shall not perish. Let us send them directly to the detention center." "And what of number 16? Kyle inquired further. Victor replied, "Let number 16 remain here. Our Baron will surely be pleasantly surprised to learn of this." He could not help but glance at Leo, for this sorcerer had indeed delivered him a remarkable surprise. Surely, no one would notice that he and Duncan returned empty-handed. Victor mused contentedly. Following his instructions, Kyle left some guards to watch over number 16's body while the group transported the 3 abominations to the nearby detention center. The detention center was an underground prison situated within the soldiers' barracks, also referred to as the dungeon. Soon as the 3 abominations were delivered, they were taken into a specialized interrogation room while the others waited outside. Chris felt somewhat disheartened. He and his personal bodyguard squad had only captured 1 black cloak, which was number 15, but most crucially, the Waterdrop had escaped. That wretched scoundrel was far too swift. He could only hope that others would manage to apprehend a few more. Upon returning to Shallow Water Square, Chris immediately sought out the captain of the guards. "Frank, how fared your efforts?" Frank had just returned as well, flanked by soldiers carrying another black cloak, his expression far from favorable. "We managed to capture but 1 number 10 up before Chris could feel any glimmer of joy," Frank added. However, he committed suicide. That Chris's face instantly fell as he surveyed the chaotic scene filled with wounded individuals. His brow furrowed with concern. In total, only 4 official members remain. Damn the Waterdrop family. They fled with remarkable speed. "What are the casualties among the residents?" Frank replied. "Preliminary estimates indicate 19 civilian deaths, 11 soldiers lost, 1 captain deceased, and many others injured." That Chris's expression dimmed further as he rubbed his temples. "What are the outcomes?" The outer members of the Waterdrop family were eliminated, with 8 killed and 3 captured. The bodies of numbers 7 and 14 remained on the square, along with number 10 and number 15 in our possession. Chris sighed softly. "Only 4 official members left?" At that moment, a guard captain approached to report, "My Lord Baron, Lord Captain, Henry's squad and Aiden have dispatched number 16 and captured numbers 3, 6, and 9 at what?" The 2 were momentarily stunned. Chris and Frank suddenly became animated, with Chris gripping the guard captain's shoulder, his face alight with excitement. "You capture numbers 3, 6, and 9? Where are they? The captured guard captain, overwhelmed by their fervor, replied, They have already been sent to the detention center. Very well. Let us go now. Chris and Frank wasted no time. Why, Lord Baron, what shall be done with number 16, who remains in the square? The guard captain inquired. Chris, in high spirits, waved his hand. Nail up both number 10 and number 16. Place them beside numbers 5 and 11. Yes, my lord. Chris and Frank hurriedly made their way to the detention center with their trusted allies. If only 4 official members remained, alongside the previously captured number 12 and the slain numbers 5 and 11, nearly half of the Waterdrop family's main force would have been eradicated. This was a result that could be deemed acceptable. Should 4 official members remain, then the Waterdrop family would have lost 11 official members in a mere fortnight, leaving only 1 second-tier and 5 first-tier members, gravely weakened. This constituted a significant blow to the Waterdrop family. They had lost half of their main combatants merely through the capture of prisoners, not to mention that they had also captured numbers 3, 6, and 9, which could uproot many of the Waterdrop family's influences. Undoubtedly, Henry's squad and Aiden had achieved a great feat. Everyone was aware of Henry's squad, a rising star with considerable potential among the younger generation. And who might Aiden be? Chris inquired of Frank. Frank replied proudly, a promising young lad under Kyle, who has just broken through to first tier, and during that rainy night massacre, he eliminated number 5. Chris expressed mild astonishment. He was the one who killed number 5? According to Kyle, he had the assistance of a powerful, mysterious sorcerer. Number 11 was dealt with by that sorcerer. I see. So they should not have managed to retain 4 official members, then? Henry and his squad likely haven't advanced yet. Have they? Chris pondered aloud. It's worth noting that both Chris and Frank led their respective teams, each containing second-tier individuals, and had only managed to retain 1 first-tier thief, both of whom ranked lower. How had Henry's squad succeeded in capturing 3? Frank contemplated and nodded. That is indeed peculiar. By normal standards, their strength should be insufficient. Although they possess great potential, they are still quite young, with limited time to mature. And both numbers 3 and 6 are formidable foes. Could it be that they have already broken through to first tier? Or perhaps they received assistance from others? Chris speculated. We shall find out upon arrival. Hastening to the detention center, the two entered to find a significant number of individuals already present. Kyle, Victor, Duncan, Aiden, Henry, Belle, Nina, and Leo were all gathered. Where's number 3? Chris inquired directly. Kyle respectfully responded, My Lord Baron. Number 3 is currently being interrogated, along with numbers 6 and 9. Chris's gaze fell upon the newly promoted first-tier paladin, exuding a holy aura, and a sharply focused swordsman beside him. I hear it was Henry's squad and Aiden who captured numbers 3, 6, and 9. You must be Henry, and you are Belle. Truly commendable young talent from our shallow water town. Excellent, indeed. Henry quickly waved his hands. No, my Lord Baron. It was all thanks to Leo's lightning magic. We did not contribute much. The true hero is Leo, as Henry gestured towards a rather ordinary-looking young man. Aside from his striking appearance, Chris was taken aback. Ah, so it was you, Mr. Leo, who provided assistance. You are a sorcerer? Truly, a hidden gem. Kyle interjected at an opportune moment. My Lord Baron, Mr. Leo is the sorcerer who dispatched numbers 5 and 11 during that rainy night. What? The assembly present was hearing this news for the first time, including the Baron and the captain of the guards, who were no exceptions. Each person's reaction varied, yet all were remarkably vivid. Chris and Frank finally comprehended that the mysterious magician they had discussed earlier was none other than Leo himself. Henry, Belle, and Nina felt a mixture of indignation and resentment, as they had not heard him mention it during their gathering 2 nights prior in the rain. Victor maintained his cheerful demeanor, while Duncan expressed genuine admiration for Leo. Chris's gaze was filled with respect as he declared, Mr. Leo, I am profoundly grateful for your immense contribution to Shallow Water Town. You are a true hero, and I shall share your exploits with all the residents. Leo responded, My Lord Baron, I appreciate your kindness. However, I wish to remain uncelebrated. Please do not publicize my deeds. Why not? Chris queried, puzzled. Are you concerned about retribution from the Waterdrop family? There is no need for worry. They will not linger in Shallow Water Town for the time being. Why is that? Leo inquired with curiosity. Chris chuckled. The 13th is his most beloved daughter. I have poisoned her, and the antidote can only be found in the distant star city to the north. He will undoubtedly take her there for treatment, which means he won't return for a while. How dark-hearted, yet well done, Leo remarked, though he still wished to avoid notoriety. Let us not forget that the followers of the god of murder remain active in the shadows. Moreover, the Waterdrop family will certainly have some individuals guarding their stronghold. They will inevitably return. I end this perilous world. As a fragile magic apprentice, I prefer not to attract attention. Mastering my craft is what truly matters. I relish delving into the study of magic without interruption. That if possible, please refrain from publicizing my achievements. That if a hero must be forged, I believe Henry would be a most fitting choice. Chris turned to the tall, handsome, golden-haired paladin, pondering for a moment. Perhaps that could work? Henry, do you wish to become a hero? Despite the allure of such an opportunity, Henry quickly shook his head. How could I? My Lord Baron, this matter is primarily Leo's accomplishment. Without him, we would have lacked the strength to hold our ground, and casualties might have ensued. In such circumstances, how could I claim credit for his feats? Yet your participation was indispensable, Leo asserted earnestly. Henry sighed. What we did is something any adventurer could achieve. That if Leo wishes to remain anonymous, let this matter pass naturally. That I am far from deserving the title of hero. Victor, grinning, interjected, Henry, you may find it difficult to evade recognition now. Many adventurers witnessed your and Belle's breakthrough after battling together, and of all your party, you have become the most renowned. Even if Baron Chris does not elevate you to hero status, the news of your party capturing numbers 3, 6, and 9, as well as eliminating number 16, will surely spread throughout Shallow Water Town. Henry was taken aback. I could see that moment. Captain Kyle spoke up. The Waterdrop family is unlikely to believe that Henry and Belle alone could have subdued numbers 3, 6, and 9. Shouldn't we claim that a mysterious magician assisted them? Just like that rainy night? Frank inquired. Precisely, Kyle replied. This would also distract the Waterdrop family and serve to intimidate them. Chris turned to Leo. Mr. Leo, what do you think? I believe it is a viable approach. Chris nodded decisively. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Additionally, Mr. Leo, allow me to present you with 80 gold coins as a reward. This sum was intended for the 4 adventurers, while Aiden, being a guard, would receive his own compensation. Leo couldn't help but admire the Baron's generosity. According to the bounty's value, capturing 4 thieves would typically yield only 40 gold coins, yet Chris had doubled it in one stroke. As they prepared to depart, having received their 80 gold coins, Victor raised another matter. Baron Chris, for now, we need not worry about the Waterdrop family. However, the worship of the god of murder has taken root in Shallow Water Town, and we must eradicate them swiftly. Chris's expression darkened. Indeed, we must shift our focus to them. Those wretched cultists, since their arrival, the Waterdrop family has gone completely mad. Until they are eliminated, Shallow Water Town shall never find peace. Victor remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Leo. Chris finally realized and earnestly extended an invitation to Leo. Mr. Leo, if you discover any of Bazel's followers, could we count on your assistance? Certainly. I too wish to see these cultists vanish from Shallow Water Town. Leo replied without hesitation. The arrival of Bazel's followers not only led to murder and torment, but also pushed the previously stable Waterdrop family into chaos, inciting them to slaughter. Leo believed it preferable to eliminate such depraved cultists sooner rather than later. He did not want Shallow Water Town to become a haven for cultists, only to one day discover that Sid, Aiden and his wife, Henry's party, or even the owner of the Bode restaurant had met a tragic fate at the hands of those zealots. That is splendid news, Mr. Leo. You are a true hero. Rest assured, I will prepare a reward that will satisfy you. Chris promised with utmost sincerity. I shall thank you in advance, my Lord Baron. Victor also smiled. At that moment, progress was made in the interrogation of numbers 3, 6, and 9, as guards had begun to gather intelligence on some of the Waterdrop family's properties and hideouts, and they were preparing to take action. Leo, Henry, Belle, and Nina bid their farewells, with Aiden having completed his task, following closely behind Leo. The 5 made their way from the guard station to the Adventurers Guild. That on the way, Leo produced 40 gold coins and handed them to Henry. Henry, this is your share. Henry repeatedly waved his hands. Leo, this is far too much. You did nearly all the work this time. We hardly contributed anything. How can we accept half the reward? Belle chimed in. Indeed, Brother Leo, it was all thanks to you. If you feel uncomfortable about this, why not join our party instead? Before Henry could chide Belle, Nina eagerly added, Yes, Mr. Leo, you needn't give us a reward. Just join our party. Even Nina, usually so composed, could not suppress her excitement, and Henry secretly hoped Leo would join as well. Leo explained earnestly, Henry, your party's exploits are already circulating among adventurers. If the Water Drop family seeks retribution, they are unlikely to focus on me. They may direct their attention toward you and Belle, who have both recently broken through, as well as your teammate Nina. Furthermore, you also contributed in this battle, so the 40 gold coins are rightfully yours. Henry still attempted to decline, but Leo jested. Moreover, only by accepting these 40 gold coins will I feel justified in calling upon you in future adventures. In a moment of distraction, Nina swiftly seized the pouch containing the 40 gold coins. Her face beaming with joy over, it was not merely a pouch of coins, but a golden opportunity for advancement. Henry was equally astonished. Leo, are you willing to join our party? Leo smiled. This way? Should any members of the Water Drop family attack you, I will be able to assist. Just know that my usual pace in adventures may differ significantly. If you find it unsuitable, we can part ways later. Leo's cautious nature and his desire to master his craft meant his approach to adventure would inevitably be unique, and thus he wanted to give Henry and the others a fair warning. However, the three almost simultaneously overlooked Leo's final remark. Belle and Nina were already cheering in delight, while Henry felt a surge of emotion. Leo, you are remarkably considerate. Nina, bursting with anticipation, exclaimed, Mr. Leo, when shall we embark on our adventure together? With both of her companions having achieved their breakthroughs, she was now the only one left behind, yearning to elevate her own status and keep pace with them. Leo calculated and replied, in about 9 days. By then, the Water Drop family should have departed from Shallow Water Town, that he has accumulated 5.5 standard magical powers, and now he can gather 1 standard magical power in about 2 days. It is estimated that in another 9 days, he will have amassed 10 standard magical powers, allowing him to ascend to the rank of a first-tier mage. Upon promotion, he will be able to hone his proficiency in Arc of Lightning, simultaneously gaining a certain level of self-defense capability, making it an opportune moment to venture outside the city. Henry remarked with a smile, Belle and I have just been promoted to the first tier. We also need some time to solidify our skills. 9 days from now sounds perfect. Then it's settled. The 5 of them arrived at the Adventurers Guild, a bustling hub filled with numerous adventurers and guards who greeted them warmly. Particularly, Henry and Belle attracted considerable attention. Saida stood at the far right counter, her face illuminated with a smile. Mr. Henry, I heard you took down number 16 and captured numbers 3, 6, and 9 as well. Indeed. Belle glanced at Leo, who nodded in affirmation, and then quietly recounted to Saida how Brother Leo had incapacitated them all with just 4 spells, making it as effortless as slicing vegetables for them to dispatch those 4 foes. Saida gasped. So Mr. Leo is that powerful. Not only that, we just learned that numbers 5 and 11 were also eliminated by Mr. Leo. Nina added, Mr. Leo. Saida puffed out her cheeks, placing her hands on her hips, looking at Leo with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Leo scratched his head and inquired, What has happened to the guild? Why are there so many guards and adventurers around? Returning to a serious tone, Saida explained, a thief from the Droplet family managed to sneak in, attempting to steal from the guild amid the chaos at the execution ground. And then, Belle asked, curiosity evident on his face, that he was discovered by Mr. Meteor, who dismembered him and sent him to the detention center. Which number was he? Nina questioned. That he was noted 8, as expected. Leo's instinct had not failed him. Mr. Meteor, who oversaw so much equipment, was indeed formidable. After handing out the reward for the Vigilance Commission, Saida asked, Next, there's another patrol commission available. 8 hours for 6 silver coins. Would you all be interested? Although the reward was double that of previous patrol commissions, everyone shook their heads in unison. Leo intended to return to enhance his magical power, while Henry and Belle needed to consolidate and learn new skills, and Nina aimed to accumulate diligently, striving for an early breakthrough. The 4 bid farewell to Saida, she inquired. "Mr. Leo, will you still come to the guild tomorrow to take on the slime-clearing commission?" Leo shook his head. "I will likely rest for 9 days and will return to the guild thereafter." "All right, then." A visible flicker of disappointment cross-eyed his face, quickly replaced by a smile. "Goodbye, Mr. Leo. Goodbye, Miss Saida." Henry, Belle, and Nina exchanged glances, each pondering the same thought. Should they even be here? After leaving the Adventurers Guild, the group agreed to gather for dinner at the Flying Bird Tavern at 6 o'clock that evening. With Henry treating, Leo parted ways with Henry and Alden. "Are you heading home now?" Alden asked. "I plan to stay at the Flying Bird Tavern for a while," Leo replied. The Droplet family likely had not yet departed from Shallowwater Town, and if they came looking for him, he certainly could not withstand it. The Flying Bird Tavern was frequented by many strong individuals, including the captain of the guards, Kyle, and the paladin, Duncan, making it one of the safest places in Shallowwater Town. Alden quickly grasped his intent and said, "I'll go too. You need to get your clothes, right? Let's go together. I'll pick up Isha as well." "Sounds good." Leo accompanied Alden back to his home, and then the three of them arrived at the Flying Bird Tavern, requesting 2 rooms. Subsequently, he re-entered the cycle of using Magic Trick and meditating to restore his magical power. Just before dinner, Magic Trick leveled up. Magic Trick 0 tier. LV5 first tier. Minor Magic. LV3 01000. No matter how many times he cast it. He remained profoundly impressed by the ingenious design of the LV5 spell model. By the way, he could now conjure gold coins with his bare hands for a full minute. Leo called on Alden and Isha, and Henry, Belle, Nina, Alan, and Heidi arrived punctually. He even showcased a bit of skill by seasoning a platter of roasted meat. After tasting the roast seasoned by Leo, at the insistence of the group, every dish was adjusted to match Leo's style. As they relished the exquisite food, they conversed about the recent major events in Shallowwater Town, raising their glasses in cheer and camaraderie. In the distance, Martin observed this scene with a face full of resentment and hatred. After being sent by Paul to brew wine, he had been surrounded by a group of aunties daily, often receiving disdain for his poor performance. His mood had already been quite foul lately, and today he heard that the adventurers Leo had been with had achieved great success. Frustrated and seeking some fresh air, he stumbled upon Leo and the adventurers enjoying a feast filled with laughter and joy. In his agitated state, he had to avoid them, lest he incur his father's wrath. With all these grievances piling up, Martin felt that today was utterly wretched as he arrived at the back door of the tavern, kicking the stones on the ground with force. Meanwhile, the jubilant group remained oblivious to this distant scene. After a hearty meal, the group dispersed. For the next 8 days, Leo stayed at the Flying Bird Tavern, focusing on enhancing his magical power, cycling between light spell and meditation. On the 28th day since his arrival in this world, at dusk, after a session of meditation, Leo finally accumulated 10 standard magical powers. At that moment, he successfully advanced to the rank of a first-tier mage. That on his status panel, the first-tier meditation method and spells became solidified, no longer transparent. First-tier meditation method, LV3 01000. First-tier Arc of Lightning, LV3 01000. First-tier Fireball, LV3 01000. First-tier Minor Magic, LV3 01000. Light Spell, 0 tier, LV4 96,100. As night approached, Leo exited the Flying Bird Tavern and found an unoccupied space in Shallowwater Town to test the power of Arc of Lightning. The spell model for Arc of Lightning was slightly more intricate than that of Shock. After expending 2 standard magical powers, a robust line of lightning shot toward the ground. The struck surface stirred up dust, and as the debris settled, it revealed a charred mark beneath. Arc of Lightning 9. The difference between LV3 Arc of Lightning and LV5 Shock is not substantial. In terms of shape, distance, and power, the two were nearly identical. The effect of LV3 spell was 1.5 times that of a LV1 spell, while the effect of a LV5 spell was 3 times that of a LV1 spell. Therefore, the effect of a first-tier spell, being 1.5 times that of a 0-tier spell, was quite similar. This raised a question: what is the purpose of first-tier magic? The magical power consumed would double, and the time to construct the spell model would increase. Why not simply cast 2 0-tier spells instead? Leo, Lacking a formal mentor, compared the LV3 shock and arc of lightning and identified 3 reasons. First, casting one first-tier spell takes less time than casting 2 zero-tier spells. Second, the damage radius of a first-tier spell is greater than that of a zero-tier spell, making it easier to hit. Third, 2 separate zero-tier spells would lack the concentrated power of a single first-tier spell. For instance, 2 separate shocks might not penetrate armor, while a concentrated arc of lightning could surpass the armor's threshold and deal damage. At that moment, a door opened not far away, and a head peeked out. Was that thunder? Leo calmly pretended nothing had happened and swiftly left the area under the suspicious gaze of the onlooker. As he walked toward the Adventurers Guild, he continued to ponder. Although the effects of the first-tier arc of lightning were temporarily comparable to those of the zero-tier shock, the magical power consumption and construction time had both increased. The difference, however, was that it could be upgraded. Elevating lightning arc to level 5 would nearly double its effectiveness compared to electrocute. Furthermore, after reaching level 5, it is likely that he will also grasp the second tier of lightning magic. Hence, enhancing the proficiency of lightning arc will be the primary task moving forward. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Upon seeing Leo, Saida's face lit up with surprise. "Mr. Leo, what brings you here? Tomorrow, I will venture out of town with Henry and the others, and I wanted to inquire about monsters suitable for us to eliminate. The only creatures Leo was well acquainted with were slimes and withered branch monsters. The withered branch monsters had already been cleared out, and he certainly couldn't lead Henry and the others to hunt slimes. He had personally eradicated over 200 slimes around the town of Shallow Water, and the remaining few were scattered across the grasslands, making them increasingly difficult to locate. The only place where a large number of slimes could still be found was the last slime gathering area marked by Tors. However, that ruin was ill-suited for them at present. Leo's instincts warned him that something was amiss there. Since slimes and withered branch monsters were no longer viable options, the novice adventurer, Leo, could only come here for some preliminary knowledge. After pondering for a moment, Saida said, "Your strength, along with Mr. Henry's, has increased significantly, making it somewhat challenging for me to gauge your needs. What level of monsters are you seeking?" "Something similar to slimes." "That would likely be goblins, as they are the most numerous monsters around Shallow Water." "Shall I introduce you to them?" "Certainly." Saida skillfully flipped through the monster compendium, pointing to a small green-skinned figure. Goblins are selfish and avaricious diminutive humanoids, primarily found in jungles. Their individual strength is quite feeble, often relying on their numerical advantage to overwhelm foes. They also tame rats and wolves as companions and mounts. Goblin lairs are typically situated in dark and cramped spaces, such as caves or abandoned mines, where they use various jars and bottles to create warning systems and dig narrow paths for ambushing or escaping from enemies. The smartest and strongest goblin among them assumes the role of the leader, whose strength is not particularly remarkable, barely reaching the first tier. However, through commanding the lazy and undisciplined goblins, their overall strength can be significantly enhanced. Leo recalled the goblin Grong, who he had frightened with a single electrocute, and noticed to his surprise that the quest to subdue Grong's lair was still posted on the board. He pointed to the quest board and asked, "Is the bounty for the goblin lair?" offering 5 gold coins. Still unclaimed? Without needing to look, Saida knew precisely which quest Leo was referring to. The goblin leader of that lair is quite clever. Not only does it have multiple concealed escape routes, but there are also several layers, which is why no adventurers have captured them. Yet Grong is that formidable. I wonder if I can still find him. Saida continued. Additionally, goblins have some larger relatives, the ogre goblins and bear goblins, who enslave and bully the regular goblins. There are no ogre goblins in the vicinity of Shallow Water, but bear goblins occasionally mingle among the goblin ranks. Bear goblins are covered in brown fur and are robust, typically at the first tier, and excel in stealth, favoring ambush tactics. Given sufficient compensation, they can even become competent mercenaries, though they tend to flee when at a disadvantage. That about sums up the information on goblins. Understood. Leo felt a deep admiration for Saida. Although he had not encountered other receptionists, Saida was undoubtedly the most professional in his eyes, possessing an impressive understanding of various monsters' behaviors. After discussing the matter at hand, Saida chuckled. "You've finally decided to spare the slimes. The slimes around shallow water are nearly depleted due to your efforts, and rumors about you have begun circulating among adventurers." "What rumors?" Leo inquired curiously. "It is said that a slime slayer has emerged in shallow water, one who relentlessly hunts slimes." Suddenly, Saida seemed to recall something, her smile growing even wider. "I have a feeling, Mr. Leo, that you will soon clear out the goblins as well. At that point, there may very well be tales of a goblin slayer circulating among adventurers." "Surely not." "Perhaps so. The proficiency required to advance from first-tier magic level 3 to level 5 is a staggering 2,000 points. And with a goblin providing only 3 points of proficiency, I would need to eliminate 667 goblins. However, it seems that casting first-tier magic without a target now yields 3 points instead of just 1, resulting in 9 points if it triples on the first cast. If casting first-tier magic grants 3 points of proficiency, then targeting a single goblin may not be the most efficient use of resources. I will have to devise a method to strike multiple goblins at once." Having gathered ample information on goblins, Leo prepared to take his leave. "I still need to find him, Art.Mill, to purchase some equipment. I know the location of his room, so I can manage on my own. See you tomorrow, Miss Saida." "All right, see you tomorrow, Mr. Leo," Saida replied, bidding farewell with a smile that held a glimmer of anticipation. Leo ascended to the second floor and politely knocked on the door. "Please come in." Upon opening the door, the golden-haired, middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. In a different setting, Leo would never have guessed that this cheerful man was a formidable expert. Yet Leo was fully aware that Mill was indeed quite a force to be reckoned with. It was said that Mill had dispatched a foe with a single strike. All limbs of the eighth opponent had been severed. Mill gestured to the sofa in front of him. "Mr. Leo, it's good to see you again. Please take a seat. I did not expect you to be such a powerful mage. Truly impressive." Initially, Mill had assumed Leo was merely an ordinary magic apprentice, but he was taken aback by his own misjudgment. Given that Leo was able to incapacitate 4 first-tier thieves, he must possess at least second-tier strength. Yet, to Mill, the young man before him appeared only to emanate a faint magical aura, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Mill sincerely admired Leo's skill in concealing his magical prowess. No, I am not worthy of such praise compared to you, Mr. Mill." It was reasonable to assume that Mill possessed second-tier strength, placing him among the elite of shallow water. So it was not surprising that he was aware of Leo's capabilities. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Leo then stated his purpose. "Mr. Mill, I would like to peruse the guild's magical offerings." With 71 gold coins in hand, Leo could purchase 4 first-tier spells, no problem. But the guild only offers first-tier and 0-tier spells. There are no second-tier spells available. They surely don't think I've become a second-tier mage, do they? Leo, who had just recently advanced to first tier, felt somewhat helpless. "That's fine. I merely wish to look at first-tier spells." Mill retrieved a list detailing various spells along with brief descriptions. As Leo perused the list, he was unable to find the first-tier spell Lightning Arc. Though Electrocute was indeed present, it appeared that some first-tier spells did not require a preceding 0-tier spell to learn. This was likely due to the simplicity of 0-tier spell models, whereas certain effects necessitated more complex spell models. It seemed that the existence of higher-tier magic had yet another purpose. Leo did not dwell too much on offensive spells. Lightning Arc and Fireball were already sufficient for his needs. He first turned his attention to defensive spells. Although he had distinctly felt his body being subtly strengthened by magic after advancing to the first tier, his physical condition was now far superior to the weakling he had been a month prior. Reaching an extraordinary level, this enhancement felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of first-tier warriors. Moreover, his cautious nature heightened his demand for defensive magic. Ultimately, between the first-tier spells Shield and Mage Armor, Leo opted for both. Shield creates an invisible magical barrier around oneself, lasting for 20 seconds. Mage Armor, when applied to a creature, envelopes it in a protective magical force field, lasting for 8 hours. Mr. Mill, how effective is the protection offered by Mage Armor? The Wild Mage Leo inquired. Mill explained quite clearly. It offers protection comparable to high-quality leather armor, but Mage Armor covers the entire body and is weightless. Many magic users opt not to don armor. utilizing mage armor with a frequency akin to that of partaking in meals. However, what about wearing armor while employing mage armor? Could it provide a dual layer of protection? Leo immediately contemplated the possibility of stacking the two. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of mage armor is significantly diminished in areas covered by leather armor, compounded by the weight of the leather itself, rendering it an unwise choice that I see, Leo mused. The fine leather armor he possessed was classified as light armor, weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Were he to forego the leather armor, his agility would greatly increase, enabling him to swiftly adjust his position and align himself with the majority of his adversaries, thereby allowing his linear lightning spells to strike a greater number of foes. Akin to the blind monks are flash kick bowling technique. Moreover, casting it 3 times a day would mean that his entire body could be enveloped in the protective embrace of fine leather armor at all times. Thus, mage armor appeared quite practical indeed. He would no longer need to sleep clad in 5 kilograms of leather armor. Having finalized the selection of defensive spells, Leo then turned his attention to functional spells. It was uncertain whether the prestidigitation was genuinely formidable, or if the panel upgrades were excessively potent, or perhaps Leo's imagination regarding magic was simply too vivid, stemming from his experiences in another world. This zero-tier spell, which was not listed in the Adventurers Guild's magic catalog, revealed a plethora of wondrous functionalities upon reaching LV5, with many effects of functional spells being replicable by it. For instance, Mage Hand conjured a floating, spectral hand, capable of performing actions such as opening doors and pouring liquids. Similarly, Minor Illusion created sounds or images of objects. Nearly all these functions could be realized through prestidigitation. If prestidigitation were elevated to its highest tier, who could say whether a mere snap of the fingers might have the number of monsters in this world? As he entertained delightful dreams while making his selections, Leo ultimately chose 2 spells conducive to retreat. No, more accurately, spells that facilitated withdrawal. Expeditious Retreat allowed him to touch a creature, significantly enhancing the target's movement speed for a duration of 10 minutes. Fog Cloud centered on a point within 30 meters, generating a sphere of dense fog with a 5-meter radius, creating heavy obscuration within the sphere, lasting up to 1 hour. Whether in retreat or in offense, Expeditious Retreat in Fog Cloud would prove tremendously advantageous. For instance, during the recent hostage incident, it was unclear whether a first-tier mage from the Waterdrop family had utilized a Fog Cloud scroll, releasing several of them to not only cover the entrance of the Waterdrop family members, but also to create substantial chaos. Furthermore, the effect of Fog Cloud, which generated a large quantity of physical smoke, was quite challenging for prestidigitation to replicate. Having selected 4 spells, Mill was somewhat astonished. Leo had not chosen a single offensive spell. However, reflecting on Leo's illustrious achievements, he refrained from further comment and entered the room behind him. After taking longer than usual, Mill emerged with 4 spell manuscripts. Mr. Leo, here are the manuscripts detailing the 4 spells. You may review them. Leo handed over a pouch filled with gold coins to Mill and settled onto the sofa to peruse the manuscripts. Mill accepted the pouch, gave it a slight shake, glanced inside, and fell silent, wearing a broad smile as he observed Leo reading the manuscripts. 5 minutes later, Leo had finished reading all the information regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. On the proficiency panel, S.H.I.E.L.D. materialized automatically. First tier S.H.I.E.L.D. LV1 01000. Unfortunately, the magic learned in this manner did not immediately advance to LV3. Instead, it remained at LV1, akin to the 0-tier spells he had initially studied. Leo lifted his gaze to Mill. Do you accept armor for buyback? Although his leather armor had seen little use, the sense of security it provided was not illusory. After purchasing the spells, Leo's wealth had dwindled from 71 gold coins to 7. Certainly, if your fine leather armor remains undamaged, the buyback price is 2 gold coins. Mill replied with a grin. The cut was rather severe, a loss of 1 gold and 6 silver coins, which caused Leo some discomfort. I suppose I should inquire if Henry or the others are interested in purchasing it. I'll consider it further. Farewell, Mr. Mill. Goodbye, Mr. Leo. We look forward to your next visit. Mill bid farewell with a smile. Returning to the inn's room, Leo studied the remaining 3 first-tier spells and learned them all. The spell models for first-tier magic were somewhat more intricate than those for 0-tier magic. However, for Leo, They remained as simple as a middle school math problem, essentially grasped after a single reading. Soon, the other 3 first-tier spells appeared on the panel. First tier. Mage Armor. LV1, 01000. First tier. Expeditious Retreat. LV1, 01000. First tier. Fog Cloud. LV1, 01000. Concurrently, Leo also noticed a spell on the magic list that piqued his interest, Disguise Self. This spell allowed him to alter his appearance, including his clothing, armor, and weapons, with a height variance of up to 10 centimeters. And he could appear either heavier or slimmer at will, lasting for 1 hour. This magic was an illusion, capable of deceiving only the visual senses. One could pass their hand through the area that appeared fuller and touch the area that appeared slimmer. He was eager to experiment and see if prestidigitation or minor illusion could achieve a similar effect. Leo cast minor illusion upon himself, and in the mirror, the handsome figure with black hair and black eyes transformed a dapper gentleman clad in a white suit. A matching cloak, adorned with a white top hat and silver-tinted glasses, appeared in the reflection. In this fantastical world of swords and sorcery, where could one find a phantom thief? Minor Illusion 9, with another snap of his fingers. Leo morphed into a paladin with golden hair, that he even bore an identical resemblance to Henry's silver chainmail, long sword, and shield. The transformation was remarkably successful, with hardly a hint of incongruity. Minor Illusion 9. First tier. Minor Illusion. LV3, 181,000. With another snap to dispel the magic, Leo cast Mage Armor upon himself and contentedly retired for the night. The following day, with the first light of dawn illuminating the world, Leo arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Henry, Belle, and Nina awaited him at the guild's entrance. After exchanging greetings, the 4 entered the guild together. "Good morning, Mr. Leo, Mr. Henry, Mr. Belle." Miss Nina, Saida greeted with a smile, finally seeing Leo accompanied by teammates. "Good morning, Miss Saida." After greeting Saida, Leo turned to the trio. "I plan to accept the commission to eliminate goblins. Do any of you have differing opinions?" Henry and the others shook their heads in unison. Saida distributed 4 copper badges to the group. "Mr. Leo, due to your excellent performance in the execution of the Criminal Apprehension Commission last week, all of your adventurer levels have now reached E rank. Here are your new badges. You may now consider taking on E rank commissions. Let's stick to F rank commissions for now. Are there any F rank tasks related to goblin elimination? Facing first-tier monsters at E rank would be a significant challenge, and although 3 of their party were first-tier adventurers, it seemed wise to begin with F rank. This was Leo's first experience eliminating goblins and adventuring outside the city as part of a team. He thought carefully. Belle attempted to voice an objection, but Nina and Henry restrained him. Belle fell silent. Leo regarded Belle. "Leo, we trust your judgment," Henry said with a smile, as he and Nina pulled Belle aside. Belle looked puzzled. "Henry, Nina, why are you holding me back? Our party contains 3 first-tier adventurers, and we've all reached E rank. What's the point in sticking with F rank commissions? We could simply take on E rank tasks." Henry replied. "Belle, you wish to undertake E rank commissions to challenge stronger foes, correct?" Belle answered matter-of-factly. "Of course, Henry. Don't you know me? Our team's strength is more than sufficient to handle E rank commissions, and now that both I and you have leveled up with Leo joining us, isn't it more than enough to tackle E rank tasks?" Henry posed an intriguing question. Setting aside the 40 gold coins that Leo distributed to us as a reward, and considering our recent formation as a team. "Belle, what significant events do you believe have transpired in Shallow Water Town over the past month?" Belle pondered, counting on his fingers. The capture of number 13, the emergence of devotees of Bazel, the massacre of the Raindrop family on a rainy night, and the day of the fire trial involving prisoners. What is the matter? Just think, in which of these events was Leo not involved? Henry smiled. Belle contemplated. It seems that brother Leo was involved in all of them. Wait, number 13's capture did not involve brother Leo. Henry smiled mysteriously. Do you know the reason behind number 13's capture? An outer member of the Raindrop family was caught stealing on Zieging Street, and then a flame spell injured him. He was apprehended by the arriving guards, who then extracted the information about number 13, leading to his capture. Zieging Street. ISNT, that where brother Leo lives? Belle exclaimed. Precisely, which is why number 5 and number 11 chose to carry out their massacre there, only to encounter Leo. You must understand that in the past month, Leo has faced cultists even while merely clearing slimes, and he has encountered thieves from the Raindrop family at his home on 2 occasions. Henry patted Bell on the shoulder and asked, "Do you still believe that accepting an F-level commission means you won't encounter formidable foes?" As Bell came to a realization, Nina added, "Bell, have you forgotten how long you were stuck at the apprentice warrior stage? You only fought alongside Mr. Leo once, and you've already advanced a tier. Not to mention, Mr. Leo's magic that makes food delicious." Nina was fixated on the first tier, her face alight with desire, and when it came to delicious food, a blissful smile adorned her features. Finally, her lovely expression shifted, and she threatened fiercely, "If you make Mr. Leo unhappy, I wouldn't mind if our team had 1 less swordsman and 1 more magician. What do you think, Brother Henry?" Henry smiled silently. Bell raised his hands in surrender, already envisioning a battle against thieves and cultists, and mumbled, I understand. Seeing Bell's lack of enthusiasm, Nina immediately approached and playfully punched him. Bell fled, clutching his head as Nina chased after him. Meanwhile, at the counter, Leo, having received no objection from Henry and the others, turned his attention back to Saida. Saida explained, "A roving band of goblins has appeared near Kib village in the south. They wander on the outskirts of the Lost Forest, occasionally raiding the village for food, livestock, and even women and children. These marauding goblin bands usually lack a goblin leader, and the commission to eliminate them falls under F level. After slaying the goblins, you must sever their left ears. Each ear can be exchanged for 4 copper coins of the guild. What do you think? We shall accept this commission." "Very well. It's registered. Wishing you a safe return, Mr. Leo." The other 3 bid farewell to Saida, and the 4 departed from the Adventurers Guild. That on the way, Leo briefly introduced the details of the commission and then inquired, "How do you usually deal with goblins? Or rather, how do you handle monsters?" Nina spoke first. "I'm quite familiar with the outdoors. I usually take charge of reconnaissance, tracking, and discovery that I then relay in Formati, although he and Bell had been promoted to the next tier. These goblins posed little threat to them. However, without Leo's initial magical strike, these goblins still retain the capacity to counterattack, making the battle far from the effortless slaughter it currently appeared to be. There was no need for strategic thought. They could simply strike away. As Leo approached, he pointed to a necklace strung with peculiar bones and inquired curiously, "Are these items valuable?" Nina, gleefully raising a gleaming fong in her hand, showcased it to Leo, saying, "This is a wolf's fong. Look at its quality. The guild's buyback price should fetch around 3 copper coins. So high." Leo exclaimed in astonishment, noting that it nearly equaled the price for taking down a single goblin. Henry chuckled, explaining, "Nina is fortunate. This necklace I have isn't worth nearly as much." Bell appeared somewhat dejected, adding, "The one I have is also of little value." Nina tossed the wolf fong to Bell, saying, "Don't be disheartened. Here, take this fong." Bell caught the fong, his face lighting up with joy, completely shedding any semblance of disappointment. Given the ease of their battle, none of the group suffered any weariness, rendering any adjustments unnecessary. Nina swiftly began searching for the next goblin squad. Before long, she discovered 5 goblins similarly gathered. Stealthily, she returned with the news, and the 4 of them quietly approached, concealing themselves behind a thicket. "Leo, shall we proceed with the same plan as before? You cast the lightning spell, and then we strike?" Henry whispered. "Yes, but this time I will employ fire magic. Follow my lead," Leo reminded them. For this cluster of seeded goblins, the spherical damage range of the fireball might prove more effective than the linear lightning arc. He was eager to test the efficacy of the fireball. The 3 nodded in agreement. Leo raised his initial wooden staff, constructing a spell model while muttering the incantation. Fireball. A small fireball shot forth from the tip of the staff, accurately flying towards the center of the 5 goblins. The goblin facing them saw a sudden burst of red, unable to scream before the color expanded in his vision, soon engulfing his entire sight. His scream forever caught in his throat. The fireball detonated at the center of the 5 goblins, flames sweeping forth and consuming them entirely. Amidst the roaring flames, the 5 goblins fell backward without uttering a sound, their tattered rags, skin, and the grass igniting, a charred aroma wafting through the air. Henry and Bell, who had rapidly approached the goblins, stood with their swords raised, watching the 5 goblins, now silent and devoid of life. Scorched by the flames, they found themselves a loss, unsure whether to strike or not. Was there even a need to deliver a finishing blow to such lifeless corpses? The thought crossed their minds simultaneously, leaving them momentarily frozen. First tier, Fireball, LV3, 151000. Although Henry, Belle, and Nina had witnessed Leo's lightning magic's might. After all, that spell had almost instantaneously dispatched 2 first-tier thieves. They were astonished to discover that Leo's fire magic was equally formidable. Ultimately, Henry and Belle lowered their swords. Belle had never particularly desired to engage in battle with these most ordinary goblins. He was more inclined to collect their ears and necklaces. The thrill of the unknown and scavenging was far more exciting than fighting such goblins. Henry, standing still, turned to Leo with a wry smile. "Leo, you're leaving us with no room to contribute. Indeed, at least grant us a chance to land a finishing blow." Nina chimed in. This time, she hadn't even released an arrow. Aware that such a battle would not lead to a promotion, Leo smiled awkwardly. "Rest assured, I won't be using fire magic for a while. I'll revert to lightning magic." It was not because a single fire spell had cleared all the monsters, leaving Henry, Belle, and Nina with nothing to do. If that were the case, Leo would prefer to tackle the goblins alone. The true reason was that Fireball, in terms of stealth and spell flight speed, did not compare favorably to Lightning Arc, although it seemed highly effective. 1 fireball could eliminate 5 goblins. It was more suited for weaker, clustered monsters that in contrast, against stronger singular foes, particularly the formidable water droplet family remnants and the followers of the god of murder. Hitting targets with Fireball would be considerably more challenging. Leo was certain that if he cast Fireball at the 3rd goblin, 2 spells would hardly incapacitate it by the time the Fireball reached its designated point. The 3rd goblin would have ample time to react and evade the flames, potentially escaping the engulfing fire altogether. Therefore, Leo would continue to rely on Lightning Arc as a guarantee of strength against formidable adversaries. Before long, Belle had finished clearing the battlefield. He found 2 more quality wolf fangs and, in high spirits, declared, "Let us move on to the next goblin squad." Leo interjected, "I've cast 2 spells and need to replenish my mana. It will take about 40 minutes. Will you continue hunting, or shall we wait?" Despite currently possessing 10 standard mana, he preferred to maintain at least half of his reserves while in the wilderness. Otherwise, should a formidable enemy approach unexpectedly, he would lack sufficient means to fight back. Just as Belle was about to speak, Henry spoke up first. Perfect timing. "We could use a break," as Belle's enthusiasm waned. Leo turned to Nina. "If you're not fatigued, could you please scout the surrounding area during this time? Identifying the positions of nearby goblin squads would be a tremendous help." "No problem," Nina replied, her stamina seemingly intact, if not entirely unspent. Leo then addressed the reinvigorated Belle. "Belle, please accompany Nina to provide support, just in case." Belle cheerfully thumped his chest. "Leave it to me." Finally, Leo glanced at Henry. "Henry, you may also go along. I can meditate without needing to guard, and oh worries. I'll stay by your side to keep watch. You can meditate in peace." While Leo could sense his surroundings during meditation, amidst a forest teeming with monsters, he certainly welcomed the presence of multiple first-tier paladins standing guard. Nina and Belle set out to scout, while Leo began his meditation. With Henry stationed nearby on alert point 40 minutes later, Leo opened his eyes, his mana fully restored. Meditation level 6. Nina and Belle had returned short while ago, and Leo inquired, "What were the scouting results?" Nina, drawing in the dirt with a stick, recounted her findings. "I discovered 3 goblin squads in total. The closest has 5 goblins sitting idly, while a slightly more distant squad has 4 goblins moving in this direction. The furthest squad contains 6 goblins, similarly inactive." Belle, eager and ready for action, asked, "Shall we charge in?" "Not so fast. Henry, you likely attempted to gather 2 goblin squads together before. Have you?" Leo queried, as someone well-versed in gaming. He understood the basic strategy of mob gathering. "Didn't know," Henry replied, having begun to suspect Leo's intentions. Without a mage, merging 2 goblin squads would be meaningless and merely a burden. However, with a mage, everything changed. "Nina, Do you have the confidence to attract the attention of both goblin squads and lead them to a single location? Leo pointed to the rudimentary drawing on the ground and elaborated. We will first hide near the closest goblin squad. You will draw the attention of the further moving squad, then entice the nearest one, bringing both goblin squads together and leading them to our ambush site. Do you think you can manage that? Nina pondered for a moment and replied, It should be feasible. Leo made a decision. Very well. We shall proceed as planned. Let us first approach the nearest goblin squad. Henry had no objections. He understood Nina well, knowing that 9 goblins posed little threat to her. Meanwhile, Belle was already feeling a surge of excitement. The 4 of them took cover behind a patch of grass, where they could see a relatively straight path ahead, and in the distance, 5 goblins were visible. Leo pointed to the path and instructed, We will lie in ambush here. Nina, as long as you ensure your own safety, try to lure the 2 goblin squads onto this path. Is that clear? Nina nodded, ready to spring into action. Leo called her back. Wait a moment. I shall cast 2 spells for you. He placed a hand on Nina's shoulder and murmured the incantation. Grease on the soles. Nina felt a peculiar sensation as she jumped in place. Realizing her body had become significantly lighter, particularly her legs, which felt almost weightless. Grease on the soles, level 1, 91,000. Still not entirely reassured, Leo continued with another incantation. Mage armor, a protective magical field enveloped Nina entirely, even covering the unarmored areas. Mage armor, level 1, 121,000. That will suffice. With the 2 spells cast, Leo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wrapped in lightness and a sense of security, Nina declared confidently. Now, there's no doubt, her already swift speed was further amplified, allowing her to dart through the trees, disappearing from the sight of the 3 companions in an instant. Belle rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is that really Nina? Shortly thereafter, Leo noticed 2 notifications flashing across his interface. Grease on the soles, 2 mage armor, 2 Glancing at the motionless staff in his hand, an exhilarating thought crossed Leo's mind. Could it be? Soon, 2 identical notifications flashed again. Grease on the soles, 2 mage armor, 2. It seemed undeniable now. Nina sprinted back towards them, pursued by 4 goblins brandishing clubs and daggers. The commotion soon drew the attention of the 5 goblins sitting nearby, who grabbed their weapons and stood alert, peering towards the source of the noise. Moments later, they spotted a female hunter clad in leather armor bursting forth from the underbrush. Before they could even react, she knocked an arrow mid-stride and released it toward the 5 goblins. Without a glance back, she swiftly maneuvered past them. The arrow struck true, embedding itself in one goblin's right chest. The 5 goblins erupted in shouts. And just then, the 4 goblins trailing Nina burst forth from the foliage. United in their pursuit of the detestable female hunter, the 2 goblin squads quickly converged. The 3 goblins who had been hit by the arrow wore expressions of rage, while the 6 who had escaped unscathed bore faces of greed. Yet, without exception, their green, grotesque visages twisted into expressions of malicious intent. Nina, propelled by her speed, had already covered some distance during the brief pause caused by the gathering goblins. Glancing back, she could barely see the pursuing goblins. She was compelled to slow her pace slightly, allowing the horde behind her to catch up. Once they were close enough, Nina maintained a speed just adequate for the goblins to close in on her as she raced towards the predetermined location. Soon, they arrived at the designated battleground, a narrow path flanked by thickets. Nina dashed forward along the path, while the goblins hesitated momentarily before succumbing to the temptation before them. They squeezed into the narrow path 2 by 2. Chasing after Nina, the 2 goblins who had initially been struck by the arrow lagged behind. Before long, the entire goblin horde had fully entered the straight path. After a short sprint, the foremost goblins noticed the agile female hunter had halted, their eyes lighting up with excitement as they licked their lips, glistening with anticipation. They were eager for a feast as the female hunter began to draw her bow. The leading goblin was already prepared. He lowered himself and raised a shield, charging towards her without losing momentum. The arrow struck the shield with a resounding thud, penetrating the wooden surface but failing to harm the goblin behind it. The goblin wielding the shield was startled at first, but upon realizing the arrow had not injured him, he broke into a boastful grin. The laughter spread to the goblin horde behind him, morphing into a cacophony of mirth as they surged forth towards their imagined prey. Unbeknownst to them, concealed by the shield and the surrounding trees and bushes, a young man had appeared beside the female hunter. Leo raised his staff and murmured the incantation, arc of lightning, that a crackling surge of electricity silenced their laughter. Abruptly, 6 goblins were struck, the lightning searing through their left or right chests, leaving charred holes in their wake. The fortunate goblin that had escaped the blast glanced at his fallen comrades, reminiscent of wheat laid low, and then at his own vanishing left hand, as his exhilaration morphed into sheer terror. Just then, a long sword swept across his neck, and his terrified green head flew high into the air. The scream barely had time to escape before it was snuffed out in the air. The 2 goblins at the back, still with arrows lodged in their chests, remained untouched by the lightning spell, frozen in shock as they witnessed their companions being pierced by the dazzling bolt, forgetting even to breathe. Meanwhile, the swordsman charged in from the side. "Bell, knock them out, but do not kill," Leo called out loudly. Bell complied, deftly using his sword to knock out the 2 goblins who were still in a daze. The battle once again concluded in an instant. Arc of Lightning 20, Level 3, 371,000. Leo cast a brief glance at his interface, then excitedly pulled Nina, who was equally exhilarated, over to the unconscious goblins. However, their reasons for joy were entirely different. Nina was thrilled by the exhilarating experience of leading a horde of goblins, her heart racing at the sight of Leo's decisive lightning spell. A S for Leo. "Nina, strike this goblin 3 times with your dagger, but do not kill him," he urged impatiently, pointing at one of the unconscious goblins. Trusting Leo implicitly, Nina did not hesitate, and with 3 swift strikes aimed at the goblin, still bearing the arrow. She complied. Grease on the Saul's 1 mage, armor 1. After just a single leap, the notification of increased proficiency ceased to appear, but that's enough. "Nina, now, try to land a killing blow on this goblin." Liao gestured toward another goblin that had not been stabbed, prompting Nina to follow his lead and swiftly sever the creature's neck with a single stroke of her blade. With a sense of urgency, he noted the benefits: a mere 1 point for mage armor and an additional 1 point for the skill. Liao felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that an ordinary goblin could only yield a maximum of 3 proficiency points. Yet even this modest sum was enough to astonish him. After all, accumulating several points could lead to a remarkable total, particularly the mage armor spell, which could be maintained for 8 hours with just 3 castings in a single day. Was of great interest to him that a pang of regret washed over Liao. Having refrained from selling his leather armor, he had ventured out today clad in it, neglecting to cast mage armor on himself. He realized he had just lost 43 proficiency points. He resolved to cast mage armor on himself later and to dispose of this worn leather armor tonight. Liao even contemplated casting mage armor on everyone present. After all, safeguarding his comrades with magic had long been his cherished aspiration. As he pondered, Liao stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was well aware that inflicting multiple magical attacks on unranked foes would yield 2 proficiency points, while delivering a kill would grant him an additional 3. But the most favorable scenario in his mind was to face a lengthy line of immobile goblins, from which he could begin casting spells, targeting only portions of their bodies, gradually working his way upward until he had administered a complete electrical treatment to each goblin. However, given that mage armor only allowed for a maximum of 3 proficiency points per goblin, he surmised that even this method would have its limits. Based on the panel's consistent characteristics, Liao speculated that a comprehensive treatment of a goblin would likely only yield 9 proficiency points. What a pity that was! His contemplation lingered, and beside him, Bell could no longer contain his curiosity. "Liao, why did you instruct Nina to do that?" "Yes, what purpose does it serve?" Nina echoed, equally intrigued as she turned her gaze towards Liao. Emerging from his thoughts, Liao replied, "I am conducting a magical experiment." Just as Bell and Nina gazed at him in astonishment, still seeking clarification about the nature of his experiment, Henry, who had already tidied the battlefield and approached them with the spoils, asked bluntly, "What should we do? Try to capture the goblins alive?" Liao instructed. Henry pointed to a goblin nearby, one that had been shot in the chest, knocked unconscious, and slashed 3 times. Like this one? Liao observed the nearly lifeless goblin and affirmed, yes, but ideally, it should not be too severely injured. Just render it unconscious. Noting the goblin's lack of breath, he added, give it a merciful end. Henry nodded, swiftly dispatching the goblin with a decisive strike, severing its left ear and removing the bone necklace from its neck. All right, this will give Belle and me a chance to hone our combat skills. Nina, aim for the knees, avoiding vital spots, no problem. Belle replied enthusiastically, having just discovered that knocking out goblins with a sword was quite entertaining. I'm fine with that, Nina said. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Mr. Liao, how many goblins do you need? The more, the better. Nina, Belle, take a 20-minute break. I will recharge my mana and then cast mage armor on Belle. As Liao settled down, he elaborated, this spell lasts for 8 hours and provides a degree of protection for areas not covered by armor, such as the head. Since there were no goblins available for experimentation earlier, he was uncertain whether having 4 individuals clad in mage armor attacking the same goblin would yield a total increase of 12 proficiency points or if it would still only count as 3. Fearing the loss of potential proficiency points, Liao decided to equip everyone with mage armor first. He even contemplated whether he should wait at the Adventurers Guild to cast mage armor on passersby. But he ultimately dismissed the idea as too conspicuous and potentially ineffective. After all, the spell required consent and physical contact. Adventurers would likely be wary and suspicious of anyone approaching with the intent to cast a spell upon them. Belle playfully poked Nina's cheek and felt a resistance. Is this magic from you, Nina? Completely taken aback by the poke, Nina's face flushed crimson, and she retaliated with a punch to Belle's jaw. The impact sent the 20-kilogram armored Belle airborne before he landed on all 4s. Liao, startled, couldn't help but think of the 2 emphatic letters, KO. Nina, still fuming, blushed deeper and attempted to kick Belle again. But Henry intervened, saying, all right, Nina, you've already knocked Belle down. Let him beat. As Belle got up, rubbing his jaw, he complained, what's the big deal? I just touched Liao's magic. Why hit me? You're so petty. I'll have it soon, too. Is that what you're upset about? Henry sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, while Liao shook his head in exasperation. This child, he thought, was hopeless. Nina shot him a glare, and Belle recoiled. However, having been struck, Belle needed a moment to recover. Seizing the opportunity, Liao quickly restored 2 standard points of mana and cast mage armor on Belle. Mage armor 3 with a look of sheer excitement. Belle marveled at the magical energy field surrounding him, reveling in its novelty, and cast a triumphant glance at Nina, as if to say, you didn't let me touch it, but now I have it. What do you think? Nina, having calmed down thanks to Henry's reassurance, turned without a backward glance and declared, Henry Liao, I'm going to scout ahead. Belle followed her, teasing Nina. Do you want to feel my armor too? Get lost. Watching the 2 depart, Liao smiled and remarked, having this little team is no easy task for you. Henry, at least I have found someone to share the burden with, Henry replied, grinning. The 2 exchanged smiles. Liao continued, once I fully recharge my mana, I will cast mage armor on you as well. Henry waved his hand dismissively, saying, there's no need. I have my shield and chainmail, making it difficult for goblins to hit me. Besides, your magic can resolve battles almost instantaneously. Casting protective spells on me might be a waste of time. Looking at the fully armed Henry, Liao insisted, it only takes an additional 20 minutes to gain an extra layer of security. Let us equip mage armor today and evaluate its effectiveness before deciding if we need it tomorrow. Henry seemed touched by Liao's concern. Liao, it's wonderful to have you on board. Feeling a bit bashful under Henry's appreciative gaze, Liao quickly entered a meditative state. An hour later, fully recharged, he found Belle and Nina waiting nearby. Liao cast mage armor on both Henry and himself. Mage armor 3 dealt with that. The 4 of them achieved complete coverage of mage armor. However, for Henry and Belle, clad in chainmail, the spell's effects would be minimal. Having just returned, Nina and Belle were sent out again for a quick reconnaissance while Liao continued to restore his mana point. 40 minutes later, Nina was finally ready to relay her findings. She had discovered 5 goblin squads, including the one furthest away, and had memorized the surrounding terrain, sketching it out on the ground with a stick. Liao selected 3 nearby goblin squads. This time, we will lure all 3 squads at once. Nina, are you confident you can avoid injury? With a total of 14 goblins among the 3 squads, and given that goblins grew stronger in numbers, safety remained the top priority. Yet, he mused, if they had that acceleration spell, they would hardly lay a finger on him. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of greasing the soles, Nina brimmed with confidence. The quartet arrived at a strategic ambush location chosen by Nina, at the end of a narrow path reminiscent of the previous one. Leo proposed a rather innocuous yet highly provocative idea. Nina, if you aim for the goblin's right chest with your arrow, they might lag behind after a while. That it would be far more effective to shoot them in the backside. This would incite their anger and ensure they remain in pursuit. Noticing the 3 turn to look at him in unison, he calmly clarified, "Why the scrutiny? This is merely a tactic to better attract the monsters and achieve our strategic goals." Nina hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After Leo cast the greasing the soul spell on her, Nina vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye. Before long, notifications appeared. Mage Armor 2, greasing the souls 2. Soon, Nina came sprinting back, glancing over her shoulder intermittently to adjust her pace. Occasionally, arrows flew in her direction, but she effortlessly evaded them. In truth, it was hardly evasion. The arrows shot by the goblins in their frenzied pursuit could not possibly touch the swiftly moving Nina, failing to even graze her. Moreover, with 14 goblins clustered together and lacking the direction of a goblin chief, their chaotic chase appeared rather disorganized. As Nina entered the narrow path, the goblin horde experienced a slight bottleneck, prompting Leo to feel a twinge of concern for them. Fortunately, they ultimately surged into the path in small groups, the goblins with arrows protruding from their backsides not falling behind, leading the goblin throng. Nina halted at the end of the path, drawing her bow and nocking an arrow. Everything felt so familiar. However, the goblin at the forefront, clad in tattered leather armor, was not as fortunate, lacking shield. He felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the fleeing huntress come to a stop, but that thrill quickly turned to dread as he spotted the incoming arrow, prompting him to roll aside just in time. Hearing the whoosh of the arrow slicing through the air, followed by the dull thud of it embedding itself in flesh, he was left bewildered. Had he been struck? As he lay prostrate on the ground, a large question mark formed above his head, and he quickly lowered his gaze. His body appeared unscathed. Turning to look, he saw a fellow goblin who had been behind him, writhing in pain. Clutching its lower limbs, contorted in agony, its small frame curled up like a shrimp. The arrow he had narrowly avoided had found its mark in the leg of the unfortunate second goblin. Instinctively, the leather-clad goblin shielded its groin. Nina had deliberately aimed lower with her arrow to avoid causing lethal harm. It had missed the first goblin, but fortuitously struck the second in the leg. Fate, it seemed, had orchestrated this incident. 2 goblins fell behind. Amid the chaos and the frantic chatter of the goblins, those wielding shields pushed to the forefront, rushing toward the delectable huntress in their midst. Unbeknownst to them, they had entered the range of arc of lightning. Leo emerged from behind the sheltering trees, slightly bending forward to press his staff to the ground, murmuring an incantation. Arc of lightning. The sound of crackling electricity echoed as a robust bolt of lightning raced across the length of the goblin formation, dissipating at the tail end. The running goblins found their left legs, right legs, and even both legs charred, collapsing to the ground with anguished and terrified cries. They not only lost their legs, but also felt an electrifying jolt coursing through their bodies, leaving them in excruciating pain and paralysis. Arc of Lightning 24, Mage Armor 20, First Tier, Arc of Lightning, LV3, 611000, First Tier, Mage Armor, LV1, 591000. This was indeed the correct application of Mage Armor, Leo mused as he glanced at the notification panel, marveling at the sudden increase of 20 proficiency points in Mage Armor. The sensation was akin to the first sip of ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day, refreshing and invigorating that moment. Some astute goblins began to plead for mercy in the common tongue. "Spare us. We surrender. We will do anything." Leo shouted back, "Then lie still. Don't move." The leather-clad goblin, having narrowly escaped disaster, contemplated slipping away unnoticed. only to be met with the gaze of a young man with deep brown hair, sword in hand, a smile playing on his lips. The goblin offered an awkward grin and obediently lay down. With a single stroke, he lost consciousness. The goblin nearby, still clutching its injured leg in agony, was swiftly dispatched by Bell as well. Meanwhile, Leo's companion Henry stepped forward, knocking each of the goblins out one by one. The remaining conscious goblins observed that while their companions were being subdued, the humans were not employing lethal force, coupled with their bodies being affected by the electric shock, leaving them in a daze. They lost the will to resist, lying still and waiting for the paladins and swordsmen to collect them. Leo watched as the panel continually displayed one notifications, his heart swelling with delight, after Henry and Bell rendered all the goblins unconscious. They gathered together under Leo's direction, removing the necklaces from their necks but refraining from severing their ears. Leo produced a dagger and lightly grazed it against the leg of the leather-clad goblin. The panel remained unresponsive. Increasing the pressure, he carved a deeper wound, blood gushing forth. Mage Armor 1, the leather-clad goblin, let out a pained cry, regaining consciousness. Meeting the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he instinctively threw himself to the ground, feigning unconsciousness once more. Henry approached and delivered a final blow, the panel showing no further response. Leo nodded in satisfaction, while he realized that the 4 of them could only gain a total of 3 proficiency points for dealing damage to the same ordinary goblin. Preventing repetitive farming, it was of little consequence. As long as he could cast the spell 3 times a day, each goblin slain would yield 3 points, essentially allowing for effortless leveling. What more could one want? First tier, Mage Armor, LV1, 711,000. What shall we do next? Henry inquired. Leo retrieved a lengthy rope from his backpack, scanning the surroundings before pointing at a tree. Bind them up, fell that tree. Carve it into timber, and secure them to the wood. He was eager to test whether an unranked goblin could indeed yield no more than 9 proficiency points. Henry complied, felling the tree and shaping it into a long log. Then, using Leo's rope, he secured the goblins to the straight timber. During this time, Leo restored his magical energy, while Nina and Belle stood guard nearby, occasionally casting curious glances at Henry. After 40 minutes of recuperation, when Leo opened his eyes, Henry had completed everything. Leo addressed his companions. The next phase may be somewhat brutal. Do you wish to remain and witness it? After a moment's contemplation, Henry decided to lead Belle and Nina away to a more distant vantage point. With everything in place, gazing at the bound goblins before him, Leo inexplicably recalled skewers of meat and candied hawthorn. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, he focused, constructing the spell model while whispering the incantation. Arc of lightning, as the sound of electricity crackled, a formidable bolt of lightning coursed through all the goblins strung together. That moment, nearly all the lower limbs of the goblins vanished in unison. Before they could regain their senses, a second bolt of lightning followed closely behind, striking just above their remaining limbs. The goblins, barely opening their eyes, beheld the approaching lightning and emitted high-pitched cries. Their wails were a cacophony of terror, fury, and pain, a medley of complex emotions. The 3 individuals at a distance could hear the haunting screams. Amidst the goblins' cries, the second bolt of lightning inevitably sliced through a small portion of their torsos. Though it appeared to merely graze them, it swiftly severed a chunk of flesh, leaving the wound charred and blackened, while currents coursed through their bodies, inducing sharp pain and paralysis, due to their agony and fear. The bound goblins struggled fiercely. However, the wooden post was securely wedged by Henry using stones and trees. The 14 goblins, stripped of their legs and paralyzed by electricity, were utterly incapable of escaping. They could only writhe futilely in place, causing the post to sway slightly. Feeling deceived, they began to hurl insults at Leo in both goblin and common tongue. From the scattered words in common, Leo discerned that the goblins were calling him despicable, shameless, and untrustworthy, far from the behavior expected of a human. Of course, intermixed with their vitriol were pleas for mercy. Yet, none of this could sway his resolve towards his magical experiment. Rest assured, your sacrifices are for the advancement of magic. Lightning arc, a new bolt engulfed the goblins' lower torsos. After 3 instances of lightning magic, Their bodies had already been reduced by half. The remaining flesh was scant. The goblins' cries dwindled significantly, with only a few still possessing the strength to shout. Witnessing this scene, Leo felt an unprecedented urgency. He needed to act swiftly. Given their injuries, the goblins strung together had become more exhalation than inhalation, and if he waited any longer, they might perish, and that would diminish his proficiency gains. He focused intently, aiming his staff at the optimal position, and silently recited the incantation. Lightning arc this time, the bolt deliberately avoided the goblins' left heart, targeting their right arms instead to prolong the goblins' lives as much as possible. Leo's spell was crafted to minimize damage to their torsos, aiming solely to injure the right arm. Consequently, 2 goblins were not struck by the lightning, resulting in a 4-point proficiency loss. However, this was of little consequence. What followed would be the main event. For the final strike, he aimed directly at the goblin's heart. Lightning arc, the powerful bolt mercilessly pierced through the already feeble goblins, and the scattered sounds faded with the conclusion of the lightning. The goblin string, a tragic end, and a twinge of disappointment welled up within Leo. Indeed, a single goblin could only contribute 9 points of proficiency. Otherwise, this lethal lightning that passed through the hearts of 14 goblins should have yielded 42 points of proficiency. His fleeting dream of rapidly boosting proficiency by targeting a horde of goblins had ultimately been dashed. Nevertheless, he was content with the 9 points gained. First level, Lightning Arc, LV3, 187-1000, with just 14 goblins. The proficiency of Lightning Arc surged by a remarkable 126 points. All of this required merely 4 casts of Lightning Arc, and 1 afoot oil point 3 bolts of lightning avoided vital areas, while 1 was fatal, resulting in a total of 9 points of proficiency. How long did it take? If one disregarded Nina's reconnaissance time, the total time spent in attracting monsters, battling, and recovering mana was merely around 2 hours. Compared to the initial 8 proficiency points from the morning's first spell, the efficiency had undergone a qualitative leap. Calculating in such a manner, he could complete nearly 4 full electric therapies in a day, translating to 56 goblins and 504 points of proficiency. Lightning Arc at level 5 was within reach, not to mention the 168 points of passive proficiency from mage armor accumulated throughout the day. Along with the sporadic proficiency from foot oil, Leo was poised to grow stronger at an unimaginable pace in high spirits. He hummed a tune as he approached Henry and the others in the distance. Amidst the trees, Nina, having heard the screams, expressed her curiosity. "Henry, what do you think Mr. Leo is conducting in his magical experiment? Why are the goblins crying out so pitifully?" Henry shook his head. "I do not know. I can only surmise that Leo aims to test or enhance the power of his magic. After all, such formidable strength does not simply fall from the sky." Admiration flickered across his face. Leo must have dedicated countless days and nights to study and research to possess such power at this age. Let their cries be as tragic as they may. They are goblins, and it is only fitting that this wretched race endures such torment. Soon, the cries diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Bell proposed. "Henry, it seems that Brother Leo's experiment has concluded. Should we not go and take a look?" Henry pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us wait here for a while." Before long, the young man with black hair, humming a tune, emerged from the woods. "Leo, how did your experiment turn out?" Henry inquired with a smile. Leo beamed. "Of course, come here." The 4 returned, and as they approached, the curiosity of Belle and Nina heightened. Even Henry was not exempt. They were all eager to learn what kind of magical experiment Leo had conducted. In no time, the trio beheld a scene that starkly contrasted with what they had left behind. The goblins, bound to the wooden post, were reduced to mere heads and small portions of their torsos, their bodies bearing faint charred marks. The air was thick with an unshakable scent of charred flesh intermingled with a slight meaty aroma, laced with a hint of sourness. Most of the goblins' grotesque faces were contorted, their green skin wrinkled and twisted, evoking a sense of dread. Gazing upon the scene that could only be described as horrific, a profound question emerged in the minds of the 3. Is this what a magical experiment entails? Pointing at the goblin's slightly charred ears, Leo, with an expression of calm indifference, inquired, "Are these still of use?" Observing Leo's demeanor, which remained unfazed, Belle and Nina were left speechless. "Brother Leo, do you harbor some grudge against goblins to go to such lengths without batting an eye?" Even Henry could not help but feel astonished, his tone wavering. It should be all right if he had never attempted to exchange such charred goblin ears for rewards at the guild. Leo unsheathed his dagger. "Then let us hasten to sever their left ears. My mana is running low, and the commotion made is quite significant, so we must act quickly." He approached, slicing off one of the goblin's slightly elongated left ears, while the three behind him remained motionless. Leo turned in confusion. "What are you waiting for? Come help." The three of them swallowed hard in unison. Belle was the first to snap out of his stupor, excitement bubbling within him. "Coming." "Brother Leo." Henry followed suit, stepping forward, while Nina lingered in a daze for the longest. The three worked together to sever the left ears of all 14 goblins. Leo regarded the frayed, charred ropes, tinged with regret. These ropes were utterly unusable now. He had initially hoped to salvage them, considering that 15 meters of rope was worth a silver coin. However, with this experience, he should avoid damaging them next time. With a newfound understanding from his electric therapy experience, Leo pointed at the wooden post that had served its purpose. "Henry, was it laborious to make such wood? I will need it for further experiments this afternoon. Should I take this one with me, or should we craft another later?" "Not at all laborious. Rather, it was quite easy. If you still need it this afternoon, I can chop down another tree to make a new one." Henry responded. Leo urged the group, "All right, let us hasten our departure. This place is not conducive for lingering. The time seems to be just about right. Let us exit the Lost Forest and enjoy our lunch on the prairie." With only 2 standard units of magical energy remaining for his grand experiment, staying here felt rather precarious. Speaking of food, Nina became animated. "Let us go. Let us eat." Ever since she had tasted Leo's magically seasoned dishes last time, she had been longing for his culinary skills. Today, she would have the pleasure once more. After tidying up the surroundings, the four exited the Lost Forest and settled on the grassland. Nina gazed eagerly at Leo. "Mr. Leo, can you make the bread delicious too?" Leo chuckled softly. "Nina, just call me Leo. My magical energy is almost depleted, and I need to recover for about an hour. Once I regain my strength, I will season your bread. Ta-da." After a brief moment of disappointment, Nina, patting her stomach, continued to plead, "Leo, could you season it first before recovering your magic?" Leo pondered for a moment, retrieved a piece of meat-flavored bread he had seasoned that morning, and handed it to Nina. "If you're hungry, you may eat this first." He had bought 2 pieces of bread that morning, intending to have one for breakfast and saving the other for lunch. Now it served perfectly to satiate Nina's hunger. Yes, she beheld the distinctly appealing bread. Nina's mouth watered, and she reached out eagerly. However, just as she was about to grasp the bread, a swift hand darted in, snatching away a large portion of it, which was quickly shoved into a mouth that took a hearty bite. Chewing the bread, Belle mumbled in delight, "Wow, Leo, your magic bread is so delicious. What is this flavor? I never tasted anything like it." Nina stood frozen, watching as more than half of her bread vanished, and after a moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, her teeth gritted as she exclaimed, "Belle, are you trying to die? Return my bread. That's mine." Seeing Nina reach to reclaim her portion, Belle hastily chewed a few more bites, swallowed the mouthful, stuffed the remaining half into his mouth, and dashed away. All that hung in the air as Nina's hand grasped at nothing was one exclamation. "It is so tasty! Ah, Belle!" Instantly, Nina's demeanor hardened, and she sprang to her feet in pursuit. That precise moment, her aura shifted, and the surrounding magical energy surged toward her. Yet, in her fervent chase after Belle, Nina remained oblivious to this change, feeling only an inexplicable lightness in her steps, as if the very wind propelled her forward. Leo watched in astonishment. Had she truly broken through? All for a piece of bread? Observing the two engaged in this chase, Henry, with a smile, took the small remaining piece of bread from Leo's hand, took a bite, and savored it, his lips curving into a grin as he corrected, "It is due to a particularly delectable piece of bread." Ultimately, the chase culminated with Nina having broken through to the next tier, catching up to Belle and pinning him down, delivering a few playful punches. All the while Belle's protests echoed, "It was just a piece of bread. Why are you so stingy? It's too late now. I've already devoured it. So delicious. Wait, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Henry, save me. Brother Leo. Henry remained unmoved, finishing the last morsel of bread, chewing slowly while gazing at the scene of Nina triumphantly atop Belle, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Leo had entered a state of meditation. An hour later, having restored his 8 standard units of magical energy, Leo opened his eyes to see a bruised Belle and in still irate Nina returning to him. Bring out your bread as well. I shall season all together, Chef Leo declared. Henry produced 3 pieces of bread. Leo intoned the incantation and began to weave his culinary magic. Minor magic that a flicker of light passed, transforming the ordinary bread into meat-flavored delicacies that would incite fierce competition between Belle and Nina. With unparalleled speed, Nina snatched a piece of the meat-flavored bread and scurried away, keeping a wary eye on Belle as she stuffed it in her mouth, noticing Belle's lingering desire to seize more. Henry smiled at him, as did Leo. With only 2 pieces of bread remaining, Henry had consumed just a small portion while Leo hadn't touched any. This was their lunch. Seeing this, Belle sheepishly withdrew his hand. Henry and Leo each took a piece of the meat-flavored bread. Thus, the magical bread was distributed. Leo and Henry savored their portions slowly, while Nina devoured hers with remarkable speed, finishing her piece almost instantaneously. Now satisfied, Nina returned. Brother Leo, could you season our bread together for breakfast in the future? Leo nodded in agreement. Then, observing the two who could do nothing but watch him longingly, he contemplated, bring out your water pouches as well. Nina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she retrieved her pouch, eagerly asking, can it turn into a magical drink? Belle, equally impatient, produced his pouch. The 4 water pouches were gathered together. Minor magic, a soft glow enveloped them, transforming the water within into sweet orange juice. Belle and Nina almost simultaneously reclaimed their pouches, each taking a hearty gulp. Their faces lit up with expressions of bliss, their eyes narrowing in delight. So delicious. Henry and Leo smiled at the two, finishing their bread with the refreshing orange juice. Lunch passed in a serene and tranquil atmosphere. After seasoning the bread and water, Leo required another hour to fully restore his magical energy. The 3, thoroughly satisfied, had no objections whatsoever. Observing Leo in meditation, Nina, who had just broken through to the next tier, felt restless. Eager to stretch her legs, she declared her intention to take a post-lunch stroll. And in an instant, she darted into the woods with newfound speed. Nina, wait for me, Belle called out as he chased after her. Leo remained seated in meditation, while Henry quietly kept watch nearby. An hour later, Leo's magical energy brimmed once more, and he felt a discernible increase in his magical potency. Nina and Belle had returned not long ago. During his meditation, Leo sensed their movements when they returned. Nina appeared calm while Belle was panting heavily. Nina, exhilarated from a recent breakthrough, reported, Brother Leo, I discovered 5 goblin squads. Shall we attract a few? Should we aim to draw 4 squads at once? Recalling the chaotic scene of 14 goblins gathering together, Leo resisted the temptation. Let us stick to attracting 3 squads for now. We should familiarize ourselves a bit more. No problem, they agreed. The 4 re-entered the forest, and Nina led them down a narrow path. Having honed her skills throughout the morning, she felt quite adept, and with her recent breakthrough, she brimmed with confidence. Brother Leo, I don't need the acceleration spell anymore. The goblins can't touch me at all. Leo considered, perhaps I should still cast oil on the feet for you. A little extra speed is always beneficial. Partly because Nina was tasked with the most perilous role of luring the monsters, her increased speed would ensure greater safety. And partly because it would allow him to gain some proficiency in the spell. Thus, he cheerfully added, if you find it too easy, I'll assign you a training task. Try to shoot an arrow at every single gobliness rear, leaving none behind. This will help attract their ire more effectively. Nina readily accepted this challenge. Leo was truly a miraculous presence. Not only is he immensely powerful, but being by his side seems to transform promotion into an effortlessly achievable endeavor. Nina had never imagined that during a single lunch, she could transcend to the next tier. Thus, she firmly believed that the training tasks assigned by Leo must hold profound significance, perhaps even secrets that would enable her to rapidly refine her skills and ascend swiftly. She felt it was imperative to listen and to believe. Consequently, she resolved to aim her arrows at the backside of every goblin, sparing none. As for Belle, what relevance did her promotion have with this fool? After activating Slippery Feet, Nina vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a nearly identical scene unfolded. The only difference was that a furious and humiliated horde of 15 goblins was shouting in protest. Each of their behinds bore an arrow, with only 2 fortunate goblins escaping unscathed. Leo, having already witnessed the notifications on his panel, was naturally overjoyed, with Slippery Feet granting him a boost of 2 by 13. He noted, Level 1 of Slippery Feet, 571,000. There was no need for any extravagant taunting. Nina simply stood quietly at the end of the path, and the enraged goblin horde rushed towards her, their eyes bloodshot as if they intended to devour her whole. Thus, this time, not a single goblin in the line of 15 was spared, all falling victim to Leo's lightning ARC in the brief but swift flash of lightning. The furious goblins collapsed like a row of dominoes, rendered into docile creatures. The scene was momentarily harmonious. After a familiar process of persuasion and surrender, Henry and Belle rendered all the fallen goblins unconscious and gathered them together. At this point, Leo, having gained experience from a previous attempt, began his instruction. The electric therapy training commenced. Henry, Belle, once you fashioned the wooden pieces, stuff the goblins' mouths with branches and dirt to stifle any noise. Then break all their limbs to prevent any struggle that if they manage to shift their positions, it could complicate matters. Finally, tie them up. Since their limbs are broken, bind them higher up, ideally above the heart, so the hemp ropes can be reused. His ropes had become unusable, but fortunately, Nina still had one in her backpack. Before Henry and Belle could react, Nina eagerly interjected, "What about me?" "Well, please keep watch, Nina." "Okay." Big Brother Leo. 40 minutes later, under Nina's guidance. The trio concealed themselves along a narrow path winding through the woods. Empowered by the spell grease on the soles, Nina darted ahead. Beside a small pond, 6 goblins surrounded one clad in leather armor, whose garb remained relatively intact, starkly contrasting with the tattered pelts adorning his subordinates. They lounged comfortably, stroking their round bellies, occasionally licking the crimson strands of meat caught between their teeth, their green faces reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Not far away lay a bloodied corpse and some torn garments. Suddenly, the slightly larger leather-clad goblin's gaze sharpened as he turned in a particular direction, straining to listen intently. Within mere seconds, he seized the curved dagger beside him and stood up, urging his seated companions in the goblin tongue. The remaining 6 goblins, though initially sluggish, obeyed the command, grasping their weapons and rising to their feet. Under the leather-clad goblin's direction, the 7 positioned themselves towards the source of the sound. As the noise drew nearer, a woman with brown hair, clad in leather armor, burst forth from the underbrush. Observing her running while knocking an arrow, the leather-clad goblin hastily took up the shield of his subordinate, raising it defensively. While he found safety, his companion was not so fortunate. The brown-haired woman swiftly circled the perimeter of their formation, and before the goblins could react, 5 of them were struck in the rear by arrows. The only 2 unscathed were the leather-clad goblin and the one who remained hidden behind him. After completing her circuit, the woman continued her flight in the same direction, pursued by 9 goblins emerging from the thicket. Without exception, each bore an arrow protruding from their backsides. Meanwhile, the 5 goblins, ignited by anger, howled in pursuit of the brown-haired woman. The leather-clad goblin, having just savored the delights of the female form, licked his lips, a trickle of foul saliva escaping the corner of his mouth as he joined the chase. A formidable battalion of 16 goblins surged behind the brown-haired woman. Soon, she entered a narrow path, and without a moment's hesitation, the foremost goblin charged ahead. The leather-clad goblin observed the chaotic throng of goblins on the path, summoning his subordinates to his side as he closely followed the initial 9 in pursuit. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the brown-haired woman, filled with avarice. After a brief distance along the path, the brown-haired woman halted abruptly. Enraged, the goblins, intoxicated by fury, shouted excitedly. The lead goblin exclaimed, "The woman has stopped?" The leather-clad goblin's mind, clouded by gluttonous desire, registered a flicker of unease after a 2-second contemplation, prompting a subconscious urge to halt. However, before he could react, a crackling sound reverberated through the air as lightning pierced through his left leg, leaving a charred stump in its wake, the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting forth. Like his companions, the leather-clad goblin lost his balance and crashed heavily to the ground. A trap. Damn it, it's a trap. He bellowed in goblin tongue. Amidst the cacophony of goblin wails, his voice bore a distinct intensity. Some goblins began pleading in the common tongue. "Spare us. We surrender. Spare us." "Then lay still. Don't move," Leo shouted. At that moment, the leather-clad goblin continued to yell, "Don't surrender. Those despicable humans will not show us mercy. They'll surely kill us in the end. If you wish to live, stand up and flee." This exhortation was in goblin language, unintelligible to Leo and the others. Yet, the prostrate goblins seemed restless, eager to rise. The leather-clad goblin, braving the electric shock, was the first to struggle to his feet, despite the absence of his left calf, his body swaying precariously. Nevertheless, he stood, brandishing his curved dagger, declaring, "Only by fleeing can we survive." With a resounding thud, Bell struck him down with a single blow, causing the leather-clad goblin to topple forward, his final word escaping him with great difficulty as he fell. "Run." Noticing the leather-clad goblin was still conscious, Bell delivered another blow, rendering him completely unconscious. After completing this, Bell coldly surveyed the scene ahead. Witnessing the fall of their warrior, the restless goblins ceased their struggles. Obediently lying on the ground, Leo addressed Henry, who approached with sword and shield. "See, isn't this your moment to shine?" Henry and Bell proceeded to incapacitate the gathered goblins. While retrieving arrows, Nina marked the 7 goblins that had engaged in cannibalism, conveniently clustered at the rear, making them easily identifiable. Together, Henry and Bell shattered their limbs, completely. The 7 goblins, mouths stuffed with soil and twigs, were unable to emit even a scream, their eyes glaring fiercely at the quartet. Particularly the leather-clad goblin's gaze, which was the most ferocious. Of course, his armor had long been stripped away and tossed aside. After 40 minutes of meditation, Leo opened his eyes to find the goblins neatly bound to a wooden frame. Bell pointed to the foremost 7 goblins, stating, "Leo, the ones at the front are those 7 cannibalistic goblins. Feel free to torment them." Henry smiled and corrected, "I believe you meant experiment." Yes, I misspoke. It's an experiment." Bell quickly amended, "And no problem." The 3 departed, and Leo casually found a twig to extract some of the soil from the mouth of the leather-clad goblin. He then inflicted several cuts upon the hands of the 7 goblins. They all awoke in pain, particularly the larger leather-clad goblin at the front, who received extra cuts. Fortunately, while his bones were broken, his nerves remained intact. The leather-clad goblin, no longer having his mouth stuffed with dirt, emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "What now? You'll have your turn soon." Under the terrified gazes of the 7 goblins, Leo raised his staff and murmured an incantation. Arc of lightning. The lightning obliterated the goblins' lower limbs, sparks and faint wisps of smoke emanating from their wounds. The leather-clad goblins' cries grew even louder. Leo did not hasten to unleash further lightning spells. Instead, he observed the leather-clad goblin's torment amidst the acrid scent of burning flesh. Having initially awakened from the pain of the dagger piercing his palm, he now watched helplessly as the young man before him unleashed a powerful lightning spell to torture him, rendering him too fearful to utter any curses. After finally regaining some composure amidst the agony, with his legs gone and the knowledge that his time was short, he pleaded desperately, "My lord, grant me a swift end." The leather-clad goblin was not only in excruciating pain from his severed legs. Electric currents coursed through his body, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh, a torment both itchy and painful. All he desired was release. Leo waited until the goblin had pleaded several times before finally asking, "How many humans have you consumed recently?" In pain, the leather-clad goblin blurted out, "One, just one. A woman. Please grant me a swift end, my lord." Still unwilling to speak the truth, "Then let your brethren suffer," Leo replied, allowing the agony of the goblin's companions to intensify. The 6 goblins behind him, unable to endure the pain, began to whimper, directing their hateful glares from Leo to their elder brother. Why, Lord, I wouldn't dare deceive you. There really was only one. The leather-clad goblin continued to plead. At that moment, the goblin in third position shook his head vigorously, successfully capturing Leo's attention. Oh, it seems your brother has a different opinion. The leather-clad goblin turned its head, glaring at the frantically shaking goblin. Leo paid him no mind. Armed with a wooden stick he had scavenged, he approached and extracted some dirt from the mouth of the shaking goblin, stepping back afterward. Sir, we prove, boss, capture, 3 people eat, 1 woman, 1 boy, 1 girl. Kill us. The halting syntax of the shaking goblin's common tongue was disjointed. Yet Leo comprehended his meaning nonetheless. Fury surged within him, and the wooden staff instinctively rose. Arc of lightning. This bolt of electricity did not fulfill their wishes of ending life immediately, but merely devoured a portion of their torsos. The 2 goblins, now deprived of dirt in their mouths, shrieked in agony. Where are the boy and girl? The 2 goblins, consumed by their screams, could hardly respond. Speak. Where are the boy and girl? Tell me, and I shall grant you a swift end. The goblin that had betrayed its boss, despite enduring pain, managed to utter, Woman beside, kill us, right next to the deceased woman. If you speak the truth, nod, and I shall grant you a merciful end. Leo addressed the remaining 5 goblins. They nodded vigorously in agreement. Rather than casting a spell immediately, Leo chose to untie the leather-clad goblin. The freed goblin felt a chill of despair wash over him and glared furiously at his treacherous brethren. However, after releasing the leather-clad goblin, Leo also lowered his staff. You deceived us. Kill me, the shaking goblin howled. You didn't consume any humans. Leo retorted coldly. The shaking goblin was momentarily speechless, just as he was about to refute. The fallen leather-clad goblin interjected. He ate. We all ate. We ate together. The shaking goblin began to plead desperately. Yet Leo remained unmoved. In the midst of the goblin's expressions of torment, rage, fear, desperation, and even hollowness, Leo counted silently for a full 60 seconds before quietly reciting the incantation. Arc of lightning. This bolt pierced through the hearts of 15 goblins, ending their wicked lives. Leo untied the ropes, intending to sever their left ears, only to realize that the ears had vanished. It dawned on him that it must have been the considerate Henry who had taken them. After tidying up the scene, Leo hoisted the wooden stick in one hand and carried half of the leather-clad goblin in the other as he made his way toward Henry and the others. Upon reuniting, the trio regarded the half-goblin in Leo's grasp with bewilderment. Leo casually tossed aside the stick and explained, 2 children have perished. The expressions of confusion transformed into understanding and fury. Nina, lead the way. Let us first locate the female victim. They claim the children are beside her. All right. The 4 arrived at the small pond where the leather-clad goblins group had been, discovering skeletal remains and tattered cloth amidst the bloodstains. The woman's corpse had been gnawed upon to such an extent that it was unrecognizable, with scarcely a patch of intact skin remaining. Through this brutal scene, one could almost envision the 7 goblins feasting upon her. Leo thrust a knife harshly into the leather-clad goblin, eliciting a cry of pain. Where are the 2 children? Leo coldly inquired. The goblin glanced around before pointing in a direction. Henry lifted the woman's remains, and the 4 followed the goblin's indication. Soon, they stumbled upon the bodies of 2 children already beginning to decay, with insects buzzing about. Judging by their size, they appear to be around 6 years of age. Leo plunged the knife into the goblin once more. Henry, place the woman and the children together. I shall cleanse them. Henry set down the woman. Leo muttered the incantation. Magic trick that a fleeting glow swept over, erasing the blood and grime from the surfaces of the woman and children, revealing numerous holes of various sizes. Nina fetched 3 large leaves, wrapping them around the woman and children respectively. Let us head to Kib village, to allow the villagers to identify whether they are from their community. Nina led the way, followed by Henry, carrying the woman, and Belle with the 2 children, while Leo trailed behind with the goblin. After briskly walking for several minutes, the 4 exited the lost forest. It was now dusk, the crimson sky resembling blood reflected upon the horizon. As they traversed the fields toward Kib village, they could see the thin wisps of smoke rising from the village, where a crowd had gathered. Approaching, they discerned an elderly hunchback with a shock of white hair standing at the center of the crowd. The two parties drew nearer. The elder spoke. "I am Raoul, the village chief of Kib. May I inquire if you are adventurers here to deal with the goblins?" Before Nina could respond, a man behind Chief Raoul interjected anxiously. "Have you seen my wife and child? My wife has brown hair and wears a linen dress. My child is 5 years old, a girl who looks just like her mother. She could be recognized at a glance. Have you seen them?" Nina's companions, Henry and Belle, stepped forward, gently placing the leaves they carried upon the ground, revealing 3 bodies. The man rushed forward, collapsing onto the woman and girl, clutching them with his remaining left hand, and wept uncontrollably. His right sleeve hung empty. Meanwhile, someone began calling out a name, Hailey. Henry hesitated before speaking. His arm. Raoul sighed, recounting, "His name is York. That York's wife and daughter, along with Hailey's son, were captured by a band of goblins and taken into the Lost Forest. York, Hailey's husband, along with several young men from the village, ventured into the forest to retrieve them. Unfortunately, they were discovered by another group of goblins. York and Hailey stayed behind to divert attention, and ultimately, York lost an arm in the forest. And Hailey, Nina instinctively asked, he was shot in the neck by a goblin's arrow and perished. Only the bodies returned in the silence that followed. Raoul inquired, "Esteemed adventurers, since you have brought back their remains, you must have eradicated that wretched band of goblins entirely, yes? I left one of their leaders alive. The rest are all dead," Leo replied, stepping forward with the half-body of the leather-clad goblin and tossing it to the ground. The goblin fell with a thud, regaining consciousness once more, gazing up at the villagers glaring at him. Paralyzed and left with only the sensation of pain, he felt a sense of impending doom. York, still weeping for his wife and child, heard everything. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the fallen goblin. Gently placing his wife and daughter down, York stood up and approached the goblin lying on the ground. Noticing this, Leo gripped his dagger tightly, presenting the hilt to York. "Feel free to strike. He has permanently lost the ability to resist." York accepted the dagger, his voice choked. "Thank you." The goblin, sensing danger, cried out, "Just kill us. If you have the guts, just kill us, you wife-s." Leo stomped his foot onto the goblin's mouth, silencing him, then gestured, "Please," without uttering a word. York gripped the dagger tightly and plunged it into the goblin's torso. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 11 stabs, 12 stabs. Leo held the goblin's head down, leaving it to emit muffled cries as it watched the frail villagers deliver blow after blow, filled with rage, resentment, and fear. After losing count of how many stabs he had inflicted, York felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, the anger having found its release. Only sorrow remained. He ceased his assault, slowly standing upright, meticulously wiping the blood from the dagger onto his clothing, bending down to respectfully offer the dagger to Leo with both hands. "Thank you, esteemed adventurer." After receiving the dagger, Leo ambled towards his wife and daughter, who lay lifeless and cold, kneeling beside them as he tenderly caressed their cheeks. At that moment, the crowd parted and a woman with swollen eyes emerged, supported by several others. With a mere glance, she recognized the shattered boy lying on the ground as her own child. Tears cascaded from her recently wiped eyes. Her legs buckled, threatening to collapse. Only with the assistance of those around her did she manage to remain upright. Without the village chief's introduction, Leo and Henry understood that this was Hailey, the mother of the deceased boy. York lifted his head and, with a sorrowful tone, addressed her. "Hailey, the brave adventurers have returned our children, and they have also brought back our enemies. The foe still lives. I have left you a knife." With that, he lowered his head, continuing to gaze at his beloved wife and daughter, tears streaming silently down his face. Supported by others, Hailey took hesitant steps towards the fallen goblin. The leather-clad goblin had lost count of how many times it had felt pain today. Yet the sight of the woman, usually so fragile, approaching evoked a profound fear within it, a realization that it was truly facing death. Instinctively, it attempted to struggle free, but lacked the strength its head firmly pinned under Leo's foot, rendering it immobile. After what felt like an eternity, Haley finally drew near, receiving the hilt of the dagger from Leo. Her voice, frail yet resolute, broke the silence. "You need not support me any longer." The women assisting her gradually released their grip, maintaining a cautious distance to catch her should she falter. Haley's body trembled, yet she did not fall. Gripping the dagger with both hands, she slowly crouched down. Fixating on the goblin that had abducted her child, the dagger quivering slightly in her grasp. "If you feel afraid, you may close your eyes," Leo reminded her. Haley raised the dagger high, aiming with precision, and closed her eyes. Her hands, indeed, ceased to tremble. The dagger plunged down with force, striking true to the goblin's neck amidst its terrified gaze. The leather-clad goblin finally perished. Vengeance was exacted, yet their wives, husbands, and children would never return. Extracting the dagger from the goblin's neck, Haley opened her eyes and rose, staring at the distorted green face smeared with blood, her body involuntarily shivering once more. Nevertheless, she did not collapse. She retrieved a handkerchief to cleanse the dagger before respectfully returning it to Leo, her hands nearly devoid of tremors. "Thank you, my lord." With that, she turned to her son, and despite nearly stumbling several times along the way, she remained steadfast. Eventually, Haley reached her child, but had drained her of all her strength, and she collapsed beside him, gently caressing the boy's head. The crimson hues of the evening sky that had illuminated them gradually faded, leaving behind a sorrowful blue. Village Chief Raoul approached, bowing slightly. "We are immensely grateful to you. Esteemed adventurers, may I inquire your names? This is Henry, Belle, and Nina." When the gaze of the crowd fell upon him, he hesitated before replying, "I am Leo." Raoul extended a pouch of coins. "This is a humble token from our village. Though it is but a meager sum, I hope you will not find it lacking." Glancing at the 3 shattered bodies on the ground and reflecting on the 4 lives lost in their small village over the past few days, Leo felt a pang of embarrassment. "I appreciate your kind gesture, but..." At that moment, York stood up, using his remaining left hand to retrieve the scattered coins on him, offering them to Leo. "Adventurer, this is all the money I possess. Please wait. I have more coins and land deeds at home. I will fetch them for you." As the faint clinking of coins fell from his fingers, Haley too realized and produced all the coins she had on her, even soliciting some from the women who had assisted her, intending to hand them to Leo. What does this mean? Are they forfeiting their inheritance? Are they abandoning their homes and lands? Do they no longer wish to live? Leo hastily accepted the pouch from the village chief, raising it to indicate, "I have already received your reward. The rest is unnecessary. I hope that after avenging your losses, you can lead fulfilling lives if you find life too burdensome." He cast a glance at Henry, recalling the torment endured by Alan and Heidi at the hands of the cultists, adding, "Consider seeking a faith, perhaps that of the sun and the god of radiance." York and Haley pressed forward, insisting on thrusting the coins into Leo's hands. Leo, however, had no desire to accept the fund from these 2 unfortunate individuals who had just lost their loved ones. He turned and fled. "Henry, Belle, Nina, what are you waiting for? Let us go. Raoul, York, Haley, there's no need to see us off. Live well. Farewell." Henry was the first to grasp his intent, leaving behind a wish for divine blessings as he sprinted after Leo. A slight smile gracing his lips, Belle grinned broadly, though he did not laugh, following suit as the third. Nina was a beat slow to react but quickly overtook Belle with her speed. York and Haley wished to pursue. But how could 2 ordinary villagers, just released from their emotional turmoil, keep pace with 4 first-tier adventurers? In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures had distanced themselves significantly, witnessing their benefactors who had avenged them fleeing with such haste. Merely to avoid the burden of payment and to live well, tears streamed down York and Haley's faces. They knelt on the dirt road at the village entrance, bowing respectfully towards the diminishing silhouettes of the 4 adventurers until they vanished at the road's end. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Sida smiled and inquired, "Mr. Leo, how was your experience teaming up with Mr. Henry and the others?" Reflecting on the diligent performances of Henry, Belle, and Nina that day, Leo smiled. "Quite delightful. With their combined strength of 2 first-tier adventurers, no, now 3, clearing a goblin squad was somewhat overkill. Even in a horde, taking down 3 goblin squads at once would be similarly trivial. Not to mention, they often assisted him with various tasks and patiently waited for him to meditate or conduct magical experiments, without a trace of complaint. They were indeed exceptional teammates. Saida glanced towards Henry and the others. Henry beamed. Teaming up with Leo has always been our aspiration. Now, I feel the joy of dreams fulfilled. Belle exclaimed excitedly. Following Brother Leo always leads to intriguing adventures. Today, we helped the villagers of Kib Village avenge themselves. Thankfully, Brother Leo kept that half-goblin in check. Nina added proudly. Saida, I've broken through to the first tier. Mr. Leo personally avenged the villagers. Belle, intrigued, urged, please elaborate on what transpired. Saida's eyes sparkled with interest. Belle animatedly recounted Leo's actions following their encounter with the man-eating goblin. Under Henry's smile and Nina's wistful gaze, Saida listened intently to Belle's nearly 10-minute narration, her eyes brightening as she looked at Leo. Mr. Leo has once again performed a noble deed. Leo playfully patted the smiling Henry. Why not retrieve the spoils, Miss Saida? Can the charred goblin ears still fetch a reward? Henry produced their collective haul, a total of 63 goblin ears, along with a smattering of beast fangs. That should be fine, absolutely no problem. Saida took the goblin ears and fangs to the workshop and soon returned with a pouch of coins. The reward for clearing 63 goblins amounts to 25 silver coins and 2 copper coins, plus the beast fangs, totaling 33 silver coins. Accepting the pouch, Leo inquired curiously, how is the cumulative amount of commission rewards calculated for team-ups like this? Saida explained, if the team consists of 4 or fewer members, the total commission amount completed by the team is directly added to each individual's record. For instance, if your previous cumulative amount was 50 gold coins for silver coins and 3 copper coins, adding this commission of 33 silver coins brings your total to 53 gold coins. 7 silver coins and 3 copper coins, 50 gold coins. How is that so much? Is it from the bounty accumulated during that execution commission? Leo instinctively questioned. Indeed, you and Mr. Henry, along with the others, defeated 4 official members of the Water Droplet family during the bounty commission. While the guild will not issue further rewards, it does record that you completed a commission worth 40 gold coins. That Saida's response aligned perfectly with the speculation that I see. But what if the team exceeds 4 members? Leo inquired with a hint of curiosity. In that case, the commission reward will be multiplied by 4 and then evenly distributed among all members, Saida replied. Just as she finished, Belle eagerly interjected, Saida, what about me? How much have I accumulated in commission rewards? One moment, Mr. Bell. Let me check the records, Saida said as she began to sift through the documents. Observing her doing so, Henry pulled Belle aside, stating, Miss Saida, there's no need to look that up. We shall take our leave. Belle, still bewildered, asked, Huh? Henry, why can't I check? Henry smiled and replied, Trust me, the matter of the records has become inconsequential. Unbeknownst to some, they have already outdone others by a considerable margin. Nina, glancing at Saida's slightly flushed face, casually remarked, Huh? What do you mean? Outdone in what? Belle questioned with confusion. Nina playfully elongated her tone. What exactly are we outdoing? See you tomorrow, Miss Saida. Well, yes. See you tomorrow, Mr. Leo, she stammered as Leo followed the 3 out of the Adventurers Guild. I need to replenish my mana first. Will you wait for me or head to eat? With the urgency of returning the remains and having fled from Kib Village, Leo had yet to restore his mana, currently possessing only 3 standard mana points, and would require magic for seasoning when they dined out of course. We will wait for you, Nina exclaimed. Indeed, Belle chimed in. The two, thoroughly satisfied with their lunch, were naturally filled with anticipation for the upcoming dinner. Henry nodded with a smile. You two can wander about for a while. I will need about an hour. Let us reconvene at the shallow water square in 1 hour. Belle and Nina agreed and headed toward a nearby weapon shop, while Henry remained behind. Henry, aren't you coming? Leo gestured toward the departing duo. Henry smiled and replied, This is the moment for the night to shine. Leo nodded in agreement and settled onto a bench in shallow water square to meditate. While Henry quietly kept watch from a nearby bench, an hour later, his mana had returned to 9 standard points. Though not fully replenished, he felt a slight increase in his overall mana. Meditation Method Level 9. First Level Meditation. LV3, 991,000. Nina and Belle had already arrived 5 minutes earlier. Let us eat. Food. The two cheered softly at the Birdsong Tavern. After placing their orders, it was time to divide the spoils. No, the rewards. Leo produced a pouch of coins given by Mayor Raoul, which contained a total of 30 copper coins. That wasn't a large sum, as Kib Village had already disbursed part of the reward, and Leo and his companions had received a portion of that from the Adventurers Guild. These 30 copper coins represented an extra bonus. With the reward received from the guild, today's total earnings amounted to 36 silver coins. Leo divided the coins spread across the table into 4 equal parts. We'll split it evenly. Henry then combined the 4 portions into 2 halves, taking one for himself. Leo, this is the reward due to the 3 of us. The remainder is rightfully yours. Henry, it wouldn't be fair for me to take as much as the 3 of you. Leo protested. The extra portion is an incentive to keep you in our party. After all, you won't find a better magician, chef, and teacher anywhere else. Henry replied with a smile. Belle took a sip of orange juice and carelessly added, "Yeah, just take it, big brother Leo, that I'd join you on adventures for free as long as there's food." Nina chimed in, "Being beside big brother Leo makes it easy to level up, and I get to eat magical food. It's simply blissful. I'd almost like to pay you, big brother Leo. I'm willing to pay double." Belle suddenly declared, "I'll pay triple, I'll pay quadruple." The two began to bicker, and Henry smiled as he remarked, "In that case, the 2 of you need not take any reward. Leo and I can split the remainder evenly." Reluctantly accepting, Leo took half of the reward, 18 silver coins, but waved his hand dismissively. "From now on, I'll cover all food expenses." Belle and Nina applauded and cheered, while Henry smiled. "That sounds perfect." Soon, steaks and lamb chops were served. Leo silently recited the incantation. Minor magic that a glimmer of light passed, transforming the steaks and lamb chops into strips, generously coated with black pepper, their exteriors charred and centers tender, oozing with juices. As the aroma wafted through the air, Belle's mouth watered uncontrollably, and he eagerly speared a piece, shoving it into his mouth, his fork unable to pause. Nina followed suit, devouring piece after piece, her cheeks stuffed as she mumbled, "This meat is so good." Henry took a piece and savored it thoughtfully, offering his assessment. "Indeed, it is fragrant, juicy, and remarkably tender. Delicious." Subsequently, the trio fell silent, engrossed in their meal. Before long, the magical food on the plates had been entirely consumed, and the 3 leaned back contentedly in their chairs, patting their round bellies, before taking sips of orange juice from their water pouches that so full. Henry remarked, thoroughly satisfied, before casually asking, "Leo, the food your magic conjures is exquisite. Have you considered becoming a chef in a restaurant, or even opening your own place?" In the City of Stars to the north, chefs of this caliber are a rarity. Belle and Nina simultaneously nudged Henry, their faces expressing discontent. Leo chuckled as he responded, "I believe adventure suits me better." He was now nearly financially secure. While opening a shop might yield more income, it would not allow him to enhance his strength effectively. Having witnessed the harsh realities of this fantastical world, Leo had long come to understand that without sufficient power, one could easily become a victim, be it a sacrifice to a cult, prey to a bandit, or fodder for a monster. He did not wish for that fate. Leo yearned for the ability to obliterate any crisis with a mere wave of his hand. Thus he was driven to grow stronger than anyone else. Furthermore, having experienced the marvel of the first-level spell minor magic, his curiosity only intensified. What, after all, lay at the pinnacle of magic? "Leo, you are indeed suited for adventure, but do take care," Henry cautioned in a hushed tone. "What do you mean? You have done so many good deeds that, unknowingly, you have offended various malevolent forces. 9 days ago, during the execution, an evil priest known as the god of murder publicly killed a woman, drawing the attention of my master and Lord Victor. They have confirmed that this evil priest wields invisibility and possesses 2nd-level power. Moreover, on that rainy night, the death of a pregnant woman deviated from the others, strongly indicating the involvement of this evil priest. For the past 9 days, Leo had spent nearly all his time at the Birdsong Tavern, immersed in meditation to enhance his mana and advance to the 1st level, remaining unaware of the specific events that transpired in the square that day. He asked, Are you saying that having killed 2 cultists, I might face retribution from him? Is it Ram? Henry chuckled and clarified. That evil priest is referred to as Blood Shadow. Ram is one of his subordinates. You likely will not face retaliation. There is no need for excessive worry, and why Master and Lord Victor have been actively pursuing their whereabouts alongside the guards. The god of murder has few followers in Shallow Water Town, which is why they collaborated with the Raindrop family. Now, without the Raindrop family to attract attention, the cultists are being driven into hiding by my master and his associates, fearing to show their faces. Furthermore, the 2 you dispatched were merely unranked ordinary cultists. They have already lost 7 such lowly minions. Few know of your deed against the cultists, and with time past, Blood Shadow is unlikely to retaliate at this juncture. They are more concerned with their own safety. I share this with you both to alert you, and because Lord Victor has been incessantly urging me to inform you, hoping you might lend a hand when the time comes to eradicate Blood Shadow. Can I really be of significant help? Our felt a twinge of confusion. Henry elaborated. Indeed, the number of individuals capable of wielding magic in Shallow Water Town is exceedingly scarce. There are fewer than 10 first-tier mages in the entire town, and the majority are elderly residents who have come here to retire. You, R.O., as a young and powerful mage, are an exceptionally rare asset in terms of combat strength. R.O. instinctively inquired. Why is that? Is it because mages are too expensive to train? Henry nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Becoming a mage requires innate talent. One must not only possess intelligence, but also the financial means and time to study texts and spell models. This creates a formidable barrier that prevents most of the populace in Shallow Water Town from pursuing it. Conversely, for warriors, all one needs is a sword. Thus, the first-tier combatants in Shallow Water Town predominantly consist of warriors. If you observe the guild, it often gathers individuals who know little about magic. R.O. recalled the time he had blended into the crowd at the Adventurers Guild to perform a trick of magic. At that moment, not only could no one identify the true culprit, but there was also no one who even recognized that magic had been at play with Mark. He attributed it to silent incantation, his own insufficient magical power, and the tacit approval of the stronger individuals. Later, he discovered that the 0-tier spells sold at the guild did not include trick of magic, making it likely that the adventurers in town could hardly associate it with magical effects. Now, it seemed there was an additional reason. Having eaten their fill, the group parted ways, agreeing to meet at the Adventurers Guild the following day. After a span of 9 days, R.O. returned to his modest home on Zeeging Street for the first time. Ever since the abduction of number 13, the Waterdrop family seemed to have vanished from Shallow without a trace of hesitation. Leo declared deal. Ecstatic, he sent Tors away after exchanging the tattered leather armor for 28 silver coins. The combined rewards for clearing the slimes and the leather armor amounted to exactly 3 gold coins. Everything was in order now. The leather armor issue was resolved, the goblin gathering point was updated on the map, and he also received additional compensation for eliminating the slimes. Tors brought nothing but good news, though the flowers he delivered were somewhat alarming. After tidying up his home, Leo reclined on his bed, casting a mage armor spell upon himself, and gazed at his status panel. First tier, Mage Armor, LV1, 167-1000. First tier, Oil de Sols, LV1, 88100. Both Mage Armor and Oil de Sols saw considerable increases in proficiency throughout the day. Mage Armor rose from 9 to 167 points, while Oil de Sols increased by 88 points. However, the highlight was undoubtedly Lightning Arc with the cooperation of Henry, Belle, and Nina. The electric therapy was exceptionally smooth, causing the proficiency of Lightning Arc to surge from a mere 9 points to an impressive 463 points in just one day. He had gained a staggering 454 points in proficiency. First tier, Lightning Arc, LV3, 463-1000, according to Leo's electric therapy plan. He only needed to attract 60 more goblins tomorrow to gain an additional 540 points in proficiency, which would elevate Lightning Arc to LV4. Based on previous experiences, it was inferred that LV4 Lightning Arc might possess the power of second-tier magic. Thus, with the ability to cast 5 second-tier spells, it would not be unreasonable to consider Leo as a second-tier magician. The key to all this lay in electric therapy. After all, defeating 60 goblins directly yielded only 180 points in proficiency, while electric therapy provided a remarkable 540 points, a difference of a full 360 points, and it's noteworthy that Leo had spent 3 days grinding to achieve 100 points in electric shock, and now lightning arc required 1,000 points, a 10-fold increase. Yet he could now reach a full 1,000 points in just 2 days. Electric therapy against goblins was undeniably invaluable. After awakening from a restful slumber, Leo replenished his mage armor and cast minor magic for cleaning, then stepped outside. This marked the 30th day since his arrival in this world, and it was also the last day of October, the 30th day of the month. The calendar in this world was somewhat different. Each year consisted of 365 days divided into 12 months of 30 days each, with the remaining 5 days designated as special holidays, interspersed between the changing months to signify the corresponding seasons. The day Leo had transmigrated to Roland was the midnight of Harvest Day, connecting September and October. The massacre by the Waterdrop family occurred on the rainy night of October 13th, while the day of his abduction was October 20th. Today marked exactly 1 month, and being the end of the month, he hoped nothing unexpected would arise. As Leo pondered, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild, where Henry, Belle, and Nina were already waiting at the entrance, excitedly waving as they spotted him. To be honest, Leo was quite surprised. While Henry was expected, both Belle and Nina had arrived earlier than him. After greeting them, Leo casually inquired as they entered the guild, "Why are you all here so early?" Belle chuckled. "This way, Leo, brother, you won't have to wait for us. That we've even bought bread. We're just waiting for your magic." Why was he feeling a bit touched? As they entered the Adventurers Guild, Saida was still behind the far right counter, greeting the four with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Leo." "Good morning, Miss Saida." Has the goblin clearing commission near Kib Village concluded? There were still some wandering goblin squads in the Lost Forest near Kib Village, such as the goblins that had left behind York's arm, which Leo and his companions had not encountered, of course. It was also possible that those goblins had discarded the arm before running into Leo, who had now turned them. The commission has not yet ended. The reward remains at 4 copper coins per goblin. That I've registered it for you, Saida replied with a smile. "All right, then we'll set off. Wish you a safe return, Mr. Leo." Exiting the Adventurers Guild, the four ventured into the Lost Forest beside Kib Village. Perhaps due to her innate talent, Nina had nearly memorized all the nearby terrain within just a day. Leading the way with a light step, "Leo, brother, let's head to the vicinity of the goblin squad we didn't clear yesterday and see if they're still around." "Sounds good." The familiar routine ensued. Scout, gather monsters, electric therapy, recover, scout. After completing electric therapy twice, they exited the Lost Forest a bit earlier than the previous day, sitting on the grassland for lunch. The morning's haul included 6 goblin squads, totaling 29 goblins. First tier, Lightning Arc, LV3 7241000. Lightning Arc gained 261 points, leaving a shortfall of 276 points, which equated to 31 goblins. Mage armor increased by 87 points due to automatic leveling, while Oil de Sauls, benefiting from the remnants of Lightning Arc, gained 58 points. Speaking of Oil de Sauls, Leo could not help but commend Nina's archery skills. After 2 rounds of practice, she could now land arrows in the backside of every goblin. It might be time to consider increasing the difficulty of her training tasks. After lunch, just as Leo regained 9 standard mana, he heard Nina running toward him excitedly, exclaiming, "Leo, brother, I found the goblin squad that left behind York's arm. There are also 2 other squads nearby. Let's hurry. Let's go." After executing a well-practiced electric therapy routine, the 4 dispatched 15 goblins and arrived at the spot where Nina had discovered York's arm. Unlike a complete corpse, a single arm's flesh was insufficient to satiate 5 goblins, leaving almost nothing but bones, and those were shattered, fragmented into several small pieces. Leo remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Nina, Belle, could you please scout ahead? Henry, gather the bones from the right hand. I will see if I can restore it later." After about 3 minutes, Henry had collected all the scattered small bones and spent another 10 minutes roughly piecing together the vague, original shape. Once his mana was restored, Nina and Belle returned from their scouting. The 3 watched as Leo suspended the initial wooden staff above the fragmented bones. He silently recited the incantation. Minor magic, a soft glow flashed, and the arm was visibly reassembled, though numerous cracks remained, both large and small. Minor Magic 9 Leo cast Minor Magic once more, and this time it was nearly fully restored, appearing almost flawless and the astonished gazes of the three. Leo stored the wrapped arm and asked, "Nina, how was the scouting? I found 4 goblin squads, Leo brother. Should we attract all 4 goblin squads at once? The goblin squads near Kid Village have nearly all been cleared." Nina suggested, "How many goblins are there in total?" Nina pointed to a simple map on the ground, saying, "There are 4 here, and these 3 locations have 5 each. All right, let's try attracting all 4 goblin squads at once." Leo glanced at his panel and made a decision. First tier, Lightning Arc, LV3, 859-1000. Lightning Arc was now just 16 goblins away from leveling up. Moreover, handling 3 goblin squads at once was no longer problematic. So adding 1 more squad should be manageable. However, the proficiency of Oil the Souls kept popping up on the panel, yet Nina had yet to return. Finally, after a long wait, Nina appeared, running up the path. Before Leo could relax, a number of goblins behind her stumbled due to the crowding. Ultimately, out of 19 goblins strayed and did not receive Leo's lightning ARC.it seemed that attracting 4 squads at once was too chaotic. Leo concluded that it would be better to stick to 3 goblin squads in the future. Nina also looked a bit troubled, admitting attracting 4 squads at once is indeed challenging. While I was drawing their attention, it was easy for some goblins to fall behind or escape. Leo even witnessed 3 goblins engaging in a brawl, each seemingly belonging to different squads. Their brains were nearly bursting from the intensity of the fight. In pursuit of achieving an 8-point proficiency, Leo dedicated an additional 20 minutes to dispatch the 4 remaining goblins with a lightning arc. He then placed them on the electrotherapy device. As the final bolt of lightning pierced the hearts of 19 goblins. The lightning arc leveled up. Lightning Arc 57 first tier. Lightning Arc, LV4, 301000. Leo felt a twitch in his fingers, an irresistible urge to modify the spell model of Lightning Arc to test the might of this enhanced version, which could rival second-tier magic. However, time was of the essence, and he had to make a trip to Kid Village later. He decided to postpone the experiment until tomorrow. The 4 of them exited the forest and effortlessly located York's home near Kid Village. In the backyard, Leo carved a large inscription into the ground with a branch, followed by a smaller one. The smaller inscription read, "York, this is your right arm, but I didn't want it to be lost in the wilderness. So I repaired it and brought it back. If you feel fear, pain, or dread, you need not open it. Simply find a place to bury it. Of course, you may choose to keep your right hand to accompany your wife first." York felt that his recent days had been utterly miserable. The mere thought of his beloved wife and charming daughter, both departed from this world, caused him to tremble involuntarily. Whenever he closed his eyes, their images would flash vividly in his mind. But after a fleeting moment, he would feel himself sinking into the depths of despair. Their visages became blurred and lost to him, replaced by a suffocating weight of sorrow and anguish that rendered him breathless. Heeding Lord Leo's advice, York visited the village's small church during the day, hoping for redemption. It was futile. He could not even divert his attention. The deities could not save him. Not the sun god, nor the god of radiance. He had avenged the deaths of his wife and daughter. But if only Lord Leo would take everything from him, then he might find solace. That moment. A knock at the door interrupted his tumultuous thoughts. "Who is it?" he croaked, startled by the raspiness of his own voice. There was no response from outside, only another knock. Coming. York dragged his weary body toward the back door and slowly opened it. The space beyond was empty. He lowered his gaze and, aided by the fading light of the sunset, noticed a large leaf wrapped around something, along with the inscription on the ground. This leaf. Has Lord Leo come? He raised his head and spotted 4 small black dots vanishing in the distance. Indeed, it was Lord Leo. He scrutinized the words etched into the ground. After a moment, he realized he could not comprehend them. However, he knew they were left by Lord Leo, which meant they were of utmost importance. Without further thought, York dashed to the village's most learned elder. "Grandpa Raoul, Grandpa Raoul." He knocked frantically on Raoul's door. The door creaked open, revealing a grumbling old man. "Who is it? Which brat?" Upon seeing York, Raoul's scowl softened into a warm smile. "It's York. What brings you here? Want to join us for dinner?" York grasped Raoul's arm, nearly bursting with urgency. "Grandpa Raoul, please come with me." Raoul, still clad in his apron, looked bewildered. "What is the matter, York? You seem in Leo. It's me, Aiden." The door swung open, revealing that familiar face, a tray held aloft in his right hand. "Leo, would you care for some dessert after the meal?" "Sure." Upon entering Aiden's home, the trio savored the cinnamon rolls crafted by Isha. After indulging in one, Leo contemplated enhancing the flavor of the rolls in accordance with modern tastes. His endeavor proved successful, garnering unanimous praise from both Aiden and Isha for Leo's rendition of the cinnamon rolls. After swallowing the 2 rolls he had stuffed in his mouth, Aiden broached a serious topic. "Leo, we are preparing to move. Thanks to you, I have achieved 2 accomplishments and received a promotion, allowing Isha and me to consider a home in the town center." As he spoke, Aiden placed his large hand over Isha's, expressing tenderly, "Moreover, with Isha nearly 7 months along, I wish to ensure her safety." Isha gazed back affectionately. Leo found himself somewhat taken aback, rendered speechless as he observed the two, after a brief exchange of glances. Aiden turned to Leo with a serious demeanor. "Leo, would you like to move with us? If you agree, we'll set aside a room for you, of course, without any rent." Having slept in a dormitory at school, Leo was not overly concerned about a place to rest. Yet, curiosity compelled him to ask, "Why wouldn't you charge me rent?" Aiden donned his playful grin. "Leo, if you are with us, our home would undoubtedly become one of the safest places in Shallow Watertown. How could we possibly charge you rent?" Leo couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he was being regarded as a bodyguard. After some contemplation, he deemed it inconsequential. Besides, not having to pay rent and living in a place undoubtedly superior to his current shabby abode. He agreed. After bidding farewell to Aiden and Isha, Leo returned home. Lying on his bed without his phone, left only to gaze at the ceiling, today's electrical therapy aligned closely with Leo's expectations, as Lightning Arc gained 567 proficiency points, successfully leveling up within 2 days. Meanwhile, Mage Armor accumulated 198 proficiency points, and Slick Feet added 138 points, with promotions imminent. First rank, Mage Armor, LV1, 365-1000. First rank, Slick Feet, LV1, 226-1000. Although he had yet to test the power of LV4 Lightning Arc, he was not in a hurry to, if all went smoothly, within 2 days, Lightning Arc would be ready for its next upgrade, reaching the coveted LV5.4. Leo, acquiring 1,000 proficiency points was now a trivial matter. He passed the final day of October with calm and stability. Upon waking again, it was already November, in the morning, at the Adventurers Guild. "Good morning, Mr. Leo." "Good morning, Miss Sida." "Mr. Leo, the goblin clearing commission from Kib Village has been completed. Would you like to take on a similar task?" Yes, Sida had already grasped some of Leo's habits. There were 3 more similar goblin clearing commissions available, located in the southern Valo Village and the northern Hungshi Village and ABA Village, where goblins had been spotted roaming nearby. Hungshi Village. Isn't it the village where Granny Mary confuses gold coins for copper ones? Let's take the commission for Hungshi Village. All right, I've registered you. Wishing you a safe return. Mr. Leo, under Sida's smiling gaze, the 4 departed the Adventurers Guild, heading towards the northern Hungshi Village, where goblins were reported in the northwest forest. After 2 days of training, the 4 had honed their goblin clearing skills to perfection. Reconnaissance, mobbing, electrical therapy, recovery, reconnaissance. However, a problem arose during today's electrical therapy segment. The issue stemmed from the first casting of LV4 Lightning Arc based on past experiences. LV4's Lightning Arc should have boosted its power by approximately 33 compared to LV3. Yet, as Leo intoned the incantation for Lightning Arc, a robust bolt of electricity surged forth, obliterating the lower limbs of 16 fleeing goblins in an instant. The resulting visual spectacle was such that, with a flash of lightning illuminating and fading, only the upper halves of the 16 goblins soared through the air, remnants of limbs and ash swirling about. Had this not been a magical world, it would have resembled an absurd, jumping photo. This image was indelibly etched into the minds of Henry, Belle, and Nina, leaving them unable to forget. In the next moment, the 16 goblins plummeted to the ground like ragged sacks, some rolling forward a few times upon landing. During the subsequent electrical therapy, despite his efforts to avoid critical hits, Leo inadvertently caused 2 goblins to perish after the second jolt from the therapy device, resulting in a loss of 4 proficiency points. Leo had to exercise even finer control over the lightning, endeavoring to let it gradually consume the goblins, ensuring they met their end more leisurely. With meticulous control over his magic, the second wave of 15 goblins contributed 9 proficiency points to Lightning Arc first rank. Lightning Arc. LV4 305 1000, having finished lunch on the grassy plains outside the forest. The 4 re-entered the woods. Before they could reach the area where the goblins had appeared, the sharp-eyed Nina suddenly spotted bloodstains on a relatively broad dirt path nearby. She whispered, "Leo, Henry, there's blood ahead." Leo and Henry exchanged glances, and Leo made the same decision. "Let us go see." The 4 hurriedly followed the trail of blood to the base of a small slope. Mario gripped a vial of strong acid tightly in his left hand while clutching a magical scroll in his right. Internally cursing, "Damn it, how could I be so unlucky to encounter a pack of wargs? I've walked this road for 10 years without ever facing wargs. And here I am, so close to Shallow Water Town." Based on his past experiences, it made no sense for wargs to appear on this path. Moreover, the E-rank adventurer he had hired was a novice, almost taken out with 2 arrows by the warg leader wielding a longbow. What terrible luck! He couldn't fathom how the Adventurers Guild allowed such incompetent adventurers to obtain E-rank badges. The other 2 F-rank adventurers were equally useless, dispatched effortlessly by the warg wielding a large cleaver. He regretted believing the E-rank adventurers' boastful claims about their team's accomplishments in numerous E-rank commissions. Damn it, cursed Adventurers Guild. A cursed E-rank adventurer. For such a worthless adventurer, he had paid a hefty fee. Who would have thought they were merely a bunch of braggarts? They had truly ruined me. Mario dared not move an inch, not even daring to emit the slightest sound of breath. Should he be discovered, he could only pray that the scroll inscribed with magic missile in his possession, along with the vial of strong acid, would suffice to deal with 2 first-level direwolf leaders. Of course, such thoughts were merely fleeting. He held no real hope. If he were truly uncovered, he would have to toss aside the first-level spell and the vial and flee without hesitation. To entertain the notion that these 2 items could resolve a pack of direwolves led by 2 first-level leaders would render him a laughingstock, akin to those cursed adventurers. Suddenly, footsteps echoed above him, and Mario held his breath, instinctively shrinking his somewhat bulky form into a small depression behind him, his gaze fixated on the sounds overhead. Inwardly, he whispered a prayer. "Do not discover me. Do not discover me. Do not discover me." Before long, he sensed that a dire wolf had arrived directly above him. Instantly, tension gripped him, and he dared not move. The reason was simple. He caught a whiff of the foul, bloody breath emanating from the creature's maw. Mario was no longer the novice who could cast but 2 spells. Back then, he had been no different from an ordinary person, unable to outrun even the injured Mark and Sokka. Upon ascending to the first level, his body, passively enhanced by absorbed magical energy, allowed him to barely keep pace with 3 first-level warriors. Realizing he was still slightly slower than Henry and his companions, he recited an incantation and cast oil on the soul. Previously, he had always entrusted this spell to Nina, and this was his first time experiencing oil on the soul himself, with the magic's enhancement. His steps became remarkably lighter, as if the wind propelled him forward. Mario had never found running to be so effortless. Even among 3 physically trained first-level warriors, he kept up with ease. "Henry, you can go a bit faster." "I can keep up?" "All right," Henry responded, and they accelerated once more, with Mario maintaining a similar pace. The application of oil on the soul was not solely for rapid arrival. During combat, the acceleration spell lasting 10 minutes would enable him to kite the enemies. The timeless strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and pursuing when they withdraw would never fall out of favor. In that moment, oil on the soul felt more aptly named Speed Surge. As they ran, the air became increasingly saturated with the scent of blood and a foul stench. Soon, the quartet stumbled upon several corpses lying in pools of blood, surrounded by a few canine creatures whose brown fur was marred with dirt and spots. The gravity of the situation sank in, as they noticed the round-bellied canine creatures lying on their sides, their mouths stained with fresh blood and bits of flesh. Not far ahead, a wagon lay abandoned along the roadside, with 3 humanoid creatures rummaging through its contents. These 3 creatures, too, sported brown fur, hunched postures, and beast-like faces, their mouths smeared with blood and tails swaying behind them, reminiscent of the werewolves Mario had encountered in the past. What manner of monsters are these? Werewolves, Henry explained as they continued to run. These are hyenas and direwolves. It appears that a pack of direwolves has attacked a merchant caravan. Given the number of hyenas, there must be more direwolves than just these 3. It's possible there are survivors, while the rest of the pack may have gone in pursuit of them. Observing the nearly motionless hyenas sprawled on the ground, Mario inquired while running, "Are these hyenas and direwolves easy to deal with? Should I use magic?" With confidence, Bell replied, "We won't even need to stop to handle them. Mario, brother, leave it to us." Nina, equally self-assured, began to knock an arrow mid-stride. "Let me show you the fruits of my training, brother Mario." And no sooner had she spoken than she loosed an arrow, which struck true, piercing the head of one hyena. Silencing its slight movements, as the 4 approached. All the hyenas near the corpse lay lifeless, each with an arrow embedded in their skulls. Meanwhile, the direwolves rummaging beside the wagon noticed the commotion and began to shout, charging toward the quartet with spears and bows in hand. The direwolf wielding the longbow had barely lifted it when an arrow flew and pierced its skull, sending it crashing backward. Seeing the remaining 2 direwolves advance with their spears, an excited Bell quickened his pace, undaunted by the threat of the spears. In the midst of their movement, the spears fell short, while Bell's sword smoothly sliced through one direwolf's neck. Its head flew off, landing on the ground with a thud. The last direwolf, witnessing its companion's fall in an instant, turned to flee, only to be struck by an arrow in the back of its neck, followed by a swift strike from Henry's sword, ending its life. The 3 direwolves were dispatched with remarkable ease, requiring no intervention from Mario. "Impressive," Mario praised. Bell and Nina beamed with delight. Without losing momentum, the quartet continued to follow the trail of blood. Before long, they discovered a group of direwolves encircling a wooded area. Searching for something, at the center of the direwolves stood 2 noticeably larger figures clad in hide armor, the armor adorned with grotesque remnants of various corpses. One direwolf wielded a large cleaver, while the other brandished a longbow. 2 first-level direwolf leaders. "Be cautious," Henry warned once more. "Leave it to me," Mario declared, veering slightly from the group to run toward the right, closing in on the line formed by the 2 direwolf leaders. The moment the 2 leaders fell into his line of sight, he halted abruptly, raising his initial wooden staff and murmuring an incantation. Arc of lightning, as the distance between them diminished. The direwolf leader with the longbow finally heard the sounds of an approaching party and turned to look. He spotted a trio charging towards him, with the archer already aiming. Alarmed, the direwolf leader shouted a warning to his companion while lifting his bow to retaliate. However, just as he raised his weapon, he caught sight of a mage wielding a staff aimed directly at him. A flash of lightning erupted from the staff's tip, expanding rapidly and consuming his vision in an instant. The direwolf leader's consciousness faded in the next moment, and the longbow slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The other direwolf leader, hearing the cries of his companion, turned just in time to have his head pierced by the lightning. Both leaders fell backward, one landing on the back of his head, the other face down, producing a dull thud as they struck the ground. Their skulls bore identical charred holes, with wisps of smoke rising from the blackened wounds. The bolt of lightning, having pierced through both leaders, continued unabated, traversing through 3 ordinary direwolves before dissipating into the air. The 2 direwolves struck directly perished on the spot, while another, grazed on the right side of its chest by the lightning, fell to the ground, barely clinging to life. In an instant, what appeared to be a formidable pack of direwolves was decimated, leaving only 9 ordinary direwolves remaining. Arc of Lightning 26, Mage Armor 26, Oil on the Soul 26. A single spell annihilated 2 first-level direwolf leaders. Could my holy magic truly eliminate one with just a single strike? That seemed exceedingly difficult. Henry was momentarily astonished before quickly recalling that he had been accompanying Mario in bullying goblins lately. Momentarily forgetting that Mario was a formidable mage capable of dispatching 4 first-level foes with just 4 spells. This was the true power of Mario's magic. When slaying goblins, the potency had not been as apparent. But now it seemed that striking down a first-level enemy was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Henry quickened his pace, brandishing his sword as he surged forward, unleashing the holy magic he had originally reserved for the direwolf leaders. Holy slash! After murmuring an incantation, a faint luminescence enveloped his longsword. With a crescent strike, the heads of 2 wargs were severed from their bodies. At the same moment, Bell executed 2 swift strikes, beheading the same 2 wargs. Nina, who had initially aimed at the warg leader, found her target eliminated by Leo's lightning spell, forcing her to slightly adjust her longbow and re-aim at 2 other wargs wielding bows. With just 2 arrows, the wargs, one drawing back their bow and the other already holding it, fell in rapid succession. Following the wargs' loud warnings and the terrifying crackle of lightning, the remaining 9 wargs, witnessing their leader and companion struck down by the electric bolt, froze in shock. Then chaos erupted. They turned, only to find the paladin and swordsman had dispatched their comrades. Simultaneously, the 2 warg archers behind them succumbed to the arrows that flew their way. The last 3 wargs, paralyzed by fear, began to scream in a language Leo could not comprehend, desperately attempting to flee. However, as they turned, Henry and the others swiftly dealt with them. For these 3 first-tier adventurers, the absence of the 2 most threatening first-tier warg leaders made it a trivial task to dispatch the remaining panicked wargs, expending less energy than they had in their approach. Merely seconds had passed since the lightning obliterated the warg pack, and the battle was already over. The forest was devoid of any standing wargs. With Brother Leo fighting, it truly is effortless, Bell remarked, wiping the blood from his sword and sheathing it. Nina wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "It's just like archery practice. As long as the arrows fly, Brother Leo will handle the rest." Leo had circled the battlefield, and upon seeing the complete annihilation of the wargs, he dissipated the prepared lightning strike spell and called out, "The wargs have been dealt with. Is there anyone alive?" "We are adventurers here to rescue you," Henry echoed. "Do not worry. I am a paladin, and we have come to save you." Silence ensued, and Leo followed the path the wargs had taken, soon discovering a group of middle-aged men huddled together. Gasping for breath at the bottom of a small slope point, one of them had a prominent nose adorned with a small mustache. "Henry, over here," Leo beckoned, then asked, "Are you all right? Take a deep breath. Are you injured? We have a paladin who can heal you." Mario, finally managing to catch his breath, replied, "I'm fine. Not injured, just stuck. Could you please give me a hand?" The despair he had felt moments ago was now replaced with profound relief. Just moments earlier, he genuinely believed he was doomed. The stench of the wargs clung to him, and he felt a droplet of putrid saliva fall onto his shoe, when he nearly panicked and tossed the vial of acid in his hand. He heard the warg leader shout, followed by the crackle of electricity and the screams of the wargs. Could it be that adventurers had arrived? Was there hope for him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a warg tumbled down from above, causing him to scream in fright and instinctively shove his somewhat rotund body into the pit behind him, ready to toss the acid vial. The warg that fell stared at him with wide eyes, instilling terror in his heart. Yet, it remained motionless. As Mario tilted his head slightly, he noticed an arrow deeply embedded in the back of the warg's skull. The creature had evidently met its end. However, the frantic beating of his heart refused to calm. Realizing he might soon be rescued, new worries flooded Mario's mind. Would a shout attract the remaining wargs? Simultaneously, the foul odor emanating from the fallen warg made him instinctively attempt to shift his body, only to find himself unable to move, perhaps trapped while trying to wedge himself back into the pit. Never had he felt such a deep loathing for his past self for not losing weight. And he grew increasingly anxious, fearing the wargs might discover him. Upon hearing a young voice call out, he intended to signal the adventurers of his presence, but his hurried breaths caught in his throat. Ultimately, it was Leo, alerted by the sound of Mario's rapid breathing, who discovered him. Leo and Henry pulled the middle-aged man from the pit, and once Mario regained his footing and steadied his breath, he exclaimed, "Esteemed adventurers, it is such a relief to see you. Thank you for your assistance. My name is Mario, that you're not a plumber. Are you?" Leo thought to himself, though thankfully, Mario quickly dispelled his doubt. "I'm a merchant from Star City. Are my companions still alive? The situation is dire. We only found 5 bodies," Leo replied. Mario's expression visibly fell. "That means they are all dead," rage in, valiantly noticing the silence from Henry and Leo. He forced a smile. "May I ask how you adventurers are named?" "I am Leo. This is Henry. And those two over there are Belle and Nina," Leo introduced, not neglecting to acknowledge Belle and Nina, who were busy tending to the battlefield. "Mr. Leo, Mr. Henry, may I please check on my companions?" Of course, they replied. Following Mario back to the side of the road where the cart lay, they found 2 bodies sprawled on the ground, mutilated by hyenas and wurgs, surrounded by a pool of crimson. Mario's eyes reddened, but as a seasoned traveler, he had long been accustomed to death. Thus, he did not shed tears. Instead, he earnestly implored the two. "Mr. Leo, Mr. Henry, could you assist me in transporting them and the cart to Shallow Water Town?" "I will, of course, pay for your services." "Certainly." Mario then inquired, "Mr. Leo, Mr. Henry, may I ask your ranks as adventurers?" As he passed the battlefield earlier, he had seen the 2 Wurg leaders with their skulls pierced. Such identical charred holes could only have been caused by a second-tier lightning spell. Therefore, the man before him, wielding a staff, must indeed be that second-tier mage. Generally, second-tier mages are D-rank adventurers. How much should he offer as a reward? As Mario pondered this seriously, Leo nonchalantly replied, "We are all F-rank. F-rank." This was a response Mario had never anticipated, and astonishment instantly overshadowed his sorrow, prompting him to exclaim. Henry paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. Noticing Mario's disbelief, Leo casually produced his F-rank adventurer badge. His E-rank badge had lain forgotten in the corner of his backpack since he received it. Not only had it never seen the light of day, but it also had never even glimpsed the SU end at it is prudent to be cautious while traveling. After all, being F-rank, 1T diminish 1's worth. The title is self-bestowed. If I possess an F-rank badge, then am I not an F-rank adventurer? Observing the genuine F-rank metal badge, Mario recalled the charred holes in the Wurg leaders' heads and the swiftly dispatched E-rank adventurer. "You're telling me this is an F-rank adventurer?" That spell Mario struggled to believe, pointing towards the 2 Wurg leaders. Leo smiled and replied, "That was a 0-tier spell, a remarkably fortunate 0-tier spell." "How is that possible?" Looking at the mages and paladin who regarded him with similar smiles, Mario's voice inexplicably weakened. Indeed, a 0-tier spell. Such an impressive 0-tier spell, he chuckled awkwardly at that moment. A hyena lying in the distance suddenly shrieked, followed by the sound of cracking bones and pained wails, the shrill noise capturing the attention of the trio. Leo turned to the hyena, which writhed on the ground as if enduring immense suffering. Like other hyenas, its mouth was stained with blood. Beside it lay scattered chunks of flesh and entrails. What is happening? Is it undergoing a mutation? Only Leo, who specializes in slimes and goblins, possesses limited knowledge about other monsters. Meanwhile, Henry had already drawn his sword and, as he approached the hyena, explained, "Hyenas that have feasted on corpses become tainted by demonic power. After a horrifying transformation, juvenile wurgs emerge from the bellies of these hyenas. Can you smell that foul stench? It is the evidence of the hyena's flesh being corrupted by demonic energy." Indeed, Leo caught a whiff of a putrid odor, and as Henry struck down with his sword, the hyena's body was severed, ceasing its struggles. Were all wurgs born from hyenas that consumed corpses? This peculiar method of reproduction genuinely astonished Leo. Henry elaborated, "Indeed, the origin of wurgs traces back to the demon Lord Yenagu, who among all demon lords has had the most profound impact on the world that a pack of ordinary hyenas followed Yenagu, assisting him in clearing the remains left after his slaughters. Subsequently, under the influence of his demonic power, wurgs were birthed from these well-fed hyenas. Wurgs are innately driven by a thirst for blood and flesh, consuming all living beings, leaving only bones behind. These ravenous beasts possess no capacity for reason. Their hearts are devoid of kindness or mercy, lacking any semblance of conscience, akin to demons." If Mario had previously doubted that Leo was an F-rank adventurer, he now found himself somewhat convinced. After all, wurgs were monsters that nearly every E-rank adventurer had dealt with. Even if one had not encountered them, Any adventurer who had spent a reasonable amount of time in the field would have gleaned some knowledge regarding works. Observing Leo's eager demeanor, it seemed plausible that he truly was an F-rank adventurer. Naturally, Mario did not buy into the absurd notion that the lightning that pierced the word leader was a zero-tier spell. More likely, Mr. Leo was a newly graduated mage embarking on his journey, possibly guided by a formidable magical mentor. It's conceivable that Mr. Leo had only registered as an adventurer just yesterday. This would explain why he lacked knowledge about worgs, yet could unleash second-tier magic to swiftly dispatch 2 first-tier worg leaders. Henry had dealt with the hatching hyena, and Nina and Belle had already cleared the battlefield on the other side of the woods. Although they did not burst into laughter, the upward curve of their lips suggested that their haul might be substantial. The group gathered by the wagon. Leo pointed to the 3 corpses lying in a pool of blood ahead and asked Mr. Mario, "Are they not your companions?" Throughout the encounter, Mario had shown concern only for the 2 individuals near the wagon, completely disregarding the 3 fallen ahead. With a tone dripping with disdain, Mario retorted, "How could I possibly have such companions? They were adventurers I hired for 20 gold coins, 1 E rank and 2 F rank, boasting that they could easily complete E rank commissions, only to be shot dead by that worg leader with a longbow and 2 arrows without even drawing their swords. They were utterly useless. And what are their bodies? They likely still possess several valuable items. Once you've scavenged them, feel free to discard the bodies as you wish. More than half of the adventurers who perish in the wild are treated this way." Leo looked to Henry, who nodded. As he watched Belle and Nina approach, he continued to inquire, "Mr. Mario, may I use magic to cleanse the bloodstains from your companions' bodies? I would appreciate it, Mr. Leo." Leo cast a minor magic on Mario's 2 companions. Then he and Henry lifted them onto the wagon. The 2 also helped gather various wooden crates and barrels that had fallen to the ground. Belle and Nina, having finished scavenging the 3 adventurers' corpses, did not forget to reap the reward from the first 3 worgs they had killed. Ultimately, all scattered goods were loaded onto the wagon, and the battlefield was entirely cleared. Nonetheless, a flicker of sorrow passed across Mario's face. Many items had inevitably been damaged during the battle and the worgs rummaging, leaving the wagon, which had originally been filled to the brim, appearing rather empty with the addition of 2 corpses. The horse at the front had already succumbed to death. With Belle and Henry pulling the wagon from either side, Nina standing guard nearby, while Leo and Mario walked alongside, the group made their way back to Shallow Water Town. "Mr. Mario, was that scroll you were holding earlier a magic scroll?" Leo inquired with curiosity. Mario retrieved the magic scroll once more. "This is a scroll that records a first-tier spell, Magic Missile. If you desire it, Mr. Leo, feel free to take it." Leo waved his hand, saying, "That is not what I meant. I was merely curious. To learn the art of crafting magic scrolls, is it necessary to travel to Star City?" Leo had already learned that Shallow Water Town did not have any mages who could create magic scrolls, nor were there any methods for doing so. When he had asked Saida about it, she mentioned that only in Star City could one learn the craft of scroll making. Leo wished to glean some insights from the well-traveled merchant regarding the art of crafting magic scrolls. Currently, his most formidable combat ability lay in the rapid casting of 10 shock spells, which consumed little magical energy, boasted swift activation, and dealt significant damage, particularly against communal monsters like goblins and worgs. This was far superior to directly using 5 lightning arcs. Only when facing a particularly powerful first-tier enemy would the effectiveness of lightning arc shine in a surprise attack to resolve the battle. However, the possibility that 10 shocks would not suffice to conclude a battle always loomed. If he could master the crafting of magic scrolls, when his magical energy ran low, he could draw forth 20 scrolls and unleash them in a flurry of 20 LV5 shocks, surely delivering a considerable surprise to his foes. Even third-tier adversaries might find themselves scorched. Additionally, he was curious whether crafting his spells into scrolls would enhance his proficiency, as well as whether defeating monsters or enemies with magic scrolls would contribute to his skill development. Although temporarily, this might seem trivial for offensive spells, as each level advancement altered the spell model to accumulate proficiency, he needed to utilize the spell model of his current level. For instance, if his lightning arc had reached LV4, using a LV3 lightning arc would no longer contribute to his proficiency. This raised a dilemma. The offensive magic scrolls he crafted might become obsolete before he had a chance to use them, rendering their utility moot once he leveled up. The pace of leveling was swift, and while it seemed inconsequential now, once he reached 3rd or 4th tier, or even 5th or 6th, the proficiency required for a single level advancement might become considerable. He could find himself lingering at a level for an extended period, at which point it would prove invaluable. Moreover, the notion of being trivial was only applicable to offensive spells. Non-offensive spells were a different matter entirely. The rate of proficiency accumulation for non-offensive spells was considerably slower, with longer durations spent at a single level. Particularly for functional spells in the Magic Trick series, they were exceedingly useful. Yet the opportunities to hone proficiency were somewhat scarce, making it somewhat wasteful to engage in self-amusement at home, that if he could craft them into magic scrolls. Gaining proficiency during the crafting process, while also having the chance to sell them, would be the epitome of a win-win situation. Mario pondered for a moment and replied, "The Northern Star City is the closest city to Shallow Water Town where one can learn to craft magic scrolls. Aside from Star City, the Southern Harbor City should also suffice. My journey's endpoint is Harbor City." Pausing, Mario added with some curiosity, "Mr. Leo, as a second-tier F-rank adventurer, do you not possess the skill to craft magic scrolls? Logically, there ought to be a powerful magical mentor behind you. How is it that you have yet to learn the art of scroll-making?" Leo shrugged. "I have only recently become an adventurer, and I have yet to leave Shallow Water Town, which lacks any opportunities to learn scroll-making." "Then why does someone like you, an F-rank adventurer, not travel to Star City? It is a place where mages can truly flourish." Initially, Mario had speculated that Mr. Leo might be the apprentice of a high-ranking mage. Now he found himself genuinely perplexed. Could it be that Mr. Leo was a prodigious wild mage? What kind of city was Star City? Leo was equally perplexed. Recently, the City of Stars had been mentioned to him numerous times. Chris had indicated that the poison administered to number 13 could only be cured in the City of Stars, while Henry claimed that his culinary skills were unparalleled there. Moreover, Mario, a merchant, hailed from the City of Stars. Yet Leo had always been rather oblivious to its concept. A flicker of fervor, pride, and yearning crossed Mario's face as he spoke. The City of Stars is a veritable paradise of commerce and culture. A grand metropolis where immeasurable wealth converges, its splendor far surpassing that of a humble village like Shallow Water Town. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Take magical items, for instance. Mr. Leo, you must find it exceedingly rare to encounter even the most common magical items such as potions and scrolls, let alone permanent magical artifacts. Have you ever come across any?" "Indeed, I have not." Leo nodded. In the City of Stars, even permanent magical items can be purchased with gold coins." Realizing that Leo might be a prodigious talent cultivated in obscurity, Mario elaborated, "For Shallow Water Town, a first-tier mage might be considered the pinnacle, while second-tier magic is exceedingly rare. However, in the Adventurers Guild of the City of Stars, even fourth-tier magic is available for purchase. If you forge connections with high-ranking mages residing in the City of Stars, you could learn 5th-tier or even 6th-tier magic. There are also magical academies there that systematically teach magical knowledge. If Mr. Leo were to visit, he could achieve significant progress. Not to mention the esoteric magical secrets, such as a particular magical principle I am aware of, magic shaping. Typically, when you cast lightning magic, Mr. Leo, do you have to be cautious to avoid hitting your allies?" Leo nodded, and Mario continued. "Magic shaping can create a safe pocket within the area of your lightning magic, ensuring that anything within this pocket remains unharmed by the spell. Mastering this magical principle would free you from the worry of inadvertently harming your companions." Leo's eyes sparkled. "Is this principle available for purchase as well?" His lightning magic does not discriminate between friend and foe, and the current power of Lightning Arc is formidable enough to easily dispatch 2 first-tier monsters. If he were to accidentally strike a teammate, Henry and the others would not emerge unscathed. Thus, Leo exercised utmost caution when utilizing it. "Although I lack a channel for purchase, I have heard that acquiring this principle costs between 100 to 300 gold coins. How much does a second-tier spell cost at the Adventurers Guild in the City of Stars?" 50 gold coins. Well, with only 11 gold coins to my name, poor Leo cannot even afford a first-tier spell, let alone a second-tier spell or a magical principle. Upon returning to Shallow Water Town, Leo was astonished to learn that Mario was also a merchant of the Vis Trading Company. The group escorted Mario to the vicinity of the Vis Trading Company's residence, and he solemnly addressed them. "Let us part ways here, Mr. Leo, Mr. Henry, Mr. Bell, and Miss Nina. I sincerely thank you for your assistance." He bowed slightly and retrieved 5 gold coins, a somewhat yellowed piece of paper, and a key, offering them to Leo. "Mr. Leo, I apologize, but I do not possess many valuable items, and much of my cargo has been damaged that I can only offer you 5 gold coins. However, I also have a property deed for a house in the lower district of the City of Stars, valued at around 50 gold coins, which I would like to present as additional compensation that I hope you do not find it lacking." Noticing that Leo did not immediately accept, but instead looked at him with concern, he added, "This wouldn't be your only house, would it?" Mario sighed. "Mr. Leo, you're truly a good person. Do not worry about me. I still have some assets in the City of Stars. This is merely a vacant property of mine. You saved my life, and it is entirely worth this reward, so he is quite well off." Leo unreservedly accepted the coins, the property deed, and the key from Mario. Gazing at the deed, he questioned, "But why offer us a house in the City of Stars?" Mario chuckled. "A small town like Shallow Water cannot contain your potential. In the future, the City of Stars will undoubtedly have a place for you." Just as Tolls, who had just driven away from the trading company, encountered Mario after parting ways with Leo and the others to hi. "Mr. Mario, long time no see. Did your companions not come along this time?" Suddenly, upon spotting Leo's figure disappearing around the corner, he exclaimed, "Brother Leo?" "Tolls, do you also know Mr. Leo?" Mario asked in surprise that, of course, "Mr. Mario, the slimes near Shallow Water Town have nearly been cleared out by Brother Leo. The condition of the roads has improved significantly." "Hey, how do you know Brother Leo? Did you come with him?" Mario forced a smile. "We were ambushed by werewolves, and my companions lost their lives in that attack while I was hanging by a thread. Thankfully, Mr. Leo and his group passed by and saved my life." Toll's smile faded as he glanced towards the back of the carriage, and Mario silently nodded. Tolls clasped his hands together. "May they rest in peace on their journey." Mario mirrored the gesture. "May they rest in peace on their journey." Accompanying Mario back to the trading company, Tolls asked, "Mr. Mario, did you not hire adventurers? Or were the werewolves too formidable?" Mario sighed. "I miscalculated this time. I hired a group of pretenders who were swiftly dispatched by a first-tier werewolf chief with 2 arrows. If the adventurers we hired had been of the previous caliber, we all might have survived. A first-tier werewolf chief? Near Shallow Water Town." Tolls was somewhat astonished. Indeed, there were still 2 first-tier ones. "Thankfully, you encountered Brother Leo. He is the most benevolent adventurer I have ever met. If it were any other adventurer," Mario wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, we were fortunate to have met him." After parting ways with Mario, Leo and his companions resumed their journey towards Hungshi Village. Henry initially suggested resting for the day, but Leo glanced at the clock. It was only a little past 2. There was ample time for another round of lightning therapy and to assess his proficiency with Lightning Arc. First tier, Lightning Arc, LV4 331 1000. If he were to engage in lightning therapy with another 15 goblins, his proficiency would rise to 466 points. This way, if he underwent lightning therapy with 60 goblins tomorrow, Lightning Arc would be just on the cusp of upgrading to LV5. Otherwise, it would take yet another day for Lightning Arc to level up, and the difference between LV4 and LV5 is a significant 50-point increase. The sooner he levels up, the better. Thus, Leo resolved to venture out of the city once more to harvest another wave of goblins. Along the way, the impatient Bell began to share their gains. "Brother Leo, 2 werewolf chiefs can be exchanged for 2 gold coins, and 15 werewolves can fetch 6 silver coins. They also found 21 silver coins on them, adding in the 6 gold coins and 5 silver coins from those 3 adventurers. That totals," Leo smiled and provided the answer, 11 gold coins and 2 silver coins, plus the 5 gold coins and the property valued at 50 gold coins for Mr. Mario, amounts to a total of 66 gold coins. Nina reminded him, "This does not even account for the trinkets found on the werewolves, which could also be worth a decent sum for the equipment from the 3 adventurers and the werewolves. They had all given those to the merchant Mario, who had easily provided a house in exchange, after initially estimating their haul. The four of them felt quite pleased, their steps lightening, as if they were walking on air. Following a well-practiced routine of lightning therapy, the four returned to the Adventurers Guild in the late afternoon, having harvested another 16 goblins. Sita, upon seeing the werewolf fangs Henry produced, exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Leo, you encountered werewolves again today?" Bell proudly chimed in, "Sita, not just that. We stumbled upon a group of werewolves with 2 werewolf chiefs. Moreover, we also saved a merchant from the City of Stars that I see," Sita said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Leo, lowering her voice to ask Bell, "Mr. Leo must have played a crucial role again, right?" "Indeed, Sita. Let me tell you." Brother Leo unleashed a lightning strike. After hearing Bell's vivid recounting, Sita beamed with delight. Her cheeks flushed as if she had participated in the thrilling adventure alongside Leo. "Miss Sita, the materials, please." Leo gestured towards the materials laid out on the counter as a reminder. Fortunately, there was no queue behind him at that moment, allowing him to refrain from interrupting the excited pair. My apologies, I got carried away," said Sita, hastily placing various trophies from their adventures into the receptacle. After considerable time, she finally retrieved a hefty purse. 46 goblins amounted to 18 silver coins and 4 copper coins. 2 wolfman leaders were worth 2 gold coins, and 15 ordinary wolfmen contributed 6 silver coins, along with beast fangs and assorted trinkets, totaling 5 gold coins and 8 silver coins. Handing the purse to Leo, Sita casually inquired, "Mr. Leo, tomorrow is Sunday. Do you have any plans?" Leo paused, taken aback. "What plans? Are we still clearing out goblins?" Sita tilted her head slightly, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Mr. Leo, Mr. Henry will be attending the church service on Sunday and cannot fulfill his commission outside the city." "Didn't he inform you?" Stunned, Leo turned to Henry. "Is that so?" Henry awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I forgot to mention it. I didn't realize you wouldn't take a break on Sundays." Leo, Sita, with a cheerful demeanor, explained, "Mr. Leo has taken on commissions without rest since October 1 SD, working for 17 consecutive days. Even on the 12th, during that rainy day, he ventured out to clear slimes, only to take an 11-day respite afterward, during which he accepted only precautionary commissions." Noticing the focused gazes of the four upon him, Bell felt somewhat surprised, while Nina wore a playful expression, and Henry smiled. Sita's voice inexplicably softened, and the blush that had just returned to her fair face deepened as she buried her charming, sweet visage in her apricot-colored hair. "Ugh." Clearing his throat to regain the attention of the trio, Leo turned to Bell and Nina. "With Henry absent, what do you generally do on Sundays?" "I usually stroll through the market to unwind," Nina began, but before she could finish, Bell interjected excitedly. "Leo, big brother, will you be going on an adventure tomorrow? Take me along." Nina immediately chimed in, "I'll go too." Although Leo was eager about the prospect of acquiring the LV5 Lightning Arc, he was reluctant to encroach upon their weekend leisure. After all, compelling others to work on the weekend was an utterly unscrupulous act. "Actually, if you feel tired, it's perfectly fine to take a break. I can manage alone. I'm not tired at all." "Not at all." Bell's voice was resolute, as if he were pledging allegiance. "I am not tired either." After a moment's hesitation, Nina ultimately chose the latter option of growing stronger over leisurely shopping. Throughout this exchange, Henry maintained a gentle smile, having confirmed the arrangements for the following day as the four bid farewell to the still flushed Sita. "See you tomorrow, Miss Sita. See you tomorrow, Mr. Leo. Sunday, a significant day for the followers of the sun and the radiant god. On this day, many devout adherents would gather at the St. Anto Church in the town of Shallow Water to partake in the worship service." The church's interior, adorned with simplicity yet exuding solemnity, welcomed worshippers clad in modest robes, heads bowed, hands clasped in prayer. Father Victor, donned in white robes, stood at the forefront, his expression grave as he recited hymns, his voice reverberating throughout the spacious church, imbued with authority and strength in such a solemn atmosphere. The worship service gradually approached its conclusion. The diverse congregation lifted their heads, eyes wide open, as if emerging from a spiritual baptism, their faces reflecting tranquility and contentment. However, Among the three who huddled together, a lingering cloud of gloom hung over their expressions, starkly contrasting with the other believers whose spirits had been purified. They were all new converts, united by a shared reason for their gathering. There were the bereaved families of the victims from the Raindrop family's massacre on a stormy night or the prison break incident. Henry keenly observed this and approached the three, gazing gently at their troubled faces as he inquired, "Ms. Zyra, Mr. Eve, Ms. Carla, are you still unable to forget the pain inflicted by Raindrop?" The middle-aged woman named Zyra offered a bitter smile. "It is not so easy." Mr. Eve wore a forlorn expression. "Since losing Maya, I have felt no moment free of anguish. Even after converting, I find only fleeting solace. Lately, I often wake in the night, only to realize Ms. Carla remains silent." After a moment's contemplation, Henry spoke up. "I recently came across a profound quote that I wish to share with you, hoping it may offer some comfort." Although Zyra held no expectations, she instinctively asked, "What is it?" The soft, melodic voice of the paladin echoed in their ears. "Life is not about waiting for the storm to pass, but learning to dance in the rain." Zyra and Eve were momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to them, the previously silent Carla had tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently touched the droplets and murmured, "Life is not about waiting for the storm to pass, but learning to dance in the rain." To dance in the rain. Beside her, Zyra and Eve's eyes also glistened with unshed tears, and Eve, eager, asked, "Which priest from the church said that? Was it Lord Victor? I would like to speak with him." "If possible." Zyra, too, looked at Henry with hopeful anticipation. Henry, however, bore a peculiar expression. It was not a priest. It was Eve stood and grasped Henry's arm, pressing for answers. "Was it said by a paladin? Or was it you, Henry?" In truth, it was not a member of the church who uttered those words. It was a mage. Henry felt somewhat helpless. "That you're deceiving me. It was you who said it." "Wasn't it?" Eve's grip on Henry's arm tightened unconsciously, that a look of admiration and reverence crossed Henry's face. "No, I truly mean it. The one who spoke those words is my companion, my friend, and my mentor. He is the knight in my heart, which is why he can utter such sentiments." Eve appeared to lose his balance, collapsing weakly into a chair, the golden holy emblem in his hand dimming in brilliance. Trembling, he asked, "Henry, can you tell me his name?" Henry smiled. "His name is Leo." In a dimly lit room, a young man with black hair lounged leisurely on a sofa, stroking a pendant engraved with a skull surrounded by droplets of blood while listening to his subordinate's report. After hearing yesterday's account, he inquired, "Ram, what of the mysterious mage who left behind the number 3? Is there still no news?" The black-haired youth stood before him, a brown-haired young man who appeared quite ordinary, blending seamlessly with the majority of the residents in Shallow Water, the sort of person you could lose in a crowd. This unremarkable young man replied respectfully, "Lord Bloodshadow, there is no information regarding this mage. It is as if he appeared from thin air and vanished just as mysteriously. He may have simply left the number 3 as a casual mark while passing through Shallow Water." Bloodshadow casually asked, "What about the new mage who joined Henry's party? Have you investigated him?" "Could it be him? I have looked into it. From his aura, that mage is at most a mere apprentice, equipped only with a common wooden staff and hand crossbow, lacking even a proper wand. He does not match the profile of that mysterious and powerful mage." Bloodshadow instructed earnestly, "We must locate that enigmatic mage. If we can persuade such a mighty mage to ally with us, our chances of success in the forthcoming ritual will be greatly enhanced." "Understood, Lord Bloodshadow. There is also another matter." "What is it?" A strange emotion flickered across Ram's otherwise impassive face. "We discovered someone named Rowan impersonating us, spreading the faith of the divine among the residents of Shallow Water and soliciting offerings. When we apprehended Rowan, we also captured someone he had deceived." "What of it? Do you truly need to report such trivial matters to me? If we cannot convert them, we simply eliminate them. Is that not obvious?" The Bloodshadow was growing somewhat impatient. The peculiar expression flickered across Rum's face as he added, "The question is, who is this deceived individual? A guard, a lackey of the sun, or perhaps the illegitimate child of some wealthy merchant?" The Bloodshadow inquired with curiosity. "His name is Martin," Rum replied. "Is Martin." The Blood Shadow searched his mind and found that the name Martin was absent from the list of notable individuals in Shallow Water Town. He is the son of Paul, the owner of the Bird Tavern. The Blood Shadow finally grasped the situation. How unfortunate that the son of Paul was tricked by our foolish impostor. Truly a useless creature. Let him return to where he came from and not disturb us. Indeed, be the way. How did we capture him? We haven't revealed ourselves, have we? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Blood Shadow's eyes. Rum explained in detail. Of course, after being deceived by Rowan, Martin took a long time to realize he had been duped. Then, somehow, he found Rowan's address, intending to reclaim the 10 gold coins he had lost. Unfortunately, Rowan gave him a beating, and it was at that moment that our people arrived, conveniently bringing Martin back with them. The Blood Shadow lost all interest in further inquiry and waved his hand dismissively. This fool shouldn't even be allowed to attempt the initiation test. Let him return and torment his father. That on Sunday, the first thing Leo did upon waking was to check the property deed. That deed, worth 50 gold coins, after dinner the previous evening, at Leo's suggestion. The 4 of them had gone to Henry's residence, a 2-story building not far from St. Anto Avenue, to divide the rewards. After all, the total sum amounted to 19 gold coins and 4 silver coins. Along with the 50 gold coin property deed, which was no small fortune and quite conspicuous to distribute in a tavern. With a 3-to-1 advantage, Belle forcibly pushed the property deed and keys given by Mario into Leo's hands. While Henry took 5 gold coins, the remaining 14 gold coins and 4 silver coins were split evenly as usual. Having merely rescued a merchant, Leo's earnings for the day reached 7 gold coins and 2 silver coins, bringing his savings to 18 gold coins, plus the property in Star City valued at 50 gold coins that he had suddenly joined the ranks of those with both a home and savings. Only lacking a carriage. Shaking his head, Leo stepped out of his house. After reuniting with Belle and Nina, they continued their task of clearing goblins in the forest near Hungshi village, although Henry was absent. Belle took on the arduous task of crafting the electrotherapy device, a responsibility Henry had previously managed. After completing 1 session of electrotherapy, Nina went out to scout, while Belle went to assist her. Meanwhile, as Leo meditated alone, he sensed a surge of magical energy approaching. Judging by the concentration and shape of the magic, it was neither Belle nor Nina. He opened his eyes, rose, and grasped his original wooden staff. Directing it toward the source of the magical energy, in the past, whenever monsters approached, Henry would silently drive them away or eliminate them, rarely disturbing Leo during his meditation. However, this time, it was up to him. After a short while, a serpent's head, with its fangs bared, emerged from the underbrush. Leo silently locked eyes with it, raising his staff and constructing a spell model, just as a standard magical essence resides within ordinary individuals. This serpent had also been imbued with magic, slightly surpassing the typical beasts. However, it was only marginally stronger than a lone goblin, and Leo felt no significant concern. The standoff between man and serpent lasted for a minute before the serpent, unable to contain itself, decided to test the waters. Leo silently recited the incantation. Lightning strike, that a flash of lightning erupted, leaving a charred hole in the serpent's head, rendering it a scorched wreck. Leo sat down in resignation. Continuing his meditation, he had initially hoped to conserve some magical energy, but now he would have to spend an additional 10 minutes. Upon returning and seeing the serpent's corpse, Nina and Belle also recognized this fact. Belle waved his hand dismissively. "Nina, you should scout alone from now on. After all, you won't encounter much danger. With Henry absent, I must protect brother Leo." Nina, unusually, did not refute Belle, acquiescing to his words. "Belle, I can manage on my own." Yet, regardless of Nina's reassurances, Belle insisted on safeguarding Leo during his meditation, confirming that Nina's scouting was indeed safe, and thus he yielded to Belle's insistence. As the sun set, the final arc of lightning concluded the lives of 15 goblins. As Leo had anticipated, having electrocuted 61 goblins throughout the day, his arc of lightning finally leveled up. Arc of lightning 45 level 1. Arc of lightning. LV5 level 2. Arc of lightning. LV3 01000. Time and again. Leo remained captivated by the unconventional spell model of LV5. Its wonderfully bizarre logic was utterly enchanting. especially since this was his first level 5 first-tier spell, compared to the level 5 0 tier. Modifying a more complex first-tier spell undoubtedly required greater ingenuity. As for the newly learned second-tier spell, it remained in a familiar, transparent state, although the name of the second-tier arc of lightning remained unchanged. The spell model had undergone significant alterations and had become much more intricate. Unfortunately, the second-tier arc of lightning was still unusable for the time being. On November 3 RD, a Monday, the four gathered. After Nina lured a horde of 15 goblins, Leo decided to test the power of his LV5 arc of lightning. Even though he intentionally controlled where the lightning would strike, numerous currents still coursed through the bodies of the goblins. The goblins, who fell lifelessly to the ground, did not scream as they had in the past. Instead, they lay on the brink of death, with 3 of them already unfortunate enough to have perished. Mage Armor 33 Nina, observing the nearly lifeless goblins, stiffly turned to Leo and asked, "Brother Leo, can we still conduct magical experiments under these circumstances?" Henry, too, was secretly astonished. The lightning Leo unleashed today is clearly a tier stronger than before. It feels beyond the level of a second-tier spell. Could this be the progress achieved from conducting magical experiments? Leo's speed in mastering magic is astounding. Only Belle, brimming with excitement, stepped forward, ready to harvest this group of goblins. "No need for that. Hurry and loot them. I want to test the power of fire magic." Gathering the goblins whose ears have been severed and bone necklaces removed, Leo promptly cast a fireball at them. The engulfing flames consumed the remaining 12 goblins. Small fireball 36 mage armor 12 level 1. Small fireball. LV3 511000. Level 1. Mage armor. LV1 5861000 during the next wave of goblins. Leo returned to his original approach, using the 0-tier spell Lightning Strike. This time, the power was just right and no goblins fell behind. The goblin chain was successfully crafted. The reason Leo's arc of lightning still required the electrotherapy device was simple. He was genuinely ready to begin conducting magical experiments. Soaking the goblins with water from the small pond, he then unleashed a lightning strike upon their legs. Given that a similar scene had transpired just the day before, when his arc of lightning had matched the power of lightning strike, Leo could directly compare the damage caused by lightning in both wet and dry conditions. The soaked goblins were easily paralyzed by the electricity, collapsing to the ground, nearly losing consciousness and unable to move even their hands. Moreover, the skin all over his body visibly darkened to a charred hue. The damage that caused this transformation was merely a minor injury sustained at the leg where lightning had struck directly. When compared to the resultant effects, this damage could be deemed utterly negligible. Even though Leo had deliberately avoided the vital points, after the second casting of Electrocute, the green-skinned goblins had already turned into charred remnants. Before they could withstand the final blow that was meant to obliterate them, the goblins had all perished in haste. Indeed, after being drenched, the effects of the lightning magic had significantly intensified. The paralysis effect was markedly stronger, simultaneously inflicting damage across their bodies. Thus, during that robbery, the wet individuals numbered 3, 6, 9, and 16 fell victim to the Electrocute, becoming lambs for the slaughter as Henry and his companions effortlessly severed their limbs and heads. Although the guild did not sell the water creation spell, according to Henry, water creation was a first-tier holy magic that could not be cast by mages without the aid of divine power. However, Leo's magic trick could conjure a sizable water orb. Given sufficient casting time, he could first hurl a water orb, followed by a now level 5 lightning arc. This combination of water and electricity would likely incapacitate even second-tier foes. Subsequently, Leo refrained from utilizing lightning magic, opting instead for fireball. The fireball proved exceedingly effective against goblins, who tended to cluster together. With his eyes closed, a single cast would decimate a multitude of goblins pursuing Nina. Simultaneously, before unleashing the fireball, he cast Grease and Shield. With this singular fireball, four delightful notifications would flash across his interface. Fireball 39, Mage Armor 39, Grease 39, Shield 39.1 Goblin, Proficiency Level 4 gained, since the previous afternoon. At Nina's insistence, Leo had ceased to cast Grease on her, while she lured enemies, leaving him with precisely half of his magic power after 3 spells. The goblins who had not been incinerated by the flames were left for Henry and his group to deal with. Leo chose not to bind the goblins into skewers for roasting. The fireball had a spherical area of effect. To maximize its level, he could easily encircle the goblins in a larger radius and then target the center with a fireball, slowly roasting them to a golden hue. However, with lightning arc already at maximum level, Leo possessed the most formidable offensive means he could command in a short span of time. The significance of leveling up fireball was minimal. It was wiser to conserve his magic for the life-saving spells Grease and Shield. Regardless, the already level 3 fireball would inevitably surpass the 2 still at level 1 in terms of leveling up. When that time came, the excess proficiency would surely overflow, and Leo would not rush to elevate fireball. He merely directed Nina to adopt a different method of luring, aiming to gather the goblins in a cluster rather than a line. After that, it was as though he had activated a mowing mode. One fireball sent forth would fell a whole swath of goblins, and the interface would promptly echo with 4 notifications. Proficiency surged rapidly, the exhilaration reaching its peak. Throughout the afternoon, the notifications appeared as follows: Fireball 93, Mage Armor 93, Grease 93, Shield 93. Upon returning home that evening, Aiden had already secured a rental property. Leo's possessions were few, and after a hasty arrangement, he bid farewell to the small, dilapidated room he had inhabited for a month, moving into a new abode that could genuinely be described as comfortable. His new home was not far from St. Anto Avenue, nestled within a neighborhood predominantly inhabited by the middle class, with neighbors comprising merchants, craftsmen, and officials. According to Aiden, Captain Kyle resided next door. Leo's new room was considerably larger than before, even boasting more complete furnishings than the former shabby dwelling. After settling in, just as he prepared to retire for the night, a knock resounded at the door. "Leo, Captain Kyle is looking for you," Aiden's voice called from outside the room. Leo opened the door and stepped out to find the burly Captain Kyle seated in the living room. Upon seeing Leo, Kyle immediately stood, revealing a sincere smile. "It has been quite some time, Mr. Leo." "Indeed, Captain Kyle. What brings you to seek me?" "The Baron wishes to see you, What could the Baron want with him?" The specifics were unclear, but it was likely a matter of good fortune. With that thought, Leo's apprehension began to dissipate. He followed Kyle to the Baron's estate, where a guard peered through a small window. Upon recognizing Kyle, he promptly opened the door for the two of them. An elderly gentleman resembling a butler awaited them at the entrance, slightly bowing to Leo. "Good evening, Mr. Leo. I am Sir Javier, the Baron's steward. The Baron has been anticipating your arrival. Please follow me." "Sir Javier, what does the Baron require of me?" Javier revealed a mysterious smile. "You shall find out upon your arrival. It is something favorable." Leo chose not to inquire further. Kyle stepped back, and Javier led the way, with Leo dutifully following behind him. The grand entrance of the Baron's estate was fashioned from thick oak. Upon entering, pushing open the door to the left revealed a spacious reception room, illuminated by the flickering flames of the fireplace and the glow of candles. The reception room was adorned with tapestries and weaponry, while a thick carpet covered the floor. Baron Chris, with his golden locks, sat comfortably on a sofa before the fireplace, donned in an exquisite silk shirt. Upon spotting Leo, he beamed a radiant smile. "Mr. Leo, you have arrived." Leo could not help but think that this gentleman was likely quite popular among the ladies of Shallow Watertown. He inclined his head slightly. "Baron, you may call me Chris. Please, make yourself comfortable." Chris gestured toward the sofa in front of him, appearing remarkably casual. Leo settled onto the sofa, puzzled. "Baron Chris, may I inquire as to why you sought me?" Chris chuckled softly and replied, "Mr. Leo, do you recall when I asked if you could intervene if you discovered followers of Bazel? Has your answer changed?" "Of course not. If I can bring those cultists to justice, I would be more than willing." Leo spoke sincerely, albeit only if you were capable of confronting them. Chris clapped his hands. "I knew I had not misjudged you, Mr. Leo. As I mentioned earlier, I will prepare a reward that will satisfy you. Here, take this." That he produced a beautifully bound book, sliding it toward Leo. The intricate patterns on the book's cover resembled an ancient combination of magical runes, delicate and mysterious, as if every line contained latent magical power. The golden edges shimmering softly in the candlelight, Observing this evidently extraordinary tome, Leo inquired, "What is this?" "This is a record of magical principles. Are you familiar with the magic of shaping?" Chris replied with a cryptic smile. "No way. Is this a case of someone delivering a pillow when one is sleepy?" Leo felt a surge of excitement. "Is it the magical principle that allows the creation of safe pockets within the range of magical attacks?" Chris paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "It seems I have overstepped. Mr. Leo, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, you have not yet mastered this principle. This is an advance payment for you. Mr. Leo, do open it and take a look." Leo began to leaf through the book, the soft rustle of pages filling the tranquil room. The pages appear to be crafted from a resilient leather, each one thick and smooth, with clear, legible text illuminated by the flickering candlelight, exuding an aura of mystery. The overall quality radiated an unmistakable scent of wealth. After a brief perusal, Leo, a level 1 wild mage, confirmed without a doubt that this was indeed the magic of shaping, that a spell that could not be purchased by Mario, valued between 100 to 300 gold coins. Baron Chris had undoubtedly gifted him a tremendous boon. "Baron Chris, is this truly a gift for me?" Leo's heart raced slightly at the thought of receiving such a magical principle without having done anything in return. Chris smiled. "Of course, I procured this specifically for you from the City of Stars. To ensure that you may wield lightning magic without restraint, we have caught the trail of those cultists, and we will soon commence their eradication. When the time comes, we will have to rely on your magic." "Mr. Leo," Leo raised the edged book in his hand. "Baron Chris, is such a precious arcane secret truly bestowed upon me merely for participating in the eradication of cultists?" Chris's expression turned grave. The foes of Shallow Water Town are not limited to Bazel's followers. There is also the Droplet family. The Bazel cultists of Shallow Water Town have been purged once before, and the current group has yet to establish a foothold here. In contrast, the Droplet family has operated here for decades, making them far more challenging to eliminate. Although I have temporarily lured that group away to the City of Stars, there are undoubtedly remnants of their power still lurking in Shallow Water Town. Furthermore, should the Droplet family return from the City of Stars, it could incite even greater turmoil that I hope that you, Mr. Leo, will be able to intervene when that time comes out of course. Leo replied, without hesitation, "The Droplet family has claimed more lives in Shallow Water Town than those deranged cultists worshipping the god of murder. And he had personally dispatched 6 of their first-tier members. If the opportunity arose to eradicate them completely, it would be nothing short of ideal." Chris revealed a relieved smile. "I knew you would agree." "Mr. Leo," Leo casually inquired, "Baron Chris, are you not concerned that I might abscond with the arcane secret?" After all, he had yet to make any commitments, and should he choose to flee, Chris could very well suffer a loss. Chris smiled confidently. "I trust that you, Mr. Leo, would not act in such a manner." After a moment of silence, Leo spoke. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chris fully understood. Indeed, no mage can remain composed in the presence of arcane secrets. "Farewell, Mr. Leo. Farewell, Baron Chris." Upon exiting the Baron's estate, Leo hastened home, eagerly perusing the edged tome detailing the intricacies of magical shaping. After 2 hours of meticulous reading, he had mastered the arcane secret that it appeared simple, yet was remarkably clever. He wondered who had conceived it. However, that mattered little to Leo. It sufficed that it was effective. He placed this arcane secret alongside the magical manuscript given by Roland, intending to carry it with him at all times. On November 14th, Leo and his companions made their usual journey to the northern village of Aba to cleanse it of goblins. As Leo dealt with a horde of goblins and prepared to replenish his magical energy, the vigilant Nina alerted the trio. "A first-tier ogre is approaching." "Leo, Henry, should we engage?" "Absolutely," Bell exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he brandished his sword, since Leo had ceased using electric shocks on the goblins. A single fire spell had become sufficient to annihilate them all, leaving Henry and Bell to merely observe and assist in tidying up the battlefield. Previously, they had been able to engage with the goblins, but now they found themselves in a state of utter idleness. Over the course of the day, Bell had only made a single strike, and that was when he had accompanied Nina and casually dispatched a python. Before he could draw his sword against the approaching goblins, Leo had obliterated them with a fire spell. Now, with a first-tier ogre finally in sight, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Henry turned to Leo. "Leo, shall we engage? Are you three capable of handling this?" With nearly half of his magical energy remaining, Leo was reluctant to expend it unnecessarily. Bell, sword in hand, thumped his chest with his left hand and declared, "Taking down an ogre will be a piece of cake." Henry and Nina nodded in agreement. "Then I shall leave it to you," Leo decided. "All right." Henry unsheathed his longsword, raising his shield to the forefront. Nina also knocked an arrow. "No problem. You need not intervene." "Leo, just leave it to us." Leo raised his initial wooden staff and stepped aside, ready to assist with lightning magic at a moment's notice. Having learned the art of magical shaping, his spells no longer posed a threat to his allies. Wherever the enemies appeared, he could direct his magic accordingly. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed as a 3-meter-tall behemoth emerged from the foliage. The ogre was immensely robust, clad in garments fashioned from animal hides. Wielding a colossal club that appeared to be crafted from an uprooted tree, adorned with sharp stone blades and iron nails. Upon sighting the four humans, the ogre bared its sharp fangs and bellowed as it charged towards them. Nina swiftly loosed 2 arrows. The first was swatted away by the ogre's club, while the second found its mark in the creature's knee. The ogre stumbled slightly, but maintained its balance, lunging towards Henry, raising its club for a devastating strike. Should that blow land, even goblins would be reduced to mere pulp. Even with a shield, Henry opted not to take the hit head-on. Instead, he relied on his agility to evade the ogre's assault. Nina fired 2 more arrows. The whistling projectiles aimed directly at the ogre's eyes. However, this was merely a distraction, as the ogre's free hand deflected the arrows, leaving it vulnerable to other attacks, seizing the fleeting opportunity. Bell darted out from beside Henry, taking advantage of the ogre's exhaustion from swinging its club and its distraction from blocking arrows. He delivered 2 swift slashes to the knee that had been struck by the arrows. With a roar of defiance, the ogre's left leg was severed, causing it to topple forward, unable to maintain its balance. Henry had long been prepared with his holy magic. He intoned an incantation, leaping high into the air. His raised sword enveloped in a faint luminescence. Sacred slash. The longsword descended upon the downed ogre's neck, cleaving its head from its body, which rolled away. Without exaggeration, the first-tier ogre was dispatched with remarkable ease through the trio's seamless cooperation. Leo dispelled the magical constructs he had prepared and applauded. A flawless collaboration. From the moment he had encountered Henry and the others by the shores of Starmoon Lake, he had sensed their synergy as a team. Even with all 3 now having advanced to first-tier status, their coordination remained impressively fluid, likely honed through years of practice. The trio, having received praise, beamed with joy. Bell's face radiated pride. Nina's eyes sparkled with delight. And Henry's smile carried a hint of excitement. On November 5th afternoon, in the forest near ABA Village, with a single fireball, Leo incinerated 15 goblins, prompting 4 notifications on his interface. Simultaneously, mage armor leveled up among these alerts. Fireball 45, mage armor 45, oil underfoot 45, shielding spell 45 first tier. Mage armor. LV2, 61,000. Bell charged forward with his sword, surveying the fallen goblins, embodying the essence of bewilderment. Muttering under his breath, "Leo, at least leave me one." Henry shared a similar sense of exasperation. Over the past 2 days, he and Bell had only engaged in combat once, that being against the ogre that appeared after Leo had eliminated the goblins. Most of the goblins had been incinerated by Leo's fire magic. If this continued, they might as well return to conducting magical experiments, where at least he and Bell would have tasks to perform, such as striking goblins or chopping wood, thereby alleviating their boredom. Noticing the glum expressions on the 2, Leo offered an awkward smile, assuring them, Soon there will be more," as Henry and Bell began to clear the battlefield. Nina, capable of drawing enemies with her archery and playing tag with the goblins in the woods, did not seem bored at all. She excitedly asked, "Leo, there are hardly any goblins left around. Should we consider changing locations?" Liao retrieved the rudimentary map provided by Tors. The quest to cleanse the goblins in Hengshi Village to the north and in the vicinity of ABA Village had already been completed. leaving only the southern Valo village. Venturing south at this moment seemed rather imprudent, as it was likely that by the time they arrived at Valo village, dusk would have already fallen. Additionally, the goblin gathering place was teeming with goblins, making it an unsuitable destination for the present time. Is there anything suitable nearby? Liao pondered. We're quite close to the last slime gathering point, aren't we? Perhaps we should explore the ruins, Liao proposed. Ruins? What ruins? At such moments, Belle's ears were always particularly sharp. Follow me. Guided by the map, Liao led the trio back to the desolate remnants, where crumbling walls and various wooden structures still lay piled, showing little change since their last visit. At that time, in order to prevent unforeseen events, he had nearly filled his stock of fire arrows and had only circled the perimeter of the ruins to clear a few slimes. Without stepping foot into the ruins themselves, now, a number of new slimes had begun to frolic around the outskirts of the ruins. Gazing at the ruins, adorned with clusters of blue orbs, Belle felt a twinge of disappointment and sheathed his drawn sword. Liao, the ruins you mentioned, this can't possibly be it, can it? Indeed, why? Liao replied, but it's just a bunch of slimes. I could easily dispatch them with a single strike. Observing Belle's crestfallen demeanor, Liao encouraged him. Do you remember the stone windmill occupied by that cultist? That was a location where slimes congregated. Perhaps here as well. Belle drew his sword once more and assumed a combat stance. Liao, what should we do? Liao found himself both amused and exasperated. First, let us clear this horde of slimes. For 3 level 1 adventurers, the bouncing blue orbs posed no threat whatsoever. Even without Liao lifting a finger, the slimes were swiftly eradicated by the trio. Liao, what about the cultists? Belle inquired eagerly. Let us search for any nearby basements or similar hideouts, as they tend to favor such locations. Of course, Liao held no high hopes, as their visit was merely a diversion before sunset, and they had been unable to locate any living goblin parties nearby. All right, Belle, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, scanning the surroundings with utmost seriousness, occasionally crouching to listen if the stones beneath were hollow. Just as the four were about to thoroughly explore the ruins, with Belle's patience wearing thin, he kicked a stone that displeased him. To his surprise, the stone shattered, revealing a descending stone staircase, with half of his body buried in the rubble. Only his upper half visible, Belle exclaimed, Liao, I found something. To Liao's astonishment, there truly was a basement. The previously relaxed expressions of Henry and Nina suddenly turned serious. And oh way, could there really be cultists? Henry asked. Liao, what do we do? Surely we can't be that unlucky to encounter cultists again. Liao silently lamented his fortune. However, he assessed his 12 standard mana and glanced at his level 5 lightning arc, feeling reassured by the level 2 mage armor and his escape and shield skills. If cultists were indeed present, he was ready to treat them to a delightful combination of water and electricity. That said, caution was paramount. Wait a moment. I'll cast a spell to scout ahead. Liao raised his initial wooden staff and murmured the incantation. Minor magic, an almost invisible hand materialized before Liao. He had experimented previously, discovering that magic tricks or minor magic could conjure a magical hand akin to mage hand. Moreover, since his minor magic had reached level 3, it represented an enhanced version of first-tier magic. The magical hand could operate over greater distances and perform more intricate actions than the 0-tier mage hand, which could barely open doors or pour liquids. His magical hand could even perform simple tricks, such as making coins disappear between his fingers. Truly the perfect magical assistant. Liao did not rush to manipulate the magical hand, but instead casually picked up a stone and repeated the incantation. Light spell, 0 tier. Level 4. 98,100. With the magical hand holding the brilliantly glowing stone, Liao ventured towards the basement. At the staircase's end stood a wooden door, its hinges rusted and decrepit. The nearly invisible magical hand pushed open the door, and after a series of grating sounds, deftly tossed the glowing stone inside. The modest space was illuminated by the light spell, revealing its contents in detail. At the center of the basement lay a stone pedestal on which rested a dusty black-covered tome, clearly a prized possession. Beside the stone pedestal, a plain coffin rested. The sound of scurrying echoed as Liao adjusted the magical hand's view. Spotting a few mice hastily fleeing from the light, disappearing into a small hole, as he maneuvered the magical hand closer. He sensed a faint trace of mana emanating from the coffin, though it was not particularly strong. Akin to that of a goblin, to be safe, he informed the others, "There are no cultists in the basement, just a book in a coffin that I'm going to retrieve the book now. Let's keep our distance." Aside from Liao, Henry and the others could only perceive the intense light beyond the wooden door, unable to discern anything else. Liao, Henry, and Nina retreated from the ruins, while Belle, still fixated on the basement, was pulled away by Henry. Once Liao halted at the magical hand's maximum range, he motioned for Henry and the others to step back further. Standing outside the ruins, he guided the magical hand closer to the black tome resting on the pedestal and then swiftly made his escape. Whether it was due to a lack of awareness of the living presence or the magical hand's remarkable speed, the coffin merely trembled slightly as the hand snatched the book and made a hasty retreat. Just as the coffin lid was lifted, a skeleton, its eyes glowing faintly, attempted to rise but instinctively shielded its eyes from the blinding light. After a moment of contemplation, it chose to spare itself. The skeleton reclined back, replaced the lid of the coffin, and resumed its slumber. The basement returned to its silence, with only the stone continuing to emit a glaring white light. Before long, the three outside the ruins witnessed the black-covered book soaring towards them, still held by the magical hand. "Did you get it?" Belle exclaimed excitedly. "What is it?" "Liao, let me see." Liao tossed the book to Belle while directing the magical hand to return to the basement for further observation. The wooden door remained unchanged as the magical hand pushed it slightly ajar, slipping inside. Within the brilliantly lit basement, the coffin lay undisturbed, showing no signs of having been opened. After a brief wait, as the magical hand dissipated, no further changes occurred in the basement, nor did any monstrous entities emerge, allowing Liao to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Belle examined the book. He marveled. "Liao, this tome appears to document a spell." "What kind of spell?" Liao inquired with curiosity. "Someone familiar?" Belle's voice held a hint of uncertainty. "Have any of you heard of such magic?" Henry, Nina, and Belle all shook their heads in unison. "Let me take a look." Accepting the black tome from Belle, Liao scrutinized it closely. The handwriting was somewhat chaotic, yet still legible. October 1 SD. After failing 21 times, I finally succeeded in summoning my familiar. The first appearance was not quite satisfactory. However, after redoing the ritual, I did not summon a new familiar, but rather had the opportunity to choose a new form for my original familiar. After the reselection, it was much improved, aside from being a bit small. It resembled my dream companion perfectly. I bestowed upon her a melodious name, which I chose to be Ayla on the 3rd of October. Ayla gained the ability to act independently of me, yet she would unfailingly adhere to my commands. Within a radius of 40 meters from me, I could also engage in a telepathic dialogue with Ayla. How I wish that this distance could be boundless. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I shall not permit Ayla to stray too far from my side. On the 7th of October, I was astounded to discover that I could switch my visual and auditory senses to Ayla's perception. The experience of inhabiting Ayla's form was utterly marvelous. Alas, during this time, my own senses faded away. If only I could experience both simultaneously, but on the 14th of October, Ayla made the ultimate sacrifice to protect me, falling victim to thieves, leaving no trace of her existence behind. Fortunately, I performed the ritual once more, and Ayla returned, her memories intact, which filled me with immense relief that on the 15th of October, I realized that I could set a temporary action to dismiss Ayla, allowing her to enter a small dimension and await my summons anew. Yet, how could I bear to leave Ayla alone in that diminutive realm? I invoked the action to bring her back. On the 21st of October, in the twilight of life, with Ayla's companionship, I found myself devoid of loneliness. Rather, I perceived this as the most joyous chapter of my existence. If only I had encountered Ayla sooner. I hope that you, dear reader, will also treat your own Ayla, crossed out, magical companion, crossed out, partner with kindness. The subsequent pages detail the materials for this summoning ritual, the spell model, and the casting process. Indeed, I have recorded a magic capable of summoning a magical companion. This tome, bound in black leather, is likely the diary of the coffin's master. Upon finishing the diary, Leo not only discerned the origins of this black tome, but also gained a comprehensive understanding of the characteristics of the Summon Magical Companion spell. At that moment, Summon Magical Companion also registered directly on Leo's proficiency panel. First tier, Summon Magical Companion, LV1, 01000. Do you need this magic? Leo inquired. Having read the diary, Nina was already in tears, while Belle appeared somewhat disinterested, and Henry showed a flicker of intrigue. Henry was the first to speak. If possible, I would like to give it a try. However, I must wait until I break through to the second tier to employ such a first-tier spell. Nina wiped her tears. I want it too, but alas, I must also wait for the second tier, and no worries, I have already noted it down. I will teach you when the time comes that I shall return this diary now. Since he had already learned the magic recorded in the diary, he found little use for the tome itself. Nina nodded fervently, while Belle was only interested in the stories within the diary. And Henry appeared quite astonished. So soon? Is it fast? Leo instinctively retorted. Henry fell silent. It was indeed a foolish notion for a paladin to compare his speed of learning magic to that of a mage. Leo manipulated the magical hand to return the black-covered diary, and he also placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums by the coffin, bringing forth a stone imbued with light to illuminate the surroundings. The basement restored to its original state, Leo blocked the entrance with a large stone, allowing it to await the next fated visitor in tranquility. Let us depart. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, Belle excitedly recounted the wondrous experiences in the ruins to Sidda. What kind of magical companion does Mr. Leo have? Sidda inquired with uncontainable curiosity. I will bring it tomorrow. Sidda beamed with delight. That would be splendid. Until tomorrow, Miss Sidda. Until tomorrow, Mr. Leo, as she watched Leo's retreating figure. Sidda rested her chin on her hand, already anticipating the following day. After dinner, having purchased some materials, Leo returned home, eagerly preparing to summon a magical companion. He constructed the spell model, placing the charcoal, incense, and herbs in a brass basin to burn to ashes, and then waited in silence. 1 hour later, a radiant light flickered before Leo, and from it emerged a magical sprite with golden hair, donned in a flowing blue and white gown, her features exquisitely delicate. Her long, gossamer-like skirt transformed into shimmering wings and alighted upon Leo's palm, bowing respectfully as she spoke. Greetings, my master. No need for such formality. You may simply call me Leo from this day forth. Your name shall be Delegate. Leo was not inclined to have the Ice Queen address him as master, despite her likely lack of ice magic. The magical sprite Dell expressed her delight. Leo? I adore this name. Henceforth, I shall be Dell of Leo. Leo attempted to communicate with Dell through thought, finding it remarkably seamless. Dell, it seems you possess magical power as well. Can you cast my spells? Dell's voice echoed in Leo's mind. Indeed, Leo. My magical capacity is 1/3 of yours, enabling me to cast 4 0-tier spells, including prestidigitation, shock, fire, arrow, and light. The Ice Queen in her blue and white gown commanded fire and lightning magic, yet curiously lacked ice magic. An amusing turn of events. She likely could not sing Let It Go while constructing a castle that used prestidigitation to conjure the largest possible water sphere. Certainly, Leo. Dell chanted the incantation, and a colossal water sphere coalesced from thin air. Leo was certain that such a large sphere could only be produced through a LV5 version of prestidigitation. It appeared that Dell had mastered the LV5 versions of all her 0-tier spells. A most fortuitous revelation. This meant that in the future, he could have Dell cast a water sphere to soak their enemies while he unleashed lightning, enabling a water-electricity combination technique to be executed in an instant. Was Dell not a tad overpowered? Dell, is there any way for you to cast first-tier magic? Leo began to feel greedy. While I cannot cast first-tier magic myself, if you construct the spell model and infuse it with magical energy, I could then channel the magic and cast it out a mobile cannon. What is the range of this transfer? It is approximately the same as our telepathic distance in other words, he could extend his casting range by an additional 40 meters. Was Dell not exceedingly formidable? While Leo had already grasped some of the characteristics of Summon Magical Companion, he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Dell, Aside from those 4 spells, do you know any others? Leo continued to indulge his curiosity. I possess 2 additional spells. One called True Heart Vision, which allows me to perceive the emotional state of a creature I touch, with a chance of discerning its morality. The other spell grants me invisibility. Can I learn them? Leo's face was filled with longing. It should be noted that invisibility was a 2nd-tier spell. If he could learn it, that would be a tremendous leap. I apologize, Leo, but these 2 spells are innate to my race, and you cannot learn them. Dell shook her head, her golden hair flowing behind her. Alas, while Dell could effortlessly master her own magic, Leo could not acquire hers. It felt so unjust. Leo mused, nearly laughing in disbelief. What about the roll-in meditation technique? I can perform the roll-in meditation technique as well. Consider the magical energy expended to cast a 0-tier spell as a standard unit of magic. Try to discern how long it takes to recover a standard unit of magic. Very well, Leo. Dell settled upon Leo's palm. Leo opened the window and glanced at the church clock when Dell opened her eyes again. Precisely 10 minutes had elapsed. Thus, Dell's mastery of the meditation technique was also at the LV5 level. Dell, can you cultivate on your own? Dell shook her head. No, my magical capacity remains at 1/3 of my master's. So, I possess 15 standard units of magic, and your magical capacity will increase by 1, reaching 5 standard units? Dell nodded. That was acceptable. After all, he cultivated an accelerated pace. However, the coffin's master had recorded 21 days of diary entries without mentioning these numerous traits. How did Dell know them all upon inquiry? Isn't this little sprite, Dale, somewhat different? She seems to possess a rather elevated intellect. Dale, let me attempt to switch to your perspective. All right. In an instant, the Dale sprite vanished, replaced by a black-haired giant with closed eyes. So, this is your viewpoint, Dale? Leo felt a sense of novelty. Indeed, yes, he observed. He suddenly realized something was amiss. He appeared to be an ordinary human. Although Leo consciously restrained his own magical power, he could always sense its presence. Yet he had never observed himself through another's eyes. From his perspective, he looked no different from an untrained commoner. Henry, Belle, and Nina all exhibited distinct magical fluctuations and presence, indicating their 1st-tier status. However, should someone encounter him for the first time, they would likely perceive him as an ordinary civilian, hardly considering the notion of a wizard. Dale, does my magical aura now resemble that of an average person? Yes, Leo. Your skill in concealing your magic is quite impressive. Upon reverting to his own senses, Leo noticed a significant magical fluctuation emanating from the Dale sprite. Dale, why not try to restrain your magical energy as I do? Perhaps due to Dale being Leo's magical companion. The sprite obediently complied, effortlessly adopting Leo's restrained magical appearance. Dale, from now on, maintain this guise. All right, the world can be perilous. It's best not to let others know the extent of your power. Leo admonished earnestly. Understood, Leo. He continued. Next, I will cast a spell. See if you can detect my magical fluctuations. All right. The Dale sprite widened her eyes, striving to miss no detail. Leo silently recited an incantation, casting mage armor upon himself. Observing intently, Dale responded earnestly. There was only a slight fluctuation. If it weren't for you, Leo, I would think it was an apprentice casting a spell. It dawned on him that he had always appeared as an ordinary person. No wonder others frequently assessed his strength based on the potency of his magic. Given this, it made perfect sense that Leo, whose magical power evidently surpassed that of his peers, was regarded as a higher-tier wizard. Realizing this, Leo gazed at Dale's sparkling eyes and curiously inquired, Dale, do you require food and sleep? The Dale sprite beamed. I can forego eating and sleeping as long as there's magic. Then could you please keep watch while I sleep? Of course, my master. Dale replied without hesitation. Leo lay down on his bed, and the Dale sprite floated over, resting on his chest. Dale, why are you lying on me? The Dale sprite squinted. Leo, the sound of your heartbeat is delightful, and your sin is pleasant. Rest assured, once you fall asleep, I shall keep watch. For now, let me rest a moment. Leo paid little mind, quickly drifting into slumber, as he had already equipped his home with bells on the doors and windows. Should anyone intrude, he would awaken immediately. Likewise, Aiden had made similar preparations. As Dale sensed Leo's slumber, she inhaled deeply the fragrance emanating from him before reluctantly rising to vigilantly keep watch. November 16th, dawn. Upon awakening, Leo was greeted by the sight of the Dale sprite fluttering toward him with an expression of delight, gently landing in his palm. "Leo, you're awake. Good morning." "Good morning, Dale." Leo cast mage armor upon himself and employed minor magic to tidy up himself and Dale before stepping outside and on his way to the guild. He noticed a middle-aged man staring intently at his shoulder, unable to tear his gaze away, even turning back to look after passing. How could one describe that sensation? It was akin to encountering a generous and splendid beauty in the streets of a different world. Leo realized just how captivating the beautiful sprite perched on his shoulder, donned in a blue and white flowing dress with flowing golden hair, truly was, especially since he himself was clad in the most ordinary attire of a novice adventurer, equipped only with a simple wooden staff, a dagger, and a backpack. The only seemingly valuable item was the crossbow. With a resigned tone, Leo remarked, "Dale, you're too conspicuous. Please stay in my pocket for a while, and I'll let you out once we're outside the city." "All right, Leo." Dale obediently nestled into the pocket on Leo's left side, her head peeking out, which made things much easier. Through the open pocket, Dale curiously observed the world around her. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Henry and the others were already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, Nina was the first to notice the sprite in Leo's pocket, instinctively leaning closer, the two exchanging glances through the fabric. "Brother Leo, how is your magical companion so beautiful?" "Just lucky, I suppose. Can I also have such a lovely magical companion?" "You should be able to. Let's go inside first." Adventurers nearby began to glance over with curiosity, prompting Leo to hastily step into the guild. "Good morning, Mr. Leo." Seated at the counter looked curiously at Leo's chest, where a small head peeked from the pocket, equally intrigued by the receptionist before her. "Good morning, Miss Sita." Sita hesitated. "Is this your magical companion, Mr. Leo? A sprite?" The four gathered at the counter, and Leo allowed Dale to emerge. "Yes, she's a sprite named Dale." "Dale, this is Miss Sita, Miss Nina, Mr. Henry, and Mr. Bell." Dale, perched elegantly in Leo's hand, gracefully bowed. "Hello, I am Dale." "Wow, so beautiful, and that outfit is lovely." Nina was utterly captivated by Dale. Sita smiled and remarked, "Leo, your sprite can speak the common tongue. Her intellect is remarkable, and she's indeed quite stunning." Dale politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Sita added, "Moreover, the sprite seems to compliment Mr. Leo splendidly." "Why is that?" Leo inquired with curiosity. Sita explained, "Sprites possess an innate ability to sense the morality of beings. They are highly sensitive to good and evil. Thus, they tend to favor benevolent creatures. And since you are so kind, Mr. Leo, Dale must surely adore you." Dale twirled around in Leo's hand, her sparkling skirt fluttering. Dale loves Leo the most. "He smells good and sounds nice." "Sita, you are quite knowledgeable," Leo remarked, observing Henry's similarly astonished expression that, "Oh, not really. I've just read a bit more," Sita said, blushing slightly. "Can a receptionist at the Adventurers Guild read so many books?" "Books are rather expensive. After all," as more people began to gather behind them, Leo chose not to linger in conversation and returned Dale to his pocket. "Miss Sita, we would like to accept the Goblin Clearing Commission for Valo Village." "Certainly, I will register it for you. Wishing you a safe return, Mr. Leo." Watching Leo depart, a smile crept on Sita's lips. Mr. Leo is truly a person full of surprises. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Nina closely followed Leo until they exited the city, her gaze fixated on the Dale sprite in his pocket. Once outside the city, Leo permitted Dale to play with Nina. Belle, initially indifferent to the pretty sprite, casually asked, "Brother Leo, can Dale fight?" Leo pondered for a moment and unexpectedly recognized a similarity between a past version of himself and Dale. "Do you remember the 4 first-tier thieves we encountered during the water drop incident? If Dale were to take my place, she could accomplish the same feats." From that moment on, another individual began to gravitate toward Dale. Leo chuckled softly. After walking for a while, the group found a grassy area to enjoy the buttered pineapple buns that Leo had seasoned using minor magic. In this moment, both Nina and Belle ceased their attention on Dale, focusing instead on their breakfast. Dale watched the two with wide-eyed curiosity as they devoured their meal. Upon this, Nina reluctantly shared a portion of her pineapple bun, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she offered it to her. Dale, have a taste. If you desire more, simply ask your master. I have none left. Dale sampled the morsel that slipped from Nina's hand, resting her chin on her palm and exclaiming with delight, "This is utterly delicious." "Dale, aren't you supposed to refrain from eating?" Leo inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yet it was clear that Dale's spirits soared in the presence of delectable food. She fluttered her large eyes, gazing at Leo with a pitiful expression. "Leo, my master, you will ensure that Dale is well fed, won't you?" Leo chuckled softly and broke off a piece of the pineapple bun for her. Instantly, Dale's face lit up with joy as she perched on Leo's shoulder, swinging her little legs while nibbling on the treat. After finishing breakfast, it was time for the hunt against the goblins. This time, when Nina lured the goblins, Leo decided to experiment with his transfer magic that he first transmitted Grease, followed by Shield, both spells successfully reaching Dale. Grease increased by 3, and Shield also increased by 3. This indicated that as long as the magic was constructed by him, even if transferred to Dale, it could enhance proficiency. With this realization, Leo confidently transmitted Fireball as well. Under the influence of their mental connection, the fireball released by the little sprite Dale struck the goblin horde accurately, proving indistinguishable from Leo's own casting. 4 notifications appeared on the panel. Fireball increased by 42, Summon Familiar increased by 42. Grease increased by 42, and Shield increased by 42, while the number of notifications remained unchanged. The content did shift, with Mage Armor absent and Summon Familiar present. Initially, Leo had thought of himself and Dale as a single entity, believing that as long as he had Mage Armor, Dale would gain proficiency from defeating monsters. It now appeared that this was not the case. From this deduction, even if Dale could cast Fireball herself, it might not contribute to her proficiency, which was somewhat disappointing. However, after witnessing Dale's sprite execute the same fire magic as Leo, Belle's doubts about Dale's abilities vanished, treating her as if she were second Leo. Nina, already on good terms with Dale, applauded and exclaimed, "Dale, you are amazing." Dale bashfully patted her head and replied, "It's all thanks to Leo." Subsequently, Leo cast Mage Armor on Dale, increasing the notifications to 5 in the afternoon. As Dale dispatched 15 goblins with a single fireball, Grease also leveled up. Grease increased by 45, and it transformed into Dash. LV2, 431,000. Curiously, after upgrading, the name on the panel changed to Dash. Originally, Grease was a fleeing spell for mages. Perhaps it was because Leo had never used it to escape, always employing it in the opposite manner. This might have altered the perception of the spell in the panel or in Leo's subjective consciousness. Hence the name change upon leveling up. Upon returning to Shallow Water Town in the evening, Captain Kyle awaited them at the city gate, leading the 4 to a secluded corner. "Mr. Leo, we have located the cultists' whereabouts. Tonight, we will commence the purge of the cultists. Gather at 21 Capuli Street at 8 o'clock. Understood?" Belle, brimming with excitement, quietly asked, "Are we going to?" Kyle nodded, and Belle visibly perked up. He had longed to take down those cultists, but had yet to find an opportunity. After confirming the message was conveyed, Kyle hurriedly departed. Leo spoke up, "Let us go. I must return swiftly to prepare." After completing their commission, the 4 hastily dined at the Bode restaurant before dispersing. Upon arriving home, Leo inquired of the little sprite Dale, "Dale, can you conjure a glowing paintball of what I currently envision using prestidigitation?" The only known information was that the second-tier evil priest possessed invisibility. Leo had learned that this spell not only rendered the target invisible, but also concealed any clothing and items on their person. Any attack, being attacked, or casting a spell would break the invisibility effect. This implied that as long as items were not kept on the target, they would become visible. Theoretically, if you were to use prestidigitation to splatter a glowing paintball on the evil priest, even if the priest were invisible, the paint that dripped to the ground would reveal his location. Dale shook her head in response, saying, "I need to see it in practice first. Allow me to demonstrate." Leo retrieved a wooden bucket and murmured the incantation, prestidigitation. Within the dimly lit room, a glowing green paintball materialized from thin air and subsequently fell into the bucket. Dale, witnessing this, was taken aback. What is this? It can glow in the dark? This is glowing paint, Dale. Can you replicate this effect? Dale examined it, touched the glowing paint in the bucket, and confidently replied, "No problem." She then effortlessly reproduced the effect, matching Leo's performance perfectly. Next, Leo cast light twice more, just in case. Light increased by 2, light, 0 tier. LV5, first tier, luminosity. LV3, 01000. After replenishing his mana and placing Dale in his pocket, Leo exited his home and made his way to Capuli Street. Capuli Street was an unremarkable area near the old town, making the gathering quite discreet. Upon arriving at 21, Leo knocked on the door, which was opened by Captain Kyle. "Leo, you've arrived. Come in. Henry and the others are already here." Once inside, Leo discovered that the interior of the house had been transformed into a spacious conference hall with a moderate number of individuals present, primarily divided into 4 groups. First, there were the guards led by Captain Frank. Second, Baron Chris and his personal bodyguard. Third, the church's paladins and priests led by Duncan. And finally, in a corner, were Henry and his companions. Leo sensed 7 second-tier individuals among them. Victor was also present, but was not with Duncan. Instead, he mingled with Henry's group. The AS time had not yet arrived. Everyone engaged in casual conversation and familiarization. Upon spotting Leo, Victor's eyes lit up, and he waved eagerly. "Leo, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you." Seeing Victor's enthusiasm, several individuals cast surprised glances at Leo, who appeared to be an unremarkable novice adventurer, wondering if he was a relative of Victor's. Under the subtle hints from Frank, Chris, and Duncan, they soon realized that this seemingly ordinary adventurer was anything but simple. Leo approached Henry's group and greeted them before casually asking, "Mr. Victor, is no one from the Adventurers Guild joining us for this operation? They are more loosely managed and primarily handle matters outside the town, generally refraining from participating in actions that require discretion." After some small talk, Baron Chris pulled out his pocket watch, glancing at the time. Just as it struck 8, he prepared to speak that a young man entered. Holding a staff and clad in a black robe, with brown hair, and nonchalantly stated, "Apologies for my tardiness. Everyone at Mr. Nick, you've arrived." Chris smiled, then remarked, "The time is right, and everyone is here, so let us begin." Once the young man entered, he approached Baron Chris, his solitary presence not concealing the pride that radiated from him. Initially standing somewhat close to Leo, he even shifted away upon noticing Leo's attire. Leo quietly inquired, "What is this Nick's background?" Victor whispered, "One of the few first-tier mages in town, quite young, hence a bit arrogant." Frank cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. "I believe you all know the purpose of gathering here today, that we have located the hiding place of the Bazel cultists. They are concealed in the basement of the Posh Tavern. Moreover, today they will gather numerous townsfolk to conduct a sacrificial ritual, and we must thwart them." Then he produced an image of a young man with dark hair. This was the second-order evil priest, Bloodshadow, the leader of the Bazel cult in the town of Shallow Water, and the principal target of our operation. It is currently known that he possesses the ability of invisibility. Furthermore, according to an individual who once battled the Bazel cultists, it is highly probable that this second-order evil priest also wields the mirror shadow technique. Frank elaborated in detail. Mirror shadow can create 3 illusory duplicates, which can move along with the original, mimicking its actions and positional changes, making it nearly impossible to discern which one is the true form. However, these duplicates can be destroyed with a single successful attack. Subsequently, he pointed to an individual next to the Bloodshadow portrait and remarked, "Aside from this, there is a person named Longmu who warrants attention. He should possess first-order strength. However, he has an unremarkable appearance, making it easy for him to blend in among the common folk." Chris solemnly added, "Ladies and gentlemen, there will be numerous residents present at the ritual site, a significant portion of whom are not followers of Bazel, but rather victims of the evil priest's magic, attraction. This spell transforms all their negative emotions into opposite positive ones. Disgust becomes attraction, and hatred becomes love. Thus, many of the residents are innocent. We must strive to avoid harming them." And no wonder Chris specifically acquired magical transformation for himself. This was partly the reason, Leo realized with a sudden understanding. Having issued all necessary commands, Chris glanced at his pocket watch and uttered a single word, Action! In the underground cellar of the Bashi Tavern, the space had been expanded by the Bazel cultists into a spacious hall. At the forefront stood a sinister altar, shrouded in darkness, surrounded by a ring of stone, each engraved with skulls encircled by drops of blood. Atop the altar stood the dark-haired youth, clad in a deep purple priestly robe. His hood drawn low, concealing a pitch-black void within, he brandished a curved ceremonial dagger, continuously chanting, his malevolent voice echoing throughout the cellar. Bazel awaits you. Bazel embraces you. No one can escape Bazel's grasp. Before him lay a woman, bound and gagged, her belly swollen, struggling and emitting muffled whimpers of terror. Nearly 100 residents of Shallow Water witnessed these events unfold, some in fear, others in fervor, and some in excitement. Under the gaze of the crowd, Blood Shadow eagerly sliced open the wrist of the pregnant woman, using her blood to draw the pattern of skulls and drops of blood around her, smearing the liquid upon his own hands. He then raised the dagger, poised to complete the final step of the ritual. However, at that critical moment, a contingent of guards and paladins, led by Duncan, burst in 0.2 minutes prior. The elite team organized by Baron Chris had stormed the tavern, swiftly subduing the patrons, employees, and the owner. The elite squad easily located the trapdoor leading to the cellar. Upon opening it, Duncan was the first to leap down, instantly neutralizing a cultist attempting to alert others. The rest followed suit into the underground cellar. Victor, accompanying Leo, recited incantations, bestowing the first-order spell blessing and the second-order spell aid upon Duncan, Leo, and Frank. He briefly explained to Leo, "Leo, I have cast 2 holy spells on you. Blessing will enhance your spell accuracy and evasion from enemy attacks, while aid will bolster your vitality, reducing the severity of any injuries you sustain." Upon entering the underground cellar, the group quickly spotted the Bazel cultists conducting the ritual. In high spirits, Blood Shadow, upon noticing their arrival, showed no sign of panic. He set down the ceremonial dagger and, glaring at the foremost paladin, menacingly threatened, "Duncan, stop right there. Otherwise, I shall detonate them." Among the crowd beneath the altar, a cultist revealed a pile of oil barrels and casks of spirits by tearing away an old cloth beside him. Simultaneously, 6 cultists ignited flames in their hands, employing the fire arrow spell, which Leo recognized all too well. The oil barrels and casks of spirits were arranged in 2 heaps. The left comprised solely oil barrels, while the right consisted entirely of casks of spirits. Should either pile explode, the resulting blast and flames could easily claim the lives of over 20 residents of Shallow Water. Upon witnessing this, Duncan halted, fixated on Blood Shadow. Just as he once relished spirits, now he detested them. The guards, paladins, and priests behind him also came to a standstill. Blood Shadow, exuding confidence, laughed heartily as he began to retreat. "Chris, let us leave peacefully. You wouldn't want to see your people turn to ashes, would you?" The ritual had been disrupted, and he could not afford to further provoke Chris at this juncture. Casting a lingering glance at the tightly bound pregnant woman, Blood Shadow felt a tinge of regret. Chris, fuming with anger, dared not act rashly. Here gathered nearly 100 residents of Shallow Water, a significant portion of whom were not here of their own volition, but had been ensnared by magic, their faces now etched with terror. Seizing the moment of standoff, the pixie Dale had already rendered herself invisible and soared high above. She observed 3 passages to the left, center, and right, noting that there were no additional oil barrels or casks of spirits. Only the 2 piles amidst the crowd, and communicated all her findings to Leo through telepathy. The cultists prepared to retreat, leaving behind several of their number, who held flames or torches to cover their escape. Leo began to think rapidly. Is there a way to thwart them, to instantaneously eliminate all cultists bearing fire? Even if he and Dale could take down 4, 2 would remain unaccounted for. Not to mention the additional cultists wielding torches. Moreover, the presence of the oil barrels and casks posed a constant risk of detonation. Whether it was Blood Shadow, Longmu, or even an ordinary cultist, any one of them could trigger an explosion. What if he removed the oil barrels and casks altogether? With magic, the speed might not suffice, and there remained the risk of an explosion. Magic? Suddenly, Leo recalled the magicians who had vanished on stage only to reappear in the audience. Since it was magic, perhaps making the barrels and casks disappear and then reappearing them in the audience would be reasonable. With a strong conviction in his magical prowess, Leo murmured the incantation, magical trick. In this life or death moment, he opted for LV5 magical trick rather than LV3 minor trick. Both spells yielded the same effect, yet magical trick required a shorter casting time, consumed less mana, and was more discreet. Given that Dale had likely never witnessed this effect, she would probably struggle to execute it, so Leo decided to handle it all himself. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the left pile of oil barrels suddenly vanished without a trace, reappearing adjacent to the left escape passage of the cellar. However, within the dimly lit confines, no one noticed that shadowy corner. Nearly everyone believed the casks of spirits had simply disappeared into thin air, left in a state of bewilderment. Seizing the moment while the cultists remained oblivious, Leo hastily continued to recite the incantation, magical trick. Employing the same technique, the right pile of casks of spirits also vanished, silently reappearing beside the right escape passage. After both the oil barrels and casks had mysteriously disappeared, a burst of flame finally arrived, striking the empty ground, prompting Blood Shadow to roar. Were my oil barrels and casks of spirits? Blood Shadow is undoubtedly the most resolute among all the cultists. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the oil barrels, he did not deliberate for long before promptly hurling a flame arrow towards the cask of spirits. His rationale for igniting the flames was straightforward. The most plausible explanation was that the oil barrels had vanished through some unknown means. Therefore, the optimal course of action was to detonate the remaining barrels of liquor to create chaos and facilitate an escape. If the oil barrels had merely become invisible, it would have been even more advantageous. He could command his subordinates nearby to test it, thereby regaining leverage over Chris. Meanwhile, his underlings had yet to fully comprehend the situation. However, even with Blood Shadow's decisiveness, the brief moment of contemplation, coupled with the time required to construct the spell model and infuse it with magical energy, far exceeded the near-instantaneous casting of Leo's level 5 magic trick. On the other side, Duncan and the other second-tier individuals, upon noticing the disappearance of the oil barrels to their left, were initially taken aback that a select few, including Duncan, Victor, Frank, and Chris, deduced that this was the handiwork of Leo. Yet, the threat remained as there were still numerous barrels of spirits in the vicinity. They then observed Blood Shadow conjuring a sphere of flame and launching it toward the casks, before they could fully brace themselves. The barrels of liquor also vanished into thin air, causing the flames to land in an empty space. This indicated that the barrels had neither become invisible nor merely shifted. They had indeed been removed or obliterated. With the concerns of both the oil and liquor barrels eliminated, a euphoric Duncan led his fellow second-tier members towards the cultists. Chris shouted, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed," upon witnessing the disappearance of the means to threaten Chris. Blood Shadow realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee, hastily casting invisibility. Unexpectedly, midway through his incantation, he was splashed with a sticky substance. Under Leo's command, the diminutive fairy Dale, who had simultaneously concealed her magical energy while rendering herself invisible, had stealthily approached Blood Shadow and executed a magic trick, delivering a luminous paintball to him. Although Dale's spell broke her invisibility, she soared high above, and Blood Shadow had neither the time nor the energy to notice her presence. Immediately thereafter, Dale cast another magic trick, this time transforming the luminous paintball into a water balloon. Just as Blood Shadow had rendered himself invisible, he was doused with the water balloon, preoccupied with his escape. He felt that the two water balloons posed no significant threat and paid them no heed, instead desperately propelling himself forward. Leo had already lifted his initial wooden staff. The distance was sufficient. Observing the trail left by the luminous paint, he murmured the incantation, Arc of Lightning, that a particularly robust bolt of lightning coalesced before his staff and, in an instant, surged through the crowd towards Blood Shadow. Due to Blood Shadow's rapid sprint while invisible, he was already a challenging target to hit, and the observation of the paint splattering onto the ground had an inevitable delay. The lightning merely grazed Blood Shadow's left side, inflicting a degree of numbness and damage while simultaneously dispelling his invisibility. However, such a minor shock could hardly incapacitate someone so close to the third tier. Although his true form had been revealed, Bloodshadow continued to charge forward, attempting to escape through the passage ahead, simultaneously unleashing mirror image. Point 3 illusory duplicates of Bloodshadow suddenly manifested around him, complicating the task of discerning his true self at that moment. The luminous paint spell proved to be of immense value once more. Mirror image is an illusionary magic that, while capable of deceiving the eye and creating the illusion of 4 identical blood shadows, even down to the identical luminous paint upon them. Ultimately, illusions are merely that, illusions. Among the blood shadows, only one left a trail of luminous paint beneath its feet. Thus, it was unnecessary to concern oneself with the other 3. One simply needed to focus on the blood shadow that left behind a long trail of luminous paint, for that must be the true form. Though Blood Shadow ran at remarkable speed, escaping the range of Leo's arc of lightning, he felt a surge of relief, having observed how far the formidable lightning magic had traveled, and noticed that the young man wielding the staff was not pursuing him. He could run. Yet, Leo disregarded the distance, continuing to construct the spell model and infuse it with magic. Subsequently, he transmitted the spell to the fairy Dale, who was flying not far from Blood Shadow. Through telepathic communication, Leo urged Dale, target the one leaving the trail of luminous paint beneath its feet.